You might be at the bottom of the mellow list then, Sonny.
Okay, good. I'll take it.
And Quetz, isn't he? He's got Quetz's tone is wicked as well. He's got a good, the way his manner is really good. I'm just really inspired by just the people who keep their cool, because I'm just such a dick such a hothead sometimes, you know. And when I first joined, like my first introduction was Crack Villain and Battle Mod, and there was a lot of kind of aggression and, you know, behind it. That was my first, and I was like, oh, okay, this is how it's done. And then the more I stayed, the more I got to hear the more controlled people.
Yeah, Crack Villain's not always aggressive though. He can be chill.
No. Yeah, I'm impressed by his intelligence, and his use of the English language is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's only like 26 years old, which is totally mind-blowing for me.
And I used to get mixed up with Crypto, because Crypto is also, you know, similar voice and
same
knowledge and that. I summoned you in, Elijah, by talking about you. And I'd love to hear more from Dave Hinkle as well, but his mic just lets him down sometimes.
Hey, Eli.
Hey, to be fair, I don't think QE is as bad as his reputation. That's my opinion.
When somebody's here and they're honestly just trying to seek answers, and I've heard QE be very nice, like uncannily nice, like very nice, very diplomatic, calm, just providing the information. So it just depends, I think, on what the pushback, I think, is what.
Well, it depends on if they push his button, and if anybody comes in with ridicule or condescension whatsoever, then that is the button.
Yep, that's one of them.
Don't push the button.
I have this question for you guys. How much time do you think a person should spend on someone that's obviously not here to learn, and all they want to do is present the globe and argue for the globe, and don't listen to the arguments, don't listen to the information? So many people like that, and I almost feel like it's almost a waste of time to spend a lot of time with them.
Oh, hi, Karen. Hi, Karen. Oh, it's Karen. Yay. That's the original Karen meme, is the person that's part of the group that like nobody really wants to be there, but they just tolerate that person. That was kind of the original. That's how I see those type the lurkers.
Sorry, it wasn't letting me talk.
Yeah, it was roboting again, Elijah. I think that it's okay every now and then, God Rockin', because it's like, you know how cats like to play with their food. It's kind of like that to me. Like, it's okay to have a little toy around every now and then that you can kind of bat around and make an example of.
Mm-hmm. And then the audience, see, the thing is, when they get like that, then you just switch gears. Okay, they're not listening. So what do we do next? Expose them to the rest of the audience. That's what they're good for. Because if they're that belligerent about, the nonsense they're trying to spew, which is just parroting something they've heard from somebody else, they've never checked it themselves. So you just point those things out, and the audience benefits from it. So. Then we have thousands of new flat earthers coming in because they're like, these people are on the globe side are just idiots. Maybe I should tone the idiot thing down. Okay, they're just misled. But the ones that are the ones that are, I don't know, the ones that come across that they know better than everybody else, and yet they come with zero proof or evidence. It's amazing.
Yeah. You might be hot miking, Jax. Or Jacques.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Well, I agree with you on everything you just said, Gospel, but I also think that there comes individuals along, every so often that it's just clearly a waste of time.
Yeah. There's a lot of beating of the dead horse.
Yeah.
And some of us are more accustomed to being dead horse beaters than others. Me being one of the dead horse beaters, unfortunately.
It's real annoying for me to try to do that.
I hear you.
It's super annoying.
It's like we could pass the torch, so one person beat the horse, and then we pass it, and the other person beats the horse in another area. Pretty soon the horse is completely beat up.
Can't get to that aspect is because someone was like teaching, like Gospel Bear.
Yeah.
Some people get annoyed with this, having to say the same instructions over and over again.
Mm-hmm. I certainly enjoy discussing the topic with people that are completely new to the topic, more than people that have already hand waved all of the primary. That's kind of like, exhausting, tedious, futile, in my opinion. But yeah, I really enjoy talking to people that are just brand new to the topic and stuff. You got to do the Chinese water torture in a lot of ways with the folks that have fully convinced themselves to refuse to accept reality for what it is. You got to like pick away and expose their logical failures slowly but surely over time, and that's a tedious task.
Well, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, talking about straw men.
It's like the last thing in the world anybody needs to worry about. What's true will hold up to scrutiny. That's the thing.
Can anybody describe the Flat Moon Society LARP for me? that knows about it?
That sounds like a joke.
I mean, that's what I thought too. I was just wondering if anybody has more insight on it. I guess that's a no.
Yeah, I think so.
What were you just asking about? I was in the other room.
The Flat Moon Society.
Oh,
I
never.
I called it a
never heard
LARP.
of that till now.
Yeah, I think it's just a sarcastic LARP.
I'm going to start the Flat Saturn Society.
I don't want anything to do with Saturn.
What I don't understand is how did the ancients get so involved with Saturn when you can't even see the thing?
There's a picture of the LARPers.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that the moon can't be a sphere. I mean, because when it's coming toward you, you'd see this side of it, and when it's going away from you, you'd see the other side of it. You'd see more. You would see more of a face. It would graduate from one side and then the other side at some point as it passes by, if it were a globe. So I really don't know what it is. I know it can't be a globe.
It can't be a globe?
I don't think so. Not from the observation, because you only see the one face. It never changes.
Right. They try to say that just you only see the one side, you know.
So what I'm saying is let's put the moon directly above, in the middle, and put one guy way to the left of it, one guy way to the right of it, and one guy right underneath it. They all three see the same face. When if it were a ball up there, the guy at the right would see the left side of the ball as it rounded. The guy to the right would see the right side of the ball as it rounded around.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That you would.
Yeah, it might be a flat moon.
And I've heard other people talk about that. There's there's a name for the thing that where you see an extra percentage of the moon depending on the time of the year. I don't know.
I haven't figured the moon out yet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to personally, but I like it. I like to look at it. It's pretty cool.
That's for
I know
damn
we
sure.
sure can't see it for something that's 240,000 miles away. We sure can't see it clear.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
I maintain that it's not that. It's just right there, in my opinion. It's not very far up there. I don't know how far, but it's not 200,000 or even 100,000 miles away. It's much closer.
It's probably like 3,000 miles away or something.
I couldn't tell you how far it is, but I know it's definitely not hundreds of thousands of miles, or even I'd say even 50,000 or 40,000, 20,000. I don't see how it could be that high.
How about the sun being 93 million miles away?
No. I think the sun and the moon are pretty well very similar in their height and sizes.
Yeah.
Wow, so they're esteeming L. Ron Hubbard. I mean, that's a really gross LARP. To put L. Ron Hubbard and God in the same sentence is just gross. Thanks, old dude. Appreciate you.
Hey, when you're, starting a cult, you get to talk about God.
Yeah.
Maybe throw him in here and there. I'm not sure Scientology has that much to do with God, as most people think of God.
I thought Scientology thought science was their god. Basically.
No.
Yeah,
Science.
probably.
No. They're
In a sense.
alien insemination of planet Earth. I don't think so.
No.
They're more into a pantheistic view of reality, as far as I can understand it.
Well, when I say science, I mean the pseudoscience. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Science fiction. I mean, it started with science fiction, so not even colloquial science. Science fiction. L. Ron Hubbard, science fiction author. A LARP that turned into a whole religion for MK Ultra victims to pretend to be part of. Like, and grifters, of course. Got to have grifters. And unfortunately, one of the doctors that I thought was really neat, I discovered has given no less than $7 million to the Scientologist, and I have subsequently decided to no longer promote his content in the slightest. His name is Dr. Eric Berg, and you'll see his videos in your recommended all the time. And anyway,
What's he teaching in his videos?
Terrain theory. He definitely is a terrain theory guy, and that's why his material's really appealing. He does interviews with other doctors and promotes health and wellness in the framework of terrain theory, but he is also a Scientologist and has contributed an a fascinating amount of money that you wouldn't expect a man in his position to even possess in the first place.
Oh, he must be like a god over there. You give that much money.
Yeah, well, that's pennies. I mean, how much has Will Smith or Tom Cruise contributed? Or
yeah, I mean, then they roll out the red carpet for you.
If he's donated money, he probably is also a Scientologist. It's lower level.
Yeah, Dr. Eric Berg is a Scientologist. I'm not saying that he's only contributed. He is a Scientologist. His son exposed him in a pretty drastic way, and anyway.
Yeah, it's an expensive program to go through. And they are, up in your business to no end.
Yes.
Members write little reports on each other, call you into meetings to question you about something. You said or did. Punish you. How did L. Ron Hubbard die?
It sounds like a setup for a joke. Make sure your punchline is good.
No, it's a serious question.
Google it.
It sounds
I thought maybe somebody might just throw it on out there, but
He died in 86.
okay. Be natural causes, old age.
Yeah, you didn't ask that. You asked how. Let's see.
I know his buddy, what was it, JP, what's that other rocket dude?
Jack Parsons.
Yeah. Apparently he blew himself up on one of his little experiments.
Yeah, JP.
One last rocket, he didn't check it. Oh!
You guys remember when that rocket crashed, that Chinese rocket or whatever it was, about a year ago or something? Remember that? Crashed into the ground, like during a launch or something. I can't remember exactly when or exactly how it crashed, but they showed some pictures. He showed some pictures.
Maybe they had another one, but weren't you thinking of the big one that they crashed was when they crash landed into the moon, right?
Well, no, I meant on Earth, but showed one
okay.
on Earth, and they showed some close-up pictures of it, pretty close anyway, and pieces of it lying on the ground in a pile. I looked at it real close, and you could see on the inside of the rocket that it was made of wood slats that were, round like plywood or whatever that had been laminated together or whatever, and it had rings of wood inside. So it was basically a hollow shell with skins held together by a wood framing inside of it. What it looked like to me. I looked at it really hard. So they're just cheap. They're just fucking man-sized Estes, or Estes rockets that you slip a little motor in the bottom of it and launch it off. The way they bounce on the launching pad, they bounce up and down a little bit. Yeah, I think they could be full of gas too, or helium or something. They don't go up very fast. Never hear a sonic boom. I don't think they travel very fast either. Nor do they go very far. You can still see them when they're on their way down, where they hit the ocean.
Who here's
100 miles away or more. Yeah.
Who here has seen the Starlink go over their head?
Yeah.
You've seen it?
That. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw it last fall here.
Looked like a rocket dragging a bunch of LED lights behind it or something.
No, you have some come in here and say Starlink, proof of globe, Starlink.
Right. Somebody was saying, so they're those things are said to be 350 miles up, so much farther up than what they even claim the ISS to be, and supposed to be the size of a table. Like, let's give them the biggest table, like King Arthur's round table and shit, right? Like, give them the biggest table you can think of. Yeah,
Like,
they said it's supposed to be the size of a table, 350 miles up.
Yeah, so, like a 10 by 12 table. Let's see how far you can see that.
Okay, well, explain this to me then. If that's even slightly true, where are all these tables stacked? Inside the rocket, or are they laying on the ground and they're hooked to a rope and they yank one at a time as it goes up? Where are they?
They used to
kite. They're that big.
They're all supposed to be individually floating around on their own orbit in a straight line, like they're on a string.
I mean, at launch. On the launch pad. Where are they?
They send up one at a time, I believe, or is what they say, or maybe a couple at a time.
I've seen a Starlink with like 10 or 15 lights behind it.
Yeah, no, when I saw it, there was probably easily 100, 120 of them, maybe more. Like, it stretched basically from horizon to horizon.
Okay. So how could they stack all those into a rocket?
No, they don't all at once. That's not what they claim to do. They don't just drag them all up there at once and lay them out like.
The claim is that they do multiples at a time, and they have videos showing how they do have them stacked in the nose cone and then deploy them, allegedly. But the biggest question being, if they're 350 miles up, you're seeing them in the evening sky, right? So you're seeing them when it's dark outside. How is sun reflecting off of those back to you, and how is that sun's reflection off of whatever it's reflecting off of on this alleged satellite consistent from horizon to horizon, meaning the angle that the sun is hitting whatever is reflecting it can reflect it directly to your eyes from horizon to horizon? I find that impossible.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's why I said it's a string of LED lights. That's what I think it is. Something can't be anything but, because they got to be self-illuminated, and I don't know.
How about if you see them in front of the moon, the backdrop of the moon?
Dude, they're really bright. I think you would probably still see them even with the moon as a backdrop.
What are we talking about?
The Starlink
satellite. Yeah. The string that is behind the rocket, the big long string of lights.
You said it goes from horizon to horizon.
Yeah, you start seeing them. When I saw it here, I saw it come from the southwest and move to the northeast, and I saw within the first, I don't know, 10 or 15 that made it into view over the horizon. That's where I started seeing. I'm like, what is that? It took me a second. I'm like, holy shit, it's the freaking Starlink. And it came and it went overhead and it went all the way to the other horizon. And the last one was pretty much just finishing when the first one was disappearing over the opposite horizon.
So you've seen little lights across the entire sky?
Yeah, across nearly in the entire sky. And it took probably 10 minutes or so for them to all cross the sky.
So the illumination of these is allegedly the reflection of the sun off the satellite. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, that's what they don't. They're not supposed to be giant. Yeah, they have no reason to be up giant flashlights up there. They're not supposed to be.
I think he's right. That's impossible that the sun could hit them all so perfectly like that they would all illuminate so so much the same. Everyone they look illuminated almost identically all the way across. I mean, how is
think
that
of it this
possible?
way: just following one of them, right? So from horizon to horizon, the object has basically the same luminosity from horizon to horizon. So think about just trying to reflect sunlight off of like your cell phone, which would be kind of a similar claim as to the sunlight reflecting off of a solar panel on one of these things. Now imagine trying to go from horizon to horizon, keeping the same angle of your cell phone and reflecting an image directly to one person. So that'd be like flying in an airplane, right? At night with sun hitting the airplane and then you trying to redirect with like your cell phone that beam
I think more
from the
than one
sunlight
person sees
down
it though.
to one specific spot. Exactly.
You see it from
It's
anywhere.
illuminated all the way across. You see that's kind of my point.
Anybody that
Like
can
it's not
see
like
the
you just
sky where they're at sees them. So
yeah,
they've
it's
got to
not
be
like you just
self-illuminated. They
yeah,
have
it's
to
not
be.
like you just catch a
The,
glimpse, right? At a certain point where the reflection's hitting you.
Right.
It's the whole distance.
the only way I could see it being possible for them to be reflecting that light is if the Earth itself was the light source and they were all perfect shiny spheres. Then then wherever
Ooh.
you are, you know what I mean? That's the only way that would be possible, but it's not happening.
Well, it's definitely the light of the earth that lights up the world because until the light hits the earth and reflects off of it, you're not going to see any light. You're not going to see anything bright lighten up. It's the earth that causes the light that we see when the sun hits it. Because if there was nothing for the sun to hit, there would be no reflection of light. It would be just darkness, I think. Unless maybe not. Maybe you'd see the light as it enters into your eye.
You're correct. You only see the reflection of the light. You never see the light itself. It's only when it hits something that you see it.
What are you talking about? All light or just something you're talking about?
We're talking about sunlight. I mean, you can see laser light, but that's only because it's interacting with something within the atmosphere.
What about when I look at a flame on a candle or a match or a campfire?
That's different than sunlight. You're talking about looking at like something similar to plasma.
The campfire?
Yep.
Oh. I didn't know that flame was in the state of plasma. That's what they say, or that's how they define it.
Something similar to plasma. I don't know if they necessarily define it as plasma.
I've definitely heard that before. Heard it said that the flame itself that you see that's actually a plasma. I've heard that. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I've heard that.
Yeah.
Why is it called fire then? I thought plasma was a state.
Yeah. Well, it's combustion. So I've heard that lightning bolts are plasma, but I haven't heard that flames are also considered potentially in a plasma state, which means that the molecules of gas that are combusting are being transformed from their gaseous state into a plasma state. Is that basically how they would put it?
I think because the flame itself
It
isn't
says
really a physical thing, but it looks like a thing, like with a shape at any time or what given time or whatever. But like really, it's just heat. Like heat, it's just heat, and then the extreme heat, interacts with the atmosphere around it, causing the glow, which I think is the plasma.
Yeah, it's plasma. I think it's a plasma state.
well, right here on medium.com. It says fire doesn't fall into gas because it doesn't expand in the same way gas does. Doesn't fall into liquid because it doesn't have a fixed volume. Fire doesn't fall into a solid because it doesn't have a fixed shape. Thus, fire is currently considered a plasma.
Boom, boom.
So I don't know. I don't know what that means. So I mean, because if you can have matter in a plasma state or gas in a plasma state, then you have so. Then what is fire in a plasma state? Then I don't know. Heat in a plasma state? Can you say that? Is that a thing?
Is it more heat getting released?
I don't really want to speculate any farther.
I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know
Keep in
shit.
mind,
It seems like experts in the field don't want to speculate any farther either. So
That's what I'm seeing. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
We don't want
to the
to
best of my
go too
knowledge,
far.
fire has a shadow, so a flame can have a shadow. Just have to have a bright enough light, I guess, or any light, really.
Yes,
Or bright enough light to see it.
Flame can have a shadow, which is
But so can gas.
yes, gas can also have a shadow. But I know for sure that
Flint?
Wait. Time out.
When does
So
Flint
maybe
have a
the
shadow?
shadow is caused by the gas coming off of the lighter and not the flame.
I'm saying you can shine a flashlight at a campfire, and on the other side you can see the shadow of the campfire on the ground.
Oh, you could cause a shadow. Okay. I want to say Flint doesn't have a shadow.
Oh.
So the flame blocks the light, you're saying?
Correct. At least that's what I would assume is happening. I don't.
I think on that one, I think I've heard that that's actually incorrect. That what you're seeing there is the fumes. The fumes are what's leaving the shadow somehow, and that's actually.
I'm fine with that.
There's soot and stuff like that in there that's just got heat energy as it's rising, and then so it's actually a physical particle that's leaving a shadow.
I think that leaves a different shadow. I think they both leave a shadow, to the best of my knowledge. But I just think it's ironic because you wouldn't normally think of it as leaving a shadow. It emanates light, but that's just it. It only emanates so much light, and the flames itself has the potential to block other forms of light. So all you have to do is shine a brighter light on it, and then as far as I know, the flame will have its own shadow.
No, I don't think so, man. I think I actually seen somebody. I think it was that.
It will, Alberico. It's very faint. It will.
You're assuming the flame is the one casting the shadow, though.
Well, no, I'm not. Because I said, what if it's the gas coming from the lighter? That's what I said. Like what you actually see is the gas, because again, gas can form. Well, gas can make a shadow.
Right.
Oxygen is involved in flames, and it's a gas as well. So it has the interaction with oxygen, or otherwise it wouldn't burn. Can't burn without oxygen. There's 3 constituent parts to flame: heat, and it's
all right,
fuel, heat, and oxygen. Can't have fire with all 3 parts.
It's kind of
I'm
funny
getting,
to think at the same time a flame has a shadow, and also the moonlight makes things cold.
yeah, yeah. There's a lot with that. So I'm about to light a match and shine my iPhone. I'm doing that right this very second because I'm like, come on
Experiments are
now. All right.
Find a candle.
I did it
Yeah.
myself. I took the lighter in the sunlight. I can see the flame in the center is like a little brighter light than the rest, but I see the gases flying off, going quite far away, 6 or 8 inches away. I can still see the gas flowing, like whatever that shadows of the gas. Very interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
anecdotally,
I'm not saying it's very noticeable. It is faint, like how Eli said, but yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
anecdotally, I was unable to. The light from my iPhone was not able to be bright enough to. I could see the shadow of the matchstick. I could not see the shadow of the flame from the matchstick, but I have distinct memories of seeing the shadow of a campfire.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I said, but I've heard this question again. I mean, this was a little while ago. It's just one of those weird things you pick up on and you don't remember where you heard it exactly. But yeah, I think that was one of those almost like a myth buster thing about like no, it's not the flame itself that you're seeing a shadow of. Like that's not possible. But again, like just one more time, there's all kinds of impurities and stuff like soot and smoke and whatever else that is coming off of whatever fuel it is that you're burning, and that stuff is physical. That's what you're seeing. I'm pretty sure that's what they say about it.
Which is cool, but it seems hard to separate the two and actually prove that.
Yeah,
because it's like you can't have one without the other.
Have to.
I mean,
Okay.
because you're practically saying light, but not light.
But you don't have to, because we already know that heat or gas. I'm gonna say gas, because if I turn on my stove, then I just have all of these wavy shadow-like things appear on my countertop because of the way the sunlight is coming in. And the heat from the stove or the gas from the stove it's definitely the thing that's causing that shadow, or whatever you'd call it.
Now, can different color light block the make a different? Because what you're practically saying is light blocking light, but can you make a different color light block another light?
Wait, hold on. I think you misunderstand us. We're not saying light's blocking light, because a flame is not light. Flames are, plasma, right? So the question is, can plasma block light?
Well, I mean, they consider it a plasma. It doesn't mean it is a plasma.
Hold on. Whether it's a plasma or not.
My problem with that is when you're using a flame, you're burning some kind of fuel, right?
Dude, the Globers are sitting back going like, they've been talking about this for 20 minutes. All they had to do was Google it. I've Googled it. It's right here.
What does it say, Lou?
No, I'm pretending to be a Glober. I haven't Googled it. I like how we just try to work it out ourselves.
It's fun to flesh things out. It's fun to flesh it out like it's 1991,
Yeah.
Well, I learned about the 3 parts of fire when I was being trained as a wildland firefighter for the prison. And they taught us that you have to have the 3 constituent parts: oxygen, fuel, and heat.
Oxygen.
Without those 3 parts, you do not have fire. Miss one of them and there's no fire.
This place is a magical place.
Huh?
This place is a magical place. Sometimes shit works beyond our comprehension. We just know it goes together. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's like being able to use a magical spell, and then someone. How does that work? I don't know.
technically light can't go through the medium of air itself forever. I mean, we all know this very well, because after all, the sun's not going under us at night. It's just going far enough away that we can't see it anymore. So I'm thinking, if the air itself can block light that much, who's to say that a flame, whatever a flame is, be it plasma or something else, who's to say that can't block light more?
Well, the thing is that what is a shadow, right? A shadow is the absence of light. So saying that because let's say the flame causes a light, how would you create an absence of it?
Well, it's not a total absence of it, because the shadow on the ground it's darker, but there's still light that's reflecting off of objects on the sides of the shadow that are lighting up that area. Well, it's not the direct light. Sun.
I think the smoke, soot, and gas explanation makes sense. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so we're just
going to interject something real quick, only because.
Believe me? What the fuck? I'll look it up. You just get that's supposed to be
So,
going with that.
the interesting thing about a flame, right, is that it is a light source. Like you light a torch to go down into a cave, and yet you can't really see through a flame very well. You sort of can, but you can't see through it. So there's not light passing through, even though it creates light. So it's kind of strange that way.
That's another good way to look at it.
Yeah. Also, the other part that might not have realized is if the lumens of the light you're shining on the flame is lower than the lumens that the flame is producing, you won't see a shadow. You only see the light from the flame. When the lumens increase from the external light, the lumens from the light you're projecting onto the flame will be higher than the lumens of the flame. You'll see a shadow because it's the light strength or lumens.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right about that, Sonny.
So the zero research Google answer, when you just type "do flames have shadows," pops up. A fire flame can have a shadow because the flames include hot air, soot, and combustion products. You will see fires cast shadows if you illuminate a flame with a stronger beam of light source. In a light beam, the shadow zone is the area where there's lower light than the majority of the beam. But so basically, yeah.
You win today, Google, but I've got my eye on you.
I'm going to start calling Sonny Google. You nailed it.
All right, but don't you ever call me Sonny.
All right, Sonny. Sonny boy.
Hey, Sonny boy.
Don't never call me Sonny. I don't know what you're going to call me now. Don't call me Sonny ever again. No, just kidding.
Don't call me Shirley or late for dinner.
Surely you just.
Yeah, I got a question. Does anybody know how radar guns work?
What, like for speed traps?
I don't know, but your cell phone has the same technology, so you could probably test it.
Well, do you...
They got to hit you twice.
How much does it cost for that robot machine you got?
You roboted Scrat.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I'm just walking out.
God, Rockin', you're hot micing. Thank you.
Yeah, it was my mother calling. I got to go take her to the doctor. So you guys have a nice day. I'll see you later.
Likewise.
All right, bro. See you, man. Hope everything goes good.
The answer, how do radar guns don't they shoot? Doesn't it emit radar signal that bounces off an object?
And then basically the same as echolocation. They have to hit you twice with it. It's the So they got to do that way. It can calculate like the speed of the
Am I
movement.
still roboting? Am I still
No.
roboting?
No,
It's
you're
not
coming
better
in
now.
good.
Okay, so my actual question is, will they work if the cop is moving, or does the cop have to be sitting still, or will it work even if the cop is moving? Does
I'm
anybody
pretty
know?
sure he's got to be still.
Hypothetically, they could make a device that included a gyroscope that could calculate for your currently your rate of speed and do the math. But I don't think that that's how radar guns are made.
Yeah, this is
How would
where
it?
it's going to get sticky because it's going to be about what holds up in court for them. Like if you want to try to fight the ticket, it starts to get into legal stuff and not really about if it's possible to do it. Like I think you can actually argue like that they have to, at least in some states, like they have to pace you. You know, they have to, or that's the way it was at one time.
Yeah.
Well, I got pulled over one time, and the cop was going the opposite way, and he turned around and chased me, and he actually told me what speed I was doing. I was doing 72 and a 65, and I knew I was doing that, and that's what he told me I was doing.
Oh.
I asked if it actually works when they were going the opposite direction.
In those situations, I don't know if they're actually calculating their speed into that, right? And it's just subtracting it, or if the radar guns can actually do that without having to know their speed. Like if it's automatic, I guess is the word I'm looking for. But either way, number one, you always ask to see the radar gun, and usually they clear it before they come to your car. So if they can't prove it to you, there's no ticket.
Okay, I was just if it works when you're moving, why couldn't you just shoot a tree and speed from the spin of the earth?
I think what's happening is they simply take the number and subtract the rate of speed that they were traveling. So if he was traveling at 60 miles an hour, then he would see 132 and just deduce quite literally that it was 72 miles. Is that so? Maybe it's not as technical as.
I'm still unconvinced that they can even do it while moving. Every time you see a cop with a gun, he's parked and he's got it rested on the door to keep it perfectly still. That's why they sit on bridges and overpasses and on ramps and off ramps, whatever. They're parked still trying to get you.
Is my 132 explanation illogical?
I get what you're saying. I don't. If they're able to do that, it doesn't hold up. I'm pretty sure of it.
Gotcha.
Well, it says obviously. I mean, this is nothing that you guys couldn't find. But they say this is because radar is very convenient for the police to use. Police can shoot radar at any time they're in their vehicles. They can shoot radar while they're either stationary or moving. This means that they can have radar on for an entire 8-hour shift, writing tickets the whole time. So apparently it's possible because they're talking about how accurate is it. Under ideal conditions, most police radars are accurate to about, I don't even know what sign, plus over a minus 1 mile per hour.
That's plus or minus. That's your window of error, basically. Like it's accurate within 1 mile an hour, plus or minus. That's what it's saying.
Okay. Yeah. So moving mode accuracy is plus or minus 2 miles per hour. So
Plus or minus 2. Yeah, so that's a 5 mile an hour window, basically.
cops
So
have
if you ever get pulled over because they checked your speed by aircraft, another thing they have to do is the particular officer that took your speed has to be the one to issue the ticket, and they also have to show you the evidence. So, if you ever get busted for aircraft like helicopter, airplane, just say, "Oh, I want to talk to the guy that clocked me," and they'll never do it because he has to land and they've already cleared that speed out. And so, just if it ever happens.
Apparently, there's such a thing as a laser gun too.
Somebody's in Morse code.
Do those jammers still work? I remember back in the day they had the radar jammers that you can put in your car. Totally legal to have, but
No, they're playing FNF on the side.
I forget exactly what numbers it would spit back, but I guess they would clock you once and they would get like 3 miles an hour or something ridiculous, and they'd be like, "What?" They'd hit you again, it would come back like 300 miles an hour. And they're like, "Hey, that's not right either." By that time, you're gone.
So it utilizes LiDAR, the laser detector ones do. And yeah, there's such a thing as a laser jammer, but
I had a radar detector, and it's almost like a guaranteed ticket if they see it hanging from your windshield.
Yeah, you've got that thing, and I got you. Yeah, you're going down, bud. Well, you want to hide it, not up in the window, but down like by the floorboards or something.
Hey, Fran Beery. Fran.
Oh, my mic is on. My fault, bro.
No problem, dude.
all the cops that I've seen were stopped when they did the radar on me. They're just waiting out, like camping out, hiding.
Yeah.
And they hit me with the radar.
Yeah, they're aiming with a gun. They're not driving with that gun. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe they can pull that out, but yeah.
I've been pulled over by a cop going the opposite way. The radar gun is mounted on their dash as well, so they're not using the gun, but they've got like a dash mounted radar gun that's kind of
yeah. And the car is just constantly scanning. See, I don't think they have that quite yet. I like definitely see where these cars, the cops aren't going to have to do shit. They're just going to drive around, and the car is going to be like, "Nah, that guy's plates are expired. That guy's been parked there too long. That guy's, it's just the car is gonna take a picture of the license plate and send a ticket in the mail, and probably drive itself around to do this stuff. Actually, they'll just have automated driverless frickin' parking checker cars and shit like that.
I think they already have similar technology where there's actual physical drivers that can do stuff, but be easy to switch that to automated. vehicles.
Yeah, it could just be like some tiny little thing too. It wouldn't even have to be. I mean, it could be like a bike basically that just goes around and does it.
Like a Johnny 5.
Right. Hell, with enough cameras everywhere, you don't even need to send anything around. They could just make sure, like in China, where they're just surveying everything, like they know who you are, where you're going at all times.
Yeah, and it probably won't be long before all the 15 cameras that you have on your personal vehicle are also hooked up to something that's allowing your personal vehicle to be spying on others as well.
Sure, I could see like them doing like putting cameras in your rear view mirror or whatever, and like watching your eyes. Like they already talk about this technology to make sure you're not getting too tired and starting to diverge from your lane. Like it'll be like, no, you're falling asleep.
They already have
But
it. My
yeah,
parents
yeah,
drive
they
Subaru.
already have that. But like, what if somebody went out for a few drinks? Not being reckless, but all of a sudden the thing picks up on that. They could turn your ass you know, like in. I could see a future where your car is ratting you out for stuff like that.
It's all for your safety, man. We'll be so safe and secure, Lou.
Yeah, and your microwave will go, you didn't pay that ticket. Or rat you out to your other appliances and shit.
Unauthorized caloric consumption will not microwave.
You are
Yeah, that,
intoxicated. We will now lock your doors so you cannot leave.
I
that's
mean,
such a
or
stroke.
like in Minority Report, the car might just lock your ass in and drive you to the freaking police.
Yeah, exactly.
There used to be a live stream in Australia. It appears to be taken down. I can't find it. It was a traffic intersection with artificial intelligence, and it was constantly identifying the different vehicles, their type and size, and pedestrians and all that. Anybody familiar with what I'm referring to?
Not exactly.
It looked like this. This is the China one. But I can't. There used to be a live stream you could just watch all the time, and I can't find it. Apparently, there's one in. I mean, they're all over the place because here's one in. It says Atlanta, Georgia. Um, copy video here. That's a 7-second video, but
Why you get all quiet for, man?
But then, yeah, I mean, like, especially in city areas, metro areas where they do have a lot of traffic cameras and stuff like that. I mean, again, I don't know the laws on it, but they could just see you here, then see you there, calculate your average speed in between. And if you're above, there you go. Now we know you're speeding.
Your phone already rats you out, especially if you use apps like Waze.
I don't doubt it. How do you know that, though? How long before
Well,
Google Maps? How long before Google Maps does? You know what I mean? Like, that's everybody um, tracking you everywhere you go. Even if you turn GPS off, it still gets you. Like,
another thing that could happen is they could have like the video camera that sees the speed limit, and then it like limits your car at that speed limit. You can't go faster. I can see that happening.
Yeah, 100%. And apps like Waze, I've been in vehicles with people using Waze, and it will give you your speed and it will illuminate the speed limit thing on the app in red, meaning you're exceeding the posted speed limit.
well, Google Maps does that too, actually. Like, it doesn't make, like, it just turns from black letters or black numbers to red numbers. It's nothing like where it's warning, warning, but it's there.
Yeah, I've seen that before too.
Baby steps, you gotta heat the water slowly when you're boiling the frog.
Well, I'm a truck driver, and if I go 10 over the speed limit, it alerts my company, so they know within like 30 minutes if I'm speeding.
Is there a little leeway there? Like, oh no, I had to accelerate to avoid an accident, or I had to, that was just for passing this guy or whatever else.
You can say
Yeah,
You're
everything
not
there's
doing a
down
lot
there.
of you're not doing a lot of passing with a big rig, but
yeah, there's probably a way. But like if I'm going like 60 in a 45, like in a construction zone, they don't like that. Even if it's like inactive and there's no workers, like
yeah,
they're still like, I mean, I could get fired for that pretty quickly.
because I've seen it. They leave like miles and miles of like those construction barrels up for like a year before and a year after they start construction or end it. It's like they're just storing them there on the side of the road, and it's still considered a construction zone. And then
Yeah.
It's
what the
programming.
fucking
They're
and
wanting
then
you to
in
make sure that you
my
feel like
state
you got
too.
your money's worth with your tax dollars. That's what it
And then in
is.
my state, if you're caught speeding in a construction, they say fines double in construction zones. So whatever you're getting, it's a double the fine, no matter what. And there's no construction going on, no workers, it's just barrels. But if they pull you over in that fucking zone, it's going to be a big ticket.
There's definitely jurisdictions that do that intentionally. Leave barrels out there, call it a construction zone so they can double the fines and double their revenue. Double
Yeah,
your
they're
pleasure,
doing that here.
double your
They've been
fines.
doing.
They would never do that because that's not honest, okay?
Well, you know what I call those people? Assholes. That's what I call them.
Why would they lie?
The only reason I think they would do that if they needed to up their quota a little bit, you know. Otherwise, I think it's pretty legit. Yeah, so Waze, I guess it triangulates your speed from the local cell towers and tells you how fast you're going. I thought that was interesting way back when I first saw that happening.
I thought it was the satellites, bro.
The satellites overhead in geosynchronous orbit, 17,000.
Well, yeah, the towers talk to the satellites.
Well, the problem is satellites are 250 miles up, so I doubt they can spot anything up that high.
Nah, man, the satellites are so good that they can zoom in and they can look at a penny and they can actually zoom in and with such clarity and tell you the maker's mark of that penny. That's how good the satellites are, bro. Didn't you ever see the movies from 1996, Enemy of the State, with Will Smith?
Did they zoom in from a satellite in that movie?
Oh yeah, and what's his name? Gene Hackman in the Faraday cage. I'm familiar.
Except, wait a minute. Except unless there is refraction, then they can't do it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we said the satellites are 250 miles up or whatever. Like, yeah, that's where they say the ISS is basically, but most of them they claim are much, much farther away than that. I think, if I'm correct about this, still, it's been a long time since I looked at it, but if they have to use geosynchronous satellites, I think they're supposed to be like 28,000 miles away, like approximately, like a really, really long way away.
Look, you just drive under a cloud and stand to that cloud, and you can dodge all the satellite surveillance.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Are you guys going to be around for ladies' night tonight?
I should be.
Sweet. Unfortunately, I won't be here. I'm going to an actual in real life thing, open mic night.
Karaoke?
No, not karaoke. It's an actual like open mic night where it's intended for like, you know, if you have your own material, or I don't play an instrument, so I will have like instrumental music, but then I'll sing something. Oh man, my caramel sauce came out. Ooh,
Well, I was totally thinking you were about to talk about doing like a flat Earth poem or something.
Smack them down.
It could be something in the something I could do. Actually, what I was thinking about doing today is I was gonna probably do my one song that I'd like to do, and then I'm gonna read some of my favorite quotes. You know, like I'd rather have questions that can't, or answers that can't be. Well, no, answers that can't be. You guys, all right. I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm pouring my caramel sauce into my cheesecake here.
Hey, Goddard. That was you, right? That was talking about the 250 miles up for the satellites.
Yeah, that was me. What's up?
So I checked out how far away are geostationary satellites. Geostationary orbit is 36,000 kilometers from the Earth's equator. It's best known for its many satellites, which are used for various forms of telecommunication, including television. Signals of these satellites can be sent all the way around the world. Telecommunication needs to see their satellite all the time. So, yeah, 36,000 kilometers away for any of those ones that we use for like TV or to connect to, you know, like that's what they say. Like most people,
Is 30,000 kilometers, is that like
36.
20,000 miles? How much is that?
Yeah, let's convert that. What's 36,000 kilometers?
Jenny, you need to write a flat Earth haiku.
That's
Dude, I totally could. I totally could
36,000.
because there's one guy like 2 weeks ago that came in and he was reading his sonnets. So yeah, absolutely. The possibilities are endless. It's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
36,000 is 22,369. So you were pretty close. Would you say 20?
Yeah, that's cool. 22,000. Wow.
What are the Globers' response or defense to the 1,000-mile radio transmission from England to Australia? What do they say about that? They
That's
say
a
it
great.
bounces off the
They say it
atmosphere or
bounces
something.
off the ionosphere.
Uh huh.
They bank it off the ionosphere perfectly,
But
like
only
Yeah.
then we lost the technology.
They're doing multiple bounces, actually.
Yeah, I don't think the geometry of a single bounce off the ionosphere at that distance is possible based on the globe model, but I could be wrong.
Well, they can do a bank shot, right?
Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. With the alleged distance to the ionosphere from the surface, I don't know if you can get an angle that would be sufficient to do 10,000 miles.
well, here's what's weird to me about that because I was reading about that. Obstruction.
Mhm.
So, like the elevation of the origin point of that signal. How did it not get obstructed by anything? That's kind of my curiosity on that one.
Gravitational refraction, I think.
I guess at that same point, I wonder how many other people would have simultaneously been able to pick up that signal. How directional was it? That's my other curiosity about that situation.
Dude, if they did it way back then, what's to stop us from trying to do the same thing now?
Yeah, and it was just Morse code. It wasn't a complex, click, 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 or beeps. I don't know if it was clicks or beeps, but whatever the case, it was Morse code. So, yeah. And to answer that question, Lou, I don't know because I don't know how to do it. I'm sure somebody does.
I think it's been decades since I've written a haiku. I'll definitely have to look that up. Refresh my memory. A flat Earth haiku. I love it. I love it. That's definitely worthy of a note. At least I remember how to spell it. But yeah, anyway, for ladies' night tonight, I was hoping everybody would talk about Witsit and Kai, or Austin and Kai getting married today. We could, I don't know, you guys can do whatever you want, but you could get maybe a little sappy and talk about.
Wait a second.
Wait, when are
Yeah.
they getting married?
Today.
Dude.
Today?
Yeah.
Is it like was it
Yeah,
like a
Why
I'll
the
shotgun
take
hell
wedding?
those.
isn't it televised broadcast? Why the fuck haven't we been advertising? Guys, what?
Was it like a shotgun wedding or what?
Dude, I just found this out yesterday.
Well, they've been
I didn't
talking
hear
about
it.
They've only been
they've
together
been
like
talking
6
about
months,
getting
haven't they?
married. They've been talking about getting
That's
married
what
for
I'm
a month or two now, but like yeah, they're definitely not hesitating. They're going pretty quick about it. Good for
Well,
them
they've
though.
known each other for a
Not that it's
while.
any of our business, but yeah, I mean,
Right,
it does seem.
exactly.
There's a bun in the oven.
No, no.
Sorry, did I just say Travis again? Damn.
Oops. Okay, did that show up? No, it did not. Hold on, guys.
Captain Obvious.
Wow. Well, congratulations, Austin and Kai.
Well,
You
talk
guys,
about it on ladies' night if you can.
I won't be here for most of it.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, I'll only be gone about 2 hours of it. Are you guys
Jenny,
going to go till like
you
midnight or
forget
2?
we're
Would he be streaming that on his live stream?
Jenny. You're talking
I
to a whole
doubt
bunch of
it.
guys. You're talking
No,
to a
I
whole
didn't
bunch
hear
of
any
guys.
mention of it.
You're talking to a whole bunch of guys telling us to save it for ladies' night at a time when we're not supposed to be talking.
For sure, dude.
Well, that is a
You're
fair
not supposed to be
point,
talking.
Lou. You are correct. But I
Hey,
think we
shut
can
up.
make an exception,
Morning,
possibly.
I love when I see morning guys in the sun because they're
Jimsy,
like green and there's
Jimsy, you're hot micing, bro.
Good.
Oh,
You guys are hot micing.
oh, my apologies.
Hey, you
Yeah,
guys, stop that.
I can hear you.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know. You hear him think? I hear you think.
I hear you guys thinking too much, thinking out loud.
Hear this.
But
Okay, so anyway, what I was thinking is you guys, and you guys can all take turns maybe having the ladies say, hey, I have a story or something about them, like how you first, came across knowing them, whatever the time frame was, if it was, I don't know, 3 years ago, I think is when they both kind of, staggered, of course, but yeah, when they kind of met on here, I'd have to ask them, but
Less than 2 years. I was on here when they met.
all right, well, don't give it away. Maybe you can share later tonight. And then I'm thinking it would be appropriate. Well, I think they're going to be like on a honeymoon. I think Austin had said for sort of kind of like a month. But I don't know. I'd like it the first time Kai comes back to ladies' night that I don't know. I guess it would be her decision. I'll have to message her. I mean, I wouldn't want to press for any like personal stuff, of course, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe not all together. That would be fair too. Because, like somebody mentioned a moment ago, I mean, it's personal.
Hey, what's up?
Miggy!
Hey, Miggy, how are you?
What's going on, guys? Who's getting married?
Austin
Kai
and
and
Kai.
Winston. Yeah.
Mega.
Awesome. When are you doing that?
Today. Yep.
All right. They're gonna jump online and.
Nope.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I don't know about all that.
Nope. I just happened to catch him
Discord
yesterday.
live stream the wedding.
Well, if nothing else, they need to film it and put it on YouTube. Some of it.
No. I would say no. That's not for YouTube consumption.
Okay. How about Discord
and
consumption?
the honeymoon.
And
Whoa, gross! That's your sister. Shut up.
Fucking hilarious.
That's totally something Lou would say. Yep.
Right.
That's fine. I'm just saying in response. That is your flat earth sister. Be quiet. But yeah, I get it.
I got a question. Where are the Glovers at?
Where the
What
Glovers?
Glovers? What's a Glover?
One so far today, Miggy, and he only stuck in the conversation for about 5 minutes. And it was like 3 or 4 or 5 hours ago.
We got to get our numbers better, man. Start inviting more people.
I think it's less about people knowing about it and more about people being timid and afraid and trepidatious to back up their claims.
Miggy, we
What's
need
up?
to come up with some sort of campaign to like have everybody work as a team and blanket the internet and have, put our promo memes out and stuff. Like a task force.
Yeah, that'd be good. We have to blanket the neighborhood, canvas the neighborhoods like they do in sales.
Yep.
Have you talked to somebody lately about Flat Earth? Well, come to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, we
We
got to
have
do street teams.
We got some great promo memes, in my opinion.
For
Some
sure.
people are really doing some good ones. Let me see the one I saw the other day. Let me look.
Do you think that Flat Earth sounds crazy? Would you like to know why you think Flat Earth sounds crazy? Come check it out.
Come to talk with the experts that know why you think we're crazy.
We have our vanity link. How much easier can you get?
Guys, today I'm reading that Globers are saying Earth is curved, but curvature isn't a requirement. That is literally what they are today.
Curvature is not a requirement for a globe?
Correct. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know who posted that one yesterday, but I ganked it. And that one's pretty cool, in my opinion, especially because it has our vanity link on it. So shit like this. People do a double take. Wait, what? And then they'll be going into Discord. Yep.
Wait.
Wow,
What is
I
it?
forgot
Wait,
about
what
that
is
word. I haven't heard anybody say ganked in like forever.
Ganked.
I forget we used to say that.
Yeah,
That's like
it's been
early
like 20
that went out in
years.
the early 90s, right?
Yeah.
Gang?
Yeah.
I
That's what
was
Lou think.
like, yeah,
Came
I
out
was
around the
like
same.
early 20s back then.
He totally ganked it from me, dude.
It came around. It came out about the same time as GAC.
Ooh, gag. Yeah, the gag stuff
Oh,
was fun.
I never used that, I don't think.
Someone ganked my
Dude, why you always ganking my lighter? You know, like
And what about Yoink?
Yoink.
Try to gank my GAC again. I might gack you with my GAC. Gangster.
That was a fat gacker.
Gank. That's some dank gank.
Oy. We need to gank the globe from people's
The
worldviews.
Glober ganked my reality? Okay.
All right. We've got a no roll person in the chat. Truth Seeker.
Mickey, get him.
What's his name?
Truth Seeker, you want me on mute? There. Oh, you got it. Go ahead.
I just unmuted him.
Hey.
Hello, Truth Seeker.
Hey there. You can hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. We unmuted
Wow,
you.
this is my first time on Discord.
Welcome.
Cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just messaging Jenny. I've been I guess looking into the flat earth now for about 6 months, and I was really into oceanography at one time, and one thing that I haven't really seen anybody talk about is the ocean's abyssal plains. These are flat, very flat
They
areas
sure
of the
are.
Earth. They cover 40 to 50% of the Earth's crust. It is underwater. They have a slope of maybe 1 foot to 1,000 feet slope, so it's not featureless. It's not completely flat in terms. There are
Right, it's
features of
topographical
hills
on the ocean floor, right? Kind
What's
of.
that?
It's kind of topographical on the ocean floor, right? In some parts.
Yeah, well, basically, the Atlantic Ocean has a lot of these plains, but they are all also in the Pacific. But in total, these very, very flat areas of the Earth crust, which start around like 4,000 feet below, so they are basically the bottom of the ocean. They're not the trenches. They're not the continental slopes.
It's quite the coincidence.
So it's 50% of the Earth is basically flat. You don't see it because it's under the water, but the largest one is called the Somme Abyssal Plain. It's SOHM.
Hey,
And
I got
it's
something
the
for you.
size of the size of Nigeria, the country of Nigeria. It's about
Oh,
350,000 square miles.
pardon me, my
That's
dear. I hate to
that's
interrupt
big.
you because you sound like you know your stuff. I just want to tell you that this evening we're going to have ladies' night like we do every Friday.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm
Starting
down
at
with that.
5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unfortunately, I have an in real life event to go to this evening. And so I'll be joining late. Hopefully, we'll do a ladies' night marathon tonight. And I can join everybody when I get back. Probably after a little bit after 9. And that would be Central Standard Time. But,
Oh, okay.
my goodness, it is a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks. Well, I didn't mean to monopolize. I just was
No, no,
very
no, no.
excited
We
and
welcome that.
good to bring a
No,
little
the only
piece to the
reason
puzzle.
why I'm kind of jumping in like this is because I'm on my lunch break, unfortunately, and I have to go in like a minute.
Sure.
I need to head out. But can somebody give her the ladies' night tag, please?
Yep.
And that would be great.
I just
But it's been a
verified.
pleasure. It's been a pleasure, and I really hope I get to hear from you soon.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye, everybody.
See ya, Jenny.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Jenny.
So, True Seeker, do you have a degree, or it sounds like you did you study something that you was actually giving you some type of knowledge that the
Well,
information?
I'm an amateur, enthusiast for oceanography. So that's kind of the stuff that I just kind of pay attention to. And then I was like, well, looking into the whole flat earth thing. I mean, but basically, yeah, this is well researched. I mean, it's I mean, even on Wikipedia, which we know is not the greatest amount of sorts, but even there, they'll say, very, very flat, large areas of the Earth's crust. And the way that they're mapped is a very, very precise sonar. So I think from like the sea level, the sonar will go straight down, which measures the flatness of the area. So it's just interesting to me because I don't think a lot of people, everyone's looking at land to land, with lasers, microwave mirror testing or whatever, but I don't know that anybody's looked at these abyssal planes and the sonar detailing.
That's a good subject to bring up. But usually, we want people to look at the fact that the measurement has never been done for the curvature of the Earth. So they tend to get into the weeds when they like in a conversation like that. They would probably say things like, "Well, the Earth is too big to actually measure the curvature because of you thinking that it is flat in some places like that." And plus, it would to get a precise measurement, you'd have to be giving an example as to like measure 40 miles of that abyssal plane or something to see if there's any differences from the time you measured from point A to point B. It gets real specific for those guys, and they feel like they don't need to look into it because there isn't any information out there that would give us an accurate description of that. And being it that they get very specific, they could get you on a point like because I've heard every argument, most of them anyways, but they'll try to get you on an argument where you're not able to produce the information, as in how did you verify that. And so that's where we want to make sure that the information that we present is not only something we can talk about, but it's something we can verify. Like, hey, here's this information. Go and check it out if you don't believe me. Or, there's a way that you can check it out. And you're giving them like the way to do it, or like it needs to be something that's
Oh,
empirical.
maybe I need to do a little more investigation. I mean, it's like the
Yep.
NOAA, the ones that generally are mapping good, but it's very, very detailed. I mean, there's been an extensive, precise sonar mapping of the ocean floor in general, and specifically some of these planes. So, and they've already determined sloping. That is very, very. I mean, 1 foot slope per 1,000 feet is really, really minor in terms of any sloping. I haven't done the math, so I wouldn't know how that would relate to any kind of curvature. But
Well, yeah, those guys.
I don't know where to go to like post the information. I mean, I can
Oh,
do research and happy to contribute to the overall effort. I new to all this and my
yeah.
first
Are you
speaking
familiar
to
with?
anybody else who's a flat earther.
Are you familiar with the Discord? Because in the channel that you're posting stuff in, it would be live stream voice text. I guess that's what you're wondering. Like, where do you put the information? Live stream voice text is a channel that,
Yeah.
yeah, that's where you'd put that, and to share it with everyone in here that's on the
Okay.
voice call.
Okay.
You'll notice that sometimes people will post corresponding information to whoever's talking. Like I was posting pictures of abyssal plane while you were talking, just for people's visual pleasure. So you'll notice that sort of stuff go on in the
Okay.
voice text as well.
However, it's great to hear that more people that are inquiring have a really good knowledge as to like other things that people haven't looked into. I like that. It's good that is there anything that you feel is lacking in the part of like the globe other than that? Like what made you question? Like obviously everybody's curious about the topic, but what made you lean towards the fact that it's not a globe? Like is there something else that
Well, let's say I'm a globe skeptic. So let's say that, but because I do know about these abyssal planes, it kind of just sort of clicked to me that, well, if you've got 40 or 50% of the Earth's crust that is, scientifically proven really, really flat areas, then, that is goes much more into a flat Earth, support than not.
yeah,
And especially if, the way that you have to take the measurement is you have to be floating at a sea level and the sonar is going down. So any kind of sloping is relative to the ocean depth. So unless you can prove that the earth and the water are sloping at this, are curving at the same time, which I don't think anyone can prove. That you can't prove on earth that water curves. So
that's kind of where we're at with the whole understanding, right? We're trying to show them that the water that's on top, that water is not going to be curving with level water, but you get into little discussions with those guys will be like, well, water's never at rest to get that accurate, because then when we're talking about the ocean, there's always ripples and undulation, so there's always the movement of water's always in constant motion, so you wouldn't be able to get that result. But water is at rest will remain level. That's the properties of water. That's what happens when it's at rest.
exactly. Yeah. Well, I think as someone who's been open-minded and coming to this new, and hearing a lot of the different arguments, and I've looked into Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and then uh, down the what is it in the rabbit hole dearth. I mean, and I downloaded the app, and that's how I got onto Discord, and so I've been through a lot of the the normal course where you bring up the disinformation and the controlled opposition, and certainly how everyone's been lied to this past number of years. You see how the media lies and all that. So so I'm coming with an open mind, but I'm just curious as to, has there ever been a survey to people who are now committed to the flat earth movement, who really believe in it? What are the top like 5 arguments that persuaded them? And I
Well,
think that would be a really great way of doing, I know that there's other videos and things out there, like, the flat earth clues or whatever, but like the top 5, like a talking points that could really, you could get people started in conversation with, just to see. Yeah.
I think the top 3. I always use what I call the 3 points, but the top 3 for me, it's real easy because I can give these 3 questions to people, and I call them questions, but they're like questions within questions. So
Mhm.
I'll give them 3 ways to look at how anybody that you talk to, you can open up a conversation with them. And it's simply this: if you know what you know about the Earth right now, being that it's a globe, then you'd be able to answer these questions. No problem whatsoever. Like easy, right? And the first one would be curvature. The second
Mm-hmm.
one, the spin of the Earth or axial rotation. The third one is that the vacuum of space exists. It's like the reality that they tell us that it does, next to the pressure air in which you and I breathe. So 3 questions simply answered like to us and be able to give us a very accurate and precise way that we know for sure that we know that the people that we're speaking to know about the globe.
Yeah.
So, and that way, if we ask them, okay, like I could ask you the same question, and if you know, if you don't know, just to kind of run through like what I would ask anybody that would say that they know that the Earth is a globe, I'd ask them. The question within question would be how, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? Meaning, when at first was it measured to be a globe? At the very beginning, when was the foundation of that understanding? Where did it begin? So how, when, and where, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
got that's curvature. So they should be able to give you an answer of how, when, and where the curvature of the Earth was measured. They probably bring up a easy answer that
Aristophanes.
that Eratosthenes and tell you how that worked out. But of course, that doesn't prove anything, as you know, probably looking into the information. So
Yeah.
we get into like, okay, if he didn't prove it, there must be somebody out there with the answer. So if we're talking about hundreds of years ago, so if that wasn't proven by him, who else or how else can we do it? Because we'll just go ahead and take away that they didn't get it done back then. So now then, how do we know that they did it today? And they're going to try to explain something to you. Then you can say, okay, do you know or you do not know? So it falls in one of those two camps. Either you know how the Earth has curvature by way of measurement, and it's been measured because we have the metrics to the globe. And then they're going to tell you exactly how, or they're not. And then at that point, you know that they know that the Earth is a globe or it's not. But I'm going to tell you, most everybody will not give you an answer. They'll tell you they don't know, or I think this is the way it is, or possibly, or something suggestive. So at that, you could easily say, "Well, I'm going to put you in the category if you don't know." And then the same thing goes for question 2 and 3. You ask them, how was the spin of the Earth, measured, or who detected it to be moving, and then by what way did they measure it, and just get into that second one, see what they know about it. Usually, you come back with the answer is I don't know. Um, Sometimes they try, but there's no way that they're going to possibly understand or know. So, what you establish with this conversation of these 3 points that I talked about is the information that they do not know. It's a
Mm-hmm.
belief. It's at its core. It's a belief system at its core. There's nothing that they can do for themselves to figure out if it's a globe or not. So that's why, to me, it's always the icebreaker. It's let me hear what you know about the globe first before we have a conversation about the shape of the Earth. I need to know what you know. That way, I know where we stand in our conversation. Because if you know a lot about what you know, then we'll talk about it. But if you don't, then I understand that you don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. You just believe it to be so. And just based on belief, they can't back up a claim. Like I can't say, I believe there's rainbow unicorns flying around, pooping skittles. I can't tell you that because I'm just telling you my belief of what I believe to be true. But if I can't prove it to you, there's nothing in the way of like evidence I'm going to be able to hand over to you. So like that's what we're asking them. Give us the proof that the Earth is exactly what you've been taught it is. And the conversation can be great, but you have to be honest. The honest in the conversation that you know or you don't know. You always establish the foundation of honesty in a conversation. You want to make sure the person you're speaking to isn't just going to be lying out their teeth just to keep the globe spinning. Just they want to keep something alive in their mind. And
Well, it's interesting because I've been you know, out with dinner with people who are really good friends, and I just say, because of COVID, and I've been going down the rabbit hole with all the YouTube videos and looking into all these different things, just because you fill up your time, and that is pretty much how I guess. I don't even remember now how I really got delved in deep into it. I just kind of just one thing after another, taking a look at it and like, that's something to think about. And I think what resonated with through my dinner conversation with people is and things that I didn't expect was what are the odds that like the sun would be the same apparent size as the moon to cause an eclipse in the universe as if it is, presented to us with all the billions and billions and billions of stars and moons and planets. What are and I'd love to know if there's any person really good with the statistics could actually, give a number to that, because it just seems like it's infinitesimally small.
Yeah, probably
that
astronomical, man.
that
Like,
that yeah, that's one thing that people, and then basically the actual photographs, the one of the Chicago, skyline across, is it Lake Michigan? Can't remember that one. That seems like a real.
it's like Michigan. There's a lot of ways that we can approach that, but like it's some of the things that stick and make people go like, "Whoa, that's how is that possible on the globe?" Start to think. But what I always go back to is that there's this bias on there that they have, this confirmation bias that they have, that they're not going to switch sides. They'll listen to you, they'll engage, and they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, that's great. I still think it's a globe." See, so they'll, in the back of their mind, if the foundation that they have is not shook, they'll always still go revert back to like, "Well, it's great that you know that information, and I can see what you're presenting, but I think it can still happen on a globe." So the psychology behind all of this is that anybody that you speak to, the thing that they have to admit to themselves and maybe declare it by conversation is that they do not know. So once they get to that point, or they'll pass it off to like, "I don't know, maybe a scientist knows or something," then at least they establish for themselves that they can't give you a good rebuttal to how they know the Earth is a globe. And so
Right.
if you do present that information to them, they could be more with an open mind to be like, "Well, you might be onto something." But if you present that first, then it becomes more of like, "Okay, yeah, you sound like you're making sense, but I still think it's a globe," kind of. And I always talk about the psychology behind this, because we can have the logically consistent arguments. I mean, flat Earth is by far anything that you can find. It's solely the truth. There's nothing in here that people's trying to put one over on someone. All we're
I
talking about is what we can present of what we know, right? Like that's
and I wonder if even tabling like flat Earth versus heliocentric versus geocentric isn't a better entry argument, because you've got the Michelson Morley experiments. You've got the quotes from Einstein and Tesla, and about how problematic how off astronomy is, and how Hubble and all of those things showing that there's been this aversion to even admit
sure.
that even if it is a globular Earth, that it could be a geocentric globular Earth and not a heliocentric model. So in some ways, okay, you like your Earth, you like it as a globe. What do you think about, could it be geocentric rather than heliocentric?
Yeah, well, you always have to come from the standpoint of challenging the mind, and that's what we want to do, right? Even with the logically consistent arguments that we have in here, I've seen a lot of people, they can get tired of having to explain the same point, because what happens with there's people that come in here, and it feels like we keep reiterating the same point. They're like, "Dude, that's what I just said. Like, you're not understanding." And so the reason why that happens is because the guy on the other side is trying to push his point, and we know we have the sound argument. So when we come with it on our end, if the mind's not receptive, we're going to be facing a brick wall, and we're going to keep spinning our wheels in a conversation, going to things like the horizon, or other things that don't have the value of hearing them say. Because it's like I said, I always go back to the psychological part of it. It's not that they can't understand, It's that they don't want to, because they're
Right.
having the convenience of having everybody else believe that it's a globe and the work has been done. So they can just point to you like, well, if the Earth is what you say it is, then how come everybody else believes that it's a globe? Like, that's odd. To them, that doesn't make sense. So the reason why sometimes it's because of convenience. It's easier to believe. The majority of people, the vast number of people, believe it's a globe. So it's for them to cling to the globe. It's a lot easier than for them to think of a fringe topic like it being flat or whatever, even geocentric. Like, that's still fringe, right? Because why would you have to do that if the scientists, quote unquote, have figured it all out? And we're fighting, like I said, we're fighting psychology. We're fighting somebody's mental state versus logically consistent arguments that would make somebody. Now, don't get me wrong. Somebody can be changed with the logically consistent argument. There's some people out there, but like, you got a point there. But because of pride, usually the most times people will not accept it. They'll be like, nah, man. You sound like you're making sense, but it's a globe, dude. Like, and they'll
Yeah, I
kind
know
of.
people don't want to give it up. They're so ingrained
Mhm.
with it. The reason I say I'm a globe skeptic, and I have a question for you in particular in terms of with you interacting with people either here or just in the real world. If how many people do you think you have actually persuaded to being a flat earther? And the reason I say that I'm a globe skeptic is because of the oceanography and the interest that I have in that area. One thing that I don't see anyone's addressed in the flat earth model is the ocean floor spread, the ocean ridges, how there's new earth and there's spread in the ocean. And that's not mapped out on a flat earth map. Obviously there's no underwater flat earth map. But there are satellite, and I know there's debate on the satellite and everything like that, but there's images, or at least there's been research in the area of the continental spread. And I kind of like to see that, how that would work out on a flat earth. Maybe that's something I'd need to do myself, but I
Yeah,
just not sure how that would work in terms of
to see
subduction and yeah.
to see you like researching that and maybe coming back with more information on it. But I've true seeker, I've heard these guys that come in here and they're sophists. They don't like to admit when they're wrong. Logically consistent argument, they'll pick it apart with a hand wave dismissal. They'll be like, no, dude, no, there's no way that you and they'll start prodding the information. Like, so if you're coming with some kind of information, I would say that it has to be something that can be verified and empirical, so that it can be falsifiable. You should be able to do that thing that you just said by some way of going and testing it out. If
Well, yeah,
and yeah, go ahead.
well, I'm just wondering. I looked into the FE core. Are you
Mhm.
familiar with that
Yeah,
group?
the laser tests, the guys who did the laser tests.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I don't know much about the organization or how to get in touch with them, but I think that they're the ones that have maybe the kind of the scientific background that may be able to do an independent, short survey of 50 miles of ocean floor through sonar detailing to be able to do something like that. I don't know.
I have no idea. Maybe you can get in touch with those guys. I mean, there's information. I think you can shoot them an email. I think, isn't there, guys? Somebody in here has that information. You can shoot those guys an email. Maybe
Well,
that.
there's people who are part of this community that we're a part of it. Like, I mean, I know servers have split up and gone different ways, but yeah, there's definite ways to get in touch with some of those guys.
Yeah, I'm really
They stick
interested in
around
that
here.
aspect because, I mean, if you can empirically prove that 50% of the earth is flat, I mean, I don't know what anyone can combat with that. And it's
Trust
already
me.
well established fact
True,
on
true,
with the government scientific agencies. So
trust me, you could have the most locked down, drop dead, like dead on arrival kind of argument, and there's no way out. And I guarantee you, there will be some guy out there, some woman that will tell you, nah, And it's like, dude, you can't rebuttal this. There's no way out of it. Like, you can only look at the facts, right? Like, we have everything you need. So
Well, there's
this
no
is
refraction under the sea, so they can't use that argument.
no,
Oof.
But what I say is, and the reason why I say this is because the many times that they come in here, I hear people in here that are very intelligent. Their argument is super sound. There's no way, and I'm thinking, this guy can't rebuttal this, and yet they'll come back around and give you things like level is curved, and that's like, what? How do you say things like this? Where do you come up with this? How is it possible that you can have multiple horizons? Like, trust me, I've heard them say these things, and they will say the most strangest things to keep the dream alive. Now,
Mm.
it doesn't make any sense. It does not. But what they do is they spout out this nonsense to make sure that the dream doesn't get taken away, because for some reason, like, it's psychologically to them, it's so ingrained that they can't be wrong. They're
Well,
just
there's
not.
some people who are just right fighters talking about psychology. They,
Hmm?
like you said, the sophistry, they just can't admit they're wrong. But in
Hmm.
some ways, the argument, I think, because I was a psychology double major, so part of the buy-in is to establish, well, where's the commonality? Would you call yourself open-minded? You get the buy-in there. Would you believe in the scientific method? Are you able to change your position on something and get that kind of buy-in first? That, I think, it makes it a little easier for them to have that permission that they can actually admit that what they thought was true was not true, or
And they
that
got to
they're,
give themselves permission, right? And they have to
yeah.
start training the neural pathways to a different way. The hardest part is admitting that there's a problem no matter what you're doing. And then after that, it's training, literally training your physiology to get used to, accept, and expect a different kind of behavior than what you're used to.
Yeah, like, I mean, you look at politics, and a lot of politics is, between nations, is giving the other guy sort of the way out to save face, so that they can come around to your decision and without losing, their clout or damaging their ego. So,
Yeah.
and I think that where it breaks down is on both sides. And because I've seen the ruthless comments, and I've seen the YouTube battles between who says, this guy is saying that, and it's entertaining, and it is, but when you have the breakdown with the name calling, it's not persuasive anymore, because people become more entrenched. So in
Yep.
terms of psychology, just saying, getting that kind of, like, that neural pathway that you're talking about, that having sort of establishing a way where it's okay to say, you believe that, great, you believe that's fine, it works for you. But if you're open-minded and blah, 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 it would be also okay to change your mind.
Exactly. And the last thing I want to say, and then the floor is everybody's. I wanted to say that. Oh, great! Now I forgot it. You have to be able to say I don't know. There we go. The more one says I don't know about any subject, you know what I mean. It's like saying, okay, well, I'm willing to learn more. I may not know everything. So anyway, that's just
like
part of it.
it's like the quote that I don't know if I've got it verbatim, and I forget who says it, but something along the lines of, like, the more I know that I do not know.
Oh, I
Something
like
that.
that one. Yeah, I know that one. Well, it's actually really refreshing to speak to other people who, are following this model, because right now I've only been able to, quote unquote, safely broach this subject with a few other people, but it's not like, it's not. There's nowhere to go, really. I mean, I've joined the app, and I looked on Meetup, and then I was like, oh well, I'll try Discord. Never tried it before, so I'm thrilled that you guys are on here, and it's refreshing to be able to have these conversations.
Yeah, we've been doing this for quite some time, Truth Seeker. We've been in here for like a couple of years already. So I mean, I personally have heard most of the arguments around every logical, consistent argument that we've had, and it's amazing. Like, some of the things you hear, you'd be like, I couldn't even believe this guy could come up with this thing, and you hear one after the other, so that a mind sometimes is not going to allow the logically consistent argument. So it's good that people do the work, and I'm grateful for it. I'm glad somebody's out there doing the laser tests and going to measure the distance between the place in California to the oil rigs, the Black Swan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm grateful people are doing the legwork, but for the most part, it seems like with those logically consistent arguments, they're not going to be able to accept that they're wrong. So I found out over the time that we've been doing this that it's better for them to hear them say, I don't know, and then just to challenge them, say, I'm not looking to persuade you or convince you from anything that we're going to talk about. The only thing I want to do is make sure that you're able to look at what I'm saying, and at least it can challenge your way of thinking. Even if you stay as a glober, you don't want to remove your mind off of that the earth is a globe or whatever, but just so that you know there's contradictory information to what you're totally bought into. So, and go ahead.
1 hour and 38 minutes to ladies' night for your information, True Seeker. Everybody in the chat is
Big countdown.
wanting to make.
Is it just for ladies, or is it like the ladies go free and then there's some sort of paywall for you guys to join?
It's more $1.99 a minute.
It's more like the ladies are the feature speakers and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a predominantly male-dominated community, so we kind of give the ladies, the female flat earthers, the time to make it their own show and do what they want with it. So most of us, the male flat earthers, we're expected to keep our mouths shut, just tune in.
Oh, well, or support them in the text. We do that a lot as well.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, I'll definitely join. I mean, nothing going on right now, although it's a gorgeous day out. I don't know where everybody is, but I'm on the East Coast and it's finally a nice day out, so we'll take the dog for a walk. For sure. But so how many people then do you think you've actually been able to challenge sufficiently, and they've been open enough to say, okay, well, I'm on the fence, and then B, okay, I've come back to you later, like, I think you're probably right, maybe it is a flat earth. Have you
Thousands of people in this server, thousands of people.
Over 45,000 people have passed through this server.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
But personally, yeah, a lot. I wouldn't be able to put a number to it, but just on the challenge itself, not conversion, a whole lot of people. I've heard people saying that, you know what, I don't have the answer for that. I'm going to leave, and then when I come back, I'll come back with a rebuttal. Like lots and lots, loads of people. But that's
yeah,
the only.
typically those ones don't return, do they, Mickey?
No, they don't, man, because it's like I think what happens at that point is they realize they're like, oh, dude, there's no. And then I guess it gets to the point where when they leave, they're probably like, I'm not gonna go back to that server. I'm just gonna keep thinking it's a globe and let's not worry about figuring it out because somebody already figured it out. So I think it's more like to do with like it was challenging at the moment, but when you leave, it's like you don't have to come back. Like that's not a requirement. It's like I only want to leave you with the challenge. That's it. And later on in life, 5 years later, if it comes up and you're sitting around and you're thinking, hey, remember that one time I was talking about flat earth and I didn't have a rebuttal for it? Let me look into it. Like, and that is the moment that it happened. So I'm just glad that I can challenge them. That's it. As long as I can do that, I'm good. I don't care if they keep thinking it's a globe or not. So it's the way I look at it.
It's far easier to ignore it online rather than in person. Like all of my family, all of my friends are flat earthers now because it's just undeniable.
Yeah, I came from a different state to where I am now to take care of my mom during COVID. She's 81, and talking to her about this stuff, and I said, "Isn't this interesting? Isn't that interesting?" And kind of ring, she goes like, "Yeah, but I still like the idea of the globe." She just has this, idea of it.
Yeah, mostly they do. Most everybody does because it's easier. Like I said, it's convenient because you don't have to do any of the work, and it's already been figured out. So it's better just to leave things the way they are, right? Don't break nothing, or don't fix nothing if it ain't broke, kind of idea. So they feel like that's how you don't have to mess with it because the scientists figured it out and stuff. So why are you looking into it? You're just a regular person. Those guys are educated. There's universities of people that know that Earth is a globe, and we got sending people to space. We got a space program. So there's an overwhelming amount of opposition for you to even begin on that journey. And it's like for them it seems futile because to them they're like, dude, it's a futile pursuit. You're going to be following something that we already know we have established on this other side, that people have been gone to space. So why would you think the Earth is a globe? That's their the reasoning behind why they won't even bother. It's
I
easier.
think also in my mom's case, she's a very trusting individual. And so when you break her trust, that's like, it's very hurtful, personal. And I think maybe some people are just, not only they don't want to believe that they could have been fooled all this time, but that people could be so, so deceptive because it affects everything. I mean, and I guess I'm not so, maybe I'm so cynical about the truthfulness of people in government in general that maybe that's why I'm a little more open-minded and receptive to the whole concept. But other people, just, and maybe that speaks to something about me, about what I think about other people. But I don't know. It just seems like these past couple of years with all the lies and in media, and you just, I don't know, it just seems more plausible than not. Why wouldn't they, if they could get a whole bunch of money, even if it wasn't other things that had theological implications of pushing atheism, and I've heard the hiding God argument, but just the fact that they could have roped themselves into the race, the space race with Russians they didn't want to admit defeat, and so they got themselves in a lie, and they're just perpetuating it, and it's for the money, and it's for whatever. So it might not even be a purposeful kind of thing. You can kind of see how they would get into that, that lie trap in that regard.
I think that's why I had an easier time with my family and my friends, because I had already established myself as a dealer in truth. I had already debunked a bunch of little small things, one thing at a time, over the course of many, many years. So to them, I was a credible source who always had citations and things to back up my claims. So it was easier for me to actually get it across than to a stranger.
Yeah. There was a website that I really wanted to find, and I can't remember the name of it because it seemed like it was all just letters. But Rob Skiba used to talk about a lot about, and I don't know if these are physicists. It seems, from what I remember, in one of the interviews that he was talking about, if you're interested in like the debunking of the moon landings, you should take a look at this site where there's been a lot of research done on it. And I've been trying to find that out. If anybody knows the name of that particular website that he's often quoted, that would be a big help. I wanted to look at that a little more.
Yeah, I don't remember the specific
I
name
know
of
what
it.
she's talking about. I don't remember the name, but I know that Taboo Conspiracy Channel talks about it a lot. Check out
Which
his
channel?
videos. Taboo Conspiracy. He's
Okay.
been around for a while. He's a site
Yeah.
one that starts with a C, like Scalus or something. But I know what you're.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it as well. I used to watch all of this stuff because back in the day, there's many globe believers who hold the view that the moon landings were faked, and there's many documentaries on the subject.
Yeah, that's actually, I guess that was one of the first rabbit holes during this whole COVID lockdown that I first looking into. Like, at first it was entertaining. I think I watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and when they're faking the Earth in the window, I was like, wow, Yeah, that was a real eye opener. Plus, their demeanor at that press conference. I mean, being from that psychological background, talk about psychology. I mean, the body language at that, and then someone did a video just showing that that NASA people are all over the place with whether or not you can see stars. Yeah, it's black. The stars are brilliant. You can see the galaxies. I saw nothing. That's just I think um, I think emotionally that really resonates with people. That's just there's something definitely wrong there, whether or not they actually believe that it was faked or not. That definitely brings questions to people's minds.
Hey, does anybody know if the title for A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, if Bart Cybrell got that from a line in the movie Capricorn 1, where they say, a funny thing happened on the way to Mars?
Oh. I don't know. I mean, I know that I always thought it was a play on A Funny Thing Happened the Way to the Forum, which is a, kind of old-timey musical or play. So I hadn't heard that one
Yeah.
in Capricorn 1.
Yeah, maybe the original line in Capricorn 1 was a throwback to A Funny Thing Happened on the way to the Forum. And then
Right.
Bart Cybrell played off of that, right? A movie which talks about hoaxing people, sending people to another planet.
Right.
I just rewatched that recently, and I caught that line and thought maybe he snagged the title from there.
That's interesting. What do you think about the space shuttle Challenger? Do you think that because they don't send it up to space, and they've got those chutes for emergency that no one ever would actually see anybody, not beyond. Do you think that was like a Capricorn 1 thing? And do you think that it was an intentional blow up to bring more attention to the program? What's everybody's thoughts on that? I'm sorry if it's off topic with the flat earth and everything, but I'm just curious.
My personal opinion, I think it was intentionally meant to blow up. Yes, I believe they probably used something very similar to what they showed in Capricorn 1, their emergency escape slides and stuff that they, NASA admits that they have.
Right.
But I do believe that it was probably an intentional act of blowing that rocket up. I mean, when you think about it, this is one rocket launch that not only most people were paying attention to, but all the young people in the country were paying attention to. I remember being in grade school, and every classroom got the little TV rolled in so we could watch the launch. And I think it's a psychological operation that was being played on the youth at that point in time.
Yeah, reminiscent of trauma-based mind control.
Exactly.
Huh. And how long after did we sell all of our space shuttles over to Russia? Does anyone know the timeline on that?
Just another point about the Challenger, real quick. Yeah, and the trauma-based situation that may be taking place. It's also another way to capture the emotional attachment that people may have to the space program at a time in which you didn't have moon landings going on. There was a floundering interest in space in general. Challenger reinvigorated a lot of activity within NASA and got a lot more people interested. So I would say it was, kind of in the way that a television show will grab you emotionally, so you feel what the characters are feeling, and then you become, you start to have an emotional investment in these series that you watch, and you feel like the characters. I feel like something similar may have been taking place with the Challenger.
Well, talking about movies and these kinds of things, that's exactly the whole thing that happened, and it was probably intentional with Apollo 13. I mean, in that movie, they were even that was a major part of the movies, that no one was paying attention to the broadcasts, and then when they were in trouble, then the whole world paid attention.
Yeah, something similar to like people don't pay attention to their surroundings so much when they're driving until there's an accident. And everybody wants to pay attention, right? Everybody wants to see the horror of something. It captivates the mind, draws people in.
So how is this like the main Discord that goes along with the app, or is this separate from the app, and that's just something that the app, invites people to?
Yeah, so David Weiss is a member here in this Discord. He doesn't come in all the time. He has come in a few times, and last time he was in here, we just kindly asked if he would put a link to the Discord channel on his app, and he pretty much did it immediately as he was in here having a conversation. So
Yeah, he's actually, I've emailed him twice. I just had questions, and I don't remember, I think through his channel, I just like, what about this? What about that? And his, it comes back like all lowercase and really brief, but he seems really, really responsive to everybody. Amazing.
Yeah, see, what's pretty cool about this place is amongst, the flat earth community, almost everybody knows about this. It's sort of like a hub. It's probably the biggest gathering place. So, you're only an earshot away. Somebody knows somebody who can get you in contact with just about anybody within the community.
Wow. And how many years have you guys been on here?
This is the second iteration of the server, but together we've been doing this for what now, like 6 years approximately.
Wow. Oh, that's great. Yeah. At first I looked at some, like Meetup to see if there was any place on Meetup. I didn't find anything in my area. So, and what's I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in. I don't know what the protocol is. I'm just asking questions because I'm really curious and excited to be here.
Bring up with you, when you said that you're into oceanography, like another thing that I find really interesting. I know it's different. Like, I don't know if you're into like whales and marine biology and stuff, but the way that they say humpback whales, and it's hard to see what's official, like how far they can actually communicate, but I'm seeing like 4,000 miles
half around the world, basically,
or 10,000 miles that they're able to talk to each other. Like, but it's basically like radar. It's got to have direct line of sight, or I guess it could bounce off of things, but it would become scrambled. It would, so, like, yeah, I think that also goes to show sort of like what you were talking about with the abyssal plains, like just that the only way that's possible is if it's all flat.
Yeah, or that we're on a tremendously larger round globe, but then
that
and the second
so
law of thermodynamics, when there's no barrier for the air pressure against a vacuum of space. So to me that one was huge. When I was like, wow, I never really even thought about that. I think that when you watch the whole someone did a special on Star Wars and physics and how you wouldn't have the laser beams, you wouldn't have explosions in space and all of that, talking about the vacuums and so I think people just they just imagine that somehow space actually is like it is here on Earth, and I was like, wow, that's right, there's no friggin' barrier. Have the air pressure next to a vacuum. That's huge to me. That's a clincher for sure, for me anyway.
Yeah. Now, the thing where you said a bigger ball, though, like that just simply doesn't work for tons of reasons. Like, I'm sure like distances from one place to another, or like we know pretty well, maybe not perfectly, but like the size of our land masses and approximate distances between them. And if you were to be on a ball, like none of that works out with a different size radius. It's all calculated, the whole ball thing. So and so that works in uh, on Earth, like when it comes to like travel times from places and the speeds that they're going, and also when it comes to how they calculate the whole solar system and everything, because it's basically all based off of the Earth's radius. So when any of that changes, absolutely hard.
Right, right. Well, that's the other thing about the flight paths. So the emergency landings, that whole thing. I was like, oh, okay. And then of course I went on to kayak, and I was like, all right, let's see about going from Auckland to Chile, and of course there is that one direct flight that's on the newer 787, which has, I think it was a Mach point. It's like, it's not like, I was breaking the sound barrier, but I think it can go 600 miles per hour, something like that, on its own. And it's had like the fastest one with a tailwind going over the continental US up to 800. So I don't know if that's the one that Max Egan took with his compass, where it was pointing south west for the majority of the second half of the flight. So that's the only rebuttal to the flight plans that I've seen, is that they do have this one nonstop flight from on that path. But I thought that was very interesting, the whole emergency flight things.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really talking necessarily about that with the flights. I guess I'm talking more about just like, I mean, yeah, like speed of the plane, distance it's traveling, um, or you can just even get rid of the plane, go to boats. Like you can calculate like how many knots you're going, whatever you estimate. The ground you're covering.
Mm.
And you're limited, right? So like, if the Earth was a bigger ball, and you're sailing from one place to another, you're going to notice, like, you're going to be like, no, there's no way I traveled that far.
Is there a way, with in terms of the distancing and improving, for example, the Antarctic Treaty, and not being able to go behind below the 60th, what is it, the 60th latitude? So if you're just under, let's say you're at 55, would that still be enough of a circumnavigation to prove the distance, or is there some way that an expedition could be crowdsourced, maybe with multiple boats launching from multiple southern ports, to almost do like a relay, where people are kind of going out on their own to distance between boats in that part of the Pacific. I'm just wondering of the feasibility, if that's something
I'm
that can be
sure,
done that way.
like, I don't know all about this, but yeah, different, like Cook supposedly, tried to do some stuff down there. There's been a few sailors who have supposedly tried to go around Antarctica, stuff like that. And there's some interesting stories about distances and time it took. I'm sure, yeah, maybe something like that could be done again, but all that's really doing though is trying to like prove some kind of, AE map model or something like that. And it doesn't change the fact that there's no measurable curvature anywhere. It's sort of like strawmanning yourself when you try to go that way, in my opinion.
Well, I guess that leads me to a question from, have you asked people, what would it take for you to, what would be the definitive proof? Because if it's not the fact that, it seems to me almost conclusively that people are proving that there isn't a curvature. So if that's not doing it for people, what would?
Pictures from space.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that people would definitely, well, that's what they bring up, that there is, then you have to go through the whole fact that it's, these are composites or artist renderings, and show them how the photos have been manipulated. In my
That's all
present
they
life
want.
now.
That's all of them want. They want you to take a picture of the disc floating through space. That's what they want. That's the proof that they
Oh,
need.
but isn't it an oblate spheroid? Isn't it pear-shaped?
No, no. To convince, yeah, whatever.
It's a little pudgy
Until
there
I
at
see
the
a
bottom.
pear-shaped Earth from space, I don't think I'm going to be convinced that
0.3% difference of squishedness. 0.3%.
0.3%. Okay.
According to their narrative, and they still use the word oblate, which is so disingenuous.
Yeah, so going back to the flight paths, I just wanted to kind of reiterate something Lou was saying about the maps. That was kind of an argument that was used early on as people started to come into, or at least more people started to come into the topic of flat Earth. And it's not necessarily an argument or anything that we adhere to anymore. A lot of people early on were trying to make that claim about flight paths, because the problem with that is, in order to claim flight paths work better on this, that, or the other, you're claiming a model and you're claiming a map, which the flat Earth community does not do. We don't claim to know the whole of the Earth, and we don't claim to have it all mapped out exactly.
Okay.
And even when you're working with an AE, an azimuthal equidistant projection, you're dealing with a Cartesian coordinate system that can be wrapped around a globe. That's why when they show you flight paths, they'd use a great circle route, and when you flatten that out into the AE map, it looks like a straight line. So it's not necessarily anything that the community currently uses as an argument, a solid proof. We try to stick to more empirical stuff, and we don't really claim a model. Just, yeah.
So what are so you mentioned the black swan. I looked that up. That was very convincing. The Chicago sign photograph, which, it's a mirage. That one to me was pretty convincing. Then there's one, I can't remember where it is in the world. It was but it's like only a couple times a year the sun will line up with a particular set of mountains. I don't know if it's in France, but the distance there, you cannot see the mountains unless you have that alignment with the sun setting behind them. But when you do, obviously it can't be a mirage because you're seeing the sun and the silhouette of the mountains. That's pretty good argument. What are some of the top ones in terms of measured distance? Oh,
Yeah,
there's
the last one you were mentioning. Yeah, the last one you were mentioning, I think is Canigou, and that's actually booked in the Guinness Book of World Records as the longest distance photography. Right, so it's not just flat earthers claiming these distances. So that's a good documented one. I think that's Canigou that's documented as that. But yeah, that's over 250 miles, where you definitely don't see the object until it's backlit by the sun, the mountain peaks.
Right.
And it's not even that it's just the peaks of the mountains that are visible. From what it looks like, it's almost the whole entire mountain range. So yeah, that's a huge discrepancy with the globe math there.
Yeah.
And the thing about the black swan is images like that are taken all the time by a bunch of different people. It's just a good one to use because it has different markers of known distance within the photograph that we can use as delineation points to figure out where is the horizon within this picture. That's why that one's used more often than many others. But most people in the community have gone out and done their own observations, and there's plenty of black swans, myself included. I've done quite a bit.
Very interesting. And so, where are the areas of those? California, Texas.
I mean, they've been captured all over the world, all over large bodies of water. So many that it's hard to even begin to rattle them off. I've done personal observations in the state of Florida with a large body of water called Tampa Bay. So
Bulgarian Salt Flats, Chattanooga, Tennessee Lookout Mountain. There's a handful that I'm aware of.
Wow.
And that's
Well,
the good
gentlemen,
thing about this.
it's been great talking to you. I know you all heard my doggie who wants her walk. So, and I do want to join the ladies' night. So, I'm going to sign off, but I will definitely be at ladies' night. So, if any of you are there, I'll speak to you again.
Awesome. Thanks for joining the server and welcome.
That was
Thank
great.
you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Just like many of the ladies in here, she was great. She's great.
Yeah, you can tell she's been doing her research.
If my mic's working, you got the overseer in here. Somebody.
Yep, Hal
was that,
2000. How are you doing, Hal? The overseer, Hal 2000. Is that the wrong name? Oh, it's Hal 9000. My apologies.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm sorry, I cannot do that.
Heuristically programmed algorithmic computer, HAL. Arthur C. Clarke. I never watched the 1997 movie 3001: The Final Odyssey. Should check that out.
I've actually never even heard of that until you just said that.
Yeah, 1997, the final 3001, The Final Odyssey. I'm like, oh, how about that? How about that?
Was Roy Scheider in that one, or he was in 2010, right?
The 2001 Space Odyssey?
I remember one with 2010 something and had Roy Scheider. It could be a Mandela. You don't want to. Anybody else remember 2010 something? Am I losing? I know I saw it.
Don't utter the M word in voice, please.
Wait, what?
The M word. He's cracking jokes.
Oh, I was daydreaming. Was it a Mandela effect thing?
No, Lou. We're continuing the conversation.
For the third day in the row. Man, the Final Odyssey. Oh, it was a TV miniseries. It was so obscure that IMDb has no information on it at all, except for the title and the category.
Gospel there.
Yeah, what's up?
Get me on. Okay, wait. So let me not say get me on our side, on the right side of what makes sense with this, because I don't know what side you're on right now. So forget the Mandela effect. Boo boo. People say they remember things. There were a lot of drugs taken.
Oh,
We
shots
don't know what.
fired.
Haters
So
gonna hate.
so
Haters gonna hate. But we got the same group, man. Like, I got it. I got it.
Go
so
ahead, Elijah. What you asking about?
how about deja vu?
Oh yeah,
Dude,
no,
I
that's
love
a
that topic too. I love that topic too. Yeah.
deja. I'm right. I'm right there. I love that topic too. I think it's a
Fits right in with
fantastic.
the Mandela effect.
I feel you
I
on that.
don't know if it's right there because I don't know where the Mandela effect is, but
It could be.
definitely
It could be. It's
it's
a I have had that experience. I mean, I think I don't know if it's universal. I don't know if 100% of people. And in fact, I read a paper once about deja vu that insinuated that deja vu was associated with intelligence, in that there are people maybe sub 80, or like, 2 or 3 standard deviations away from the norm of IQ. Not that that's the perfect litmus test for intelligence. I get everybody's qualms against IQ test, but that there are people that cannot experience and have never experienced deja vu. For instance, we got what, 20 people in here, right? 22 people. Not that listening, but is there anybody currently listening that has never knows what deja vu is in theory, but has never personally experienced it?
Experienced what?
Deja vu. It's a French word for what means already seen. It means that you are having an experience where somebody's saying something and or doing something, and you're like, this already
Thank you, Ninja
happened. I
Twilight.
feel like I know what you're about to say.
I
Yeah, I've
record my
experienced that.
I'm
yeah, I
asking, is
record.
there anybody that has never experienced it?
Oh,
There was
I
a
would
resounding
imagine.
silence before. I record my or write down my dreams when I wake up and stuff like that. So I have found that some of those instances of deja vu actually relate to dreams where I dreamt that exact situation. So
Yeah.
I don't know if
Well,
because we don't remember all of our dreams. Like, you only remember a small percentage of your dreams, and the more you write them down, the more you have a recollection of them.
correct. And I know that this might be controversial, but I would suggest that if you wrote the dream down and it happened, that is not deja vu. That's something else entirely. And I would suggest that is either remarkable coincidence, or that you literally were a prophet and you foretold the future. But
See, I just feel like
Or
I feel like I feel like
seduction.
you could try to do that, but it just wouldn't happen. Then it's almost like you're forcing it to not happen because you've written it down, or like,
yeah,
or
but now
maybe you would talk about the dream, but you would miss that point. You wouldn't write that part of it down. You would, you know what I mean? Be like,
well
The way the
you know,
way
it's just be so
the way
hard
I,
to make sure you capture everything.
the way I found it happen is there's I basically experienced everything that was gonna happen, in the dream. I reacted to realizing that I had dreamt this before, but uh, some part of my consciousness was like blocked, and I couldn't understand why. And so that's one of the reasons why I wrote down that dream, because it sat with me, because it was so weird why I would act like flabbergasted, not be able to get my words out.
you had
And
deja vu inside of a dream, is what you're saying?
yeah,
Oh
essentially.
yeah, I'm familiar with that experience. I have had that as well. I know what you mean.
Let me ask this.
Have you
So, like,
guys?
when it comes to deja vu, also, has anybody else noticed, like, where it almost comes in like waves? Like,
Yeah.
you'll have deja vu multiple times in a short period of time, and then it won't happen for a very long time, and
Yeah.
then it'll happen again. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, it comes in groups, like bursts. It seems
And
like.
here's what I've always not really swallowed hook, line, and sinker. According to psychology theory, their explanation is that our brain processes in multiple locations and at different rates of speed. And what it is it's a temporary, disconnection between the coherence of our actual cohesive thoughts, and that we're receiving different signals at different, or the same signal but at different times, and we experience it as deja vu. That's the kind of conventional,
like an echo, right? Basically, like an echo, like
like
you
an
just
echo.
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
sounds like a convenient excuse, not an actually anything we can verify to be true.
Correct. It is
Yeah,
in the realm of psychology. It's extremely difficult to prove
Yeah, in
things.
the
Go ahead,
realm,
Antichrist.
because psychology is actually majority based on inductive reasoning. Like they take a selective amount of people, and then if they want to drag neurology into it, look at the zones that light up, right? And then base a correlation. And it's not really final. It's not giving us a cause. Before I move on, am I cutting out by any chance? Because like I'm
A little
playing
bit for
online.
me.
Okay, hold on. Let me shut down my game real quick.
It could just be me though.
Oh no, it's normal. It happens a lot. That's why I asked. So is it better now?
I think so.
So yeah, like the reason why they claim you have deja vu is because it's according to them through the same process that you get stereotyped, right? Your brain takes in impulses, and your brain, to simplify all the data that gets inside your brain, simplifies it to a simple format, and that's how stereotypes are formed usually, like repetition. And often, if you receive a different type of input at a later time, it's similar to the same format as something you've experienced before, right? According to a psychologist, that would be a deja vu.
Yeah, I understand. They call it it has to do. It's like muscle memory, but it's a cognitive laziness where we want to assimilate from previous experiences and stuff. Yeah, but I'm not sold on those ideas.
Yeah, same. Because
I don't know what the true meaning or
I
cause
believe
is.
I believe that there's actually a third option, right? That reality as we perceive it here is nothing more than a projection of the realer reality above. If that makes sense?
Yeah, the
Like,
simulation theory, right? Like we've done
not
this a whole bunch of
necessarily,
times.
because
Well,
simulation is more about like it being created on the spot. There's a subtle difference because I believe that the reality we perceive is real, just like how a cube drawn on a piece of paper is real, but merely a projection of the three-dimensional realm on a two-dimensional plane.
So you think we're like a piece of drawing on a piece of paper?
And
I think
by
what
the
he's
same
referring
process,
to is the physical realm versus the spiritual realm, which is a different language than the simulation theory goes. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I can agree with that,
Christ?
yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I thought.
but with a piece of paper, that was an analogy I would give, right?
Yeah.
That like, if you want a three-dimensional object and a two-dimensional object, you cannot make it three-dimensional in a two-dimensional environment, right? It needs to be projected in one way or another. So that cube on a piece of paper, it gives the illusion of a three-dimensional object, while in fact, factuality, it's quite two-dimensional. Like, in the same sense, I believe that the reality in the world of ideas we have now, intelligence, sentience, consciousness, is bound to a higher state of being that gives substance to our existence, right? And the world we experience here is nothing more than a projection of the real world above.
A little avatar-y.
A little bit.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, you're basically talking about where they start talking about like more than three dimensions, like four-dimensional, five-dimensional, what 10th dimensional space and stuff like that. And it's I don't know, man.
I mean, no, I don't refer to that exactly. Like, I usually bring up the allegory of the cave. If I would explain this, I think that everyone's familiar with how that goes.
Plato's cave, yeah.
Yep. So yeah.
Man, look at all the answers and explanation Elijah got from just bringing up deja vu.
Would you say it's kind of like you're going on a spiritual journey in the physical realm kind of thing?
I perceive the physical realm to be nothing more but a spiritual hospital.
For me, it's all interconnected.
Yeah, basically. Like, because, of course, like, I have a foundation of the Bible, of course, so I might be a bit biased on that, but spiritually, I think that we all ate from the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And we're here to deal with that.
I posted my answer to the deja vu in the voice text chat there.
Deja vu. I mean, there was an actual movie called Deja Vu. I don't know if anyone's seen it.
Yeah, Denzel, right?
I think so. I've watched it like long ago, like back in 2009 or something.
Yes, Denzel Washington. That is, yes.
I mean, there's also something called deja entendu, which is basically something that you've heard before, like something, like some signal, some audio you've heard before, and yeah, but you've never actually heard before.
Kind of like the album Deja Vu by Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Ooh, those weren't they CIA operatives?
Yeah, most of the mainstream music and even the underground music that came out around that time frame seems to have ties to intelligence agencies.
Yeah. Deja vu. Oh, there's a band called Brand New, which only a handful of people have probably ever heard of, but they have a song named Deja Vu. I'm pretty sure, or an album. By Brand New.
Deja Vu, I'm sure, as far as song titles, there's probably a ton of those. But yeah, movies.
Never mind. It was Deja Entendu, which is already heard. So it's more punny because it's music.
Mm-hmm. And also, have you guys heard of that arcade machine installed by the CIA called Polybius? That was kind of tied in as an experiment to like MK Ultra and so on.
An arcade game?
Yeah, like basically the CIA installed in a certain region of America, Oregon, if I'm not mistaken, like an arcade machine, right? At a local arcade store. And after a month or something, they came and picked it up and left no trace of it whatsoever. Like, the machine was called Polybius. They call it an urban legend.
So it's just a machine that was there for 1 month and then disappeared.
Yeah, basically, like people who played on it. Some claim that it had effects on their psyche.
How do we know that it wasn't just Mandela affected into existence for a month?
I've seen this Tom Hanks movie before. Big. Never mind. Anyways.
Dude, I was almost there as soon as you said big. That's what it was. I was trying to make that joke. I was trying to get it. I was almost there.
I mean, about the Mandela effect, like the most popular one is like the Mona Lisa. I'm 100% certain I have like a super strong memory that Mona Lisa didn't smile like that as they portray it. It was like a super.
Yeah, no. Here comes Lou. Here comes Lou.
Yeah. No, I mean, I guarantee you, if we polled everybody, people would remember the smirk, like where she looked very. It was just kind of a weird looking smile, and like now when you look at it, she's freaking grinning at you. Like, what the fuck happened there?
Wait, Mona Lisa is smiling?
Yeah, she grins at you. She's got a big ass smile.
Like it's way
Go
too
on.
obvious.
It depends on the lighting. And by the way, is anyone here aware of how many times the Mona Lisa has been touched up? Because it's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a very old painting, and it's very small, and it has been touched up many times. But it also depends on the lighting, because she's not actually grinning. It's about the shading around the corners of the lips.
How do you know it's a she?
How dare you?
Well, we don't, but we're not going to transvestigate Mona Lisa. It's about the smile.
I mean, there are theories on that as well, that Leonardo da Vinci based himself on his male apprentice. But yeah, that's something else.
I'll tell you what, it's one of the most underwhelming things to see in person.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, like, one of the best pieces of artwork in regards of art is, I forgot the name of it. If I can find the image back, I'm gonna post it in Livestream voice text. I forgot the artist, but it was pretty nice.
Bouguereau?
No, like it's a local art piece. It's
Jackson Pollock. No, I'm just playing.
Definitely not that guy. Bouguereau is known by some to be one of the most skilled painters in the history of all painting, due to his mastery of capturing both hands and faces. And anybody that knows his artwork knows that it at least makes sense why he would be a top contender.
And have you heard of Cabanel by any chance?
Not that name, unless I'm just mishearing it.
Cabanel, like Cabanel.
No, I don't think so.
I think you've seen this art piece before. I'm gonna send it. It's in Livestream voice text.
Yeah, I know that painting.
This. It's a pretty popular painting. I mean, Glad Flope, like the title of the painting is Fallen Angel, so.
Hey, Gospel.
Yep.
If the Mona Lisa smile depends on the lighting, can you show me one where it's in the correct lighting to make it not be smiling?
Yeah, what I'm actually looking for and having an extremely hard time finding is a photograph of the painting in its quote unquote natural habitat. I can't find any, because there's so many replicas and fakes and all of that. I cannot find
authentic pic, like a photograph of the Mona Lisa.
Okay, so maybe this is
Type
it.
it in as that. Yeah.
I think I found one here. Copy image. Post that. So that appears to be an example.
What a terrible photograph. Why is it so fucking far away?
Well, the Mona Lisa, to my knowledge, is actually quite small, like a 12 by 16, or it's, as far as I understand, it's very small, smaller than you would expect.
Right. Either way, even in this, when I zoom in, that is a clear smile. That's no freaking Mona Lisa smile. That's no smirk. That's
yeah. And
So it is very small, and the Louvre does admit that it's not always the original Mona Lisa that they have on display.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Any excuse, huh? That's just.
No, I'm just saying. I mean,
For instance,
for sheer security purposes, it does not surprise me.
but
here,
think about
Okay.
it.
look at
Right?
that
Like,
version.
Yeah, the real one is sitting in some rich guy's freaking office, like den or whatever. Like Rockefeller's got it sitting in his den.
And he's the only one looking at it.
But do you
Yeah.
see that version, Lou?
Hold on. What? Oh, here we go. Here's a better one.
But if you
Still see
ever
a
go,
smile. It's a little more awkward looking, though. You're right. It's a little more of an awkward smile, but it's still a smile.
if you ever go to the Louvre, I would suggest foregoing seeing the Mona Lisa and spending more time in the Egyptian artifacts section. But
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Some neat stuff. But yeah, there's so many replicas that it's just hard to really know about that one.
I mean,
Dude,
isn't
in a
this how
couple of
they
months, she's going to
change?
be showing her teeth, and you guys are going to be like, nah, it's always been like that.
Wow. I love how you said in a couple of months. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But
Checks out.
isn't this how they change history though? Like, because they can't
Yeah.
change history like drastically, like in a single instance. Otherwise, like the previous generation will notice it right away, right?
Let's just say, Knight, that not all of us are on board with the changing of history narrative. Some of us are really weird, stubborn people that think that history might not be organically, naturally, or supernaturally altered. But I don't know.
No, yeah, bro. Like, I can hallucinate the curve, right? Like,
There's another interesting one there.
I mean, the
know,
bridge
when you
behind
play
her, right?
You see
when
that
you
one,
play
Lou?
a video when you play a video game and you've been playing it for some time and then a new update comes up, the new code in the game, the update of it will change the game like nothing happened. You still play the same game, but there's different things that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
Things have been changed with a different code, but it's the same game.
Yeah,
Can,
like,
can the coder of this place change the code as he likes?
then on the spiritual level, yes. And if you change the spiritual level, it'll have effects on the physical level as well. But humans can also affect the physical level.
Most of the Mandela that I've seen is, like Hollywood stuff or cartoons or movies that is definitely probably have different versions and, different edits of magazines and that kind of stuff. Products that have different versions. And people say, I remember it looking like this. And someone else remember it looking differently, but it's just like a different regional uh, product label that
I mean,
people remember differently.
I can give you a thought experiment here. Like, imagine this, right? For the average Joe, like, let's say you know your room, and you don't really change your room that much. So every time you go out, this FBI gets into your house and changes one small thing about your room every single day, right? And since you are accustomed to your room over time, like in the span of like 5 years, they change like little subtle things, right? That over 5 years, it'll be a huge change. But since it's going so slow, you won't catch it that fast unless you go back and look at what it used to be.
All right, to give you another example, when I look in the mirror, I know I look older than I did, even without looking at a picture of myself from 8 years ago.
I mean, sure, but you don't notice the change, right? Like, for example, growing a beard. Like,
Yeah,
you
you
don't
don't
really
notice the
notice it.
day-to-day change, but
So
There's
it's
a
like subtle.
there's a
sorry.
Mitch Hedberg joke regarding that. Do you ever have somebody come up to you and say, "Hey, here's a picture of me when I was younger"? You don't say. I'm pretty sure every were younger.
nice.
I mean, by technicality, you are always living in the past, since it takes like 0.1 seconds to process what you're saying.
Technically, I don't care, Shinji, okay?
Alright. Stop living in the past, man. Stay in the present.
Technically, it's impossible. Why do you give me these impossible tasks?
Just lean forward. You'll get there.
Yes, sir.
That's from the same stand-up routine where he talks about Bigfoot. You get pictures of Bigfoot that are always fuzzy. Well, maybe Bigfoot is just a fuzzy creature.
Checks out.
That was a really good analogy about the FBI breaking in every day and changing your room. That's exactly what's happened over the years.
Mm-hmm. The Earth being our home, and they're changing it bit by bit.
They're certainly changing people's minds on how long they can focus their attention on certain things. Or on anything, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Through social media and 24-hour news, people have a hard time taking in any information that's longer than a single sentence, and that sentence better be short.
Instant gratification, am I right?
An elevator can never be temporarily out of service. It can only be temporarily stairs.
A guy asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no, but I want one later. So yeah.
But I want a regular banana later.
Yeah,
So
the regular
yeah.
later. Yeah, I destroyed that.
That's one of my favorite jokes. You didn't destroy it. It's funny no matter how you say it, really.
I
That's
sometimes
Mitch, man.
You said
sometimes
elevator. I think you meant to say escalator, right?
Yeah,
I
what did I
love
say?
baked
Elevator?
potatoes.
Yeah.
I love
My
baked
bad.
Yeah,
potatoes,
you
but
said
I never
elevator.
know when I'm gonna want one. So sometimes I just start cooking a potato, and who knows? It's so-
Just deadpan.
I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too.
Fucking love Mitch.
I bought a donut the other day.
Yep.
And I paid with cash. and the clerk handed me a receipt. And I said, "Why do we need to bring ink and paper into this transaction?"
Well, I need to file it under D for delicious. Yeah, he was prime time, man. Him and I think the other dude's still alive. The other deadpan guy, Stephen Wright, who was his main inspiration. And there's even a globe thing. Like, I used to believe that we were spinning at tens of thousands of miles an hour on a water ball that created itself from nothing until I heard myself say that just now.
My favorite Stephen Wright is I bought some powdered water. I didn't know what to add.
Yeah, that's great. And they're dad jokes, but they're like just a little bit more refined than simple dad joke.
I used to live on the flat Earth. I still do, but I used to too.
But I also used to.
Yeah.
That's great.
When I was young, we had a quicksand box. I was the only child eventually.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my idea for flat earth jokes was something along the lines of getting people to think about what you're saying and kind of the idiocracy of it. Saying like, I used to think I lived on a flat and stationary earth until I realized all the curvature I see and the momentum that I feel.
What's really funny is when it like people say idiocracy way too much in this community. It's not a real word. It's the name of a movie. It's a pun. The word is idiocy, and too often people say idiocracy when they mean idiocy, and it makes you look like an idiot when you do it. Sorry, Nate Paul.
Doesn't Crusty refer to a system, so it could work like a idiotic system?
There is a word, although very old and not commonly used, idiocracy, which means peculiarity.
That's not what they're fucking saying.
I know. You are correct, Lou. Everybody give Lou a round of applause. Round of applause.
Maybe it's a Mandela effect, Lou. We're just misremembering.
No, you're right. I was just like, I wonder if there is a
It's
word.
just too funny when people use idiocracy for the word idiocy. It's like, oh, that's that face palm that you need like some kind of solvent for, right?
Yeah. Idiocratic is another one. Idiocratic. Interesting. And then there's the idiosyncrasy word, which is a completely different word as well. Well, actually, idiosyncrasy and idiocracy are very closely related. Yeah. At least the dictionary word and not the movie title.
You guys are gonna sophistry this thing into a word, aren't you?
Huh? No, not at all. No, I back you up on that because I mean, misuse of words always are a trigger for me. So, like, yeah, everybody. Well, not everybody. Some people know, like, the government one is one of them, but history is the other one that is a trigger for me. Oh, history, his story, and it's like, since when were there two S's in history? Well, I mean, but you get the point. No, I don't get the point because etymologically you have no valid reason to consider that history is his story. Anyway, I get it. Got your back, bro.
Well, I think the worst one is simulation. Like, how many
But
times
actually,
every week do we hear, "Oh, is this world a simulation?" Well, like, okay, like Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, so one of those Grand Theft Auto video games. You could vaguely say that's a simulation because it vaguely resembles the real world and it's something you can observe from the real world. In order for
Look,
this to be a simulation, you have to observe a place outside of this place, which nobody even claims to do. So,
as somebody who has put some thought into that, I mean, really, it doesn't even matter. You can entertain the idea that this is a simulation, can't you? You're still going to have the question of like what kind of geometry was used to program that simulation. Okay, so like even if you do live in a simulation, what shape is it? Do you live on a fucking plane or a ball in that simulation?
well, my point is the word simulation doesn't fit. You have to find another word for it. I mean, it makes sense to say that a Grand Theft Auto video game is a lot like, well, it's not a lot like, but it's a little bit like real life in the sense of when they design those video games, those graphics templates, they don't adjust for they don't put curvature into a Grand Theft Auto video game, and that reflects real life. But that doesn't mean that real life is a simulation. You got to find a different word for that. I don't know what word you got to find, but you got to find a different word.
I find most of the time when people say that, oh, this world could just be a simulation, that's kind of like their stopping point is just at the term simulation and thinking about it being something that is representative of like a video game or something like that. But their brain stops at it's a simulation and they don't think about a simulation of what, by whom, or by what.
Yeah. Yeah, because like if you're gonna try to simulate something in this 99% of the time, you're trying to simulate reality. I mean, maybe 100% of the time. That's what a simulation is, right? You're trying to simulate reality, like the root reality that you live in. So to make it as authentic as possible, well, how do they achieve that? I guess is the question. And they don't typically do it around a ball or anything like that. You can simulate reality better with flat geometry. It's simpler and so on and so forth. I think it's a cop out a lot of times when people and again, which is funny because as somebody who's definitely looked into the simulation or pondered on it anyway, like when I hear other people talking about it, often it sounds kind of like a cop out. It's
It's a total cop out.
Yeah, they're basically saying like reality can be different for me and than it is for you. You have your reality and I have my reality, and that's no, that's not how that would work.
Yeah, I feel like it's a total cop out in the way of like the same way that the vast universe and we are an insignificant speck, blah blah blah. It's a cop out into a whole nother subconscious thinking of nothing matters because nothing's real anyway.
It goes back to the law of non-contradiction as the foundational axiom to the argument. Right?
Yeah.
The ontological primitive. It's been a little while since I heard QE's dissertation on that. Could you explain how it's that?
Well, is the law of non-contradiction the same thing as the ontological primitive?
No, is that what you said? Non-contradiction? Did I throw that in there just all fucking?
No, it's okay.
No, they're two different things.
It's been since like Jedi was around since I heard the ontological primitive.
Two completely different things. I thought I don't know why. For some reason, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, law of non-contradiction, I think, is the easiest non-religious axiom to argue from. That seems to be easy for a high percentage of people to be on board with.
Yeah.
Well, from my perspective, like we don't know the real truth of this reality. I mean, we can come up with all kinds of theories of what it may be, but we don't know. So, like, people coming up with simulation theory, I mean, I can't really knock it. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but like, I don't really know. So,
See, people always like to take it into simulation, and in some ways, it's fitting. But like when I do talk about the Mandela effect or whatever, fluid reality might be a better way of putting it, where things are not necessarily always bound by like these laws of physics that we seem to understand very arrogantly as being the only laws of truth. And like there's sometimes things could, it's possible anyway, that sometimes things could happen that either just get missed or they're subtle, or that nobody's really done a good study on it or whatever. But like, these sort of weird supernatural type things that people report, they're kind of hard to isolate. Like there's more going on to this world, to this reality, than what we pretend to understand. Like we're very arrogant.
I think it makes more sense to say life is but a video game.
Right. Well, okay, so yeah, I tend to when I think of it down that train, a lot of you have heard me say it. Like it's more of a think of it being like God's dream. Like it feels like a dream world. Sometimes when you're in a dream, it seems very real, and all of this. Sometimes you just see things, or there's things that just don't make sense, and it's almost like, well, it's like it just changed, kind of like how a dream can morph. Like why is that impossible? How would you notice it?
Yeah, until you quote unquote woke up, whatever the fuck that means. And then,
yeah.
Lou, I also wanted to comment on your talking about how we're arrogant. I'm arrogant because I'm like, hey God, why the fuck can't I know about this place? But I'm here. What the fuck, dude? Hello, you know what I mean? Like, damn, bro, that's not fair. What are we doing with this? We don't know how to observe our world. Why are we limited? What's with the limiting of anything? Why would you ever do that? Anyway,
I would call that obstinate, not arrogant.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
Yeah. Arrogant would act like you know something that or you have something over, but in case of conversation with creator, it would be more like pugnaciousness or obstinate. To be like, what the heck? And that's more like being obstinate than arrogant, in my opinion.
Yeah, I got it. No, I don't know anything. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My inability to comprehend this place is sickeningly deficient. Or I'm sorry, my ability to comprehend this place is sickeningly deficient.
Well,
See, I can't even come with the fucking words to describe
a
it.
good analogy is like, the goldfish in the fishbowl. Like, does he even realize that he's in a freaking fishbowl? Like,
nope.
They see their own reflection off the glass and they think they're looking at another guppy. They're like, oh, we got a friend.
Yeah. We've got a bird, and that bird has been talking to itself in the mirror for a year. So
that's amazing. I love that.
That's what it appears to be doing. Who knows what it actually thinks it's doing? I don't know, but what a cheerful little creature it is. baffling.
It's interesting because I think humans, something really unique about us is we will make up a story rather than admit we don't know something. And we're gonna die barely knowing more than when we started. Like, and that's like terrifying for most people. I mean, there's so much we don't know and that we'll never know. And I mean, I've accepted like that's just how it is. But like the Globers that come in here, they would rather make up a story and call it science than just say, yeah, like we don't know that.
Good afternoon. Is anybody hanging around?
Hey, Jay. How you doing, bud?
I am finer than a frog's hair to biscuit. How about yourself?
amigo.
I don't know how to... What does that mean? I'm fine, by the way.
Means hello, friend.
Oh. Frog and a half hair biscuit. What'd you say?
I said I'm finer than a frog's hair and a biscuit. There's nothing finer than a frog's hair, especially.
Isn't there? I thought maybe like silk could be finer than a frog's hair.
Do frogs have as many hairs as the Earth has curve? Or am I confused about amphibians?
Oh yeah, I don't think amphibians have any hairs, but they could, I suppose. They could, like, they could be really tiny, and I wouldn't know.
Because in biology class in the 10th grade many years ago, my biology teacher told me that all mammals are defined as creatures that have hair, and no other creature has hair except for mammals.
Wrong.
Okay.
All marsupials. It has to do with like giving like, I mean, I guess marsupials are a type of
mammal.
No, marsupials are said differently. Or oh yeah, they are a mammal.
Well, don't spiders have
no,
hair, like
there's more. It's more than just hair. It's more than just hair. It also has to do with giving birth to like living young, like so,
mammary glands and all that. I know that there's other stuff.
No eggs. Yeah, like
I'm just saying.
eggs.
I think, except for the platypus, but
no.
I
See,
thought,
that's the thing. That's yeah. That's what makes it not a mammal. I'm pretty sure.
Now, don't arachnids have hair as well?
Okay, you could call those hairs. Good call.
No, I don't know. I'm asking because I never thought about it. I just always thought it was hair, but maybe it's not hair. I'm not a arachnid specialist.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I think they consider it something different on insects. I don't think they consider it hair.
Well, here's the thing. Since I graduated high school a couple millennia ago, they've increased the whole kingdom, phylum, genome, like all that like stuff. That what was it, 7 things? I think it's like 14 now, or 17, or 11, or it's a double-digit thing. Like, I went to school when Czechoslovakia was a thing, and I remember when USSR was a thing, and obviously I was still in school when it changed to not USSR, but I remember seeing the maps change in elementary school, from USSR to Russia. But my point is, within the last 20 years, they have changed the evolutionary categorization of animals. Is anybody aware of what I'm talking about, or do I need to pull it up?
So I was doing a Google
I know what you're
search
talking about.
of it, and I say, what are the 6 different animal kingdoms? What are the 8 animal kingdoms?
7.
Animals. What are the 9 major animal phylum characteristics? Well, sounds like it's another one of those things that they can't decide, like what the definition of a species is and what the definition of evolution is, and it's supposed to be another thing that they don't agree on, but they pretend they're in agreement on.
Okay, so maybe they just added 1. Is that what it is? And I'm just off big time.
No, I think I've heard somebody else say that. So I'm going to have to look. I won't get to look till later this evening or something, but I think it depends on who you talk to, and so
Well, there's
that way,
apparently 8 taxonomies, but I think that there's another way that they break it down where it goes into double digits. I just don't know what that thing is.
you are probably correct. And,
but it didn't used to be 8. One of those is new, and I don't know which one it is.
Now, don't confuse my Google search with research. Because I literally just read the people also ask, and I left it at that. So I didn't really dig around. But
Just this is like so old. I was taught it. What's the order that goes? It's like kingdom, phylum, genus, order, species. Is that it?
Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species.
Okay, so domain might be the new one. Because it did always start with kingdom, but now they have domain, which is prokaryota and eukaryota.
Yeah, kingdom was the top before. So now we're just talking about prokaryotes and eukaryotes. I don't know. I think I don't think that counts.
Well, that's how they do it now, though, is what I'm showing. Revised Bloom's taxonomy. Wait, Bloom's taxonomy? That's something different. Never mind. Different taxonomy. Now, Bloom's taxonomy is actually a really cool topic, but not for this server. Animal taxonomy. The Cavalier Smith.
Did you get off my phone, Cat?
Oh, there it is. The 1998 model and the 2003 model. 2003 is when I finished high school. So there was a new model.
In 2003. Fuckers.
Yep, they updated it in 2003. So originally, apparently, let me look at this.
About again?
The taxonomy thing. Why do they?
12 minutes and the ladies are going to tell us to shut up, so be quick about it, Gospel.
Oh, I'm done. Y'all move on.
I could fill 12 minutes.
I don't need to fill up 12 minutes with this nonsense.
Does that when ladies' night starts?
Yeah.
Approximately.
So that way it's like ladies' afternoon if you're on the West Coast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Nobody really cares about you guys.
Yeah. Fuck, screw us, right? Well, I'm kind of glad it's in the daytime because otherwise I'd probably miss it.
Yeah, it used to be called the Seven Kingdoms model, starting in around the 80s, and they've just continued to do their sophistry.
The person who introduced me to the concept of the Earth being flat back in 2008, is responsible for getting a species of the Bushmaster snake designated. And
Bushmaster.
it was it's in South America. And the most fascinating thing is he showed me some of the correspondence. Is just the sophistry that the supposed learned scholars used. And then some of them traveled to South America to go study this. And the scholars never left the hotel. And so he was trying to get them to go out into the field with him, and they wouldn't actually go out in the field with him. And he, in time, won out, and they made the designation. But there was a guy 100 years before that made the same argument, so they named it in the honor of the previous person. And he said it became such a fiasco because there's so many different definitions of species that he said it's really hard to get all of them to even come to anything in common other than just the fact that you're stupid and you don't know what you're talking about.
So that's it. You just don't know what you're talking about?
Now,
Wow.
that's the only thing that they have in common with all these different ways of categorizing species, and the definitions of species are so different from different universities and different departments of different universities that the only thing that's common is that you and I are stupid. We just don't know it. But then everything else will be contradictory. He said that he would get one rebuttal from one person and then another rebuttal from another person, and they would be totally opposite. And he's
What's
not
funny about that is that if I want to be a scientist, all I got to do is read the same book they read. Like, I don't understand why people think that means you're intelligent. Just because you can read a book doesn't make you smart, does it?
Well, it's more along the lines that they want evidence that you paid your dues. So, in other words, you paid your $100,000 to get your doctorate. Once you've paid your
But in reality, does it really matter whether you know what you're talking about if you're telling the truth?
Yeah, no, of course not.
Right? Like, I mean, if I figure something out and you haven't figured it out, I mean, why is it when I tell you, hey, I figured something out here, why would that be anything but, hey, show me what you got, right?
So because
That's
each
where
of
the
these
crazy comes.
departments, so each of these departments, and each of these professors and other researchers, they want to get their name in on the hat. So like they want to knock you down, and then they want to come back and then later claim that, oh yeah, well I found this. He didn't find this. He was just the researcher, or not the researcher. He was the spotter, and here I'm the scientist and I found it, and then that way they all get to claim that, oh yes, I'm responsible for this.
Well,
But
that's the case here. You can have your Peace Prize.
yeah,
I don't care about credit. I just care about knowing what the truth is. To be honest with you, not about everything. I mean, there's things that I'd like to continue to lie to myself about because it protects my integrity, or should I say, it protects my psyche. But I think we all have that, right? But other than that, I mean, even if it's a crazy idea, I mean,
be right back.
all right. Go 6 minutes. Oh, I see that. That's how it's going to be, huh? Usually it's about right now when the room starts to fill up. All the crazy people show up.
They're still doing their pep talk in the visitor locker room.
Oh boy. I see. It's like that, is it?
I'm back and forth on this one here, Rookie. Just taking care of some shit today, but I mean the topic's always curvature, right? That's all we're looking for. It's just a little bit of curve. You got that measurement? Needs to be direct and physical now. You got that? Bring it in.
Well, you know, it's always in good fun when I say things. It's never to like be me, but let me be me. Just kidding.
I think you apologize too much. That's what I think.
Yeah, I know. Shut up. Shut up. Stop telling me what to do, okay?
I love it.
No, I was just saying, what are we really talking about? You know, it was like funny. And then you said,
know,
certainly a topic? Like a topic? I love that. I like the way you said that. A topic.
Well,
It's a good one. Next time somebody asks that, I'm just going to say, we're talking about a topic.
yeah. Like, if you don't know what the topic is, just say, well, it's certainly a
It
topic.
certainly is a topic. Yeah, we're talking about something we just don't know. Science and research. Yeah, I know.
Apologizing too much.
Is that Dave?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you don't like that.
He needs to apologize for apologizing too much.
Yeah, no, the worst
I'm
one,
sorry
the
that I'm so
hardest,
sorry.
the hardest apology not to make is the one after someone has said
Not to
stop
make.
apologizing, and then you're like, you want to say it's so bad right then, but nope.
Where do I get the feeling I'm being picked on?
Because you forced that upon yourself. You
I know,
choose
I
to
love it.
think that.
We
I know.
covered
Look at
this
me. I
yesterday.
jump up and down in the
You're
back of the room
recording
going, me,
something
me,
like
me,
that.
me, me. And then I don't really answer, right?
Kinda.
I've been doing that since I was a little kid, bro.
Yeah.
It was fun.
What'd you say, Lou?
I was saying we covered this like a day or two ago. I was explaining to him why I pick on him.
Right.
Don't you know that we have to go over this every day because it's all about me?
Well, we're playing characters, but we're genuine. So we're playing ourselves, but like in a
We're
fun
playing
way.
our genuine pretend.
Well, you know what I mean. I hope.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. Sometimes it's funny how you can't explain something, but it actually does make sense to everyone. That's the ones that I always wonder about.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like when Flat Earth clicked, and a lot of other things too. When I started being able to smell bullshit, I guess, like way better than I used to be able to. It was like I was like, yeah, I totally get it, and now I'm gonna try to tell you about it. And hold on, let me prepare that. Just give me a second. Fuck, how do I tell him about that? You know, it's like a gut feeling. And then I measured it, and I was like, oh, well, that's one time my gut matched it up then. Shit. I might actually have to start using my senses now. Huh? Gosh, what a novel idea.
The best way to explain it to someone is take them to the oceans. Let's just pretend we don't know what the shape of the earth is. Let's go with this. Let's just take the evidence we got. Might actually be easier, but of course they'll run away. They'll hide. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Yeah, they wouldn't have picked, you're exactly right. They wouldn't have picked the word horizon if it weren't horizontal.
Or maybe they had a thing for prostitutes.
It was like an opposite day thing. It's like April Fools when they named it the horizon. It's horizontal, but it also curves. In a lot of places.
It's such a whore.
Or horizon.
All right, yeah.
This, you know what? I love
terrible etymology.
Yeah.
I know, but I love it when it works out like that.
It doesn't work
Or
out.
when you put a word together and it sounds like a fart. That's the most funny thing in the world, isn't it? You know, like a really difficult word to pronounce,
you
like
could
something
say
that's on the back of the medicine bottle or something, and you're like, what does this word say?
So horizon isn't a compound word, so that's what I mean by it doesn't work.
the base word for it is horizontal.
Fine. That's what
I
it is.
know.
It's also super easy to just think about.
Go ahead, step all over my
which
little
came
idea.
first, the actual horizon or the globe idea?
Or means Horus, eyes. We know what your
No.
eyes are. And your eye. No? All right. Fine.
There wasn't even
I'll
an
just give
H,
you-
first of all. Original, there wasn't even an H in this word, but.
All right, it's 2:00.
But yes, eyes are
Where are the
related
ladies?
to the original etymology. I posted the etymology there.
Someone asked me the other day, well, what do you think the Earth looks like? I said, well, go look in the mirror and look at your eye real carefully. There you go. That's what it looks
Well, apparently I'm wrong. There was an H originally, and it got lost, and then they put it back.
like. Oh,
So
but there's no W, right? So we don't have to worry.
no, there's no W.
Damn, I was kind of hoping there was a connection.
Yeah, I know.
Certainly would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's funny. So instead of calling them Infinite Plane Society, you could call them Aorist Earthers. Aorist. Which here I'll post it so nobody's confused. Without boundaries is what aorist means. So that's a kind of interesting related
horizon part.
Is that the idea of like an infinite world, self-generating as consciousness perceives it?
Oh, cringe.
So does the eyes on? Does that mean eyes on?
What do you mean cringe? Come on.
It's so cringe to me. Reality creating itself when you look at it, that quantum Kabbalah, Book of Zohar stuff, it makes me cringe that anybody is okay with that. Like, Mark Sargent was talking about that on some video the other day, and I looked into it, some other videos of other people saying that, like, when you're not looking at something, that thing in reality is pixelated, but when you look at it, it comes into resolution. That to me is so cringe. And where's the ladies?
That is fascinating. Well, okay, so like I don't think I think you're kind of making a jump between. Look, and I kind of agree with you. I get why you're saying it's cringe. Trust me, but
okay.
It sounds to me like Mark Sargent or whatever it was you were listening to. They're taking it to a whole extra cringy level, though. With that,
yeah,
like it doesn't have to be that cringe. I don't think is what you're describing.
I got you. Well, he was putting it that way, and I was just like, this guy. Why are we talking about? Why are we letting this guy talk? Flat Earth Music Bot. I know. I'm a Debbie Downer.
Oh no!
I'm a calf killer too. I'm a golden calf killer. I'm a dead horse feeder and a golden calf killer. It's just in my nature.
And you do it all from a pedestal.
It almost sounded like Paz then, Gospel.
What's that?
What'd you say? I'm a golden calf killer. What's it mean?
At a break pedestal.
No, Lou added the pedestal thing. I said golden calf and dead.
Now you get it, don't you? Okay.
Dead horse feeder. That's the other one. I beat the dead horses.
Right. Well, just as long as you don't look them in the mouth.
Don't look.
And don't look long in the face.
I thought it was don't look a prize horse in the mouth. Not a dead horse in the mouth.
It's a racehorse.
It's gift horse. It's gift horse. Don't
Oh,
look at gift horse.
Yeah, GIF horse. Yeah. Or maybe that means G-force in space.
Don't look at G-force in the mouth. Oh my gosh. Talk about ruining an expression. Gift horse. Thank you. You're right.
I know, it's funny how that all worked out. We should write that down and make a joke out of it. One that actually is.
Where is Mary Mom?
I did not. I'm sure she's been paged by now. Somebody's probably did. Unless she's not going to be here.
Bushel, are you here for ladies' night?
I wonder if
Level up to control last week.
Dandelion's coming. Or is Dandelion the one that's not coming?
She's here.
Make me do it again.
Yeah, you're so good last week, though.
Oh, somebody.
Yeah, I am not. I'm so not an MC or anything.
Well, we can help
I
with it. Whatever you want.
Huh?
Whatever you need help with, let us know.
Oh, let's see. She says she can be there shortly. She'll be driving and hopes she will be able to hear her.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, Gospel Bear, you were talking about, and things coming into, like they were pixelated and come into focus. That I haven't heard that variation of it, but I've heard that basically from the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, that somehow this means that things don't come into being unless there is a knower. And
yeah,
one question I never had answered is that, okay, suppose as a common occurrence, birds fly right into windows and knock themselves out, right? Who imagined the window? I mean, nobody was looking at it. The bird didn't expect it, obviously, and yet somehow the window materialized. So what's the explanation for that?
Yes, and we trip over things that we didn't see, and there's probably a million examples. You can be on an unknown path, a path that you've never, before traveled again on, be blindfolded, and walk into a wall or whatever the case. And then you have to invoke some type of extra dimensional awareness, like the sixth sense concept, in order to say, well, it's there and you did know it. You just knew it in a sixth sense kind of way. Like that's
Are you
that's
talking
what you
about
have
the
to
idea that the only reason why when you sit on a chair, it holds you up is because you believe it?
Not really. It's
I
a
heard
matter
something like that,
of.
and I thought that was kind of silly.
It's a matter of perceiving something that it doesn't really actually even exist unless someone is perceiving it at that moment in some way.
Right, yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
But
kind of like
supposedly
fringe
the quantum
stuff.
eraser. Oh, go ahead.
No, I thought you were talking about like the slot experiment and all that stuff. Is that what you're talking about? That kind of stuff?
Yeah, kind of.
Superposition.
I mean, the goal of, well, I wouldn't say goal, but end result that people will often conclude of the quantum eraser experiment is because knower, and therefore anything exists because God is always knowing it. And yet, at the same time, I think it's misapplied. The conclusions of the quantum eraser experience. Somewhere I have a critique of it as to what conclusions can be drawn. And somebody did another thought experiment with two people, blindly choosing cards and stuff. I'll have to see if I can find that, but it kind of puts the question in the conclusion that somehow the QE experiment proves an ultimate knower. Now, of course, everybody knows I already believe in God for other reasons, but I don't personally am not convinced that the QE experiment reaches that conclusion. I think there's a logical error in there somewhere, and that it doesn't mean that things only exist when somebody knows they exist. They exist independently because that's what my view of what's true is. It's not something that's relative to anything. It's true because it exists because it just exists, and people can't make up their own ideas of what's true and what's real. That things exist independently of our thoughts or perceptions. But I'll see if I can find that critique of it.
The Mark Sargent claim was that there was this computer that could read your brain signals, and in regards to pick a number 1 through blank, what number are you thinking? That there was a computer that could answer the question and tell definitively. This was the claim. I think it's hilarious that they would claim this, but the computer could tell what number you were going to say 8 seconds before the question was asked. That was the claim. And these are the sorts of claims that I shake my head at and I ridicule because, you're not a believer. Whatever. I don't care what I am. No, that's not, I'm not cool with that. Yeah, I would have to have a preponderance of evidence for that to be demonstrated to me over and over again. And it would have to, I mean,
you would have to have one of those computers yourself and test it for yourself.
I would have to test it for myself, and I'd have to have a trustworthy counterpart with me that would confirm that they didn't, that they weren't pulling one over on me, right? Another person that I trust. Like, there would have to be a setup, right, for you to know that you weren't being bamboozled. But that was the claim, and that's where I shake my head and roll my eyes and face palm. And
it seems to me to be an infinite regress fallacy. Because somebody knew it before it happened, or anybody thought of it. Well, what caused that to be known, and then what caused that to be known? That's like I said, I think that's an infinite regress fallacy.
Well, they're claiming that the computer is a prophet. That's what they're claiming.
Yeah, and I found that critique I was talking about. If you want, I got 5 paragraphs that I can post from it. That it was, I think, a conclusion. It's one of the comments there. If that's okay to do, I don't know. I'll probably run out too many characters. No, it's going to let me. How about that? Alice and Bob. Those names come up a lot. You want me to read it, or?
I've been hearing that a lot, and I've been trying to figure out. I don't watch every video that people post, but I mean, I thought I missed something when I heard their name. I was like, who are they?
You've got the floor. Level up. It's all yours.
Wow. But is it a level floor?
I'm pretty certain. Even in my 100-year-old home, things are pretty level.
Dude, not this one. This one's like 130. My kitchen slopes like 3.5 inches. It's fucked up.
They should have used a liquid to level that.
Lots of things are a little out of line.
No, liquid. Oh my god, I've thought about that. Okay, sorry, ladies' night. This is not good, but I thought about that, but it would just build up so much, and then it would create way more issues near the stairs and the door and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like it would just fuck everything up. I just got to live with it.
Yeah.
So I'll read this out if you want. I got some links on the Livestream voice text. They gave this hypothetical example, and even then you got to think about it and read it a couple times. But it says Alice and Bob are playing a game. Bob had a 6-sided die, a 2-sided coin, and a small empty box to put the coin in. He rolls the die and gets a result between 1 and 6, puts the coin in the box, heads up if the result is even, otherwise tails up. He writes down his die roll and carefully hands the box to Alice. Alice now has a choice. She can either A, just open the box, or B, shake the box before she opens it, randomizing the coin. Then she writes down whether the coin was face up or face down, and also writes down whether or not she shook the box. And after repeating the process many times, Alice and Bob compare notes, and they notice something amazing. Alice's choice seems to have affected Bob's die rolls, even though Bob wrote down his results before Alice's choice. When Alice shook the box, the distribution of die rolls was flat, but when she didn't, the distribution was banded. conditioned on the unshook coin being heads, the die roll was always even. Clearly, there's some sort of retrocausal effect. That's what quantum eraser experiment is concluded to prove. Some people say.
Claiming, yeah.
Yeah. The mistaken in the DCQE, which is delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, is exactly the same as the mistaken reasoning being made in that last paragraph. It's unnecessarily interpreting correlation as retrocausality. What do you think?
Checks out. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But I think it's really good sophistry. I see the quantum eraser argument or the double split experiment thing as
double split. I know people will laugh you to scorn for that, but anyway, double split.
I meant to say slit. Did I say
Right.
split?
It sounded like it, but I'm half deaf, so.
Yeah, I just see it as really well written sophistry.
They're extrapolating from what we see from these electrons into everything else. So like all matter and everything just ceases to exist in some people's mind because of what they heard about this.
Right. That's the problem. I think there's a logical leap going on from what appears to be retrocausality to all of reality. And, it even starts with you have to split a photon. How the heck do you do that? I mean, from what I could find out, isolating a photon means having a light source and turning it up until only you can just barely start to detect light. This is what they're calling a photon. Because I always used to wonder, how do you isolate a photon? They're not even sure what's in a photon. Obviously we know that it's in the electromagnetic spectrum because of the photoelectric effect. I mean, this is a real thing. In electronics school, we used to build circuits with photocells. That's how photocells work. So there's some kind of electrical property in light. But to get a piece or quantum of light, which is, quantum just means a particle, basically, how do you get a particle of light, a photon? And supposedly that's it. They just have, it's like turning on a faucet until you get the very first hint of water coming out. And
that's basically how they do it.
Yeah, that's just seems kind of dodgy to me. If you're starting with a bad premise, how can you take any conclusion drawn from it? I mean, it's interesting.
I agree with you.
Level Up, I'd like to mention that TL Gino is here. I'm not sure how you all do things with new people on Ladies Night.
Well, normally Marymon handles that, and I think she's she's here now. So if she wants to take up that, are you able to talk?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Cool. Take it away.
Oh, okay. Did you officially start, or we're just starting now?
Well, I kind of filled time until other people got here to do most of the talking.
Yeah, we were just basically trying to keep time with.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you guys brought up that whatever you were talking about when I came in, because the last ladies' night, I don't remember if it was actually part of it or if it was the after show where people were talking about some kind of like remote. They were talking about remote viewing. They were calling it something else. But it's basically the same kind of thing, which I view as a psyop where, the government can read your thoughts from remote and manipulate you. Like, if you were in charge of, if you had a monopoly on the media and so on, and you also, liked hoarding resources, controlling people and so on, you might put that story out there too, because that'd be real handy if people believe that you could control their minds from afar. Then not only would they be accused of having thought crime if they actually, posted something that was an unauthorized thought. You can actually find out if they're going to have the unauthorized thought before they even have it. That's an even better psyop, and people actually believe this stuff. I mean, I just find it humorous, but yeah. I'm glad you guys are putting a stop to that kind of nonsense, because I actually, by that time of ladies' night last week, it was like, the train was so far off the rails. I didn't even want to comment on that. We're going from Mandela effect to the government controlling your brain to it's like, I guess you guys just really like speculating about stuff. I'll just go to bed. So anywho, but we're at a new ladies' night, so let's try to keep it empirical tonight. It's March 18th, 2022, and we've got so we have this TLG note, which I guess doesn't have any rules, but instead of sending them to the check-in, I'm just going to unmute them right here. Level Up's here. KJ's here, I think. Yes, Glasslow Best. Hi, KJ. How are you? You might not be able to unmute right now, so that's fine. But if you ever want to unmute, you know you have a free reign to do so at any time because we always like hearing from you. And I saw that Karma might be joining us, so that's cool. So I'll just go ahead and unmute the person, see if they...
I did that for you.
We already did? Okay, cool.
You're free to speak, TLG now.
Yeah, TLG, if you just want to say hi to us, no pressure. You don't have to... you don't even have to defend your fantasy globe model because if you're a glober, because it's too much effort for most people. They just want to believe, and that's perfectly acceptable. But if you want to defend it, you or anyone listening, either on YouTube or anywhere, feel free. We're ready for that globe evidence. Discord.gg/Flat Earth is the vanity URL. You can type that into any web browser, and it will immediately take you to this Discord server. That's discord.gg/Flat Earth, FLATEARTH, no space. And then you can either come right in the live stream and we'll unmute you, or you can go up to the check-in and ping someone, and I'm sure we can come up with someone if you don't want to do it in the live stream. And that goes for you too, TL. If you don't want to talk to everyone here, because we are on YouTube, and you'd rather go up to the check-in and talk to someone, feel free to do that. The VC check-in is up there toward the top under the lobby. So you go into one of those audio channels, VC check-in 1 or VC check-in 2, and then in the VC check-in voice text, ping a silver, gold, or mod, and someone will be there to help you.
Khaled, you're unmuted.
Khaled, how are you?
You there, Mary Mom?
Yes?
Oh, okay. Somebody was unmuted and said hello. I didn't catch the name.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear them say hello. Was it Khaled?
Yeah, I think that's who it was.
Oh,
They left. I just told them that they were unmuted, and they never said anything.
Okay, I thought I heard somebody say hello.
Well, we've got Truth Seeker here, Rabbit PFP.
Hi.
Hey. How's it going?
Good, good. How's it going with you guys? Girls, gals.
Good. Are you new to us?
I am, and new to Discord. So this is my, yep. And new to Flat Earth. Everything's new for me.
Oh, great. Welcome.
Thanks.
How'd you find out about the Flat Earth?
Through the app. Through David Weiss's app.
Oh, okay. The FE clock?
Yes.
Wow. So how did you end up just happening to download the app?
Well, it's been several months that I was, I think I started off with being cooped up with COVID, looking at just for fun some of the moon landing conspiracy, I thought, oh, well, this is all very interesting. Then I saw the whole thing about the flat earth stuff. And of course I went first, you Google it and you find the Flat Earth Society and all that. And I went, God, that's crazy. And then I looked into it a little bit more and listened to Eric Dubé a lot, Mark Sargent, his channel, and over the past, I say, 4 months, then I downloaded the app, and now I'm here.
That is great. I'm happy for you that you found, David Weiss and then us, like, so soon after being led down the rabbit hole of the Flat Earth Society. That's good. You didn't just get stuck there.
Yeah, it's great that he's serving up the videos that are hard to find. You can't, I found out quickly it's really hard to find anything through the searches. So what I'd be doing is I'd be going on to One Flat Earther's YouTube, and then I'd look up the other ones that they have in their favorite playlists, and then I'd find other people through that, and then I'd go through their things. And so when I saw him, David Weiss, demonstrating his app, and he had all the videos and easy to pull up, and he's got a video every day. I was like, he's brilliant. He's really helping, I guess, the flat Earth movement along to get out there through the app, for sure.
Yeah, when I first got that app, I used to watch his video of the day every day. Yeah, I haven't actually. I've kind of gotten away from that, but they are good. Yeah, I agree. And it's a nice curated collection. You can look back at all of them. Yeah, that is a good way to do it, like treasure hunt, like you mentioned, where it's kind of like you find one decent source, so you kind of follow them back and look at their playlist and stuff like that. And we have a lot of information in the A to Z channels here. Have you seen those down at the bottom of the server?
No, I haven't. I only went to the main one here, just started today, like 2 hours ago. Hopped on and had my first conversation with everybody, and then they told me about ladies' night. So I said, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely come." So I haven't really explored around yet, but and I'm still feeling my way with Discord. So hopefully, I'll be able to find everything.
I'm going to be driving through Amish Paradise here for about 5 minutes. If I disappear, that's why. But then I'll be back in civilization shortly.
You're in Amish country, you say?
Yes. It's a great place to be. It's just lots of places don't have cell signals because they don't need them.
Oh yeah. Are you in? I live near Amish country myself in Pennsylvania, so I didn't know if you what state.
I'm in Michigan. I think Michigan didn't maybe used to be known for Amish, but like they are flocking here like crazy. There didn't used to be a lot, but now this community is just gigantic.
Yeah.
Bigger all the time.
I heard about that. Well, it's good. I have a friend of mine who or a friend of the family, she had a business where she had outside wooden playgrounds for kids and tree houses and things, and a freak tornado came by and decimated all the things that she had, and the Amish came out and they rebuilt everything and wouldn't take a penny for it. They said that's what they're there for. That's what neighbors are for. So nice community.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are like that totally. Yeah.
So how long has Ladies' Night been going on?
It started in April of 2020, I think. So yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it was definitely April. It definitely wasn't last April, so it must have been the April before. Yeah, so almost 2 years now. Wow. Yeah, next month we'll be celebrating our 2-year anniversary. We want to have a party.
Great. I wonder why this is all, the gentleman from the main channel was telling me that it's mostly male dominated. So do you have a sense of like, is the community at large, is it mostly like 70-30 or?
Oh my gosh. We're not even close to 70-30 here. At least it's like people who are actively participating. Like I'm more like, I don't know what you think level up. Like we're probably more like 90-10. I don't know, but
interesting.
Yeah, I would say so.
Starting to robot a little bit there at the end. It's probably Amish country.
Are we
she's roboting really bad.
On the moon.
Reason? Are we?
Mary Mom, we're getting about every fifth word.
Somebody had to record these and then play them back when they're.
Yeah, she's out of range or something.
I think she said something about driving past Amish country with no cell signal, so that her signal probably just died or whatever.
Yeah. She
But
said
I
it would
think-
only be for a few minutes.
Yeah. And I think also, rather than say it's male dominated, I would say, well, okay, yeah, it's male dominated, but not in a negative way. It's we have more men because I think more men are active in these type of subjects. I think not as many women seek out this type of things like the server. You have to be a certain type of woman to do that. A lot of women, I think, are just like, oh, okay, it's fine. Because a lot of the men in here have either sisters, mothers, or wives that know it's flat, but they always have to get dragged in here more often than not. It's more common that men are just randomly searching for this or checking out, researching it.
And when the lady has a man she trusts that is looking into this and is trying to spread the information, she can focus on her own things and keeping the house working and
kind of
kids.
kind of like when we work together. Yeah, kind of like me and my brother. Well, he has time to research all this stuff and he has a passion for it, so I don't have to worry as much about that. I worry more about the household and making sure grandma and mom ate today, make sure he ate today. Even though he cooked today, I organized the shit. And meanwhile, he just brings me all the best shit. And I wouldn't have even ever been on the server if he hadn't kind of, dragged me here.
Yeah,
What a deal, though. You do all the household chores and he just researches all day? Man, what's the deal?
No.
Serious, you got this figured out.
Delegating tasks. Like I am because I'm the housewife type in this house because mom's too old to do that anymore. So now I'm the guy that's like, okay, we have to plan dinner right now because we have to do this. We have to think about grandma. I keep on track of what's supposed to be done. So I'll be the one who comes in and goes, okay, you need to go do this. And he'll be like, okay, I'll go do that for me. I can call and be like, hey, I need you to take out this trash, do this, and then drive grandma to this place. And he just takes care of it. Like I can count on him to do anything that needs to be done. It's just I'm a bit of the organizer and he's the researcher, delegating tasks.
Division of labor.
That's the one. Division of labor. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, everybody's different. I mean, not to go down the forbidden topic of, I hate to say gender roles because I don't believe in role playing, but I think there are certain tendencies, but it's like for me, I'm kind of an odd mix of, and I'm sure lots of people would agree, an odd mix of both worlds because I am the organizer. I've always done like take care of the bills and make sure things happen when they're supposed to. But I've also always been a researcher, whether, being brought up in a Christian home and I studied, it was just my thing to study all sorts of theological texts, even as a kid. And so I got used to researching, and that's kind of my mentality is to analyze data. I was a programmer as an electronic engineering, but at the same time, when I got married and had kids, I wanted to stay home with the kids. So I was a stay-at-home mom and did homeschooling. So I'm kind of got one foot in both worlds. So I just think the important thing is not to pigeonhole people. Not that anybody was doing that, but just to make sure that,
You have a really good point though, because this is you're doing what I would say you're describing a good balance of having masculine and feminine, because it's not bad to be very feminine or very masculine, so long as you don't overdo it. Everything can be overdone. That's when it gets toxic or whatever you want to call it. But the same thing is in both men and women. You can have too feminine or too masculine, where it starts being detrimental to yourself. A masculine woman or a woman who knows how to be masculine and take charge and be assertive when she needs to be, but also knows how to be vulnerable and do the emotional thing and all that stuff, and do the motherly bit, that's just a well-balanced woman. Because a woman who can only do the soft things she'll have a hard time standing up and doing the confrontation. Like I used to be super shy, super feminine, and my brother is the one who helped me get more assertive and understand the masculine side of things and just get more balance there. So this is a very interesting topic to me.
The males are too masculine and don't have enough femininity. They don't understand the women. They step all over them and fight.
Yeah,
because they're not. They don't have that softness.
A good example is, for instance, one of my best friends. She used to have what is that? Is it called thyroid? The weird
thyroid, yeah.
Yeah, there's a thyroid or something. She had an imbalance or disorder. So she was very fat because she'd gained weight very fast. And she was very bossy and she'd be very masculine. And then once they figured out she had this medical problem, she got drugs for it, which balanced her hormones and everything. And all of a sudden she wasn't being as bossy and telling him what to do with her husband. And she's like, oh, I don't like the fact that I've been so controlling. I want to know what you want and I'm going to let you take some charge. And turns out he was a very feminine man and he felt uncomfortable taking charge. And they ended up divorcing because he was like, no, I want a bossy, controlling woman who tells me what to do because I need that, someone who takes charge. And then she's like, I want a equal partner now who's balanced like I am now. So they didn't mesh anymore. They just left as friends. But I think it was a good show of how the balance between masculine and feminine, it's often just a dynamic. Even if the man is feminine, so long as the woman's masculine, they can work in a really good, beneficial way where they complement each other. And
right, exactly.
It can also work platonically. Just like me and my brother, we've been helping each other get better at the masculine, the feminine, and the balance, and understanding each other better just through good communication, which of course is key.
I think that's the important thing, is not that society should lay down hard and fast rules of one size fits all, that you sit here and you sit there and don't try to switch places because it's just wrong because we said it is. When if couples just do what works for them, then it winds up a lot better. And people, it happens like when there's a single parent for one reason or another. I mean, usually one side or the other gets shafted or blamed for single parent households. I'm not going to get into all that junk, but the point is that when that happens, sometimes when you were balanced, that suddenly you're not, and you have to be both sides, and it's a struggle. And so I think that society needs to be more prepared to deal with that situation and know that that's a problem, that you've just lost half of your team. And somehow you have to be, playing both sides of the ball, so to speak. And it's hard. And I think people should have more compassion for single parents, whether it's male or female. I think they should try to recognize which kind of personality the single parent has, because it isn't necessarily the dominant or the submissive, that they need to have a little bit of the other side, one way or another. But there's an awful lot of people in bad relationships who like to give relationship advice, and I think that's probably bad too.
Oh, totally agree with everything you just said, and I love what you just said because this is something that we pay special attention to at work. I work with kids, and for instance, like let's take a single mom with a son as an example. If the mom has become more masculine because she had to take charge and be a disciplinarian in the home, the kid might seek out an employee who is the more soft, comforter, the mommy type, the one that always gets called mom by the kids. If he has a soft mom who has a problem disciplining because she's too soft, then he seeks out the male role model that is laying down the law and the discipline, and he will respect that guy, and we will actually try to foster that relationship. If we see something like that, like a kid is bonding with a staff member because he's getting what he needs there, we will have that open discussion. The other staff members will know about it. And if I see that kid looking upset and he doesn't want to talk to me, I know exactly who to get and be like, hey, this guy needs a pep. And that guy will, all of a sudden, his role model shows up and he's feeling better in 5 minutes. Like all the little psychological stuff behind this we talk about, and I'm shaking with adrenaline because this is one of my passions right now.
Awesome.
Is everybody mostly in the States here? It seems, Karma, I I'm looking at your avatar. I don't know if that's actually you, and listening to your voice. I don't know if you're from Ireland or somewhere else. I'm just curious how many people are in the States. How wide is the reach in the community?
You were one letter off. I'm from Iceland, and yes, that is my picture. We
Oh,
are 300.
Iceland.
Yeah, we are 350,000 people here, and I live in the
No.
capital. And I work with a after-school program where we have 8 like centers of this with 8 paired with 8 kindergartens. No, not kindergartens. What's the name of it? Like grade school, grade school,
Mm.
6 years old and up. And that means I'm technically working for the city or the state or whatever. But
Oh.
we also coordinate all our work all over the country so that when we have some kind of lecture or resource to help the kids, it's shared amongst all the places, and they try to get all the employees throughout all the country to have resources to help the kids. And I'm even going to be translating on a lecture soon because we're trying to do this online now. So because we're such a small country, we have a huge reach, really. We reach most schools, but it's just a question of, do we have the kids in our program or not? Because we have, for instance, like over 90% of the kids in grade school from first grade to fourth grade are in my after school program, and we have over 100 kids, and we have more kids than the building allows. Yeah, in my school. And in the last program I worked for, we had a similar rate, but third and fourth grade, they start lowering the numbers, starts being like 40%, 30% attendance. So it really depends on districts, whether you have all the kids in the neighborhood or not. And it depends on how good the program is. Because I know we have a really good boss, for instance, where I'm working, which means we have a lot of freedom to improve things as we wish, and they listen a lot to what the kids need, then they do it. if that
Well,
makes
that's
sense.
great. I have a friend. I do website development, and I have a friend who had a website called Eye on Iceland for a very long time. So she introduced me to some Icelandic artists that I've helped with their websites. So I've been meaning to go there. But of course, everything's, travel is very iffy now in terms of where you can go and all the rules and stuff. So I'm just waiting for everything to open up again. But
Well, if you do, we'll definitely meet up.
oh, that would be awesome.
I was just going to say, I'm a retired web developer, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yes, I was, when you were talking about your background, I was definitely that was resonating with me. I sort of have both sides of the brain and do a lot of technical stuff, but in with the web development, I also have that more artistic role with the actual design. So I'm a mix myself, I guess, of what you people would consider, those two different energies, if you will. But definitely more comfortable with technology. So that's one of the things that's limiting people to, and maybe science in general. I don't know. I don't want to stereotype why it would be more
Right.
male dominated, but I guess that's um it's just very interesting that that would be the case.
Yeah, there's all the stereotyping and the way children are steered one way or another. Of course, now that's changing all kinds of wrong ways. But um, I was always interested more in science and technology, although my aptitudes were more on English and communication. So, yeah, always the strange mix. But the thing is that you get shoved one way or another depending on what other people expect from you. And this causes a lot of, I think in regards to the problem at hand or the question at hand as to why there aren't more women on the panels, especially, is a lot of it's because to get to this point, the women who are here are already used to bucking the system. And most women, it seems, most people, I would say in general, don't like to go against the flow. And so if the flow is that men do technology and women do arts and crafts, then, because of those preconceived stereotypes, then of course we're not going to find a lot of women in this realm. But at the same time, I think it just to be fair, it goes the other way. There are probably other topical servers or whatever that are dominated by women. But I just think that it's, in trying to explain why it is in Flat Earth, it has a lot to do with stereotypes and that people, even in the Flat Earth community, carry. And like I said, I'm not going to get too far into that because there will be fur flying if I do. So just past experience.
I work a lot with the Photoshop and video editing, and so when I was astonished. You just think that there's all those Earth photos, and then but I kind of knew like the stuff with the moon. I could see I looked into the whole photography of it, and the backdrops, and it's just as a if you know anything, well, I can't even say if you know anything about it because to a layperson it's pretty obvious too. But when you are a graphic designer and you know the tools and you see people walk through, the doing the different levels on the images to show the how things have been cut and pasted, and I mean that really got my attention. So it's so I guess that's what also drew me into the whole rabbit hole. And I think it just takes one or two things to really hook you and like say, yeah, that's really fake, or that really makes sense, or I never knew this, that there's a whole pocket of like all the experiments that have been done and I never knew about them. And it's just it's really mind-boggling. But I guess you have to have the wherewithal to I don't know, have open-mindedness enough to explore it without it threatening your worldview.
Right. That saying about being able to entertain an idea without having to accept it or reject it. I know it's been posted before. I can never remember the exact words, but yeah, that and most people in general aren't willing to do that.
I think people are afraid of the stigmatization too.
Yes.
Like, I guess I've always been sort of a maverick and not really care so much what people say about me, or I don't take offense to a lot of things. I'm like live and let live, but I'm just asking a question. There's no harm in asking a question. There's no harm in just talking about an idea. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think that some people are afraid to go there. They're even afraid to just talk about it because they're afraid how people are going to see them.
Right. And for the time being, it's still more socially acceptable for men to talk about data and women to talk about people. And if you don't fit the paradigm, you're going to take a lot of abuse one way or another on either side. And people, even if you take that for a while, it gets old and you get tired of it and you learn to just shut up and keep things to yourself. But I'm hoping that people here in the Flat Earth community can start to realize that, because it does happen. I mean, people who are awakened to the truth suddenly want to go back to the familiar territory of the stereotypes and try to keep people in their boxes. It's just, something I think that we're need to be more aware of. But, here again, it's like I said, people with many broken relationships giving relationship advice is something we don't even realize we're doing sometimes. We need to raise awareness.
Yeah. I as I was going through a lot of these different videos and things, and I'm sort of I sort of like that 24/7 Globe Busters YouTube channel. Kind of have that in the background sometimes when I'm working, and occasionally be like something, oh, I hadn't heard about that argument, or I hadn't looked into something. So I love new information. I like learning new things, but at the same time, I was like, when I was a kid, when I was like a real young kid, I used to think about, why, I can't feel the earth move, or like why when a helicopter takes off that that it just doesn't stand still and let the earth move underneath it. I remember having these kind of thoughts and questions. You just sort of natural. I'm just wondering if anybody can remember back when they were young, did they ever kind of question things about the world in that way? Because we are taught to not honor our own sensibilities. Learn what you're taught and not what's observable.
Right. And questioning the narrative has gotten worse, if anything, much worse now. You're not allowed to question the narrative. And if it changes every other day, you're just supposed to roll with it. It's totally 1984 now. And, there's so much peer pressure to go along that if anything is out of the ordinary, I mean, even 7 years ago when I first got in, started hearing about people talk about flat Earth, I would go to the big conspiracy message boards, and I noticed the first thing I noticed was that flat Earth was shunted to what I called the ghetto, where they put the Christians also. So I happen to notice where the ghettos are. They put them in a back corner, out of, you can't talk about this in the main, right? So
Yeah.
I said, well, okay, I'm going to look for these conspiracies that even the worst conspiracy theorists won't touch. They've shunted it in a corner, and that's where I found the flat earthers and started getting into it there. And it's like, how is it that this idea of the shape of the earth is so shameful that you can't even talk about it in the giant conspiracy boards that will talk about any crazy thing you can think of, whether it's UFO, something about UFOs or alternate timelines or anything else. Nothing is off the table except flat Earth. And that, when they do that, when they isolate and shame, if you're a true truth seeker, that's where you go because you want to find out what it is they're afraid of.
Well, in some ways, that's where I think the powers that be, or the technocracy of shutting things down, the more things that are censored. When I would go and I guess I don't know how long that YouTube put that little disclaimer, flat Earth is an archaic thing that's been scientifically
Right.
disproven. Whatever, how it's the more they do that kind of stuff, the more I'm actually inclined to believe it because they're trying to suppress this message coming out. If it had no consequence to the establishment, it would just be ignored. So that's what and I wonder if that is the Streisand effect. I wonder if that it happens to other people. That I mean, certainly there's been so many mixed I mean, I don't want to get onto whole politics, but the whole like Hunter Biden laptop that people are now acknowledging is true. I mean, it seems like truth just changes day to day now. So anything that's suppressed that later is, who knows, maybe they'll be announcing that this is all true in 5 years.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people already saying that they're going to say that, of course, we never went to the moon. Anything they want to change from one day to the next, they will. And again, it's exactly like 1984, where we've always been at war with East Asia or whatever it is, and they attribute it to false memories, which sounds an awful lot to me like Mandela effect. I'm not going to try to open that can of worms again, but I think it's a psyop. But that's just me.
Well, I think the whole moon thing is really fascinating to me. That's the biggest mystery of all this. In considering it is just like, is so. There's two things. So, there's that one. I don't know if he was a scientist. I guess he was a scientist, maybe a physicist who, back in the 60s, said that he didn't think that we'd be landing on the moon, that the moon was plasma. And then, then there's the debate whether or not the moon is actually reflecting sunlight and that the moonlight is cool, on the cool side, whereas sunlight is warm. So if it's giving off its own light, and then there's, the videos of the lunar wave. Is it is something projected into this realm, and it's do we really have a firmament where there's waters above, and so we're seeing sort of like a wave go across the image of the moon. So that's the big, but I love the fact that there's mystery, in some ways, it's fun, I think, to
Right.
explore these different ideas. So
Well,
some people
go
get
ahead.
really threatened by it, but at the same time, they'll be like, well, what difference does it make to my life? And like, well, if it doesn't make any difference, then why not entertain the possibilities?
Right. I mean, it's the idea of whether you will be triggered by a different idea or whether you'll examine it to see. And there are some things I just hear about and go, nah, I just don't have any interest in it. It's, not my hill to die on. But other things like the moon, for example, I've always liked to watch the sky. And I've got, I don't know how many hundred pictures of the moon and the sun. And regarding the moon, my personal opinion is that it is a physical object, but it's translucent because I did a video on this where I have this one trackball. I used to have a trackball that went bad, and I kept the ball because it looks solid and it looks kind of speckled like, and you can't see through it. But if you shine a really bright flashlight on it, it glows with its own light from within. And that's the meaning of translucent, because some parts of it are transparent, but the light has to bounce around inside and then come out. And so,
well, there
even
was
though
there was that didn't they ping the moon and it rang like a bell? Wasn't that an actual scientific discovery at one point? Which people were saying it was a hollow moon.
I don't know if anybody really, quote unquote, pinged the moon. I'd like to know details about this pinging. But the thing is that, looking at it optically, I see surface shadows when it's not full. Wherever the terminator line is, it has surface shadows. That can only happen from an external light. I tried every substance I could think of that was somewhat spherical and had a bumpy surface or this or that or a smooth one. You cannot get surface shadows without an external light. So there's light coming to the moon from somewhere. I don't care whether it comes from the sun or not, or whether it's charged in a way that we don't see, like some other EM energy, whatever it seems to charge. But whatever it is, it's exactly like light on Earth when you have shadows on something. But when it's full, none of those exist. It doesn't exhibit any of the properties of a sphere. It doesn't have a hot spot where the sun should be, although it is somewhat brighter in the basic center than it is on the edges. Same thing with the sun. If you look at it with a filter, it's a little darker around the edges. And the sunspots, I've watched them for weeks at a time, back a few years ago when we had sunspots, and they do tend to come more elliptical as they go to the edge, the rim, which is telling me it's the surface of a sphere. But back to the moon again, what it's made of, I don't know, but I do know that the craters, many of them have a raised dot in the middle. They're absolutely not impact craters, but they are characteristic of certain substances being hit with plasma or electrical arcing of some sort. That kind of electrical arcing can cause those craters with the dots in the middle, and people have, replicated that on a small scale, obviously. So if I'm to judge the moon by what I see on Earth, which is the big basic if, I think that it is a physical object with some external light that gets inside and comes out with the moon's own light, just like the trackball, and that it is probably spherical. That's all I know. I don't know what makes it go. I know that it rolls as it goes across the sky. How much of that is because of its angle, I don't know, at my latitude. Same with the sun. I did a video. I tracked 4 different motions of the sun. And all I do is observe. I write it down. I take my data and say, here, do a video and say, this is what I found. I don't know what to conclude at the end of it, but I don't think it's an illusion. I do think it's externally lit, but translucent, the moon is. and that's all I can say. It is a mystery. It's an enigma, but there are things about it that just don't make sense, like difference between full and not full, and the new moon. All sorts of interesting things.
Yeah, that's it definitely is more to be discovered on that end for sure.
Yeah. I
So-
tend to shy away from the projector or hologram view just because you have to show me some evidence that there's a projector somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm taking it all in and just kind of going through the different things that I've seen and things that have been explored. I know that David Weiss had done sort of experiment where he had I don't know if it was a paper towel and then he had a light source behind it where it was sort of projecting. He was mimicking or trying to simulate an observation that someone had seen during an eclipse where there's a sun and then during the eclipse there was actually a smaller version of the eclipse like off to the side. And so he was recreating and saying, well, if the sun was projected onto, whatever surface, if it's, within or being projected onto some type of barrier, that would explain it. And he was able to do a demonstration of that, which I found was interesting. So I don't know, is there a general school of thought of everyone thinking of what is there an actual firmament? Is the blue ice a thing? Has anyone, I see images of blue ice on there, and do we think that's part of a firmament? What, not sure, there's so many different theories out there. I'm not really sure, especially for this forum, like what is the more empirical or objective, or testable things that people are purporting.
I don't know that there's an actual consensus in the flat earth community about that. Because I think an awful lot people do jump on bandwagons. If somebody with a big channel says the moon is a hologram, all of a sudden 100 people will say the moon is a hologram. I think there needs to be more people just going with what they see and not just go by who's the most popular speaker. Right now, I was just going to look for one of my pictures of the moon to show about, when it's full, whether it's brighter in the middle or not. So if anybody else wants to talk for a second, I might just go look for that to make sure it's my own photo and not somebody else's.
What kind of camera are you using?
I have the B900.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
boy, every flat earther should be on commission for Nikon. My goodness. I don't have one yet, but I'm thinking about it for sure.
Well, one thing to consider, though, that I didn't realize till after I got it is it only shoots JPEG, which is compressed. And a lot of people don't realize what that means when they start to process their photos in Photoshop or something. And they'll say, look, if I do this with the contrast, such and such happens. Well, when it's compressed, you can't go by that. You would need a raw image, and the P900 doesn't do that. I think there are similar models. I think the 1000 does raw. And the one thing advantage that I would have liked on the 1000 is that it has a manual focus in that you don't have, it's not dependent on pushing a lever to make it focus. You actually turn the ring or something, which I would have preferred because the focus can be awfully slow on that thing. But other than that, it's a great all-purpose camera, and it has some presets in it, like for the moon. It will have the right exposure and just fill the frame, which incidentally works exactly the same for the sun. So
you're right.
Anyway.
You're right about I looked it up. Sorry to take you away from getting your image, but you're right about the P1000. It does say it's raw.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought I remembered seeing that. Is Mary Mom back? I know she's still on the list here, but I don't know if she has a connection.
I guess Amish country was bigger than we thought.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. You guys go ahead. I'll be back in a bit.
So, Karma, can I ask you a question about Iceland?
Sure.
Are you close enough to the north to see in summertime, like how much sunlight do you get? Like you don't get a midnight sun, do you?
We get a lot of sun during the summer. We get very little darkness during the night. Then I think my brother had a gift taken somewhere in Iceland that had like where you can see the sun. Oh, where was it?
North enough that basically
Oh,
you could
north
see
enough,
what you
yeah.
could see in the northern parts of Iceland.
Yeah, okay. My brother's more in on this. I haven't looked into this stuff much, but we have a lot of sun during the summer and a lot of darkness during the winter. Like during summer, we'll have so much light that you won't really see the darkness unless you stay up all night. And with the winter thing, it's kind of like if you're up early in the morning, you might get some light, but I remember the sun going down beyond the horizon at like 1 o'clock during the day, during like a few weeks ago.
The way I describe it is generally during the summer. During the summer, you see the sun go in basically a circle, and then as the summer progresses, that circle gets bigger and bigger, and it starts dipping a little bit below the horizon more and more until eventually, when it's mid-winter, it's just barely poking up above the horizon.
That's how you
Interesting.
It's better than
Hey, Karma, just correct me if I'm wrong. Do I remember this incorrectly or correctly from quite a while ago? Are you and Trace not just brother and sister, but twins?
No, he's the oldest and I'm the youngest. Actually, we have a troublesome
Oh,
middle sister who has a baby who's like about to turn 7.
oh, okay. Never mind. I must have invented that somehow.
Yeah, but we are best friends, so we're very similar. So I'm not sure. I'm not insulted. I'm rather like flattered that you ask so. So thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier, like it sounds like you guys have like my dad is a twin, and I know twins have like a very strong connection to each other. And I guess maybe that's where it came from. I was thinking perhaps that was the situation with you guys.
Well, I have had it happen where like a good friend of mine at work who I'd known for like 5 years or something had apparently thought that we were husband and wife for all those years. And when my sister had her baby, I was like, "Here's our nephew," and he was like, "So when are you two gonna have a baby?" And I was like, "Well, we would have to find like husbands and wives first." And he was like, "What?" And I'm like, "You do know this is my brother, right?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and freaked out. It was so funny. I laughed and teased him for weeks. It was so good.
I wonder what would be a country equivalent to your latitude in like what degree Iceland is. I can't
Maybe
remember.
Alaska.
What's that?
Maybe Alaska or Canada or someplace that's very snowy. I suck at geography, by the way.
Well, I could definitely see Alaska. I took a trip up to Alaska, and it was summertime, and what you describe is pretty similar to what I experienced with the daylight there. But I'm wondering, like in the South, like what country would be the equivalent in terms of your latitude or your longitude? Um, you
I
know
think we're
how
on the 66. I remember that because we have a store called 66 Degrees North. So.
Really? Okay. So that goes to the argument that, that if it were really if we were on a globe and we were had um the axis was tilted, then in the our northern winter, the southern um the South has their summer and we're closer to the sun, you would expect to actually have it warmer, more temperate, more biodiversity and life at the same latitude. So that's interesting.
It's funny that you'd ask about this because this is one of the reasons why I did not have a hard time accepting the whole flat Earth thing. It's because it kind of fits up with things you see in the sky. I've had moments where I'm walking to school or something and I look up and I'm like, okay, if the sun is supposed to be casting the light on the moon, then why doesn't it fit the angle of the shadow on the moon? Based on what I can see them both in the sky right now. Stupid stuff like that. Where I used to be like, this is weird. But when my brother showed me NASA fail compilations and just basically told me the truth, and I was just like, dang, really?
And what about the sun dogs? People have had those pictures, which I find fascinating. I haven't really seen them, but because I don't know if they're just occur in more northern climates, but where you get that sort of halo effect. So the ones that I've seen online or the video seem to be from either Finland or Norway.
I live in the Bay Area of California, United States. I see them all the time where I live, even though I never seen them before in California until recently.
I live in the Bay too, and I see them as well. That's so funny. The Cali kids, I've seen them here.
Do they happen at any particular time of day?
I've seen them.
I don't know. I'd say usually
morning.
evening for me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get.
Oh, no worries.
It's
I
probably
usually see
having
them
due to fog or smog now around there instead of just like natural
Yeah,
reasons.
that is a possibility.
Smog.
But I'm not talking about like oil screens. I'm talking about an actual like point of light that just forms and it looks like a cloud almost, but it's not. And then when it disappears, the cloud that it looks like, people mistake it for disappears with it. So it's really strange. It's like almost like the cloud that I don't know how to explain it any other way. I got a few pictures. I'd have to dig through them, find them.
I've seen it in Wisconsin, but the best example I've ever seen it was when I was on top of, I think, Vail in Colorado, where it was like there was a storm going on, hung up on the mountain there. I don't know. There's just the craziest effect. It felt like so surreal. Huge sundog. Like, it didn't look natural. It didn't look like I've never seen anything like it.
Chemtrails can cause this too. I remember I was following a guy.
Yeah, I'm looking on patch.com. They're saying like Newark, California. They were Northern California. Yep. Interesting.
I've seen, you know how you can see the ring, and like the coffee cup thing. I've seen that in the sky plenty of times too out here. I don't know whether it's caused because of something they're spraying in the air, or like somebody else was saying, maybe it's, pollution or whatever. I don't know, but whatever it is, it seems to show up a lot lately, even when the moon's out. And that's the only time I ever saw it when I was a kid. Was whenever it was like right before a storm. It seemed like there would be like some kind of weird thing about the atmosphere or whatever you want to call it, atmosphere, where when you look up and see the moon and it was really full, you'd be able to see like a big ring around it. And almost always it would rain or something, we'd get precipitation right after that.
Well, I guess the official explanation is that it's ice crystals, which is kind of interesting. I mean, there's I'm taking a look at all the different states that I have pictures of them, and there's one from like Florida, and I know things can get colder up in the atmosphere, but I wouldn't think that Florida would necessarily have ice crystals in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and it seems like there's more at the equator. Like they sprayed more. Well, should I say sprayed? No, I'll just say allegedly something's being sprayed.
Yeah,
but when I was in Mexico last time on a cruise, there was they were like straight up in the sky, like back and forth all day long. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's another topic.
My wife's
That's
a normie, and
probably
she still even commented that something wasn't right about the sky when we were there. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll show.
That was ladies' night. But the term, I don't know if anybody likes term chemtrails, but that was one of my earlier conspiracies online. Before that, it was all, you had to watch late night TV to get anything interesting, or some off, books or things like that. And we would look at, Bigfoot and UFOs and things like that. And then I started getting into alternative health. And then online, it was chemtrails, weather wars, Tesla. What's that guy's name down in that had that Coral Castle, ancient technologies, and then 9/11 happened, and then it blew up from there for me. But as far as kind of back to the topic we were on a little bit ago about what kind of people look into this stuff, I think it's still going to wind up being how much you care, first of all, and whether you're the kind of personality that's going to find these things curious. Because I think it's curiosity at the end of the day, because most people aren't, and they drive that out of people. I forget where I was listening or reading that some school teachers were saying it used to be that you could ask kids to imagine something and they would, or come up with a plan to solve a problem, and they would all brainstorm and come up with something. And now they just sit there with blank looks on their faces and and wait for the teacher to tell them what they think. And I think that's part of the problem, a big part, most likely.
That doesn't surprise me at all, because they're getting it pretty early to, that there's only certain thoughts that are authorized, only certain, ideas that are okay. You're going to get in trouble if you think outside the box. But that said, I hadn't heard like that particular story. That's really just about teachers noticing.
I even made a game to try to encourage kids to be creative and think outside the box and cooperate, where it's a fusion of like D&D and Gauntlet of Death, where you go in the cave and they're all playing one character together, and I give them a bunch of obstacles and monsters and things to fight, but it works on karma because I actually work like the computer running the video game. And so I explain to the kids. And when they do good deeds, gets rewarded. And when they try to do violent things, it always goes bad. And things like that.
And you're working on this program?
This is one of the clubs I used to have all the time. I haven't done it in a little bit because I've been requested for other clubs. My drawing clubs and story clubs have been too popular for me to have this. And with the whole Rona pandemic, we haven't always had full staff, so I haven't been able to do it in a little bit. I'm looking forward to doing it again. But.
Oh wow, that's great. I don't have any kids of my own, but I would always do after school programs, and I worked at a charter school teaching computer classes with the kids and art and things, and I always enjoyed doing that, coming up with fun lesson plans. And
you would love working at my job. Like if you come to Iceland and love it enough that you want to live here, I'll hook you up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I might take you up on that. We'll see how things.
Oh, and by the way, my brother is single and very smart flat earther. If you decide to move here.
Yeah, I just thought of my idea. I thought of the idea when you guys were talking about that stuff that like, with the new guidelines coming up, we could just, how about like just to cover everything, like every hour on the hour, somebody records a PSA like in a really serious voice that's like, and make sure you always get all your information from websites that end in .gov, because those are the only people that really care about your health and well-being.
Yeah, really.
Think that would cover it?
Something like that, yeah.
We got a workshop, and I know it's some kind of disclaimer, right?
Oh, but it totally works if as one of those air fillers, like when they used to go like a moment of silence for the globe. You could use that as an air filler. You can just do the TSAs.
Right. Somebody's got to write one that's like maybe less sarcastic or actually sounds like we're serious. I don't know, but
I don't know. Maybe make it fun, like a Schoolhouse Rock thing. Bring the Schoolhouse Rock thing back, but very satirically. It would be very catchy.
Right. Yes. Like, listen to the government,
I'm
kids.
just a bill
Woo!
on Capitol
They
Hill.
love you. Woo! We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Ildico's here. Hi, Ildico. Good to see you.
I just posted a sample of a public service announcement. It's not the same topic, but I think it's pretty good. It's Weird Al Yankovic, our friend Dirt.
I have to
Tells
listen
you
to that
all the
one. My
wonderful
son's
things.
really, it's like pro dirt, like eating dirt and stuff? Or what? Or
No,
is it really like serious, like dirt's good because it grows things? Is that what it's like?
yeah, it's really redundant and low IQ kind of a thing. You just have to watch it. It's not real long, but I mean, you don't have to watch it now. But it's just somebody like Weird Al would come up with the perfect PSA for
Love
Flat Earth,
his
I'm
word
sure.
crimes. His word crimes
Oh
video.
yeah.
Because I was double majored in English and psychology, and oh gosh, I love that.
Yeah, we like that one. My sons and I like Weird Al, but I don't think we ever heard that one, so they probably would like that one.
I'll get you the link to Word Crimes.
Have you
I've
observed
got a
his
Weird Al T-shirt.
If I'm
Oh,
taking a
an
look,
aluminum foil one. Have you guys heard the aluminum foil one?
That one's
foil.
wonderful.
That's
Yes.
hilarious.
Yeah.
did you
Aluminum
post
foil.
the moon picture? Level
Yeah,
up.
it was a little while back. Let me scroll
I'm
up
not
and
really
find it.
sure where I should be looking for the
6 minutes after the
post.
hour. Livestream voice text. 6 minutes
Oh,
after
voice
the
text.
hour.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to acknowledge your greeting, Dandelion.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
good, because
that.
I wanted to introduce you to True Seeker, who we've just been talking to. She's new to the server, like relatively new to Flat Earth. This is Ildico, True
Hello.
Seeker.
Ildiko.
I've been listening, and you're a very good speaker, and the subjects you've been covering are quite interesting. So, thank you for an entertaining hour or so? Hour? Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, this is so refreshing to be here and to have the freedom to talk about all these different things. I broach them with family members, but I can sense their uncomfortability. I mean, they know who I am, and so there's respect there, and there's
Have you actually convinced anyone yet?
I think my mom believes about the that we didn't land on the moon. I think I've gotten her that far.
Yeah, that's a big step.
Big step. I think she not so sure about the ISS. So I'm just bringing up different little things. I mean, she definitely is a Christian and believes in God, and I think that it's it's interesting to her. She can see the argument of why there would be an atheistic agenda behind pressing any flat Earth concepts. I'm not really. Like I said, I'm leaning towards flat Earth, but I have some skepticism in certain areas. Like things are not clear to me. So, um, well, for one thing, I was talking in the main chat area about one of my hobbies before I went to college. I considered going into oceanography, and then I was interested in the flat Earth because I knew about the abyssal plains, which are very flat. I don't know if anyone else had talked about that. Someone else from the other earlier Discord sent me a YouTube video of someone from the FE Core project who had brought it up about the abyssal plains, but it's 40 to 50% of the Earth's crust that's underwater, about 4,000 feet below sea level, and they're vast, wide, very flat, well documented with precise sonar plains that are like 350. The largest one, the Somme abyssal plain, is like 350,000 square miles, the size of a country of Nigeria. It's flat, and it's maybe like 1 foot per 1,000 feet slope. So that's, and so when you have 40 to 50% of the Earth that has actually been scientifically shown that it's flat, even though it's under the water, that's still the Earth's crust. But so that goes way into the flat Earth favor. But on the other hand, there's evidence of the seafloor spreading, and that when you have these ocean rifts that are sort of in the middle of the Atlantic and they're along different fault lines, it shows that the Earth has been spreading. And you can sort of see how South America and with Pangea, although the way that they describe it on the globe doesn't make sense. I'm not really sure how that would work on a flat Earth model. So that's the only big question mark in my mind is how we get that.
Yeah, I understand. It's interesting how their model, when you see the globe, if you were to shrink it down, then yes, the continents would go together like a puzzle. And that's one of the selling points they have for the globe.
But although if you bring that up, people look at you like you have 3 heads. I mean, that actually is, people have really railed against that. That jeopardizes the whole physics model and everything that is quote unquote known about the universe. As well, to have a growing or an Earth that was 1/3 its size.
Like a living being growing,
Yeah, although they have no problem saying that the whole universe is expanding, so why couldn't you have an expanding Earth as well? If everything is expanding. But so let's say that even if you don't believe, or let's say that that's out, that we're not on a globe, but there is expansion. And there was Pangea because archaeologically and geologically and zoologically and with foliage and migrations of animals and fossil record and all that everything was one landmass at one time. I would be interested in seeing how that would be built on a flat Earth.
I see.
I don't. It's hard to picture.
Yes, but could you imagine then if you conceived of the globe first and then observed the continents as they were structured, then you could sort of model the globe to work with that geology. So in other words, just sort of create the model first, and then put the continents on there, and assume that the globe was smaller, and so it's sort of like agrees with your point, agrees with the spherical model. Now, if you look at it on a flat plane, then you could imagine it as being one continent, that is one landmass, and that there was a situation in which the water was created, increased in volume, and filled in the spaces between them. You could do the same thing on a flat Earth model, could you not? I mean, if you're using your imagination, and you really have to on both models, consequently, because you don't know.
You could.
Because you can't know, because it's so far in the past. It's hard to falsify or verify such a thing. Yeah, exactly. It's a really good point.
It's interesting to me too, but when I looked into the when people believed that the Earth was flat, sort of the genesis of that, the ideas that grew around the idea of a flat Earth, and then the consequent dome around it, and how the sun and the moon functioned, all of that was a growing process of ideas. In fact, there was this notion that the dome, supposedly over the flat Earth, behind this physical dome was fire, and that the sun was literally a hole in that dome that moved over the dome and allowed the fire that was ubiquitous behind that dome to then act like a concentrated, focused sun. So, I mean, it's been interesting how many ideas about what it could be have evolved, but no one knows. And never will, I don't think.
Has
And I think,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I just want to say that that just like you're talking about the fact that because we can't verify it, it's really just an idea or a theory that somebody thought of, or is like, oh, this could work.
Yeah.
You can do that for both sides. Totally agree with that. I think the main thing to look at here is whether the globe is possible. Because for a globe, you need curve, you need to be able to have gas pressure next to a near vacuum, and you need to have it spinning. And since all of that has been debunked and no proof for that has been given, no matter how nicely the globe theory fits in some way with some things, since the main foundation of it doesn't work at all, it's definitely not the way they think, is how I think of it.
Well, the alternate thing that could be is that it could be, if I were to go the globe theory route, if it was the globe, but maybe there was a firmament that goes around the entire globe, that would give you the air pressure. It could still be expanding, that would fit the Pangea and then the spread and everything. But then, like you said, the curvature, unless we're on a I think I brought this up, but someone had a good argument against it. I can't remember what it was, but if we were on a much, 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 much larger globe and there were more land masses, let's say beyond Antarctica, so we're on a much larger globe than anyone had thought, where we wouldn't then see the curvature, because the math doesn't work, with that. So so
We'd
anyway,
still be able to detect it even if the math was wrong.
Stars
And
also just
yeah,
don't
the stars don't work with the globe. The problem is nothing really works with the globe once you look into it long enough. Because you're always going to find things that contradict it. I'm just saying this because it's been 7 years since I found out it was flat, and I've seen a lot of arguments come and go.
Sure.
And sometimes we have arguments that the globers then adopt, which is pretty funny. But I've never seen legit scientific proof for any curvature or any globe, which is a sad fact for a glober.
Well, that's why I say when when I was getting into it and all of a sudden it clicked with the abyssal plains, I'm like, gosh, that's right. Like 50% of the Earth's crust is technically like super flat. And then someone had sent me like the top 10 or top 5 salt flats. So which used to be I guess on the bottom of oceans before either the oceans receded or land masses moved up or what have you. I mean, there's so much flatness
But for me, the fact that water always finds its level was enough evidence for the flatness of the Earth, because it's again violating natural physics to imagine that water can surround a sphere. You've never seen that demonstrated anywhere, and it should be enough to completely convince you that it is flat. I don't.
But
I don't
the magical gravity.
No, gravity. That would be impossible when you think of it.
Oh no, I know. I'm being sarcastic, but it makes sense.
Yeah, but they can't demonstrate that.
No, you're right. They can't. They can't demonstrate it.
It's purely, again, in their imagination. What's real is that water always finds its level. Always. So that's a given. And when we say just observe the world without prejudice, and you'll see that it's flat. It has to be.
Yeah, to stick to the scientific method. Be empirical. Prove everything to yourself and don't take people at their words. I mean, everything shows it to be flat. I even forgot what I was going to say, so I'm glad to.
Oh, I like the comment from Gospel Bear because I'm talking about 50% of the Earth crust is flat, and Gospel Bear is saying, well, what about 70% of the Earth is water? So yeah, so between the Earth and the water, and yeah, all good arguments.
Oh yeah, no, I remember.
My next question to the group is, how many people has it changed your spiritual outlook? I mean, from either being not spiritual at all, or now like believing in a God of some sort, or is this turn anyone to Christianity or to another faith? Because I know that all different religions seem to have had at one time the belief of a flat Earth. So I'm just kind of, if it's not too much of a hot topic, I'm kind of interested in that social aspect of the flat Earth group.
I would say I was raised spiritual rather than religious. But for me, the flat Earth kind of was just another confirmation that we have a creator and that there's a higher being, and the oneness and synchronicity within the universe and all that stuff.
I would say for me, it just confirmed my faith more. Because, like, for example, I used to read Genesis 1 and go, well, look at this. The Earth had nothing to orbit until the sun was made. I was already a young Earth creationist from my teens, but I would read Genesis 1 and go, okay, that doesn't, if it's spinning and there's day and night because it spins, because that's the key, is they tell us it's because it spins, then what was day and night doing before there was a sun? And the Earth couldn't be spinning to cause day and night, and it couldn't be orbiting the sun because it didn't exist yet. And how does that make any sense? And then I would go to the part where it says the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, not under it, not above it, but in it. And I'm like, wait a minute. At first, I'm trying to make sense of this with heliocentrism, right? And I'm going, well, okay, so the firmament goes all the way to the edge of space, and there's like water beyond that. I'm trying to make, as a teenager, I'm trying to make sense of this. It's like, because you think, what you learned in school must be right. And so you're trying to go, well, how does that work if the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament? Because I believe both to be true. I believe that, I just kind of accepted what was in school, and then I'd read the Bible and go, I know this is true, but what is it saying? And there's even people today that still do this. Like Michael Heiser is an expert in ancient Semitic languages and so forth. And he is an old Earth creationist and heliocentrist. But he's honest enough to look at Genesis 1 and go, to be consistent, you would have to say the Earth is not only young, but also flat and stationary. He believes neither. And he explains it away with a term he calls theological messaging, which is a fancy way to say, I'm just going to spiritualize this, or more specifically for his case, he would say that it's a pre-scientific, quote unquote, view that God actually inspired the writing of things that were false, is my big problem with his view, because the people just weren't. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is in line with your evolutionary belief that people went from simple to, to today, when we know just a cursory look at history and archaeology that it's a roller coaster ride, that, civilizations rise and fall, and they had some pretty awesome tech before the flood. And so theological messaging is just a cop-out as far as I'm concerned. And so the only honest way to interpret not just Genesis, but any of the Bible statements is that no matter what the genre it's in, whether it's historical narrative in Genesis or poetry in the Psalms or wherever it is, one thing you can say is the Bible never describes the world as moving in any way except being shook on occasion, but it's never spinning, orbiting. The sun, moon, and the stars are said to go over, and then we have the long day of Joshua where the sun and moon stood still for about 24 hours. Think of what that would mean if the earth was spinning to cause the alleged apparent movement of the sun and moon and stars. If you have something spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator and you suddenly stop and then you suddenly start it up again, you're going to have some serious motion detected on the surface, if not everything that isn't nailed down just flying off at a tangent because, especially when you stop. When you start up, it wouldn't be quite the same. But I'm just saying that the geocentric flat and stationary Earth makes a ton of sense and is scientifically observable and does nothing but corroborate what the Bible said about creation.
I find it very comforting and exciting, and certainly at a certain time that we are in our human history, a big solace, because things are so crazy now that it's like, wow, I'm really glad that I came across the flat earth theory, because it's very hopeful, I think. And it's made me appreciate going out and seeing the world and the sun and the moon. I'd look at it differently and more appreciative of it. I think it's just, I don't know even how to put it into words, but it's definitely become much more of a spiritual place to live now for me.
Yeah, I really like the flat Earth thing for the whole spiritual awakening thing and the whole linchpin and the other conspiracy stuff. It really brings a lot of different things with different benefits to different people. Like especially the server, for instance. Like my debating skills and my scientific lingo has increased a lot just listening in. And for instance, I'm less shy talking on mic. For instance, you might not tell, but I used to be very shy to talk on mic. So I really recommend you stick around because you sound like an awesome person.
Oh, thanks so much. Well, I think you speak very matter of factly, and I don't think I would have known unless you had said that you were shy. So kudos to you, because I think that you holding your own, and then some.
I actually get adrenaline shakes if I speak for over a minute.
Oh gosh, you got to get over that because everybody loves hearing from you. I don't know. There must be a way. There must be some kind of exercises you could do. I don't know.
Just keep talking
I'm
because
working
we
on it.
love listening to you, Karma. You always have the best talks, best stories. You're super inspiring. I love.
Oh, now you're just gonna make me blush and go sit in the corner somewhere blushing. Why
Ah, so cute.
Globe? I think this is the longest we've gone on a ladies' night without a single Globe defender. Like, wow, I don't know where they all are. I guess they just gave up. I don't know. I even tried to get some out of this. Panto's talking to one, I think, or trying to talk to one that I don't know.
Are there
He
none
had
in
me
here at
left.
all?
There haven't been the whole time. Like
That's crazy.
nobody to defend the Globe. I don't know what's going on. I'll give
How
my
does
little
that
public.
happen? Do they come into chat, or do you give them the mic, or what happens?
Well, we usually have people come in and they'll come in from, there's like either regulars or people come in from the lobby, and then we just let them talk and we figure out, where they're at, whether if it's the flat earther, we listen to their story. and how they got here. And if it's a glober, we ask them why, what is their best evidence for a globe? And then we can walk them through the 3 questions, which is, gosh, it's been a while for me. The rotation, if there's any rotation of the Earth, the curvature, and what was the third one? I'm totally brain farting right now. Now I'm getting the adrenaline shakes.
The vacuum?
And I'm
vacuum
talking about
speed.
thermodynamics. Thank you. I was like totally brain farting. So we'll walk them through that. And, a lot of the times we don't even make it through all 3. Sometimes they rage quit or we get stuck on one topic and, we just kind of feel it out and see how it goes. Sometimes they're wonderful conversations and sometimes not so much.
So do you think they come in because they just want to be a troll, or they...
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're trolls, and sometimes they actually are interested to hear, why we think that it's flat, right? Like what our thoughts process are. So it just depends on the person. I mean, it's very individualized, as everyone is. And like I said, sometimes it goes really well, and then other times we can tell if it's a troll, and we move on to the next person. But it's really a lot of fun. So and this has also been great. It's been really good just sitting back and listening to you ladies talk and share your stories and your ideas. So this has been a welcome reprieve from said trolls. But yeah, it's also
good.
a lot
Yeah,
of fun.
I don't have my debating chops yet, so haven't cut my teeth on any kind of confrontation. So I'd be interested to see that in action.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like, one of the people that is a regular in here is Matthew Lawrence. That's a great person to have a starting point with, if there was to be a starting point. He's super chill and a regular, and he's calm and level-headed. Wrong, but but still a really great guy to talk to.
Oh, and I want to give him credit for something Trace just pointed out to me. That, can you say it again?
He also admits the weakness of his stance and isn't afraid to tell you and just admit that he just believes it.
Yeah, he's not gonna lie out of his ass and be like, "No, I know," because I get you. He's not one of those annoying ones. Basically, he's polite enough that it's nice to have a conversation with him every now and then, which is why we tolerate him.
Yeah, that was a great point. He does. He's like, this is what I believe. This sounds like a good argument to me, so I believe it. And he's kind of stuck in that belief. That's very honest.
Yeah, we pretty much like anybody in here who, as long as they're honest. It's kind of one of the main things in here. The people who get kicked the fastest are the sophists,
Or the repeat liars.
Yeah, or the repeat liars, because those are not well liked.
Wow, very interesting. Wow, this is talk about a whole new world.
Yeah, I used to love just listening, and every now and then, just when you've been surrounded by a lot of normies who don't use logic and believe whatever propaganda's on TV, and you're just like, my God, I am surrounded by idiots. And then you come home and you're like, okay, I just want to listen to some rationale for a little bit. It's a very nice place to jump in.
Well, it's still feels so new to me, because I can, I can feel the change of my world outlook. It's very interesting because I'm like sort of like I'm on the fence, but I'm more like leaning off to the side to the flat Earth. So maybe I've got my knee kind of on the fence, my one leg still kind of on the fence, just because there's there's still some unknowns. And there probably always will be, but I can I think back to where I was just a few months ago, and on my little globular mindset, not even thinking about it, and it's a real transformation, but I don't know. I think in some ways I was just ready for it, and I don't know if that goes back to a spirituality thing, but it's just interesting to me how people find out about it, and they do like they want to either disprove it or and then they just can't move away from it because there are such good arguments. I mean, if you're open minded there and you really do listen to the logic and you look at the experimentation that is going on, and then you realize that they're, the fallacies and the pseudoscience on the other side, the admitted pseudoscience, by top ranking cosmologists that, we're off by the 10 to 100,000 zeros or whatever. I can't remember the names of all of them, but it's like, wow, yeah, that this and that how math is really, math is has taken over. Theoretical math has taken over actual scientific method. And I mean, I kind of knew this just because I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Expelled with Ben Stein, all about evolution. Like, I really got
Yeah.
into that, and really looking at the other thing that I really was into is with oceanography was also geology. And I had an archaeology class in college. I went out and I dug up a trilobite in a quarry, and just loved geology and fossil, and to find out that there aren't really, that we've all been lied to with the evolutionary fossil record, in actual textbooks. There's been, I don't know if I'm going off topic here, but not
No,
that.
that's good. I love that movie. I've recommended that movie actually on the air here several times, because even though I don't endorse everything that he says in there, especially some of the World War II stories, is obviously
Right.
questionable, but just the concept, the part I like the most about it, which I actually was going to show that to my sons who are taking high school biology right now, because we discussed, how evolutionists does not have verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence. And their biology book, which if you're interested in one that recognizes that fact, while also explaining what the theory is, but explaining how it's scientism, and not actually science. Anyway, I have one I can show you. Apologia, I think, are the publishers. But anyway, the point is that the part about that movie, that the reason why I bring it up here is that whole part about how the so many professors that got blackballed, like, literally lost their jobs, because they questioned the dogma of evolution, even though it's not proven, and it can't be verified. Just for questioning it, these people were losing their jobs, and he interviews those people. It's been like a really long time. I saw it when it's in the theater, which I think has been like almost 20 years or something. It's been a long time since I saw it, but I still remember those interviews, and that's why I bring it up, because people don't, because a lot of people, especially if they're not in academia, they don't understand. They think, oh, well, flat Earth was true, then why don't they teach it in universities? Why haven't there been any peer-reviewed papers? Whereas there actually have been peer-reviewed papers as to the measurably flat nature of the Earth, including the Kansas as flat as a pancake article. But nonetheless, even though their original statement is true, there's not a preponderance of peer-reviewed articles, because there's not a preponderance of peer-reviewed articles on a lot of topics, because the universities have become taken over by this dogma, and pure science, still does exist in some departments of the university, but there's many departments in the university that are not scientific at all, including, of course, anything having to do with astrophysics and so on. So, and that's just not us saying it. That's one reason why I recommend that movie, is because, he's obviously not a flat earther, Ben Stein, and there's many people who aren't flat earthers who critique many aspects of modern science as basically being science fiction or entirely theoretical. They're just making up stories. I've seen that trend for like over 20 years, where a lot of serious scientists say these astrophysicists are out there, they're making up these stories about space. Dark matter has, no confirmation. Black holes, same, they're just making up these stories to try to plug up the holes in their other stories. So yeah, I think that's, I recommend
almost
that
feel
movie
like
for
all
people
these
to watch with a
astronomers are.
grain of salt,
Yeah, dogma is the word, and frighteningly so. I mean, and just so counterintuitive to the whole scientific method that I was taught, and I don't even know if they're teaching the scientific method anymore. But yeah, but that it's just incredible to me. And I don't know if anyone's taken a look at gosh, let me see what I don't want to give the wrong name of it, but I'm subscribed to this one channel. I like these scientists on it. They do actual scientists. It's called Discovery Science, and this Discovery Science channel. So there's actual scientists. They are from intelligent design, but I've watched the debates, and I think their science is sound, and they've got people in chemistry and biology and paleontology and all different geology and information technology, and so it's interesting to hear their arguments from which is not creationism. It's intelligent design is distinct from a creationist point of view, and it's definitely more trying to do empirical science, and just the statistics that to make one change in body plan to go from you know I mean, like, you take a look at dogs, for example. So dogs, you can breed them, but they'll always be dogs. Still a species of dogs. But to go from like a dog to a cat, and the amount of DNA changes, and how over time, it's just astronomically almost impossible to be able to do that. Certainly goes towards the idea that there's not. That evolution is not the way that we came about. So I don't know if
with the definition.
Yeah.
You can't even get them to agree on what it means, and if every time you pin them down, they'll move the goalpost to some other definition. I think that I don't know if the current one is a change in alleles over time, or however you pronounce that, but I mean, there's so many holes in it. I wouldn't know where to start.
Well,
I don't know if
they have to walk away from that too, because now it's been showing that you can get mutations, but it's almost as a loss of something. For example, polar bears.
Right.
Polar bears used to, they've lost that part of their DNA that changes that pigment to black, so they can never go back to being a black bear. They've lost that capability in their genes through mutation. So it's almost a loss of functionality, and for a bee, for a bee to mutate in something else, or for a non-winged animal to go through a mutation that could suddenly fly. There's no stages that at what point do you suddenly have wings that you then fly. You wouldn't. I don't know. I'm not explaining it well, but I find it the whole the fact that we have these theories, and that they're not even presented as theories, they're presented as fact and just accepted when it's all dogma.
Right. And that there's one I always use as a best example of how evolution can't work is the giraffe. Giraffes have, of course, that really long neck. When they bend down to drink water, they have to have so much blood pressure to get blood up to their head normally that as soon as they put their head down, their brain would explode. I mean, but so what's going on is they have a sponge-like organ in their brain that, or in their head somewhere, that absorbs the extra blood when they're looking down, so it doesn't blow their brains out. And when they drink their water, and the neat thing is when they lift their head back up again, that sponge releases so that they don't pass out from not enough blood pressure until the heart catches up with the position of the head. And how many trial and errors can you do before you get that right? And to do that in a male-female pair that gets both the same mutation over and over again is just, more blind faith than I have. That's all I can say.
Well, I saw a meme the other day that said, if we evolved from apes, then why do we still have apes?
Yeah, and then they'll say, well, we don't believe that. That's a straw man. We believe that there's just a different branch and this and that and the other. And the fact still remains, okay, if you proposed this theory in the first place, that there's a progression from pond scum to fish to mammals to apes and so forth, when we tell you that nothing replaced anything, then how is this a progression? And then they come up with special pleading fallacies like living fossil is such a blatant example of it, like the coelacanth, the most famous one, where they said it was an extinct fish-like thing, from I don't know what bazillion years ago. And all of a sudden they start finding them in the sea, alive. And it's like, oh, a living fossil. No, it's living or it's a fossil. It can't be both. And then there's fossils. How do they form? Rapid burial. You have to have rapid burial because otherwise scavengers pick off the meat and skin and parts, and then the bones get scattered. And, things don't fossilize under any and every condition, and they don't fossilize over millions of years. Rapid burial is the only way to fossilize. And there are things that like miners' hats that have been found completely turned to stone in less than 100 years. So, I mean, you can just go for days and days poking all the holes in evolutionary theory. It's just ridiculous.
Well, it's I think that more and more, especially with this whole COVID thing, with trust the science says, just shows you how science can be taken over by, basically cultism. And we see that all over.
Yeah, for sure.
It was truth is stranger than fiction. Oh, hold on.
Oh, you should have saved that for when we had a Glober. We need that cuckoo sound effect.
Yeah, I'll have to record that sometime. That's an authentic Black Forest cuckoo clock.
He can only,
yeah.
He has to go on the hour though, yeah.
So anyway, Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel has a good video on the occult roots of theoretical physics, actually. I forget what it's called. I'm thinking Gospel Bearer might know because he's a big fan of the channel, but he did a great job of delineating the path from really ancient Hinduism and Kabbalism, all sorts of things, to straight into theoretical physics. It's all the same stuff, just repackaged with sciencey sounding terms, just the way the Hindu practice of yoga was repackaged in the U.S. as transcendental meditation, and not just yoga, but all sorts of Hindu things, and chanting mantras was actually the names of Hindu gods. And all they have to do to repackage a religion and make it, palatable to the Western mind was to make it sound like science. And that's really the root of a lot of these things. He goes into detail in that video on how exactly it parallels religion, ancient religions, and really doesn't have much to do at all with actual empirical science. In fact, I think it was Michio Kaku who said, it isn't the scientific method. We can't use that. We just don't. So.
Well, I could just talk all evening with you guys. This is just really wonderful. And I love how everyone's so knowledgeable, and you've certainly all have had much more time and experience on this subject than I have. So it's wonderful to get some validation and some new ideas, and just be able to have, a mutually respectful place without any shills, apparently, today to talk about these things. So
it was a good first night.
Good. Yes, very lucky for me. So thanks everybody for being so welcoming and answering my questions and giving me feedback. It's really helpful. And the links too.
Yeah, and feel free to yeah, I'm glad you found the voice text there where people were posting stuff. And yeah, feel free to come anytime. You don't have to just wait for ladies' night. You can stop by anytime. We're here 24/7.
Sure. Great. 24/7.
Yeah.
Really? Do you get?
Oh yeah, for real.
You get everybody all hours of the night? I guess you would if it's globally,
for real. Yeah,
huh?
it's very rare.
Do I say globally? I've changed my language.
Worldwide.
What do you say instead of global?
Yeah. Worldwide.
Worldwide. Okay, there we go.
That's what people used to say often. Yeah. Yeah, I've only seen once or twice where there's maybe only once I can think of where actually literally no one was here. Like in the night, there's more people from our night. There's more people from Europe, and then sometimes there's people from. We have numerous people from Australia, New Zealand that are kind of on an opposite schedule. We have people in the Middle East. We have people in the Orient. Yeah, we have people all over for sure. Yeah. We've got Thaddeus. He just came here. Thaddeus didn't have a role, but Thaddeus, I know you said you were eating. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you so you could mute yourself. But that way, when you're done eating, when you're ready, then you can speak to us and say hello. And then if you agree to follow the rules, then we can give you the VC verified role. Are you done eating, Thaddeus?
Yeah, I'm done eating.
Oh, good. Do you agree to follow the rules listed in the welcome section?
Absolutely.
Did you read them?
Well, kind of, but I'll read them right now again.
Okay, cool.
Thoroughly.
Yeah, I mean, ignorance is no defense of the law here. But nonetheless, it'd be a good idea to read to what you just agreed to. So yeah, we'll give you some time to do that.
You got it.
Okay. I mean, they're not like extremely complicated. Mainly we try to keep this live stream on the topic of flat Earth. But once you have the VC verified role, then you'll be able to go to the other channels like the Chill channel, Religion channel, Health channel, and so on to talk about other topics as you so choose. But when you are in the main live stream, we do ask you to mute yourself like you're doing now, or use push to talk when you're not speaking to minimize background noise. If you get muted, don't take it personally, since we are a big server covering a relatively controversial subject. It does sometimes tend to get heated, and sometimes multiple people are muted. So nothing personally against you. So if somebody mute you accidentally or forgets to unmute you, you can always politely ask in the live stream voice text, "Oh, could I please be unmuted?" And then most of the time you will, as long as you're being civil and so on and following all those other rules, such as no trolling, no concern trolling, avoid vulgarity, and so on, and avoid the topics mentioned in the welcome section that we're avoiding. But if you just keep your discussion to flat Earth, then you don't even have to memorize a list of topics to avoid. We just like to talk about the actual facts and how the Earth measures flat and stationary. You've never seen it any other way except for on TV. So are you new to the topic, Thaddeus? A flat Earth? Or are you still eating? I'm sorry. I thought you were done since you said hello. Or if there's anyone else.
Sorry, I
here
forgot
who
I
wants
was
to
muted.
join-
I
Oh,
was
no,
reading
go
the
ahead.
rules.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Trying to
Oh,
unmute.
okay.
My bad.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. I've only just now getting into it, so.
And what led you to our server?
YouTube suggestions.
Wow, shocking. What were you
Yeah, I know,
looking
right?
at that led you to us? Like usually
You
they
guys,
lead
you
people
guys
to
are reaching
fake
the
Prof
audiences, you
Dave,
know?
other liars. Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean, no, seriously, Thaddeus. I mean, as Drace posted earlier in the live stream voice text, YouTube admitted in congressional hearings that they censor the topic of flat Earth. So normally, if you search flat Earth, you won't actually find anything about the actual arguments that show the globe is logically and mathematically a failure. You'll find a bunch of liars like fake Prof Dave who like to make money off of lying to children, because the way to get an audience on YouTube is to become a liar. So for you to be suggested to ours is like very fascinating and shocking.
Yeah, it was
So,
actually,
yeah.
it was a Eric Dubay documentary, I think. So.
Okay, so did you watch The Level Up? Is that the one? Did you watch The Level Up documentary?
I think so, yeah.
What did you think about that?
Cool editing and dramatic effects, and it was really, really well done. So.
I've never actually watched it. I mean, I'm sure other people here have. I don't know if they want to discuss it with you, but I've never actually watched it. But I'm glad to hear that you liked it.
Yeah, so I saw it about like a month ago, so I don't exactly remember what was going on in it, but I have read the rules now, so I am ready to.
Okay, good.
Move on.
Good. So you agreed to them. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what questions did you have about Flat Earth after watching that, or just after being here, or just in general?
Well, a lot, obviously. More than I could ask. So I had to like break down my thinking into categories, like logical reasoning and trying to figure it all out is very, very complicated. So I had to think a lot about what I knew. So that's probably the main thing. Because you just have to, you can't just look at one thing. You have to look at everything and put it all together, piece it together, connect it, and it's not easy. So that's been the hardest thing for me, but I'm getting there. I think having just open debate about it and being able to express beliefs and opinions is very important. And the only way for arguments to actually get anywhere is if they're constantly attacked, constantly scrutinized. Excuse me, piece of spaghetti. Choking on it right now.
Oh, okay. Well, take your time. You need to get some water.
Yeah. But yeah, that's basically all of it. So.
Okay, well, when you're done drinking your water, ask us one of these many questions. Yeah, we don't have to have all of them. Just ask us the first one.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second.
Have any of you have watched the Level Up documentary? I really should watch it. I'm a bad flat earther, and I'm not watching it.
I haven't watched it either, and I feel like a bad flat earther too. It's been on my list of things to do, but it's like life gets crazy. So yeah, I missed it as well. I would love to hear if anybody can fill us in.
I watched it a while ago, but I've watched so many things. It's kind of big blur with everything else. But I remember it being very good. So I guess my retention isn't all that great. There's a new one that just came out that I think it's is it Level the Curve or something very similar? See
Well,
if
that's
I
what I
can.
was talking about. It's the second one, right? They did their first one, and then the second one came out. That's the one that I haven't seen. I saw the first one.
Oh yeah. Okay, well this one is that was very good. Some of the sound quality on some of it wasn't the greatest. I wish they could have cleaned it up, but I love the perspective from all the different people and very credible people, pilots and submariners and people who work on container ships, and so from real world experience, who transverse the realm regularly and can attest to not only their observations but also the equipment that they use, and that they don't account for any curvature, they don't see any curvature, they're able to make contacts farther than they should. And so I think it was very substantive, very, very good arguments.
So that's definitely the one that I haven't seen, the one that you're talking about, where they had like all the pilots in the submarine. What was that? Because the first one was called Level, and then they came out with the second one, and that's the one that you watched. What was that one called?
That one, I'm looking it up now.
Thank you.
Flatten the Curve.
Okay, so the second one was called Flatten the Curve.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'll copy.
Wow, I've never even heard of that one. That's also Eric Dubay? Or is that someone else?
No, it's somebody else. So sorry, I don't know if
But it was made
Eric
by
Dubay had
right?
a different
Hibbler
one. This one
Production?
is it was produced by the guy who wrote the book on the emergency landings, but they don't really go into the emergency landings on this.
Edward Hendry? That was it produced by Edward Hendry or somebody else?
I
mean,
I don't
know.
I'm not sure because I'm not sure of all the names and all the players, but
Okay.
I think I looked at a follow-up video about the making of it, and I believe so. So we'll have to verify.
Okay.
Well,
that's where I was
I
getting.
mean, I don't even know if that's what they would call him, because I mean, he has lots of chapters in his book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. Earth is not a spinning globe, about the emergency landings. But I don't know if we'd even call that a book about emergency landings. I don't know. What were you going to say, Shines?
sorry, I was just going to say that's where I got confused, is that it's Level, right, was the first one, and then Level Up is the second one, and those are both by Hibbler, right, Hibbler Productions, but Flatten the Curve is a separate one that I can't even find because, of course, it takes me to things that we can't talk about. So if you do have a link for that one, I would love to see that one. But I haven't seen the second one, the Level Up. I haven't watched that video either.
Yeah, I did put it in the chat here. And someone else did. Old Dude put it in there as well. So the guy's YouTube channel is just kind of a weird flat Earth banjo, USA, Japan, and Brazil. That's the whole name of his YouTube channel. It's kind of an amalgamation of different things, but Flatten the Curve. Yeah, I don't know if I saw Level Up. I don't know. I spent so much time when I'm working, just having some things in the background. Sometimes I miss a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to watch everything, especially like, I do spend a lot of my free time in Discord because I like actually talking to people in real time. So taking the time to sit down and watch anything as if it's a movie or a TV show is definitely not my first go-to. But yeah, I heard a lot of really good things about the Flatten the Curve one because there were so many people in there that are documented. And I actually got into quite a few arguments, not even having watched this documentary, but there were Globers that were coming in and saying, oh, these guys aren't accredited, this and that, whatever. And they were posting like the wrong people. And it literally took me like 2 seconds to go into the FAA and say, no, this guy is credentialed. This is who he is. This is whatever. So they were definitely, that's the only involvement and how I actually knew about it was because they were trying to discredit the people that were in the video. So yeah, they were pissed off about their arguments, right? Feeling threatened, and so needed to discredit, but they're credible. I looked into it, so I definitely need to watch it and see what they actually say, do my research.
It's another one called The Flat Earth, but I don't think it's on for free. It's no, never mind. That's wrong. It's on the wrong title. There's another one that I watched, but I can't remember what it was. It was I think a guy who looks like he's from Hawaii, maybe Hawaiian, who's kind of giving an kind of hour-long like digest into all the different arguments, which I thought was good because he was very neutral. He wasn't committed to either side, but he was kind of just presenting the arguments, which I thought was a good lead in for someone who's, sort of a normie, just wanting to look at the information, find out what it's all about.
Yeah, I just looked it up right now, and so I'm not too far behind because the next level doesn't come out until April 22nd. So that one hasn't even come out yet. I just saw the trailer for it, so there's another one.
The truth cannot be stopped.
Nope. It's just going to keep coming. That's one of the most beautiful things about this is like the more they try to shut people down, or ban them from things or whatever, people just create new areas, right? Like if something were to happen to Discord, even like people would just, find another way. Like there's no way of stopping it. It will always come out and people will always find a way to communicate.
They're doing whack-a-mole right
Yeah,
now.
for sure.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. I don't know. I know that there was an article about how many people in Brazil, like maybe, and I don't know, I may be wrong about this, but it shocked me because it seemed like it was like 30% of the people in all of Brazil believe that there's a flat earth. And I thought that was really, really high. And so I don't know if it's like if there's any kind of breakdowns by country. It'd be very interesting to see, that kind of information because I think it's a lot more than what people think. But that was a little shocking to me. So I don't know if that's a correct statistic or if I'm just imagining it. I have
heard that before too, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know what the source is. I don't know if anyone has a source for that, but I have heard that about Brazil before. Because isn't Brazil where there was a whole football / soccer team that was like named something flat Earth related? Wasn't that Brazil? I don't know. This is like a couple years ago. I remember hearing about that.
I never even heard about that. I did have clients when I was doing hair that were from Brazil, and they were flat earthers. And we used to talk about it, and like the chairs next to us would be like, "What is happening? Like, you guys are crazy." And we're like, "No, you got to listen." But yeah, I had two people, and they didn't even know each other, both from Brazil, and they were both flat earthers. And they said it's a huge thing over there.
Oh, Adam said it was Spain. Maybe he means was the football team in Spain, Adam? You can unmute if you want.
I'm wrong about the percentage, but it's a high number. It's I think it's 11 million Brazilians believe it.
A lot.
But that the percentage is about 7%.
Yeah. It's a lot of people. What about what was that actual name? Do you remember, Adam? What the actual name of the team was? Ah, here we go.
Yeah, I've posted it in there.
Thank you, Adam.
No worries. They're a very much low league team. They're from Madrid, but I chatted with the guy on WhatsApp during the Flat Earth tour. Fundamentally, yeah, the Flat Earthers, but they're doing all right. Okay, but they're playing much lower leagues. They're not like playing against Real Madrid or anything like that. But I'm not sure where they're at this season. But yeah, Madrid. Doing relatively okay, and if people are hearing about them, it's fantastic news. I'll mute back up.
I just want to say that is hilarious, Truth Seeker. The underneath the 7% belief is greatest among those who didn't finish high school and are Christian on social media. Like it's so derogatory.
That is funny. Yeah.
Like that's like a derogatory. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, those who haven't been indoctrinated.
Yep. Like they don't see it.
And their spiritual stamped out of them. But they said that people, and I don't want to open a can of worms here talking about vax or unvax or whatever, but they did say that the people who didn't, the two groups of people who didn't get vaccinated were people who didn't finish or only had a high school graduation or PhDs. So there you go. So maybe the most learned people out there and people who haven't been through all the indoctrination have things going for them. And the people most likely to conversely were I think people with master's degree who've had the most education in a system. So I don't know if that's because they're more trusting of the, I guess, the official lines, or I don't know. So just that
I
out
think
there.
it's a bit to do with how it's designed. It's kind of like a sieve or something. Because high school and earlier, they teach you that you're not allowed to think outside the book, and they punish you if you do. And all the creative, critical thinkers that are too rebellious, they end up dropping out.
Yeah.
And the ones that are like, I know how to conform and comply, they go through. And then once you get to further education, that's when they start making you have to think outside the box and punish you if you don't, because you have to make correlations.
Yeah, you have to assume and figure out what the professor actually wants so that you get the right.
Great, yeah. And then when you get even further into that, that's when they start teaching you critical thinking for the first time, if you go into that lane, so to speak.
Yeah, you have to defend
it's all
your doctorates, and you have to learn how to,
I say it's made that way intentionally. And yeah, like my brother says, it's ass backward.
There's a lot of
And hi,
Amish
Jenny.
going on today. We have Amish Earther in here looking for somebody from Lancaster, PA. Check the live stream.
Has anyone here been to like the conventions or done any in real life meetups? I'm just curious if there's other like events that are being planned. I think there was one that was in October, which sounded like fun. It was like, is that Flat Oktoberfest or something?
Yeah, Flattoberfest, they call it.
Oktoberfest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, October, November, December.
I just know there haven't been any in Iceland as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I guess I've been on this kick now for about 6 months. My exploration. Does anybody have like a sense of a timeline, like of how much time people spend before they're like fully a committed flat earther?
It's all over the map.
Mm-hmm.
It was only maybe a few months for me. Other people, it took 6 months to a year. I don't know. Everybody's different.
It took me 2 to 3 hours, I think, tops. But I think it also depends on what you already know and whether you're open to it. If you've gone through a world shift before where your paradigm gets turned upside down, then a second one isn't as shocking. So if you're used to it, it's not a big deal. But if you've never had like your beliefs challenged before and you're emotionally invested, and for instance, you've educated yourself in this, so you spend money and time into it because you want to be an astrophysicist or something, finding out that the globe isn't real can be a real ego bruise, and it can be devastating, and it can be for some people just actually painful to let go of. They actually have to grieve the world model that they're letting go of. And it's normal to go through the process of having to like accept the fact that you've been lied to. It might take some time. And sometimes it feels like uncomfortable in the beginning just because of cognitive dissonance, because you're used to believing in this other thing. And you'll catch yourself for a long time being like saying things or catching another thing where you're like, oh, they lied about this too. And you often hear people talk about the different you can see people in different stages, almost like stages of grief, where people are either mad or they're sad about it or they've come to accept it and different stuff like that.
And it takes longer for people that, have gone through the process of being indoctrinated so thoroughly. Like imagine if it's not just high school, then you spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars going through college to learn all this stuff. Then you're in a profession that's telling you you're actually doing one thing when we're telling you that no, that isn't what you were actually doing. Like it can be really hard on the psyche for somebody to come to terms with that. There's a lot that they have to go through. And yep, Drace, there's the 7 stages of grief. And some of them never make it like even to shock. They don't even get there. They never even make it to the first step or any of them. They basically just have anger.
Denial, before people grief
anger.
begins, you have to accept that actually is going on. Oh yeah, like Dre said, the shock is also just the fact that we're here. You can see how some people just and go into full-on attack mode just because we dare question their thing.
That's very true.
You know?
That's a great point.
Like
And you
Dres just
would
said,
say, what, the
they use
bargaining. Sorry, Carmen, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Trace also added, then they do the denial and run away. We see a lot of those, actually.
Yeah, the denial, or we see the anger, right? They get like pissed off in here, or the bargaining. The fact that they're even here, and we have people that are here for years on end still debating with us about this, and they just stay within those first 4, right? They never get to, even the testing, they will do some of that, but there's never acceptance and there's never depression. It's just the other ones. Like they just can't get past it. But even that bargaining, they're here arguing with us all the time about it.
I wonder for people who are like that, I wonder if they are just too entrenched in an atheistic point of view. I wonder if it really scares some people to think that there could be something larger than themselves. Because I know, with like Hubble, who's like, it's horrific to think that we're in the center. Some people have such a visceral, um, because of the theological implications of a flat Earth, that they're they're really spooked by that.
There was actually, I wish he had told me about it. The pastor of a church I go to said a few weeks ago that somebody from the neighborhood just stopped in his office one day, and he was just shaken. He was an atheist, but he's like, I found out the earth is flat, and I feel like there might be a God, and he didn't know what to do. And he came to our church to try to talk to somebody, and the pastor he knew that I'm into this stuff and didn't think to tell me about it, but I said, like, send him to me next time. But it happens. I mean, people do that. It's an absolute shock, especially if you had no concern or belief in the supernatural before. And I always think it's curious that evolution, being false, shown to be false, never had this effect on people the way Earth being flat does. I haven't figured that out.
Also, I think the ones that get stuck are the ones that have their ego tied into it. Whereas either they can't admit to themselves that they've been lied to and that they fell for this so hard, and especially if they've fought it, and if they fought it for a while, they might get stuck in the whole, they don't want to come to face with the fact that they've been wrong this whole time.
Or it's something simple as they laughed at other people, like
Yeah,
made fun of them,
judgments.
and so this would invalidate their rationale for
Yeah.
being a good person and laughing at those people.
It's also, if you judge other people and you're thinking like, people who are pink are assholes and ugly and this and that, and then you realize you're wearing pink, and then you're like, oh, that means I am ugly, an asshole, all the things that I judged him for. And then he either, instead of reassessing those judgments, because he doesn't realize, because they're subconscious, he's going to rear back and be like, no, I can't be wearing pink. This isn't pink. This is magenta. Yeah, salmon colored. Yes, salmon colored. That sounds more like Glober.
Well, I think that Mary Mom is onto the real depression, is busting all of the Star Trek, Star Wars fandom.
Oh yeah, we had a guy in Cognitive. I have to take a screenshot of it because we have a Golden Globian server and section. Like just this morning, I invited him to come back. It's just the BC Tech, and I invited him. He hasn't answered me yet, but he just came right out and said that he just likes the story better of the space and all that. It's just more exciting. He just came right out and said that. I just think space and just a way more exciting story, and that's pretty much what most of us think. But a lot of them won't admit that, They like the space stories, so they don't want to give them up. But people can still watch them, just like you can still read the Chronicles of Narnia, the Wizard of Oz, without actually thinking they describe literal places. You can still watch those space stories to realize their story.
Well, speaking of space, I just don't get I don't get the whole Elon Musk thing.
Ooh. I was listening to the radio like a week and a half ago. I just do it sporadically. I'm not a regular listener. And I just caught the middle of this interview, and the interviewer was talking with some lady, oddly enough, from Ukraine. But anyway, the interviewer asked her, do you get to communicate with other people very well, meaning the internet? And the first thing she said, thank God for Elon Musk. I was like, not. I was like, whoa. So I guess they're referring to Starlink with that.
Ugh.
Yeah. But thank God for Elon Musk. Really? Come on, man. That's what I got to say about that. Yeah, it was a little
That's
bit
not
flat.
his real name. Is it? Is it really his real name? I read somewhere, or I thought I heard somewhere, that it wasn't his real name, but I'm not sure about that.
Don't they all do that? They assimilate.
I know, like every politician practically has,
Like
at least the
Superman.
really dishonest ones have like 2 or 3 different names.
Superman had to assimilate.
I just think
Can
the
I
whole
say?
thing with
Can I,
like his relationship with that girl Grimes, and now that girl Grimes is with that other person, the trans
Oh,
person.
Jerry, um, Chelsea Manning.
Yes, now they're together, but yet Elon Musk and Grimes are having another child together, and it's a girl at the same time. Like, it's all very weird. And his poster, like, it's just all very weird to me. I
He
don't
probably just
understand.
What
wanted
an
to get
ironic name, Chelsea Manning.
Yeah.
can I make a statement regarding something that said just a moment ago? I've been critical, but I'm an atheist, yeah, and I have to say that the idea of there being a god is far more exciting than the perception of atheism. And in that, as an atheist, you.
Okay, so anyway, not to be rude, I apologize, Pazza, forgive me. But we get after the FE men for this for all the time about speaking out on ladies' night. And I know you're a Glober and all, but you've been around enough to know, I think. So forgive me, had to do it. So anyway, girls, if you girls want to, I'm not saying girls can't call upon the men, but if you have something to offer, please put it in the voice text. And if the ladies want to call upon you, we will. And I'm not trying to be rude or point fingers or, be a bee.
No, I think
Bye.
you did that very well. I think that was done very politely, Jenny. So great job.
Thanks.
How much time is devoted? Is it all night long? Are we going to the wee hours of the morning? I forgot. I know the start time, but
Depends.
Okay.
Sometimes it ends shortly. Sometimes we've gone really long. It all depends on like the Globers who do want to talk and pause it. Of course, just apologize. Like if he wants to talk about something, you can type it in there. We'll call him in. But what we normally do, since Pazza is, a regular in here, he has a Globe Earther tag. He's been here before. We usually try and we try and keep up with who is joining in the live chat. And if we see somebody, we call upon them and we're like, hey, do you want to talk right now? I'm just going to use Stormfire since he's right underneath me. Like, say he was a new person, just VC verified. We say, hey, Stormfire, do you want to talk to us tonight? It's ladies' night. Do you want to, have a conversation? And then we'd see if they want to have a conversation. Like, we call on them, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
And then it goes for as long as it goes. Sometimes, really late.
We've had some pretty good marathons.
Yeah, we have. It's been quite awesome.
Yeah, I remember one night where it's midnight right now for me, but I remember ladies' night went on so long that after ladies' night officially ended, a lot of the ladies hung around, and I ended up staying until 8 in the morning for me. But it was very fun.
Well, this is my first time really talking to anyone with committed flat Earth beliefs, and I know that David Weiss in particular was always saying that flat earthers are like the nicest people, and it's just everyone's been very, very respectful. So I think that's great, because I think we're all de facto ambassadors, if we commit to this philosophy. Obviously you can tell the way I talk, I'm still a little bit on the fence. I'm getting close, but if I fully commit, then, and I want to speak my mind and my views, I want to learn the right way to be able to talk to people and be respectful, but stand up for my ideas and the scientific grounds for my worldview. So it's this is all good practice. You're all good examples.
Oh, that's really nice of you to say that. Appreciate you appreciating us.
Do you ever meet someone just like do you wear paraphernalia at all? Like I've seen people with like the flat earth necklaces and of course t-shirts, and do people come up to you? And
I
I'm
bought
just curious.
I bought my first flat earth t-shirt from Witsit. I think I got a screenshot. Yeah, here it is. So hopefully it'll be soon. I love this because he says, "Don't make this weird."
That's my favorite. I mean, that's just so classic. Why do you guys always got to make it weird? I love that was like their slogan. Don't make it weird, dude. Chill
Well,
out.
actually, it was not. Wait, no, it wasn't like saying it to guys. I don't think I was catching what you were putting down. I apologize.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that I love that that's what the slogan that they came up with. Like, don't make this weird. Don't
Oh,
make
I
it
thought
weird.
you meant you said it to. I think I missed a word that you
Oh,
said.
I
Did you
said
say
dudes.
Globers?
Yeah. No, yeah, the Globers. Like the Globers
Yeah.
are making it weird. And it's like
Yeah.
I added the word like, like a surfer, like, don't make this weird, dude. So
Right,
I
right,
added that
right.
word.
I
Yeah, but
love
it's
saying
the Globers.
dude. Yeah, I
I
love
did,
saying
dude.
dude.
Sorry.
Raven song, I got that from Witsits. If you search Witsit in the live stream voice text, and it should be. I don't think he's been in here much since he posted it. The link. Maybe I can find it.
We also do have a new person in here, Croc. Pancakes! ! Robot. Are you in here? Did you want to say anything? You want to talk to the ladies tonight? Croc. Are you there? You can type in VC if you don't want to talk, but we're here. If you want to speak up, let us know. Type it in the VC, and we're here to chat.
Okay, I guess he posts more than I thought he would. Let me see if it's still in. It should be in my history.
I think someone pinned with this link to the live stream. I could be wrong, but if you click in the pin to the live stream, I'm pretty sure that's true. But I'm driving now, so I can't check.
Thank you, dear. We can check that out. Yeah, I usually have a billion tabs open. I don't see it, so we'll check out the pin. But yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff. But if you want the FE stuff, kind of go to the back of the list first. Oh, here we go. Because these other got t-shirts and such for other topics. So Flat Earth is the first that he did, and so the back of the list. I think there was 6 pages that I saw.
So just Jenny, you've got the headphone symbol next to you. What does that mean?
Oh, I always put something after my name. There was some stars, and I've been kind of into music lately, so that's kind of why.
Okay, I didn't know that was so. That's just an
Fun.
emoji that people put. I thought maybe it was because you're. I didn't know if you had a podcast or something.
Oh no, that would be fun though, for sure. But I posted Witsit's site. So if you guys want to Don't Make This Weird shirt, go there.
We do have a podcast. I'll find it when I stop, but
You're right.
on Spotify.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's like excerpts from this live stream.
Great.
I'll find you the link when I park.
Oh, but anyway, do I wear paraphernalia? Were you asking me that a while ago?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you wear anything in the wild, and then someone comes over and
Well,
goes,
I do
"Hey."
like to talk to people in the wild. I've been known to do that, yes. I live in a really super small town, and it's a Catholic town, and there's Masons everywhere too. And so I gotta kind of mind my P's and Q's. And when somebody opens up the door and say they believe in whatever conspiracy, I'm like, oh, okay, hey, let's talk about that. And then I kind of lead into it. So yeah, that's how I roll. But I'm going to open mic night here in a few minutes. I'm gonna have to jam. But so I'm gonna sing a song, and then I'm gonna read off some of my favorite quotes I always put out in here. And then I think in the future, somebody suggested I should do a flat Earth haiku. And so somebody else had read some of their sonnets. So it's just that kind of open mic. It's not like karaoke or whatever.
Do you write music too? I write music. I would love to do a song, but I'm not a singer.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not that good. I just do it for my own amusement. I mean, I'm kind of okay, to be fair. So the song I'm going to sing tonight, and I actually recorded it. I recorded it for my mom. But anyway, it's called, oh my gosh. I'm having a major brain fart, you guys. I'm going to have to make sure I have my lyrics with me. I'm just kidding. Dude. I'm sitting here relaxing a little too much, you guys. I really am. This is incredible. But it's by Harry Nilsson from the movie The Point in 1971. Oh, Think About Your Troubles is the
Think
name of
about
it.
your troubles. I like that the one really catchy Flat Earth song that I really like. And of course I can't remember the name of it, but it's about how, it's from one of the Eric Dubay videos
Really?
about gravity.
Okay.
Does anyone know that one? That's really great.
Well, I am a big, huge fan of Creation Bear's song, The 10 Flat Commandments. In fact, I have practiced it, not in a while, but I can kind of sort of sing it. I'm like maybe 90% there, or at least I was when I left it a while ago. The trouble is I have too many hobbies and there's not enough time in the day to do it.
Ah,
And yeah.
like that Jim Croce song. Not enough time when you find them, right?
I've heard a few Eric Dubay songs because Trace has a USB with a bunch of Flat Earth and Truther music that we listen to in the car. And my favorite Creation Bear might be Space Ghost.
Oh, okay. Space Ghost.
Do you have any songs that you want to have us play?
Me or her?
A true seeker.
Oh, nothing. Is that what you do in the forum? You can play songs for everybody.
Yeah, we have a music bot.
Oh, okay. This is my first day on
Yeah, I
Discord, so I'm not
know. No
sure
pressure. We'll maybe
what
next
all
week we'll hit you
what
up.
all the things are available. But
There's
yeah.
there's also a lot of people in here that actually create a lot of music.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
that's
you're in the
great.
right.
Yeah. I just finished off a spare room in the house for a music room, so I want to get it back into my keyboard and writing stuff.
You go, girl. Oh, I'm so excited for you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's been a while. A little rusty. But I used to, when you mentioned open mics, I just before COVID, I had bought a full length keyboard with built-in speakers, runs on batteries, so I could, roll it out and go and play and do my thing. And
Wonderful.
yeah, I'll get back to that. I took voice lessons. I said to the voice instructor, I said, listen, I'm not going to be a singer, but my bar is I just don't want to suck,
Well,
just the not suck range I'll be happy with, so I can go in and at least know that I can deliver a little bit.
yeah. Well, had I known that. Oh, go ahead, Karma.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I so get that because me and Trace have been playing around making music, and we're complete noobs, and we're just playing around, don't know what we're doing, and I cringe so hard listening to my own music.
No, stop
but everybody else seems to like it.
We're our own worst
Karma,
critic.
you are
Usually,
amazing, and we all hear her voice when we hear it. Like, you are amazing. We should play some music so that she can hear it, so that she knows who the players are. We can do Creation Bear, Drace, Kai, Witsit. Like, there's so many. I do music. I haven't done any Flat Earth music yet.
I love your
I
music
used to
series.
rap, and thank you.
Hey,
But
since
I
I'm
can't wait to
here,
collab with everyone.
I gotta leave in like a few minutes. I just wanted to. I don't know. Did you girls give a shout out to Austin and Kai?
Not, I mean, just in text, we were talking, you came in and talked about the shirts, but no, there hasn't been any direct, like, congratulations or shout outs or
Oh,
anything.
yeah. Well, I just think it's incredible. Two people who happen to cross paths in this Discord.
It's
So
beautiful.
they're getting married today. That's crazy.
Oh, it's today, isn't
I've
it? Today is the
them since
day.
day one, and it's today.
I
Oh my
forgot. It is today. March 18th is today.
We have a flat earth married couple probably right now.
Yep. I hope
That's awesome.
I hope they share something about that experience. I don't know if they videotaped it or anything, but even if they just share photos, like, I'm so happy. Kai was the one who actually was the one who brought me into the Discord. It was my first time here, first time to ever be on this server. I was in a writing group, and I was listening to whatever, and I found the Flat Earth Discord, came in, and I sat there for a long time waiting for her to get with me as she was checking people in, and we talked for like about an hour. And she was amazing. Yeah, and then I already knew about Austin, and now here they are getting married. They're well loved in this community.
I just thought, we should probably spend some time reminiscing and stuff like that. And, actually, I know I shut down Paza earlier, but on this topic only, I don't know. I kind of think it's a little bit appropriate that we all talk about them if anybody wanted to for the guys and stuff. But I'm gonna actually head out, and you guys have a great time. And it'll be about 2 hours or something. I'll be back.
Awesome, Jenny. Thank you so
Have
much.
a good set.
Oh, thank you. Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
And it's funny because mom was actually listening to Kai's song "The Matrix" earlier and sent me a text telling me that it's her favorite Flat Earth song or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that. And it's just totally slipped my mind until she said something like, I knew the date was coming up, but I didn't realize it was today. Like, today they are getting married. They have already been married, under their eyes, but like they're making it, official to their family and doing that entire beautiful ceremony. So I hope that they're just having a blast right now. They are two wonderful, beautiful, amazing people. And it's so cool that they were able to meet here and connect like that.
I think our theme song for the movement would be "I Can See for Miles and Miles." From The Who.
Oh, yes. You're reminding me. I forgot. We used to have this guy named Human Sheeple that was on our old server. And one time he hosted this debate on the ice wall. And he had a different theme song for all the 4 different people who were debating. And one of them had the I Could See for Miles and Miles, where he played it every time that person came in. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. I haven't listened to that song in a long time. But that's a good song. Yeah. Good suggestion.
I've been looking up at the camera. I think I'm definitely going to get Nikon. I'm just wondering around where I am, where I could go and kind of test that. I just kind of landlocked here, central PA. That's where I'm located. Used to go down to the Jersey Shore a lot. I wonder if there's anything there.
Yeah, I remember Mitty HC. He's another person. He's a mod here that he hasn't been around much lately. But I remember someone talking about the Jersey Shore, and he knew what the sites were over there. But now I can't remember what they were. The Amish flat earther, was asking who said they were from Pennsylvania. He was asking that in the voice text. You probably didn't see it, but you don't have to tell him if you don't want to. But yeah, he was in there earlier asking. I'm going to be in a bad signal area again, so if I drop out, I'll try to come back. But you ladies carry on. Or Jenny invited other people to talk about love. I don't have anything to say about that myself, although I'm happy for Witch and Kai, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I DM'd Amish flat earther, but I'm not sure at the point that I'm ready to go to a meetup. But I'd like to be kept informed of when they are, so I have that option.
Actually, I'm glad you said that again because I'm glad you saw that. You communicated definitely. Yeah, be new to the movement. As a woman, I would recommend. Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, it's better not to share information with people for sure. Because at the beginning, even though someone, you were saying that Dave Weiss says flat earthers are very nice. Well, okay, so when Jenny gave her positive affirmation to your statement, I was like about to say, well, not a lot of the ones I've met, but most of them are. I'll give you that. But the ones that aren't will make your life a living hell. So, like, for example, I had to delete my entire personal Facebook to where I don't even have communication with some of my family members anymore that mostly communicates on there, which is fine. Like, it's actually better since I did that, but it was because a crazy flat earther at the beginning was like, oh, I want to have you on my show, my podcast, and I have to communicate with you through Messenger, so you must friend me. And I was just like, okay, you're flat earth, so you must be a good guy. So anyway, in other words, not all flat earthers are good guys, and some people have obviously are in this movement for other reasons, not just to spread the truth of flat earth. So don't be in any hurry to, definitely keep your guard up, especially as a woman. Because you asked earlier, why aren't there many women around here? Because their bodies are in the wake of all this nonsense that goes on here. It's very hard to stay around here, and they get targeted and so on. So, that's why.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I don't want to tell you that, but that's why. So since you are a new woman, I'll tell you right on the air, even though I'll probably get backlash even for saying it. But I care about you enough to tell you that. So there you go. Not the Amish dude. I know nothing about him. I'm not like specifically warning about him. I'm just saying, don't hesitate to say no. You don't owe anyone anything. Don't friend anyone with your personal Facebook. Don't tell anyone, specific information about where you live. They don't have to talk to you on Messenger. They don't need your phone number to do whatever. You don't need to give anybody anything. They can talk to you on Discord just fine. Because the people who are pushing for that, which I found out from this person, who is now banned from here and banned from the GlobeLive server and banned from a bunch of places, are often the people who are here for ulterior motives. So that's the real scoop. But
I appreciate that.
are wonderful. Yeah. Sorry. I'm going to go now. But yeah, do what you need to do and don't feel bad about it. And block people if you need to as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, do we have any Globers in here right now?
I don't know, Shines, but I got to go. So
Okay.
I got to pick up my son. I'll be back later probably.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
We'll hold down
See
the
you.
fort. All right.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Sister
see.
Auntie?
There were some people in here earlier, but I think that they left. Northern Rebellion was sending me names, and from the names he sent, yeah, I don't see anybody in here. So we can just keep chit-chatting away. Or I do have the bot, but I don't even know how to use it. But I think it would be cool to play some music for Truth Seeker so she can listen to Trace and Karma and Creation Bear and Kai and everyone and kind of get a taste of the flavor. The flavor.
That's cool. And
We have Trace, DJ.
and thanks very much for that. I'd love to hear that. And how do I find out who is talking? Because some people have caught on to who they are, but I'm not really sure when some people talk who is talking. Like, where do I find that out?
Are you on phone or PC?
I'm on a phone.
Okay, then it's a little bit more tricky. Here's the trick
Okay.
I use. You can see the picture light up when they're talking, and then you can compare it to the list to see who it is, which kind of sucks. On PC, it's more obvious because the name lights up on the little list on the side when they're talking. But with us,
Oh,
we
I
kind of have to do it
see.
manually.
Okay, I see the list.
Hello.
Okay. I see you
Here's
lighting
the
up
second
Karma.
option. Yeah, right. Here's the second option, though. if you're not sure and you don't have time to be scrolling through, you can always just say, "Oh, hey, who said that? I don't know your voice. Who am I talking to?"
Okay,
And
I didn't want to be
everybody just
rude,
answers super politely. No,
but
it's not rude at all. It's totally understandable. It's not like you can tell apart 100 voices you just heard for the first time. It's kind of like when you start a new class with a new kids, you have like 30 kids, you're gonna have to ask them at least 5 times, "What was your name again?"
well, thanks. So level up. Are you a mod? Are you the one that's going to be playing the bot? Sorry,
No,
not the bod.
no, I'm not a mod. I'm just a lowly silver.
What are the
Technically,
different that's something new to me too, the whole gold silver thing. What's that all about?
So you are right now, you are valued, which is definitely you're super
I'm
valued.
valued.
You just
Yay.
got here. And the more that you hang around and the more that you like, because there's so many people that like to trick people or, all these kinds of things. It just shows and proves like over time you get different labels put to your name. So the more that you hang around, the next step would be silver. And then from there, I think it's even like they have a meeting about it, right? Like to make somebody gold. Somebody says this person should be gold, and then they discuss it, and then they give them gold, and that's a big deal. And then the next one is gold plus, and then after that would be moderator. But moderators, that's somebody who is really going to be here, is going to have the going to mute, like knows how to behave during a debate, knows when to mute people, unmute people, behaves respectfully with that, doesn't hold that power, is like, I want the power, so I'm just going to mute people. It's something that it's an honor and it's respected, right? Like somebody who really cares about the server is going to take the extra effort, all those kinds of things. So yeah, it's just like different stages. Like the longer you're around, the more you learn the server, the more you get involved with the server, the higher you will be in your ranking.
Oh, thanks. And I see little things on next to my profile that are popping up. Is that something that that the mods do? So as I because I've got the badge for Ladies Night and um Globe Skeptic and that kind of thing. So how does that get assigned?
Yeah, those tags can be given to you, and I think is it just mods that give tags? Because I'm very bad at this. I'm already gold, but because I'm on phone and I suck at using the app, I never
As
actually
far
do
as I
anything.
know, yeah, as far as I
Trace is
know, mods
mod,
have to
so
do
once he
that.
stops typing, I can ask him.
This is cool. This is a whole new world. I've heard other people talking about Discord and being on Discord, so I really like it. Now, does everybody think that this is truly a free platform? I mean, so many people have been censored and shadow banned and on other different platforms. How does everybody feel about the server and the whole system?
Okay, I asked him and confirmed it's mods that give you tags.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have DJ role, you can control the music bot. I think that's how it works. And Trace, my brother, has DJ, so he can play music for us if we need it. You
That
just
would
let me
be
know.
awesome. Let's do that. I think it would be great to play a little bit of music. We don't have any but in here, unless there is a Glober that showed up. But as I scroll through, yeah, I don't see anybody. So I think it would be cool. Truth Seeker is new. Let's introduce her to your guys' music, which is amazing.
Great.
Also, by the way, in case you didn't notice in chat, Truth Seeker, Trace also said he'd love to collab, and I agree. Yeah, so if you ever want to
That would
collab,
be
just hit us up.
amazing.
Wonderful.
But then the question is, what song do we want?
Well, if you have anything original, that would be cool.
I
Cast
would love
for
to,
our
yeah.
song if you want to hear that.
Let's do that one
Yeah.
first.
It's a bit of one of the earlier ones, but it's one of the few ones where I actually participated and wrote a bunch of it with him. So It's one of the ones I have the most to do with.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave, make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay guard, backs have gotten through our guard, young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a cat and another dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Great.
Dope. So dope.
I like that line about the cosmic dust. Great.
It would be cool. There's so many songs from you guys that it's hard to even just like choose one. I thought the one where you put everybody's names in it was really cool. God, there's so many. And then that one by Creation Bear where he sounds like old school, like Wu-Tang or Biggie Smalls. I can't remember the name of that one. Do you know
That's
which one I'm
probably
talking
Space
about?
Ghost, the one I love.
Is it Space Ghost?
Ooh,
Play that
can we
one.
play Space Ghost next? Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Space Ghost.
Oh, but first, Trace is going to play a 10-second clip.
Do it.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, shit. The Earth is flat!
That was
Oh.
legit one of the best moments in live YouTube freaking history. It was so amazing. I don't know if
It was
did
really
you ever see that, True Seeker? He's out at he was at some basketball game and everyone's watching live, and then this girl comes up and she's like, what are you talking about? He's like, the earth is flat. She's like, the earth is flat? Yeah, the earth is flat. He's like, oh shit, the earth is, she goes screaming down the streets to her friend, the earth is flat. And he was like, dude, if everyone could just have that type of energy, like, don't make it weird. Like, that was so based. It was epic. There's a clip, if somebody can repost the clip. I mean, it was
sure.
really fantastic. Yeah, there
I'm
it
pretty
is.
sure she says though, "Who's flat?" in the beginning,
Yeah,
and he's like, "The
yeah.
Earth is flat." And she's like, "The Earth is flat," and she's like, "Yeah." Then she's like yelling to tell everybody that's what he's saying.
It was
But
perfect.
I
I
like your
mean,
interpretation
it
better.
was clip gold. Like, it was just a perfect moment of live YouTube history. Like, it was just like, can't everyone just be that excited and be like, oh shit, what? The earth is flat? Damn. Let me go tell my friends.
I feel like I'm so late to the party because, you guys have been on for like 5-7 years and you've seen this whole movement grow and stuff, and but this is why I know the movement's growing, because I am like so out of things, I'm like so in my own, like, in my work and stuff. So by the time things reach me socially, I think it's getting really big. So
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
seeing it more everywhere.
and even if you came in late, like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, you're here and you're here now and you're going to start hearing everything and you'll catch up really quickly. And I'm so happy that you're here. Like, the more the merrier,
Same.
honestly. And yeah, don't feel out of place because you haven't been here for a while. You're welcome. And we'll teach you all about it, all about all the past fun things and the inside jokes. And you'll learn, the different players, the different Glovers and everything quickly. It'll happen very quickly if you just stick
okay,
around.
that's
Yeah,
great.
you're good.
Well, wow, there's a whole new facet of stuff. So this is very exciting.
Okay, I also thought of something. There's also a bunch of numpty clips and like little clips and parodies of Globers when they say really stupid stuff. And I'm gonna send you a friend request. I need to send you the Pagus one where
Okay.
where he's talking about the sex robot. That was hilarious.
Oh, that one was so funny. For sure.
I've listened to that at work while I'm cleaning. Just have that blasted and I'm just laughing my ass off.
Sex.
posted.
Sex.
And can we play Space Ghost now?
Sam. Who sent me that? Oh, I guess it was earlier today because I was talking about the abyssal plains. So somebody sent me this one. It was hilarious because this guy was like trying to argue that water could curve because you had to look at the surface tensions in the water, but at the same time he was arguing how like water takes the shape of its container, and he didn't realize that the guy was really not that bright, and he was like arguing against the flat earth while supporting it at the same time. It was hilarious.
Yeah, they argue themselves all the time. It's so funny. Can you play Space Ghost now?
Oh, are you asking
Silence
me?
is
Yeah,
affirmation.
sure.
I'm playing it.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty He say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's. Cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to Troy, take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dump in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic. A fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach. Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon B. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon B at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, they go deep. Flack on the glober, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dolphin in a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about season. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs in a book. Nigga, my turn FB on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. Play it. Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
That's cool. I don't know all the names, but I caught a few of them already.
That song is super dope, but that isn't the one I was talking about either. Like, I love all of his songs, but the one that I first heard that I was like, damn, get it, was the 10 Flat Commandments. That one, like, it's like Wu-Tang meets Biggie meets East Coast style, like old school. It's dope. I loved it.
That's very true. My bias towards the other song made me go with that one. But I love the one you're talking about, so we could just play that now.
No, yeah, I love the Space Commandments too. I love all of them. Yeah, let's play it. Let's do it.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 10 Flat Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon P shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1. Me, if you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping while you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way out to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, and Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love that one.
That's great. That's got a nice groove.
But real quick, yeah, we have 2 people up in the VC check-in. Does anybody want to come up with me? I've never been taught how we're supposed to do it, like how to walk through that. So if somebody wants to come up with me, I'd be more than willing to do that so we can have people to talk during ladies' night. Is anybody willing to come and help me? Fellow males, females, anyone. Thank you, Northern. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to check these people in. Hopefully we can bring them down.
I'm like so new to Discord. Like I have no idea how long Discord's been around.
I don't think it's that old.
What's that?
I said I don't know how old it is, but it can't be that old because I remember when everybody used to use Ventrilo and stuff.
So you've got the Spotify podcast. Are there any? And I listen to the Glowbusters a lot. Like I mentioned before, they've got the 24/7 YouTube. I kind of like that. Are there any other places on like Rumble or any other social media that is a good place to go to? And
I don't want to interrupt ladies' night, but yes, Rumble. You have to pay. You have to pay a monthly fee to actually get involved there. No, there's no place like this.
Okay.
I love ladies' night. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Helio.
What's like the most outrageous, like, I guess argument or incident that ever happened? Is there the things get really crazy, or is it just annoying, or
The clip also that there was in the live chat earlier with the whole sex robot. That's one of my
sex
favorite
robot? Okay,
examples.
all right.
Yeah,
All right, so I
it's
gotta
one of my.
listen.
I'll give you a small summary because just the logic behind it is hilarious. Because it's one of those like, if it's observably and testably and provably flat, like if it looks flat, you test it, everything shows that it's flat. It's probably flat, right? And the guy was like, no, there could always just be something that you haven't accounted for, or something you don't know that could explain why it's a globe. And the guy was like trying to get him to acknowledge that the likeliest option is the most likely option, if it all looks flat and all this, it should be flat. So he uses the example of coming home to find your wife in bed with your neighbor or something like that. And is there any model that the woman can construct that would explain that she wasn't cheating on him? And the guy is like, yes, the wife could totally construct a model to explain why she's not cheating on me. And he's like, how? And he's like, he could be a sex robot from Amazon. And then things spiral. And I'm not going to spoiler how this goes, but it is hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. That's really good.
It's one of my
That is
favorites.
really funny. Oh my God,
and then
you can't
there's
make
the
that stuff up.
Have you heard of Brenda?
No.
Okay. Brenda is known for statements like, a shoe is a natural phenomenon.
Okay.
Not done. Dark bones are clocks, and the best one, the hole in a donut is space-time.
He's on to that, something with the last one.
Oh, there's always something funny. The whole donut hole space-time thing is just like one of many things this person has said. They're always kind of funny to listen to, even if they're completely illogical.
I think the reason that I like the Gravity Sucks song so much is that I have spent so much time like pondering like how gravity, because they don't know what it is. So I'm the kind of person that, I like to kind of just muse and think about what gravity could be. I spent so much time, you know, thinking about that. And I'm like, oh, there isn't gravity. It's so simple.
Yeah, once I realized the whole medium and density thing, like once you see the anvil and the quicksilver, that means like for instance, when you say gravity, people say gravity all the time, but my first question is always which one? Because it's not like they work with each other. The
Yeah,
Newtonian
the
name
one
is
that
tiny
holds all the oceans together, but then, butterflies can fly.
Mm-hmm. And then the whole like, oh yeah, of course an animal's gonna fall, but if it's in quicksilver, it's gonna float. If you have beach ball, it's gonna fall. Unless it's in water, it's gonna float. Helium always flies up. I mean, they can also call like what was it, specific gravity or special gravity or something like that, which is basically just a fancier way of saying the density and the medium is what you're looking at.
Well, here is a question that I have. So with air pressure, so let's go with the fact that there's some type of barrier, firmament, what have you, and we've got the air pressure, and even with air pressure, there's still there's less density of air because of different types of air as you go up, so it's less dense and the air is thinner, it has less oxygen, etc. So that I'll get. But in terms of the ocean, because I've been, I just think about all the pressure, as you get deeper in the ocean. Um, to me, that is part of a model of gravity that made sense to me. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the density model, how the the PPI in the water, how and at different depths, how that is explained. Is it just the full weight of the water on top of more water? Um, I'd like to get a little more clarity on that with the model, the flat Earth model, if anyone can enlighten me.
But the density, the pressure differences in layers in the ocean.
Right. I mean, let's say that it's homogeneous. It's just water. I mean, with air, you can have different lighter, because there's different types of air, different makeups with, in the different strata of air. But in the water, if it's just water,
Oh, but they
how does
also
it
have a
get more
dynamic
dense?
system where they also have like pressure and heat, like what's it called again? Yeah, because it's a dynamic system and it has the different layers. They have the heat and affecting the pressure and stuff like that. So I can't say I'm an expert on this, but I do know there's a lot of variables to account for there, and a lot of the stuff they tell you in like Google textbooks aren't exactly reliable. Just like they teach you, oh, the tides are connected to the moon, and then you find out about tidal nodes.
Right. Okay.
And my brother is more knowledgeable about most of these subjects than I am. I'm gonna just come out and say that, but he showed me a lot of stuff. For instance, something to do with Taylor columns, and that basically disproved the spinning of Earth. Because if we were spinning, the fluids would act in a certain way or something like that. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I should get him to find the Taylor columns for me. He's just was helping with me, so I don't have my tech support as usual because he has all the info on the computer and I just have phone.
Are you talking about how if the Earth is spinning, the water should be doing certain things?
Not
I think it
related.
was something to do with the Taylor columns when interrupted or something. Like you should be able to show and prove that it was spinning, and then do the test. It shows the opposite of what you expect if it was spinning. It was some really complicated stuff I heard about a long time ago. I should get Drace to explain it honestly. When he's done talking to whoever he's talking to, I'll maybe get him to come on and explain Taylor columns. Or I might be misremembering the name of it even. I suck at this stuff when he's not next to me to confirm what I'm about to say.
It does make sense though when you think
I
about
look
it.
at him and I say, "Is it called Taylor columns? Is that what it's called? The thing that does this?" And then I do the move and I do make noises, and he's like, "Yes, I interpret your monkey language, and this is the scientific term for this." And I'm like, "Oh yes, thank you." And I sound intelligent on Discord.
I'm doing a search to see if I can come up with that. But it's so frustrating with all. I guess I'm switching to Yandex to see if I can get better research results with all this stuff.
Oh, he definitely has it saved somewhere, I think, because I remember there being a thing where they changed the wiki and all kinds of different weird shit about this. Yeah, he's still helping me see. I'll just put a pin in that.
Okay.
Truth Seeker, are you still there?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay, because when I'm driving my son home, I'm feeling really guilty. I'm like, oh, I probably came on way too strong. I'm like making her seem like it's just a hellhole around here. I really did not mean to be that way. Like, we've actually gotten rid of like a lot of the bad players. You'll probably be perfectly fine. So it's just like, and I'm sure you already know, like, there's a lot of predators online everywhere. So I was just trying to give you a warning. But I tend to use hyperbole, ask any of the ladies here, and get really into stuff when I'm talking about it, and maybe I made it sound way more scarier than it was, so I do apologize if I did that.
No. I appreciate your candidness, and no, I don't want to. I'm not so naive to think that it's all Pollyanna. People are people, but
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was really just trying to share from my experience that like I actually did think when I started here like in the flat earth that like, oh, because they understand about this and they know the globe's alive and these are the good guys. Like looking back on it now, I'm like, gosh, what the hell was wrong with me? Because yeah, people are the same. Like knowing about flat earth, like it does kind of make people think more clearly. And I think in general, like the people here are great. Like I've met some of the best people I've ever met in my life here, but like we all still have our issues, including myself. So like none of us are like, perfect or anything. So yeah, good. I'm glad that you didn't think that I was like way over the top there because I was not trying to like scare you off or anything. Just
No, it
yeah.
was good. It was great. Always good to
Okay,
get
good.
validation too. That if you're, feeling, just not ready for, something that, that's okay too. So, I appreciate that
Yeah,
very
okay,
much.
cool.
Yeah.
What were you guys just talking about? I don't know what you were talking.
Well, I was, as a globe skeptic, one of the things that I was trying to figure out is on the flat Earth model, what is the explanation for the water pressure as you go deeper into different layers of the ocean? Is it just is there a cumulative weight of the water? Because that, to me, we were talking about gravity, and I was like, oh, this is the only one thing with gravity that made really sense to me is that so I don't know if the weight gets compounded, the water weight gets compounded to have such pressure underwater. So that's the only like scientific kind of thing that I'd love to get a little more clarity around.
Yeah, I don't see why I couldn't just.
May I interject?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Hank. Yeah, what do you got to say? Is that you? Yeah.
Yeah, I like to think about it like being under a stack of mattresses, and like the further under the stack you go, like if you're under the 10th one, it's going to be pretty darn heavy, right, on your body. It's going to be pressure that you're not used to. But the higher you go, and you're under one mattress, it's not that bad, right? And
Mm-hmm.
if you go between one and the other really fast, it's gonna not be good for you, right?
Yeah. So layering, basically. Has anyone seen that? And I apologize if you hear my dog in the background. She's sounding off on something. But there's a video of a guy. I guess he's an oceanographer. He was they were in a submarine, doing some deep sea diving in the submarine, doing marine biology exploration, and they found under the water. They found like a hypersalinated lake. So it was actually the waters separated from the waters in the ocean, and they actually tried to descend into this other area where they were noticing that water was kind of lapping up into a shore of coral, and they couldn't go any further. They literally bounced off of a water barrier in the ocean. I thought that was really fascinating. And then I heard that he died like soon after that, and people were like, "Ooh, was that a hit or something?" So I don't know if anybody's heard of that. That was kind of interesting to me.
Funny, because I remember hearing something about at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, or the deepest they've gone, the water just was almost like it was too dense that they couldn't go into it, or something like that. I mean, I don't have
Yeah.
sources for that. It's something I've heard, but that fits with what you're saying. So it's kind of like it's just when you're trying to push something that's full of too much light gas that it just won't go in the liquid. I think it's kind of like that. You just can't push it in.
Yeah. I thought that was really, really very interesting, especially gives if there's a biblical model for a flat earth where it's separating the waters from the waters, then that would be a very empirical proof for that.
Definitely interesting. I'd love to look more into it. Real life just always takes up way too much time. If only we had like an extra day in the week just for research and looking into stuff you're interested in.
I just want to interject. We're being whined at because we're not running a cage match tonight. It's most of the time people complain that flat earthers are just fighting and mean and calling names. And so we have this night where we're calm and reserved, and we've still, calmly dealt with people of all sorts of attitudes. But tonight we're just talking, and somehow this is really, really bad. What do you guys think?
It's his ego that's bruised. This all started when Helios said something like, it's a waste of time. And then it took like a long time before he responded. I don't remember it because I remember thinking like, wow, it's been such a long time since Helio posted and he took this long to reply, which means he probably erased it, wrote it again, or just took forever to decide what to say, but it means it bothered him a lot. And then he keeps talking about this endlessly, whining about this, and antagonizing people to try to get mic time. I say I don't reward bad behavior, so if he's going to whinge and whine like a small child, he can sit in the naughty corner for as long as he likes, or at least until the ladies' night is over, because I prefer talking to civil, nice, pretty ladies like yourself. But that's just my opinion.
It's a catch-22. Doesn't matter what we do. If we ran the usual name calling and all that, we wouldn't like it. Then if we're calm, you wouldn't like it. It's just can't win sometimes with some people. Well, he's here to speak. His mic's open.
Yeah, I unmuted him like a little bit ago when I got back, and yeah, before Carmen said that. So I don't know why he's still complaining.
Well, if anyone's interested, I was researching an answer to my own question about the density of the weight of the water, the pressure. And I did find an answer that there's that's dependent on temperature and salinity. So that is interesting.
I thought temperature might come into it because it's the same with just when you look at clouds, for instance, like they weigh like tons, but it's the temperature that affects whether they're in the sky or whether they rain down or snow and stuff. Ooh, Tracy's calling. I'll be right back.
Okay, well, we just checked. I don't know what was the conversation was. I don't want to interrupt it. But we just checked in a person named Pillow, and he is here. If you guys were in the middle of a conversation, we can wait until it's over. Otherwise, we can talk to Pillow. It's up to you guys. We just hopped in right now.
Hi.
Yeah, we weren't in the middle of anything. Hi, Pillow.
Hello. Hey, just joined. Just got verified. Apparently, I joined at a convenient time since there's a gathering. I just had a couple of questions. How do I how can I tell the difference between someone who's from the government? You know what I mean? Like acts like flat earthers. Because when I go to YouTube and I try to search about flat earth, it's all I feel like we're misrepresented. You know what I mean? Like they make really the arguments they use is repetitive to some sense, and it's weak. There's real proof out there, and it's not being used. So that's obvious, but how do you generally tell? What's the big difference between a government, Middle Earther, and people like us? You know what I mean?
Well, there's no way to tell, so there's no reason you don't really need to, because there's people who make bad arguments out of ignorance. There's people who, make bad arguments because they just haven't taken the time to learn the good arguments. And there's people who, in theory, I suppose, I've never seen the paychecks, in theory, there'd be people who were paid to disrupt organizations. Although these days, I don't even know why they'd have to, because, most people just go around spouting whatever the government says without being paid at all. I mean, these days, I know they used to actually have, COINTELPRO agents. That's well documented, who would go out and join these organizations, and most of the problem people were federal agents. I mean, for example, in some of the exposés regarding the Ruby Ridge incident, which happened somewhere around 1992, it was well documented that most of the people involved in those organizations, the guy who was one of them said, "Oh yeah, we just go to these meetings, supposed whatever they were, neo-Nazi meetings, and it was just a bunch of government agents talking to each other. Maybe we'd come up with one patsy, if we were lucky. Same with Earth First, same with all those other organizations. But nowadays with the internet, and the way social media is, the way people are basically just NPCs, why would they even have to bother? They definitely don't have to send anybody out. We already know they're low budget. You can tell that by their low budget sci-fi. So I don't know why they bother, and why does it even matter? I mean, we have the evidence. The globe has nothing. They have no proof of curvature, no rotation, can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Why do we need to know what everyone's motive is as long as we focus on the facts?
Last question before I wrap up. I have a friend who is...
Wow, that was your first, and now you're already to your last. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I didn't want to take too much time,
Okay, yeah, that's fine. What's the last question?
I have a friend who refuses, no matter how much I give him proof, and I ask him to, talk to people. He's obsessed with math, right? How people who use math, how do you, help them? Because I don't know much of math. I don't want to study math, right? So, but am I really going to go out of my way? How do you deal with people who try to prove the Earth is not flat through math, right?
Prove that it's not flat through math? Is that what you said?
No, they use math to say it is not flat. How do I disprove this disprovement? You know what I mean?
Well, all I would say, unless you're willing to play in what we call Narnia, an imaginary place where none of it has anything to do with reality. That's essentially what any purely mathematical argument is based upon. It's because what we're about is just measurement, observation, which is not calculation. People get those confused. And so if somebody says, well, mathematically, I can prove X, Y, and Z, and I'll say, mathematically, you can prove just about anything. It doesn't even have to be real. I know there's some actual quote unquote official statements about that. I don't have them handy, but the thing is that you can make math prove just about anything you want, and it doesn't have to match reality. So a purely mathematical argument would be absolutely useless and prove nothing in the real world. That's just what I would say.
Yeah, usually when their so-called mathematical arguments are usually based on the R value, which has not been proven multiple times. I mean, Pillow, have you seen the original Black Swan argument with the oil rigs or any of the other Black Swan observations that we have? I mean, we have a whole website, Flat Earth Wiki, dedicated to many different observations, each one of which is impossible on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, yeah, I mean, that's been my, if you're talking about them using math, I haven't seen a good mathematical argument through the globe. So it's not an issue. They don't have good math, so we can easily disprove their math because the math supports a flat Earth. Math, which is the alleged geometry of a sphere, which we go out and test in reality and find that it's wrong, because if a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles was actually where we lived, then objects would be disappearing from our view at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. We don't actually see this curvature in reality, nor do we measure it.
I also suggest that you have him, since he's the one who supposedly knows math, to walk you through that formula. Have him, invite him to show you the formula of how curvature is determined. And then you could go to the other examples that disprove that and say, well, according to your math, which you've presented to me, it should be this. Then how do you explain this demonstrable and reproducible experiment that many people have tried all over the earth that they are seeing too far? That's then you get a little bit more buy-in in his world of expertise without you actually having to do any math yourself. Just you can refute it after he's created that baseline.
That's a good suggestion. Yeah, did you have an example for us, Pillow? I mean, what is your position regarding the Earth?
No, I feel like I know nothing. That's exactly why I did research. And I felt like doing research, it felt suspicious. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of suppressed, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I try to find information, but they kind of suppress it to some sense. And when it is not suppressed, it is it is put in a way that's very suspicious. So I looked a little more, and I found the server, which is honestly insane. And I was like, I gotta take my chance and ask people who have been in this world longer than me and understand from them.
I found that too, Pillow, and I what I did was I found a couple of YouTube videos that I thought were good, and then I would look at their playlist, and sometimes they would include other people from other channels. So I kind of like hopped to different channels from people who were putting out content which I thought was reasonable and sounded, or it was scientifically tested, or they just sounded authentic to me. And then I did come across the app, the Flat Earth. What is it called? It's the FE clock, the Flat Earth clock, and that has a lot of great playlists too, a lot of videos and a lot of common questions. So you just hit the app and then you hit the question mark, and it comes up with a lot of the most like the arguments, like what about the Coriolis effect or gravity or whatever, and you hit any one of those, and it comes to a whole playlist of sort of vetted, good quality videos that are. So it's more of a wealth of information right there at your fingertips. You don't have to. Well, you can judge for yourself whether you think it's legit or not. But I found that to be a pretty good way of looking up information for myself.
All right, excellent. I'll actually download it. Is there one for like Android?
I don't know. I'm on iPhone, so I don't know if it's Android as well. Maybe someone else can speak to that.
I put the 2 links in there. One is Google Play. Isn't Google Play for Android?
Yep. Oh, I didn't see
Yeah,
it.
at 49 minutes after the hour. Do you see the live stream voice text?
I do. I saw it.
Okay, great. So you're just still looking into it, Pillow? Is that what stage that you're at?
Pretty much. I guess that's where I'm at right now. But one idea in my mind, which I feel like could immediately, prove this. Can we go on the edge? Like, what's on the edge? Because I really don't understand either side. I feel like one side is acting suspicious, and one side is trying to say something, but it's being suppressed. But this is like the one question that's always been in my mind. Like, what's on the edge?
Pillow wants to know where the edge is. Does anyone have an answer?
I actually love that question because I love the rebuttal to that question. Where's the edge of the universe? First of all, could we not be on a plane that is an infinite plane? Does there even need to be an edge? Do we say that there's an edge to space? So both models have an issue of, if there's an edge. So that's one way to counter an argument. And the other is that if you're thinking of an edge, you've probably stumbled on to some controlled opposition or misinformation that, from what I understand, most true flat earthers don't believe there actually is an edge. There is what we know as Antarctica at the bottom of the quote unquote globe is really, since we're not on a globe, we actually have a rim of a 200 feet wall of ice all around a basin of water, and in the water, which is level, there are land masses, and that is our Earth. And because there is an Antarctic treaty, which doesn't allow anyone to explore Antarctica, no layperson can go and visit there to prove or disprove whether or not there is a landmass of Antarctica, or if it is really a ring of a shoreline of ice that encompasses the water and the land masses within it for the flat Earth. Did I get that right, guys? My first time trying to do a reasoned argument.
I think you're doing great.
Yeah.
All right.
Did that make sense to you, Pillow?
A little confused, but from what I understood, so then the reason Antarctica is, guarded, or they don't really allow people there, isn't because it's like inhabitable, but because like they're hiding something there, right? Like the government. Right?
They could be hiding the fact that it's just that. Well, for example, there was an explorer. You might want to look up this guy named Admiral Byrd, who in, I think it was the 50s and 60s, he explored the North Pole. He also explored the South Pole. He's actually on a television program recording that he said that in Antarctica, they crossed this quote unquote South Pole, and there was a landmass the size of North America, or maybe America, that was unexplored, that had a vast amount of resources and coal, and he expected that there'd be a lot more exploration by all nations. And shortly after that, the Antarctic Treaty was formed, NASA was formed, there was that push to go to the moon. So like everyone was looking at Admiral Byrd in Antarctica, and then all of a sudden I was like, hey, look at the moon, you know, forget about Antarctica. Let's get this treaty. No one can go down there. So it could, theories that I've heard is that's the major one, is that that could really prove that we're on a flat Earth. The other thing is that it is a way to shut down people from getting resources so they can push a scarcity of fossil fuels and keep us controlled that way. Or it could be with, I guess, Nazi bases and anything from that to aliens, who knows? But it's one thing we do know is you can't go down there.
I know I said this is my last question, but I just got this. I just thought about this. I could understand if there are, some benefits to it, but how does the government? Does anyone? How does anyone benefit or lose something or disbenefit when we believe
Are
that
we
the
on
Earth
the
is
why
flat?
would they lie?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the number one question that always happens is why would they lie? This is like so mind-boggling that it's like I feel like I'm on Groundhog's Day that everyone asks this question, and it's actually not a question. I don't know how many people are in here that was a question that they went through, but it was never a question that I went through. I never went through the why would they lie question. And thank you, Mary Mom.
Yeah, I never even heard it until I came here, and then like every other person
Exactly.
says it. Like
It's like,
it's
why would they
and we're not
lie?
saying that to be mean. It's just like we've
No,
heard thousands.
totally.
Let's keep going, Shines.
No, yeah, I mean, it's spot on. Like, it never happened until I got into this realm of like, I was a flat earther before I ever came on Discord. I've only been on Discord for like a year, so I listen to other people and like all this different stuff. Had my experience in 2012, and started exploring from there. And I never once was like, oh, why would they lie? Like, I already know that they lie about everything. So it was never a question for me. And there's this naivety and gullibility of like that, these people wouldn't lie. And why would they ever do that? Like, of course they lie. They lie all the time about everything, right? Human beings lie. We lie to our children about Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, like all these different things, these make-believe things. There's for power, money, control. There are so many reasons of why they would lie. And the point isn't why would they lie? The fact is that they did. So if a murder happens and you walk in the room and you see somebody dead, it's like, why would they do that? Well, it doesn't matter why they would do it. They did it, right? And the motive is not something that is even necessary to book somebody if they are being tried. Like the motive, yeah, it's great to have that, but you don't need to necessarily know exactly why they lied to know that they did something wrong. So, yeah, it's just brilliant to me.
But power, money, control, I mean, that's pretty much spot on.
People enslaved to the money. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely the number one thing. I think that, of course, the money and the power are they come. Control is number one. Control is the number one thing that can then give you power and give you money, right? So control is a number one reason. Other people lie because it's like a defense mechanism, right? Which we can even place into this. It's a defense mechanism so they can maintain their power and their control and their money. So they defensively are putting out these lies to keep up the charade that's going on. But for everyday people, everyone lies, whether it's a white lie or it's a this lie or like whatever. Like we make believe, we tell stories. That's a lie, right? Like there are so many. It's so amazing, the naivety and the gullibility that's the number one question. And so what I would ask you is to just really think about that. And if it really matters why they lied, or what matters more is the fact that they did lie and that there is a lie. Who cares why they lied? They lied.
And it might, like being very generous, it could even be a very benevolent lie in terms of maybe let's go with an alien theory. Maybe there's scary aliens down there. And so they lie and they don't let anybody go down there because they made some pact with aliens, and they don't think that humans can deal with it. So they're going to lie to protect everybody. I mean, I don't believe in that theory.
Yeah, I've thought about that before too. I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's like, maybe they're doing it for the goodness of the people. And then I just was like, I don't care why they lied. They're lying. and I want to find out the truth. So, even the benevolent thing, I'm with you on that. Like, I even have contemplated that. Like, it's, because we know the reasons why we lie. We lie so that it's either a self-defense mechanism. We're trying to be we're trying to protect somebody from something. We're either being malevolent or benevolent. There's multiple reasons, but when it comes down to the matter of the fact, when we're talking specifically about the shape of the earth, where we live, what's going on, and not even the shape of the earth, because that gives it objectivity, but like where we live, what is going on here? Who cares why they lied? Who cares why they're lying? Let's figure out all the lies that they're telling. That's more interesting to me than figuring out why they're doing it. I want to know every single lie that has been told, and I want to discover that. That is fascinating to me.
Well, I definitely think that the control, because, for whatever reason, whether it's control, power, money, or the other argument is that they want to control the population to remove any theological implications of a flat earth away from people. So can you imagine if they came out tomorrow and they said, yep, we live on a flat earth, that's what's actually in the Bible and other religious texts? That would give such a huge push to, religion. And a lot of countries don't want that. I mean, look at the communist Chinese, how they persecute religions, and the big atheist push throughout, Western civilization. So there's all sorts of ways of controlling people that they would like to preserve their power.
And then there's also people who just spread lies without knowing it's lies because they think it's true. And the small disclaimer that whenever it comes to motive or what's going on inside a person's mind, we're not mind readers, so we can't know someone's motive. Even if they tell you, this is my motive, that could be a lie. They could even be lying to themselves and think they're telling you their motive, but they're not actually doing it because of that, because subconsciously it's something else. So it's a whole thing if you're going to ask why they lie. Not to mention, like you say earlier, with the gullibility or naivety, I think it's a bit innocent, because it sounds like the person just doesn't know how incredibly evil people can be. And sometimes people forget to account for that. There are sociopaths, there's psychopaths, there are genuinely messed up, broken individuals who enjoy hurting others. I mean, to try to speculate on someone's motives without even knowing their character is just ridiculous.
I mean, that was so well said. And it comes down to, like, the only way we would actually know why they lied is to sit them down and ask them why they lied. And like I posted, it's like they will lie about why they're lying, right? Like, they're going, like, somebody like that is sociopathic, totally malevolent, has no best interest at heart, is caught in the act. They will take that to their grave, and they're not going to be honest about it. So it doesn't matter why they're doing it. What matters is that they in fact did it. They lied. We need to do the ladies' Why Would They Lie song, because I've written my verses and that needs to get down like as soon as possible. Karma, Mary Mom, everyone who wants to get on that track. I'm ready to do it. I have everything has been fixed. I'm ready to go. I have everything set up. So we need to do the ladies' version like ASAP.
Just message me when you're doing it, because I'm not in the ladies server anymore.
I'm not in there either. We haven't really been using that at all. We should start like a group chat or something like that for collabs.
Thank you.
Should we post
Hi, Croc.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to ask about the geography. So when I browse the internet and I look at memes, people talk about Australia and Alaska, and when I think of like a flat Earth, it doesn't make any sense to me how Australia and Antarctica would exist. I don't really understand it. So can you explain it to me?
Well, I don't know. Does anybody else understand that question? You're asking why Australia and Antarctica exist?
No, like some people say on a flat Earth, Australia can't exist, and also some people say that you can see Russia from Alaska. So
well, you can. That's not a big deal. Like, that's a well-known factor. But I've never heard
other things about a society.
Illustration there. Can you see the live stream voice text? Croc, can
Yeah,
you
yeah, I
see
can
the
see
live
that.
stream voice text? Do you see the meme there that El Baba Yaga put in 3 minutes after the hour?
Okay, so who made this, and based on what?
That's an AE map. That is a map that has been known for a very, very long time. This is nothing that's new or even flat Earth related. Um,
Yeah, but
I'm confusing your question. I'm wondering. So we all
no,
know. Wait, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. So we all know that politician Sarah Palin got made fun of for saying like I could see Russia from Alaska, and everybody thought she was a complete joke. But honestly, you can. The second thing you said was that Australia cannot exist next to Antarctica. I've never. Has anyone else
no,
in here heard that before? Because I've never heard that.
no. My question was, how would Australia exist on a flat Earth?
How would Australia exist on? Has anyone else heard this question prior? I've never heard this before. This is new to me.
It's just like what Karma said. It's just like a flat Earth society kind of psyop.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it's a
nonsense.
straw
It's not.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it related to Flat Earth Society? Because I don't know anything about Flat Earth Society, so
Well, I'm
sorry
wondering
if I'm
where
confusing.
did you hear this from? Who told
I just
you that Australia couldn't
uh,
exist?
yeah, like I said, like I look at memes, I look at posts about people making
Okay,
fun of
so if
flat
it's a
earthers.
meme, yeah, so
No, no,
then that's
yeah, like people making fun of flat earthers saying
Oh, you
that.
know where I think this is coming from? I know where this is coming from. This is that meme that Australia doesn't exist. You know that meme like
Yes,
birds don't exist? That's where you're
no,
getting this from. Like
no, I'm
I
not
think
talking.
you're getting that confused.
Wait,
It has to
okay,
be. Because nobody in flat earth thinks that Australia couldn't exist. Nobody like that has never been a conversation. So it has to be that meme like Australia doesn't exist. It's like this running joke that Australia does not exist. That's where I think that is stemming from.
Yeah, Croc,
Right?
because what you have to understand, like what Paula just said that, or Level Up just said that it was a straw man. Basically, it's good that you're here, Croc, and hopefully you'll stick around. And like what you're dealing with here is people who have done their own research. Many of us done our own observations. Some people in the server have even done laser tests, documented, and so on, where we have demonstrated that the globe can't possibly exist in the way claimed. And that you, Croc, have never experienced curvature or rotation in your life. You experience the Earth is flat and stationary, and we have confirmed for you, Croc, that your real life experience does match reality, and that the globe is a falsehood that is not a scientific idea, and in fact also fails mathematically. So because this information is so powerful and actually relatively easy to demonstrate, people who are invested in the globe lie have put out straw man arguments, meaning arguments that are easy to knock down, to try to make flat earthers look silly. So one of those would be that the Earth is a disk flying through space. We don't think that. We don't even acknowledge outer space exists the way that they claim. Another thing is this silliness, Australia is not real, whatever. They do that just to try to make flat earthers look bad so that you won't look behind that psyop and that controlled opposition to find out what we're really claiming, which what we're really claiming is that we see too far to be on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, and in fact, you yourself, Croc, have never experienced or seen a globe anywhere except for on a television or a computer screen. So what do you think? Do you think that you live on a spinning globe, Croc?
I don't. Like I said, I don't know anything about. Like I don't know if Earth is round or flat. I'm just here to learn or ask people. So
Good. Well,
I
that's
just
a
had
good
a couple
place
of
to start.
questions.
Okay,
Yeah, I
what's
just
your
had
next
a couple.
question?
Yeah, question still related to Australia. Like I'm still confused. How like I don't understand this map. Like what is
Wait,
this map
hold
based
on.
on?
I just posted in the live stream voice text at 7 minutes after the hour a DuckDuckGo link of the running meme that Australia does not exist. So I am confused as to where you heard this from. It was probably a meme that Australia doesn't exist, just like people say, oh, birds or pigeons don't exist or whatever it is. Like they're all something else. So I would like to know exactly where you heard this from, what your thoughts are on this before you just ask us like, oh, how can it exist? Because we can show you exactly that it does. People live
Okay.
there.
It's kind of like
It
saying
happens.
kangaroos don't exist on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's weird that you're even saying it.
Okay, do you know why some people say why did this meme start that Austria doesn't exist on a flat Earth? Because
because it was a
some
joke.
and that's want to make fun of flat earthers, and they make up stupid shit to try to make us look dumb.
Hold on. Okay, so based on their belief, they say that the Earth is spherical. Okay, and Australia is on the back of the Earth, right? They say that. So they started this meme saying that if Earth was flat, therefore Australia can't exist because.
Who was saying that?
Yeah, this is what they're saying. So I'm confused and.
Yeah, who? Who was saying
that? What I
It's the
on the internet,
memes. Like I just
yeah,
posted it again.
He
It's the
keeps saying
memes.
that
It's a
someone is
joke.
saying it, but it doesn't seem to know where he's seen it or anything.
Yeah, like I mean, when I look at discussions at Reddit or YouTube or internet in general, like I look at these people saying these stuff, so I came here to ask you guys about it, and I'm really
Yeah, then
confused.
it's
I don't know.
definitely that joke where they're trying to make flat earthers look like idiots by making stupid claims nobody actually believes or would claim in here.
Oh, so it's just stupid jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally a stupid joke.
I have one more.
Yeah, buddy, they're basically telling you that they want you to ask a different question.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind. So it's the first time in my life I saw this map. Okay, so what is it based on? Like, who made this map? Like, what is it based on? What is this map based on? Like, how did you make this map, or how did anyone make this map? I don't understand.
Which map? The AE map?
The map someone linked on the here. Let me reply to it. Yeah, this map. Yes. What is it based on? Who made it? I don't understand.
That is based off of the AE map.
AE map.
Yeah. You know what AE stands for? Azimuthal equidistant. It's just made by ball earthers, believe it or not, supposedly. And it's every map has distortion. There's no such thing as a perfect map. So they make all kinds of different maps for different purposes. If you're trying to navigate from one continent to another over the sea, one particular map might work best for that and give you accurate distances, but distort the shape of the land. And again, you could just keep extrapolating that example that if you have a purpose for the map, then you're going to draw the map that suits that purpose. None of those maps are trying to be accurate representations of the actual shape and size of the Earth. So if you're not going to ask this question about any other map, then there's no reason to ask about the AE map. It's just another map. The map is not the terrain, as the saying goes. So if we're talking about the shape of the Earth, we shouldn't be talking about maps.
Okay, so my question is, how did you make this map? Like, how did anyone make this map?
How does anyone make any map? It's cartography. It's a whole thing that people do.
This is Truth Seeker. I just put in chat. It's a history about the AE map. It's been in existence for a couple hundred of years. People make maps for different purposes, as everyone was saying, and it's for a specific purpose for either maritime navigation. You wouldn't take a globe, for example, with you on a ship and use that to navigate between two different points if you had to draw a line, to get from point A to point B. So this map was created for a specific purpose. There are all different kinds of maps that are created for different kinds of measurement and navigation. And
I have a question.
And Australia is definitely on the map.
Okay, thank you.
Who has a question?
That's me, Conrad.
Conrad, what's going on?
Since we're talking about math, thanks for letting me talk on the second ladies' night I've ever been to. Since we're talking about maps, I have a 1587 map. It's kind of like the AE map. What are your guys' thoughts on that one? I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's a really old map.
Can you post
It's
it?
kind of like the AE map. It's the 1587 flat Earth map. I can't post it right now because I'm at work. But if you Google that, it'll pop up. But I got a big 3 feet by 3 feet poster of it. So I was just curious, what do you guys think about that map?
I'm gonna post
It'd
it right
help
now.
if we
I'm
could
gonna post
see
it
it.
right. I'm gonna post it right now in the chat, guys.
Okay.
Oh, good. Are you the guy who was at work that night when Cooley was there and you were working on some kind of machine parts or something?
Yes, I'm a CNC
Oh, yeah,
operator.
that was such a fun night. I really enjoyed that. Did you ever have
Yeah,
Alex
I'm glad.
Stein
Yeah.
come? Yes. Did Alex Stein ever come to your math class as promised?
No, there's too much at stake in my life right now for me to risk my grade in this class. I don't want them to find out that I invited him. So I
That's actually
asked
a
him
wise
to
choice. Yes, I actually admire you for
please
that.
not
Yeah.
come to my class.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
I wouldn't invite him to
changed my-
my math class. I'll tell you that. Wise man. Yeah. Okay. So somebody's found the map that you're talking about, I guess.
Yep, I just posted it right now.
Oh, Hakwa, somebody or other wants to be verified. They're in the voice text. Oh, it looks. Oh, Glatflow's telling him to go to the audio channel. Very good. Yep. Thank you, Glatflow. If there's anybody else in here that's listening that doesn't have the role, so you can't unmute, go up to the check-in because now's the time. Glatflow's there.
Well, I would just say this is a map prior to the. There are so many different maps, and this is the thing. Like, I have never seen a map that actually is a realist. Like when Globers are like, "Oh, show me a working map. Show me a working model." Like they don't even have a working model. Even the maps today don't work. So I don't think that there is any working map of where we live. Am I alone in that? Like, I don't think that there's a single one that is an exact.
No, there's every map has distortions of different kinds. Even globes that actually I think isn't the oldest globe was from the 1400s. I mean,
Yeah, globes
I
are
think
just
that
wrong.
the assertion is that
I'm not
goes
really
back.
asking.
Yeah.
I'm not really asking if you guys think it's accurate. I'm more asking like what your perspective is on that map because there's a lot of
Well,
weird stuff on there. If
so
you
what
look
I would
at it,
say,
there's a lot of really weird stuff on there.
the first thing that I would notice is that instead of it being Antarctica, there's land. So it's almost like, are we all of a sudden in an ice period that we have ice all over everything, and this all used to actually be
Right?
land? Yeah, that is very
Yeah,
interesting.
it's interesting.
That is fascinating to me. And so, I
Yeah.
mean, things constantly change, and everything is constantly changing. The land is constantly, I don't know. I think when we try to boil things down to maps, I don't think we're going to get into the truth of the matter because there are so many discrepancies and things are changing constantly. I think the best way to actually talk about the shape of the world doesn't rely on maps, but it is still a really interesting conversation to have.
One thing I would say about that, because I've been interested in this, is that there's also land at the North Pole. So there's been maps over the years that have shown land masses right at the North Pole, and there's been a lot of debate on that point.
And that's
From
why
what
I have a 3 foot by 3 foot of it. I got a 3 foot by 3 foot of that map so I could look closer at it and I could see like more detail on it. Because I'm like, yeah, what is that? They tell us there's not land there, so why does that map have it? And other maps also, yeah, like you said, other maps have it too.
That's
there's
a cool
actually even
looking
a
map.
couple,
I like it. Yeah, thanks for
there's
bringing that
even
up.
a
I enjoy
couple
that.
there's even a couple globes out there that have the land at the North Pole. So it's just it piques my curiosity.
Well, and that's one of my things too. I especially love how maps have changed to where it was like there was land at the north. Now all of a sudden it's just nothing but water. And it's like constantly changing what's happening at the north, but flight paths don't go over the like all of that kind of stuff has always blown my mind with maps. But now seeing this one where it used to be ice or it's now ice, but in this one it's land. It's like, well, did they just mark it down that way? Like, hopefully thinking it would one day be land? Is it true? Like, I don't know. It's fascinating. I think it's a fascinating conversation, but I, again, don't think that we would ever get anywhere close to understanding what is happening today in our world. You know what I mean?
Plus, you can't go past
I
a certain point. You can't explore it.
Exactly.
Can't
Yeah, we can't
verify that
verify
part
it.
of any map. Yeah.
That's exactly it. So no matter what the map said in the past, what they say today, we know that they're off. I mean, even honest globers are like, yeah, it doesn't really fit. Like, the maps are not correct, right? It doesn't work, period. And a map isn't going to show us like whether it's level and level actually means horizontal rather than curved, right? And there's so many better things, I think, that explain where we live. Like, if we talk about the whole thing about gravity and containment, right? So they're saying, okay, so gravity, everything is coming down towards the ground. So the only place that we have containment is at our feet, and it's on a ball. And that containment is sucking everything to a center of a ball, but there's no containment anywhere else in this vacuum of space. And that's why there's pressure nearer to the ground rather than anywhere else. Wherein, I mean, if people were being honest, it would be like, okay, like, we're at the floor, then it gets less pressure, right, towards as you're going up, which we see, and that can be measured. And then the higher up you go, who's to say that it doesn't get more pressure up towards the top because there's containment, and more pressure to the sides because there's containment? We just aren't allowed to go to those places. So those kinds of things, I think, are where we can actually reach, we can see, we can touch, we can experiment, where we can actually have real conversations about what is going on here, if that makes sense.
I have a question. Okay, so I'm confused about this, and I wanted to know your guys' view about it. Okay, so some people talk about ships appearing to be sinking. If you look at a ship, if you look at a ship from if you're standing at the beach and you're looking at the ship, it appears that it's sinking. Why? Like, is this real or it's fake, or how does this work?
It's physics of light.
What?
It's the physics of light. It's just how light works. You cannot see infinitely far, depending on your height above sea level. And the first thing is to notice that what appears to go over the edge of a globe, you can bring back with a zoom lens or a telescope easily. So it is not, the horizon is not a physical place. It's just where the sky appears to meet the ground or the ocean. And so the fact that boats disappear doesn't prove anything about Earth shape. It proves something about the limits of optics and how small and far away something can be that before you can no longer resolve it. And they have, it's shown that you can put something at scale, put something on a table and a flat tabletop and move it away from you. If the camera is right at table level, it'll disappear bottom first. That's just the way optics work. And there's a good visual for that if somebody has it in the chat, about the side view of somebody looking at a distant object and how the limits of vision fan out, like a cone shape from your eye to the distant object. And because of you're being closer to the ground than you are to the sky, it's going to disappear bottom first. So it has nothing to do with Earth being a ball or any physical obstruction.
And there's even something to add on to that, which she just made every single great point possible. The other thing is the selenium that's inside the ocean. And there are pockets of this. And the closer you get to land, the more selenium that's there, the salt from the land that's right next to the water. So there's more salt there. And so it's going to be more buoyant. So you're going to see more of the boat. The farther out that the boat goes, the less salt that's actually in those pockets close to land, which is going to make the bottom of that boat actually be below more of the water. So that's also another one of the variables within just simple perspective that we witness.
Yeah,
It
and
kind of makes
Croc,
sense.
can you see the GIF at 23 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text? So we have multiple GIFs and videos. I've done it myself. You can I did it with my Nikon P1000 camera. You can go out to the water. You can, get the boat in your sight through the zooming, which is what this is showing you. Then you can zoom back out, and it seems like a blank horizon. So it appears that the boat has disappeared from the bottom up, but then you can easily zoom back in and it's still there. So it just shows that this is an optical phenomenon because you can bring that boat back with high-powered optical equipment.
Also, if the Earth were really a globe and you were seeing a boat, quote unquote, sink or go below a horizon based on a curvature, you wouldn't actually see a boat sink. You would see it also tilt away from you.
Spot on.
Because there'd be an angle.
What do you mean tilt?
You would see it tilt. Like if something is going over a curve. So if you take a little miniature boat and you put it on a basketball, and then you have that little miniature boat and you take your fingers and you slide it down, is that boat going to still stay upright the entire way? Or is it going to start tilting to the side and bending over the curve? It would start bending over that curve, which is what we never witnessed. So, True Seeker, you're awesome. Like, you got this already. First day, you're on it. Love it.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense to you, Croc? What you were just told? Do you have any more
It kind of
questions
makes
about
sense,
that?
but I have to look into it more.
Okay, that's important. That's what we ask everyone to do. I think we have a bunch of A to Z channels. Let's see, there's one called Optics Vision Perspective that might help. Hakwa is new also. Welcome to the server, Hakwa. I don't know if I said your name right. Aqua Dulat Minium. If you can't talk right now, then feel free to unmute and ask a question whenever you can talk. I guess Glatflow checked you in. Did you have any questions, Aqua? Who wants to learn both sides?
Hey, I just wanted to say the salt water and the boat's sinking the farther they go out. That's a really good point because
Yeah,
I've
it is.
never thought about that before, and it
Nobody
makes a lot
ever
of
has.
sense.
It does, doesn't it? It snapped
Yeah.
in my mind one day, and I was like, I think it was because of Sleeping Warrior, and he was doing the salt egg thing, and I was like, damn, there's salt in the ocean. I wonder if they're like how the salt in the ocean behaves. So I started researching it, and sure enough, yeah, the closer you are to land, that's where the most salt deposits are because it's closer to the land where all that salt is. And so there's constant waves going, and all that salt is like lifting these boats up so they're higher up. And so the farther out the boat goes, it's not having that salt to create that buoyancy as much. There's still, of course, salt in the ocean, but the pockets of salt are way closer to land where we collect salt. Because there's that density medium between the bottom of the ocean and the top of the water. So yeah, I thought it was really fascinating, and sure enough, it really does. It helps to create this buoyancy with boats. So thank you. Yeah. But that's not all of it, right? That's just like a portion.
Yeah,
Like
no,
it's not
you're
gonna
welcome.
levitate them, but I mean it does make a difference. It's another variable that, we all need to keep thinking of all these variables that no matter what, there are knowns, there are known unknowns, and then there's unknown unknowns. And we have to keep thinking as best as we can to create more questions and what could these variables possibly be? And that's another variable along with perspective.
So do you mind if we
This
go
is why
through
I
them?
like being a flat earther because flat earthers, their minds work so much better than people that aren't.
So
like they actually think critically. Like they actually come up with questions and find the answers and do the research. I've thought of things myself, and came up to my own conclusions and stuff. But that right there, that's something I've never thought of before. And that's why this Discord is so good too, because we can share our ideas and thoughts and the conclusions that we come to.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I thought about that a while ago. I ran it over with QE, and he was like, "You're absolutely correct. You know, that is another variable." So I was like, I figured something out on my own, and I was really proud of it. And you'll keep doing more of that. The more that you stick around, there are tons of things I'm like, I noticed this. Oh wow, this hasn't been talked about before. Like it'll just keep happening. And the most important part about this are the variables, right? Like what is it that we're actually seeing? What are these optical illusions? What is happening in our world? And that is what is so beautiful about flat earth is like that inspiration to keep seeking for, we might not get answers, but we can always ask better questions. And then those questions lead us to better questions and so forth and so on. So it's, yeah, stick around, please.
It'd be great to have like, I know that there's videos and stuff about this, but it'd be great also to come up with little memes also with these different types of variables, for example. So, because that was a new one to me too. So, kudos to you for looking at the salt in the water aspect, and the other one we covered was that you can zoom in and zoom out, so it's basically perspective, which is an
Perspective
issue.
is huge. Perspective has so much. And then the whole entire like refraction thing that they do, like everything is refraction to them. When refraction is the boundary between two mediums, right? Whether we're talking about terrestrial or celestial, everything that happens within this medium that is terrestrial, they like to say that miraging, looming, all these different things are quote unquote, everything is refraction. It's like a blanket term for them where in fact they are all separate entities of different things, and that matters, right? So when you hear the constant like, oh, it's refraction, like that's a keyword for you to be like, okay, like they don't get it. Like they're not actually listening to whether it is looming, which is actually mirroring the sky and the
That's
ocean, like
the other
things
one
like
that I
that.
was trying to think of.
Yeah.
Yes, the mirroring. So you're saying
Yep.
looming is
Looming
the
is
technical?
mirroring.
Okay. Looming
Yeah.
is mirroring, and is looming also taking into effect the fact that you can have compression of the image through, if you
So
get
this is
enough.
the thing. They're all separate, right? Like I think that we need to be more distinct of what each of these things are. So Dre's just posted a couple pictures of looming, right? So yes, there is miraging in the first image where we see the cars, we see the ground, but that is looming. That mirage has turned now into not just a simple mirage, it has turned into looming, where we are seeing the mirroring of the sky to the land, and so it looks like the road isn't there and the cars are floating, right?
Yeah.
That's mirroring, which is also looming, but they
Yeah.
would just call that refraction. And then the second one, of course, the boat is like somehow, in the clouds, in the sky, like that is mirroring, but also looming, refraction. So they will classify all of this as refraction and say that looming, miraging, all these things are all refraction when they're not. Refraction is what happens of the bending of light between two mediums. And then everything else that happens between that are all these separate different things, whether it's mirroring, compression, blah, blah, like all these separate little things. But they want to say, oh, it's just because we live in a density like a saltwater fish tank. And so we're witnessing these things happen because of refraction. And I think that they're mistakenly wrong on that. If people can correct me if they disagree with me, but that's what I think.
And then the other which I think is different. There's a different one where it's not the mirroring, but or maybe it is, but oh gosh, I can't remember where I saw it, but in another video they were showing a building. It was on land, but because you're looking at it from ocean or sea level, that with the water in the atmosphere, that another optical effect, it shows compression. So it's not that it's mirrored, but near the, with through the layers of the atmosphere or the moisture in the atmosphere, you actually can see things look compressed. So a boat may appear like it's getting smaller or going down, but is actually being compressed as well. I don't know if there's a name for that.
I'm so sorry. I was typing. I didn't hear what you said, and I apologize so much. I was laughing about the saltwater fish tank. Can you repeat that one more time?
No
I'm so
problem.
sorry.
Yeah, the
No
angle
problem.
matters. That shows
No,
that really well.
I was talking about whether or not the phenomenon of seeing, let's say you look in the distance and you see a boat, and visually it actually looks compressed. I think there were two instances where I saw a so it didn't. Yeah, stooping, is that what it's called? Let's
Well,
see that in
stooping,
the chat.
compression, and this is
Stooping is
the
the
other
opposite of
thing
moving.
is that there's so many different names for it, and then they'll use those
sorry,
different
tower.
names, but they'll also say refraction, that it's still just refraction, right? We need to be more precise with what these things are, and I think we should take the lead on it as flat earthers to define what is actually happening here and start coming up with a more like organized, like this is exactly what it is. It isn't this, it is that, and maybe even start like laying it down, like creating a book about it. Like this is what's happening here, this is what's happening here.
Or even just a quick meme that we can
Something.
throw
Like-
throw in.
Because
Like
they,
a guide for which
guide.
refraction they're talking about. Like this is this refraction, this is this
Yep.
refraction. Kind of like we have
can have
the
a chicken
galaxy
on the front
cards.
cover.
No. But yeah, I also wanted to mention my favorite time when they squawk refraction is when things are too far away in Black Swan and the squawk refraction, because they're trying to tell us that it's bent around the globe to come back into view and all that nonsense. And when the guys started talking about chromic aberration or something like that. Chromatic aberration, there it is. Where like the different lights would travel at different speeds and all that, and it would all splay out, and you would see this obvious effect, like rainbow colored effect. And it's so obviously missing. But the guys often that squawk refraction, when this gets explained to them, they don't actually know what refraction is. They don't even know what Snell's law is. So they don't even understand the rebuttal and just squawk refraction again. I've seen it like a few times now.
By the way, is there any reason this is there any reason the server is 2.0? Like what happened to the previous one?
I don't know. I don't think it really matters. I think that what matters is that the server is amazing. And yeah, here we are. I see
I
somebody.
remember hearing it got attacked and there were some issues and stuff, so they had to start a new
Yeah.
one. But I wasn't on the first one, so I'm not totally up to date.
Exactly, me either. I see a new person. Well, I guess not that new since it says they're on the fence. It's Jay Layler. Jay Layler. Did you want to talk?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
This is Slug.
Yeah,
Awesome. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to listen, see what y'all are talking about.
Okay, you don't want to chop it up, chat a little bit, talk about what brought you
No,
here?
I just want to hear I just like to hear the conversations.
Okay, that's cool. You can stay on mute. If you decide
Okay.
that you want to talk, let us know. Speak up, or actually send a message in the voice text at one of the ladies, and we will call on you. Cool?
Will do.
Awesome. There was somebody else in here I saw too. So lost them. It was so we have Hakwai. Have we talked to that person? Hakwai Dulot Herminium doing assignments. I can't even say that name. Are you here? Hello? There was somebody else. Andy Level Up. Are you here? I see you have VC verified in crypto. Did you want to talk tonight? Hello? Sorry, my son is talking in the background. Okay, well, if there's anybody here that would like to speak up, it is Ladies' Night. We would love to speak with you.
I'll speak.
And I promise my son wants to scream in the background all the time.
Yeah, I'll speak. Just in regards to where you're talking about looming and refraction, something I've started to learn is like for a while I would do some curvature tests and I would just see sort of like an image would sort of look like it was turning into a Fata Morgana because the distance got longer, and then I thought, oh, this is refraction. But now I've sort of been stopping myself from just like pointing fingers and saying refraction, 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 because now I'm starting to realize, no, a lot of what I'm seeing is a reflection of the actual horizon. So I think the only time I can physically say it's definitely a reflection is like when I know the distance is like for one example, my friend was walking 1.5 kilometers down the Salt Lake, and then it was reflecting, and I knew there'd be no curvature there. So it's definitely what you're seeing is physically there, but it's reflecting on itself. Whereas if it's like 14 kilometers away, sure, I think it's probably still there, but I haven't physically done the measurements. Oh no, I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to say. But anyway, I had this whole idea of I could just like say anything as a mirage, but then I realized, wait, when I'm saying mirage, I'm probably implying that what I'm seeing is like refracting, and so it's sort of a virtual image. Whereas now I'm physically noticing things I'm seeing is not like a virtual image, it's actually there, but it's just reflecting on itself. If that made any sense. I think I was rambling a bit, but that's what I've sort of started to realize. And I did some boat observations recently. I went to shore, or actually 8 meters above the shore, and I was watching as the boat sailed into the distance. And then as they were sailing into the distance, I had my telescope. I was about 8 meters altitude from the sea. And then I noticed they would get really faint and you'd really have to strain your eye to keep seeing them. And then they started to grow more transparent. And then there was like very faintly you could see there's a mirage, and it's sort of doing a Fata Morgana sort of effect, but a reflection. I don't know entirely if it is a Fata Morgana, but it looked like it was floating but also reflecting. And then the mirage would sort of change. So there was 2 posts of the boat you could see, and then every now and then you'd be able to see the body of the boat like join these 2 posts because it was so thin. So it was interesting just to observe how fluctuating the mirage is at certain points. Like it's not constant; it's always changing. So I found that cool to observe.
I just thought of another factor that it's also there's wave height. So when you're, I guess, from your perspective, the waves closer to you can actually, depending on the wave height or the cumulative wave height, can obscure the bottoms of craft between you and the boat. So even if it's not that tall, it's I guess exponentially, maybe not exponentially, but comparatively, a small wave that's closer to you can obscure a lot of a boat that's further away just because of the your line of sight.
Wait, question. Okay, so if Earth was flat, why the boat doesn't appear to be shrinking instead of sinking? Like it should be shrinking instead of sinking. Why? Hello?
I'm not sure.
It does get smaller, but I
mean, yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it does appear to be smaller, but when you look at it, it appears to be sinking instead of getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So why does that happen?
That's perspective.
Wait, how perspective?
What do you
Can
mean
you
how
explain? Because it's really confusing. I don't
Can
understand
somebody
this.
post that? Okay, so let's make this very, very easy. Somebody in the live stream, can you post the video or the meme or whatever of the pen or the coin on a table? Make it very, very simple. The further
No,
somebody goes away, it's
his
going to
question.
disappear from the bottom up.
Sorry to cut you guys off, but I think you guys misunderstood his question. His question is, why isn't the boat shrinking? Because like if on a flat Earth, you should. He's assuming that you don't lose sight of the boat, therefore you should see it turn into a small little prickle till it disappears, since there's nothing to obstruct it. Maybe you
Yeah,
guys should talk to him about. So maybe you guys should talk to him about a little bit more to do with atmosphere to answer that.
Yeah, I'm still confusing as to how you think that it's not getting smaller, because it is getting smaller as it is going away. So that is occurring.
It is getting smaller, but it appears to be sinking instead of shrinking more and more and more.
Yeah, because that
it just sinks, until you can't see it anymore.
So it has to do with God, I can't remember the term of how this goes, but it has to do with optics and how your eye can like limit things. So yes, as it is going away, it's going to disappear bottom up, and it will get smaller and smaller. Correct?
Yes.
And that is actually occurring. Both things are occurring at the same time.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
So based on my understanding, if Earth was flat, it shouldn't be sinking. I shouldn't see the boat sinking.
This is once again why I would like it. If you look at 45 minutes after the hour, if you look at the coin on the table, the coin will go away through that table. It will disappear. And I don't know if that's actually the one, but you can watch the coin as it's going away. It'll disappear bottom up. It will get slightly smaller, but it's not going to like go to a pinpoint before it disappears. It has to do with the optical resolution of what we are looking at. Period. Like it's not going to just go and then disappear into nothingness. That's not how we visually witness things.
Oh, okay.
Does that make, like,
Wait,
I don't know if this one, let me watch this GIF really quick. Let me see if
Well,
Jackie does it.
if you're on a flat road and you see a car moving further away from you, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. At some point, there is so much moisture in the atmosphere, you will actually see cars start to quote unquote sink as well, because
you mean disappear?
No, actually, you will see water appear, like how if you're looking really far, it'll look like there's water on the road. You'll actually see bicycles and human beings, even if it's perfectly flat. You will see on a road that when they're far enough away, layers and layers of atmosphere, the atmosphere has moisture in it, and it will cause the optical illusion that there is water, and that person, bicycle, or car is actually sinking into that as they move away from you. So the sinking effect is multiple things. It's perspective, and there's also atmospheric conditions that cause
depends
it
on
to
the
appear.
temperature. It depends
Okay,
on the temperature, all of that stuff. But if you look at what I just tagged you in, as you're watching this coin move to the back of the table, that coin doesn't go to a pinpoint before it disappears. It's not like that coin shrinks so much that like it just becomes a pinpoint. Like you already can't see it before that happens. It's disappearing from the bottom up because of how perspective works. Now, when you are dealing with atmosphere and you're dealing with temperatures, things can even appear larger due to the temperature influx. As it's moving away, it can look bigger from where it is because there's more heat and cold fluxes that are wobbling it or whatever. And so you're going to see it even though it's still disappearing bottom up. But no matter what, as we witness things go away, they disappear bottom up.
And look at that.
I still don't know how the atmosphere is related to this.
There's a really good channel.
Wait, hold on. To it appearing to be sinking, not to it disappearing.
Yes, so there's a really good channel you should look at. It's called Sky Free. I'll post it on in the VC and I'll tag you in it. They do a lot of really great videos that have to do with atmosphere and what actually takes place between hot and cold, things like that. Check that out. Just really meditate on it for a while because it has a major influence on what we see, what we call miraging, what we call stooping, looming, all these kinds of things that aren't necessarily quote unquote actual refraction, Snell's law between two mediums, but something that takes place that I think we need to have better definitions for and segregate them.
And there's a picture at 47 minutes after the hour of some people walking. The guy in the background looks like and the lady next to him look like their legs are sunk into the asphalt, and it's a flat surface. And you can see in behind them how there starts to be distortion and mirroring going on behind them with the vegetation in the background. But we're also got to consider distance in all of these things too, because if things are disappearing over the horizon because of Earth curvature, there's a known calculation for how soon that should happen, or in the most ideal conditions without taking atmosphere into consideration, there's a maximum distance that things should be able to be seen if you don't take any of these other optical things into account, which is not real world, but if you gave it the worst case scenario, right? And if boats are disappearing because of curvature, then the Earth is way smaller than it should be because of how you calculate that it should only, so much of the distant object at a certain place should still be visible. And we don't see that. We see way farther than we should be able to see if the Earth is the size they tell us. So consider distance, even without real world conditions. And with real world conditions, you have all sorts of atmospheric lensing that can change in thickness as you go away, as the distance increases. And you have the natural optical limits and limit of refraction, the refractive index, and all sorts of things that even ask any photographer about, and they'll tell you about how much angular resolution there is on a distant thing, and it depends on the aperture and all sorts of other factors. So it's a complex subject as far as optics go, but it isn't going to tell you that Earth is a ball, because as we have this black swan image, we call it black, it's just the name of it, but it's of oil rigs that are a known distance from the shore. And by the calculations and ideal conditions, you shouldn't be able to see those platforms at all. And even though the platforms themselves look distorted, that has nothing to do with anything, because the platforms are only there to tell you the distance. And if you can see things beyond the platforms, like the distant vegetation, the trees and things on the distant shore, which you can, then there is no, the curvature is not causing any of these effects. We see way too far. Therefore, the Earth must be, if it's a ball, has to be immensely bigger than anybody is telling you, in which case lots of other things would change as well, not to mention the distance to go around the world. So those images are telling you something, but at the end of the day, what you have to do is prove that it's curvature causing what you're seeing. Okay, you have to actually measure it, and no one has measured this curvature.
Wait, you said no one has ever measured this curvature?
Yeah.
No, they have not.
What about the Greek? What is his name? I forgot his name.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah, he used the sunlight rays.
No,
and he measured the curvature.
Yeah, so
there's an
number
image
one,
already.
there is no proof that he ever existed. All of these librarians or other librarians at that time, none of them have ever documented him in anything. So luckily, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed, which is heartbreaking for me if that actually did indeed actually happen. There's no documents of it happening until just recently that all of a sudden this was inserted into history that this is what happened. Didn't even work. He used 2. There's supposed to be 3. And it still works even with 3, whether it's flat or on a globe. It depends on how high or close the sun is. So it's not even something that would even work, and all it did was to try and prove curvature. It didn't actually measure. What you're talking about with measuring, that came in later with Al-Biruni and the measurement of the globe, right?
Yeah.
So even with that, it still doesn't work. Where are you getting the R from? If the radius value is supposed to be taken off of the geometric horizon pointing towards the center, where's the geometric horizon? There is none. There's no geometric horizon because it's only apparent. And if you only have an
Yeah.
apparent horizon, you can never tell where that geometric horizon actually should be.
And that most recent image on the screen says it all. There's a flat table with a bunch of look like batteries or something in a row, and they have different lengths of shadows because of where the light is. It has nothing to do with proving it.
Wait, really quick, I
Okay,
just need to
okay,
ask. Is it Pillow who's
okay.
snoring?
Who's
Wait,
snoring?
really
I
quick.
hear
So-
somebody
Yeah.
snoring.
I keep hearing some snoring. Pillow, is that a dog or is that you? Pillow, are you there? Okay, let's put if there's a mod here who can put Pillow on mute and let him know he's hot micing, that would be awesome.
Okay, so what I understood is that the argument Erastus used could be applied to both flat Earth and round Earth. Like you could use the same calculation for both round Earth and flat Earth, right?
Yeah, the thing is that the sticks and shadows don't tell you that Earth has to be a ball, and things disappearing bottom first don't tell you that Earth has to be a ball.
And it didn't prove the like how big the Earth is. It didn't do anything. It's just a story, and it's not a good one.
So what about sunlight rays? Like
What about them?
Okay, so based on Aristotle's argument, he assumed that they are parallel.
Parallel, right?
Yes. And according to your belief, is that true or not?
Think about this. So
Keyword,
the sun is
assume.
supposed to be a sphere, right? It's
Wait, what?
think of it like think of it like, the light rays coming off in straight lines, right, from the surface of a sphere is kind of like a pin cushion we just fill it with pins, right? No two pins are parallel, and the farther you go, the longer those pins are. Think of those as light beams. The longer they are, the farther they diverge at the end. So if the sun is a ball 93 million miles away, no such thing as parallel sun rays. It's absolutely physically impossible.
Well, yeah. They're not exactly parallel, but they're close to being parallel.
You're
That's
not
what I
even
understand.
close. 93 million miles? Light travels 93 million miles to get here, and you're telling me we shouldn't notice the difference of how close they are?
Well, there's nothing in space to distort light, so.
It's not about distortion. There's nothing to do with distortion.
But there is
And to
distortion.
say there's nothing between us and 93 million miles is ridiculous in the first place. But the thing is, it's not about
there is a distortion.
And honestly, I'm sorry, ladies, I'm just bumping in here.
No, come on in, girl. Hello, welcome to ladies' night.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't come in sooner.
No, I'm glad you're here.
But the fact is what we see with our eyes is not what science tells us. Science tells us that the rays should actually be coming in straight, parallel.
I'm sorry to
Yes,
but
no. That
doesn't say
is
that.
actually what science tells us. There are diagrams.
okay,
There's
hold
many diagrams in science books that tell
Can I say
you
something?
light comes in on straight lines because it is from 93 miles away, 93 million miles away. And that
If we said
means
no,
the
would you
light.
still say something?
Listen, let me finish my point before you interrupt me, please.
Okay.
Science actually says that light comes in straight lines. This is a fact that science tells you. But that is not what we see, because this is not science that tells us this is scientism, because it's lies, because they had to make these lies to make their lies believable. But what we actually see is what some people call corpuscular rays, or whatever you want to call them. I don't care what you want to call them. I see these rays, and as an artist, I see these rays telling me where a light source is located, and through trigonometry, you can figure out how far away that source is through that diagram if you know where those rays are hitting. And this is something people don't really truly think about. Uh, so, so your argument about the sun and rays is pretty, in my opinion, a very sad argument.
Oh, okay. So you said that science says light travels in a straight line, correct? So you said it's not true. It's lies. How? Can you explain to me?
Light travels in a straight line. The only time it's going to diverge from that line is if refraction takes account. That would be at the boundary between two mediums, which is Snell's law. So otherwise, light does travel in a straight line unless it is met by a different medium,
Okay,
into
that's what
which in
science
case
says.
it would diverge. And only at the boundary would that divergence take place.
Yeah, but she said that light doesn't travel in a straight line.
No, she did say it travels in a straight line, but that's what science says, is that it's traveling from the sun in a straight line. And then now we are seeing corpuscular rays on our world, right? So it would make sense that the sun is closer and we're seeing divergent rays because there is that Snell's law taking place because the sun is closer. Where if the sun is hella far away, it's not having that, like, it doesn't make sense between the two.
It talking about light, you guys, is actually a very difficult subject because I believe honestly we don't actually understand how light behaves. For one thing,
I concur.
we can do experiments like Rob Skipa did excellent experiments on his table showing how the atmosphere could make through refraction change things of how we see them, where the sun stays big all the way to the setting of the sun because of how the atmosphere starts to magnify it and things such as that. So there's experiments that many people in this community have done to show why things
Okay,
are the
so
way they are. And listen, is it Croc?
yes.
Croc, listen, how much have you actually literally dove into this subject, or are you just coming here to be a troll? Because
Okay, I'm not
listen, I want to tell you, I came here, I was in here about 2 hours ago, and people were saying, well, he's been here for like 2 hours, and that was before I got here, and I'm here 2 hours later, and you're still here talking about the same kind of like let me ask you, what is your knowledge about what you think you believe? Have we been through this? I don't know.
Okay. Before we get to that, okay. So I'm not trolling. I'm actually asking genuine questions. I want to understand what do you guys think. So can we get back
Right,
to
and I think
Okay,
that's
so
why they've allowed you to stay here so long.
can we go back to light? I don't know
Well,
if I
the thing
misheard
is,
you.
hold up.
Light is a very interesting thing.
And you have to stay on topic. Like, you have to understand that you have to take what the Globers are saying, what other people are saying, and you have to be able to separate those things. You can't compile them all together and like it's the same. So if you're going to have this discussion, you have to be intellectually honest and really stay on point and on topic and not like go here and there and all over the place. Otherwise, it will become confusing. Really
I just
confusing.
want to ask a question about something she said. Okay? I don't know if I misheard you, but I heard you say that science says that light travels in a straight line. But you said that that's not true, and that's lies. Did I hear you right or no?
No, I actually said that, but I said that because for science does say that light travels in a straight line, and that is absolutely true. But when we have certain things happen, this is why it gets a little different. When I see the sun shining on a cloudy day, how do I get rays going in a triangular angles, where they form a triangle in the sky where all the rays are coming down?
And that's not something that would be Snell's law, where something is coming in parallel, then all of a sudden it meets a different medium, and then it wouldn't fan out
And
create a triangle.
and that
It
is
would go
why.
in one other direction. It would either go up or it would go down. It wouldn't go triangularly.
And that's
I
why, and
think
that is why
ladies,
you bring up
ladies,
the
yeah,
medium.
do you mind
I
if I
think we're
try?
honestly getting way off track here.
Do you mind
It's
if I
getting
just
really
want to
confusing.
yeah,
let
I
me?
just want to say
Do you mind if I
something.
just jump in here for a second? You might be. It might be easier to visualize a faucet that's, so let's say that there's a faucet and there's water
That's a
coming
great
down in the
example.
faucet and it's coming down straight. Now, if you have a shower head where the water then gets diverted and goes at an angle, you've got a spray. Okay?
Right, and
So
that's why she said the a medium, when a medium is introduced, it changes the light.
that's right. So if you've got, so it is scientific fact that light travels in a straight line. What we're disputing is that you cannot have what we're observing as these rays that are in a spray or at angles so close to the Earth's surface unless it was, if it were a straight ray. It has to, the sun source has to be closer to the Earth to have that spray.
Okay, so I want to say something. Okay,
Because if it
so
was,
wait,
because
hold
if
on.
listen,
Okay,
no,
please listen to me.
what she just said is very important, because if the sun is 93 million miles away, it wouldn't have the spray. I really need you to understand this, because the clouds being, 50 miles away from each other would have nothing to do with this. We wouldn't get this diversion of the light if the sun was that far away, because it's so far away. It would still come in straight. But because it must be close, that's why we get the spray. Okay? You understanding this?
Okay, yeah, I understand, but I understand this, but I don't think it's related to Earth being flat. But also, before you,
It's
before
related
you
to
apply,
us being lied to. I will just say that. It's related to
Well,
us being
no,
lied to.
hold up.
Okay,
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 It
let
is
him
can I,
related.
say something here, okay? Please.
please let me finish my sentence, please. I want to say something last, and you can continue. Okay, so I asked a bunch of questions. I asked about the map. I asked about the ship. I asked about a lot of things, and to be honest, I'm kind of disappointed. None of you seem to understand the basic concept of physics or math. You guys are just making up excuses, and yeah, I'm honestly
No.
disappointed. I came here to learn, but none of you appear to understand math.
Oh, no, hold on, Croc. We understand math. None of this has been about math. It's about measurement. It's about the physics of light. I have studied the physics of light at the college level, so I do know what I'm talking about on that. And nothing anybody of us have said is against physics of light. The problem is that this whole conversation about light from the sun isn't going to prove anything to you, no matter what we say. And so we need to move on to something else that you think proves that the Earth is a ball. What do you think that is? Can you tell us how you measure curvature,
Hold
for
on,
example?
hold on.
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask this guy a question?
No,
Hold on.
no. He's
Let me
going
say
to
something.
answer. He's going to answer Level Up's question. Thank you. Go ahead, Croc. Answer what Level Up asked.
Hold on. Let me see something. Okay, so I'm not believing. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe whether the Earth is round or flat. I came to learn. Okay, so when I asked questions, basic questions, you guys gave me. You didn't give me direct answers. You just gave me excuses. You didn't give me anything related to science.
Yes,
when I
we
mentioned
did.
something when I mentioned something related to light or science, you just say it's lies or excuses.
Well, I'm
You
sorry.
you're not
Wait, hold
giving
on,
you're
you
not
guys. We have to let him
Keep your
talk.
voice down.
Otherwise, we
Yep.
can't.
We're going to do Croc and Level Up right now. Level
We
Up,
need
I
to
think,
let
asked
them
him
talk.
something like, what's the best proof of your best proof of, what was your exact question, Level Up? Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, because since we are not getting anywhere with the light examples, and we tried to explain, we'll just shift to tell us how you prove that the Earth is a ball. What do you measure?
Who said I believe Earth was a ball?
Well, that's the whole
Isn't
thing.
that why
Is that
you're here?
no? His whole point
No,
was he
no,
wanted to
hold on,
talk
hold on.
about light.
Hold
yeah,
on.
let
Hold
me.
on.
Yeah, that final
I
question.
came here. Hold on. I came here to ask you guys about why do you think Earth is flat? I want to know why
Because
Earth.
we
Why do you guys
observe it.
think
Look, you're
you
not
observe
trying
it?
to answer
Okay,
you. Listen,
but
let me answer
didn't
you.
you mention? Didn't you mention like when I asked you about the ship? You said
What about the ships?
your observation doesn't matter if Earth is flat or not. According to your logic, your observations doesn't matter.
What are you talking about? We're back to ships going over the horizon?
When I said why does the ship appears to be sinking, you said it's optical illusion. But then you said you believe Earth is flat based on your observations. But then again, based on your logic, your observation doesn't matter. So
You're
what are you
very, very
talking about?
upset. Shut up. Really, seriously, you're getting out of control now.
Okay.
You're spiraling.
Let's all be chill.
See,
Let's
let me
all
explain. When we're not talking about illusions here, we're talking about the optics and physics of light, how light behaves in practical situations that we can verify by experiment over and over and over. And we're telling you that they do not disappear from the bottom up because they're being obstructed by Earth curve. That's an assumption you made. There is no reason, no measurement that you're not even listening to me, are you? Why should I bother? You say you want here to learn, but all you do is talk, and you talk through, and you don't even listen, and now you're spiraling.
My bad. Continue. My bad.
Okay, so none of that is going to prove to you that the Earth is not a ball. Okay, so I'm going to turn around and ask you a question. This is how you learn. I ask you questions, and you tell me how you understand it.
Finish telling him why the things disappear. Please finish telling him why.
We've already done that. What we need to do is ask him a question.
I don't think he listened. Please
I
explain
know,
it to
but
him again.
the thing is that if he answers a question, this is just a tried and true method of learning, right? He wants to learn. So I will say, okay, if you wanted to prove we're standing on a ball, how would you do it? What would you measure?
I would ask you about why ships appear to be sinking.
We already went through that,
and you still haven't
stop.
still haven't gave me a reasonable answer.
Yes, we did. We gave you 100 reasonable answers, and you got confused. So I'm asking you a very simple question right now, Croc. Croc. I'm asking you a very simple question. Okay, focus. How would you measure Earth curvature? Since you don't understand light, you can't use that. How would you measure Earth curvature?
I don't understand light. Okay.
Yeah, apparently not. But how would you measure Earth curvature?
And you of course insert light. Yeah.
If you understand math and physics, then you give us the mathematical formula.
Oh no,
for the Earth's
I'm the
curvature.
stupid one. Please, I'm the stupid one. Please educate me.
You're not even serious. Please educate me.
No,
nothing you said
I'm not
is
even
right.
trolling. I'm not even trolling.
Oh, you're totally trolling.
I'm not trolling.
You're not being reasonable. If you come to learn, then when we tell you stuff, just try and listen instead of saying, "Oh, you just say this, and this, and this." Another with science. Yeah, everything we said was science. We're talking about the physics of light. That didn't work. We tried it for like half an hour. So now I am asking you a very simple question. How do you measure Earth curvature?
I would use Khwarizmi's and Erastus's method, the light rays method.
So you didn't understand the explanation that you didn't understand the explanation of why that wasn't valid. It's level up. It's up to you. However, you can talk. Okay, hold on, Croc, please. Okay, they make sense. Got it. You didn't hear what any of the ladies said before. You can keep talking to him if you want, or there might be some other people we could try. There's some new people that have joined. If anyone new has a question, feel free to speak up because they just explained to you why Eratosthenes was not a valid measurement. If you weren't listening, then maybe you need to do some more study and then come back.
No. Hold on.
I want to ask this guy a question.
Wait. Hold on. Her question was, how would you measure the curvature of Earth? I told you, Russ's method was completely viable. It
Okay,
works.
Level Up,
I
he
can
said
draw that.
Eratosthenes, so what's your response to that? He said he'd use Eratosthenes method. What's your response to that?
We've already told him and showed him pictures that you can have a flat table with a bunch of same size batteries up on it and a light at an angle, and every one of those batteries will have a different length shadow. And he agreed, it sounded for all the world like he agreed that it doesn't, the shadows and sticks don't prove that the Earth is a ball. We already went over that. So if that's how you measure Earth curvature, you already been shown, you got pictures on the screen that says it doesn't work.
Hold on. The method doesn't exactly prove Earth is round or flat. It just works for measuring the curvature based on your question.
It doesn't measure curvature.
I just answered your question that it does. It does measure.
No, it doesn't. I'm
Using-
sure there's a picture on the screen that says you're wrong.
It
Ping me the picture.
My goodness, it just was posted.
It's not
14 minutes.
measurement. He is mistaking mathematical theory for fact. Just because just because you can create a mathematical equation to theorize about a sphere size based on measurements of shadows is not the actual measurement of curvature.
Oh, okay. So now we use math. Okay, because based on what I heard from you guys, that you don't actually, you don't like math or science.
We didn't say we don't like math. Don't
because,
put words in our mouth.
Because
Stop.
your
Stop. When we say different lengths of shadows, how do you suppose we measure the length? That isn't even really math. It's just measurement. Measurement is not math. Measurement could be any scale you want. You're not calculating anything, therefore it's not math. Okay? So when we tell you, look, a picture of shadows with different lengths that are measured, and it's on a flat surface, it is not proving the point you said it proved.
Grace muted him after the straw man since he obviously wasn't going to speak.
So what
I was just now reaching out to
unmuted him,
Helio.
as you
I was
can
going to
see.
go get Helio to
both
ban that guy. That guy is totally been trolling y'all for like 3 hours.
I know he's a troll.
If you guys get tired of a guy and
We're
you
not
don't want to
banning. We're
deal
not
with him
banning. We're not banning Croc. We're not banning
put him
Croc. We don't do
aside.
that anymore.
Troll. It's
hold
in
on.
his name.
Okay,
It's
we
in his
can always put
name.
him aside for
Croc.
just
Hold
let
on.
him
One
run
at a time. Mary Mom. Let's have Mary Mom speak. Mary Mom was trying to talk. Let's let her talk.
Okay. I'm confused about something. You guys never use math and science because
Is your
I
name
heard
Mary
Her
Mom?
name is not Mary Mom. I said, can we have Mary? Thank you, Mary Mom. Exactly. Like we want to hear Mary Mom. Just take a breath.
Yeah,
Take a
Croc.
breather.
I get it that you're not really taking in the information. I get it that it's new to you. People, the Eratosthenes method is not historically valid. 2 is not scientifically valid. 3 works just as well on flat as at globe. So the problem here, Croc, is that if that's your best proof of curvature, you don't really have evidence for curvature for your globe. So even though you seem to be upset about this because your complaints you don't think they're being taken seriously, the reason why Level Up tried to turn it back on you when you were accusing people of this thing and that thing is because you're the one with the positive claim. We all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You're claiming to go against our experience, even though you've never seen curvature, you've never experienced rotation, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. The heliocentric model is what has failed. If you were interested in seeing the evidence, we could present it for you. We have presented much of it for you, even though the Eratosthenes claim was destroyed for you in multiple ways, not only in voice but in text. You still came back and said that was your best proof. So that's fine. If that's your best proof, then you don't have anything. If you can't take in the evidence, instead of turning around and trying to turn it on us and getting very defensive, what a reasonable person would do would be to investigate further some of this evidence. And I understand you can't necessarily do it in real time when people are talking to you. So you can go back in the voice text later and find where people have pinged you and see some of these images that have been put up there to explain it to you. Sonny just put another one there for you, and maybe study that later when you don't have people talking to you. But it's really disingenuous of you to then just start attacking people and saying they don't know math, they don't know science, when Level Up just explained to you that she is trained in math and science. So you are the one who is exposing yourself as being uninformed, and these new ideas you haven't been able to incorporate yet, which we understand. So you can take your time and look at those on your own time. We've got Crestfallen here, VC Verified. If you've got any questions, feel free to speak up. We've got Jaden HHD, Upset and a Complicated Rock. If you have any questions about the Earth. Let's see
Well,
who else we've got here.
Conrad,
Pillow's still here. Pillow had good questions earlier. If he's thought of any more questions.
yeah, Conrad just put in the live stream voice text that he would like to ask a question. So Conrad actually took the time to write a message. If you have something to say, what is your
go
question?
ahead. Oh, he wants to ask Croc a question. Okay, well, you can ask Croc a question, but Croc, actually, if we're going to list her from time, hold on. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were muted. Now someone just unmuted you. If we're letting you speak, then I would like you to respond to what I just said before Conrad asks his question. Can you respond to what I just said, please?
Wait, I want to ask something about what you said so I can respond.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
You said something about gas pressure. What is that?
Okay, so your question is, why did I say that you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container? That's a great question, because that is a common problem when people are new to the flat Earth concept. They've only been introduced to flat Earth through straw man models that are not what we actually claim. So one of those straw man models is that that we accept everything else about the heliocentric model and that we just flatten out the Earth and make it a disk flying through space. That is not the case. One of the things that we've determined through observation, experiment, and logic is that it's not possible for outer space to exist in the way claimed, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Therefore, the pressurized atmosphere of Earth, it's not possible for it just to be hanging there next to this alleged vacuum or near vacuum of outer space. So in addition to rejecting the fantasy globe model for the reasons just described, that the radius has been falsified numerous times and that we see too far through long-distance observations and laser tests, we also reject the concept of the fantasy medium of outer space because it can't be verified and it does not make scientific sense based on the natural law that we all observe. And also, gas pressure has never been demonstrated to be able to exist without a container.
Okay, so you said that the atmosphere can't be hanging up there, right? Gas can't be hanging up there. I heard something like
that's right, because gas would disperse to fill all available space, as we always observe gas to do.
Okay, then explain air.
I mean, listen, okay,
how does air work?
Because listen,
wind, I'm sorry, wind. Yeah,
what you're thinking of is an atmosphere. You're thinking that there's space, okay, and there is not. There's a barrier up there. That's why there is an atmosphere. That's if there wasn't this expansion above us, we would not have an atmosphere. It would be sucked out. Okay, how do you not understand that?
Okay, so what you said would make wind illogical. Like it wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, stop.
How
okay,
does wind work? Wait, hold on. It's related. It's related to this. It's related. Okay, so why does wind exist? How does wind exist?
What you are missing the point of containment. You're missing the point of pressure. What does pressure have to do with wind? Now this is the thing about
because
jumping
it's all
around
particle behavior.
from topic to topic to topic.
Yeah, wind has nothing to do with this.
Like when we were talking about pressure,
man.
we talk about pressure, and then we can involve wind with that and whatever. But if you don't even understand pressure, if you don't know what pressure is, we should stick to one topic so that you then understand what pressure is. I think this is a very new topic for you.
Have you ever used a vacuum cleaner?
I'd
Okay,
like
if
to
you
propo-
use a
I'd like
vacuum
to
cleaner
propose-
and there's a hole in the hose,
I hear
that
freaking
vacuum cleaner is not going to pick nothing up. Okay.
Okay,
This is
guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the official event of Ladies' Night because I'm the only mod left here, and I'm just not. I've been here since 5 o'clock. I'm really not willing to continue this. I thought Jenny was coming back, so I mean, ladies can stay and talk, but I can't handle this by myself. I'm sorry, this is just too much.
I understand, Flat Man. I understand, girl.
It's getting out of control here. If you got any guys who want to be involved, by all means, be involved.
Hey, Crack. Hey, Crack.
Then
Clap,
thank you so very much, all the ladies, for a great show up. I think we had a great turnout today. I think we had a lot of lovely
Yes,
ladies.
thank you, Karma. Thank you so much for bringing it back to a positive note. Yes, keep going, keep going, keep going.
I'm so sorry that I showed up so late. I'm so sorry.
It was good, Karma. Thank you. Yes, for bringing it.
Stop
We had a
apologizing.
very good show
Over, we
tonight.
can hang around.
Absolutely.
Stop
I'm sorry,
apologizing.
Karma.
You
I
don't have
totally
anything to-
rumpushed you
you
while
don't
you
have
were being
nothing to
nice. It's
apologize
only
for.
because you made me feel bad for being, a grumpy, gross, person. So go ahead, Karma. Please finish your
You're
nice
never
speech.
grumpy, honey. You're a mama bear, and the only times you come off as grumpy, that's just you being a bear, be like, "Roar." But you're still a fluffy mama bear, and everybody loves you.
Thank you. I'm
I
glad at least one
love all you
person
ladies.
understands me.
I love you, ladies, and it's okay
I added
to
you
be
to the
grumpy.
column, Karma. There's only one person in there, and you're the one.
No.
No, there might be more than one in that column. There might be. Yes, we had a good night. Yes, it was very good. We had a lot of participation. We had True Seeker join us, who's new to the server, which we really appreciate you coming and joining us on Ladies' Night. Hopefully, you'll be able to join us on future Ladies' Night and at other times.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, it's great.
You know what? I'm wondering if do you guys have any like a website that you can send someone like this last gentleman we had on to take just a rudimentary quiz, because it seems like you need to get an established level of competency before they are able to engage in conversation, I think.
Yeah, and I thought that's what VC check-in was all about. What's going on in VC check-in? Who's letting these people through?
Well, here's the thing. The whole point is that we're letting people through the check-in so that, we can have those conversations with them here. That people aren't just having hour-long conversations with people up in BC. Like, if they can follow the rules and know what's going on, I mean, no matter what, it doesn't matter. We're going to talk to people that don't know what's going on, and we should help them and lead them to learn, right? It shouldn't be like, oh my God, you're so dumb for not knowing. It should be like, okay, well, if you don't know this, let's point you in the right direction because obviously you're lost. So here's this information, here's that information, and more like, a study group, not like a demonization because they're so far off the mark.
Yeah,
Unless you are a
I
complete
think
fool.
I think we should have like a better room where we could direct people like him to go just educate themselves before coming here, because literally he was not at all properly ready to have any conversation with y'all.
Well, I think he was
I'm glad Croc's here. Croc is still here. Croc, we're glad you're here.
I'm glad he's
we need we spent like 3 hours with no Globers here at all. If that's what you prefer, like the next time come earlier. We had Croc who's here willing to be explain to us his glow belief, and we don't expect you to be able to take in all this information right away. And being defensive is a normal. Being defensive is a normal reaction to some people, especially if they think they've learned science and that they understand it, and they come to realize that they actually don't. I mean, I went through all that alone, reading books, like nothing to do with any social media or the internet at all. So I mean, actually there was some internet involved, but not Discord, not like live talking to people. Like, I don't even know what that would have been like. So it's fine. But like you said, it takes time to get through on some of these things, and we've come up with different ideas, but it doesn't work out. If you say we're going to take this person down to the beginner channel or this channel or that channel, it's just this is just what happens. It's nothing we haven't seen before, Croc. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think we should walk them through it. And you can tell when people are a troll, they will walk away. They'll get so pissed off. They don't want to have the conversation. And they might loop around again because they are discombobulated. I mean, this is a lot of information for somebody who isn't in this realm, and especially people who are epic believers in what that globe model has been sold to them. They're like, wait a minute. Like, no, but I heard this, but I heard that. And so it's our, what we do on Ladies' Night is to help walk them through that. And if they're incapable, hopefully they come back the next week and they continue to learn more. It should just be chill.
Yeah, maybe we should also
Unless
try to
they're
use the
complete
3
trolls.
points. Yeah, maybe
I
we
think
should try to use 3 points a bit more as a bit of a litmus test as well, because in the 3 points, not only do you establish whether they can realize, oh, it's all beliefs and all that, and how much they do know about the subject, but you can also establish whether they have the intellectual integrity and intellectual honesty to say I don't know or I believe instead of just making shit up out of their ass continuously. So you can actually catch out what type of person they are with those points as well, pretty well.
Well, one of the
I think
things
that's
that
a
I
great
think though
idea.
that goes to whether it's intellectual honesty or dishonesty is for someone to say that I think he stated that he didn't have any beliefs, but then was saying that through all of the evidence and information
I
that
know
was
I tapped the guy rid of these fucking station cords. You know where I'm work.
I'm just going to go
I,
ahead
I,
and mute her. If she has a problem with it, somebody tell her.
I want to talk about the atmosphere of Earth. Okay.
I have a question about the
So
atmosphere of Earth. Go ahead.
there's no pressure without a container. Okay. How is that related to Earth being flat?
there is a law the second law of thermodynamics, which is physics, that states that if you have a vacuum, it will, and next to air, the vacuum abhors, or nature abhors a vacuum. So you cannot have, without a barrier, without air being contained, you cannot have air exist next to a vacuum without it being contained. If you have a container and half of it's filled with air and there's a barrier and the rest of it is a vacuum, and then you remove the barrier, the air will fill the vacuum. So the way that the heliocentric model is portrayed is that there is a globular Earth. It has an atmosphere which is comprised of air. At some point, the atmosphere ends without any barrier, and there is a vacuum of space, which violates the second law of thermodynamics. If there's no barrier, the air would immediately disperse to fill up the vacuum of space, and the Earth would have no atmosphere, there'd be no air, there'd be no life, etc. So in the flat Earth model, it is purported that we have air contained to the flat Earth, and that there is no space. There is a barrier that contains there is a barrier that contains the air, and that's why we have air pressure. So there might be.
I have okay. I can reply to the. You said okay. So what I understood is that on the Earth atmosphere concept, it can't exist because there's nothing containing it. Correct. So it just flies off, right? Flies off Earth. So someone
That is demonstratable, and the vacuums are so powerful that it defies gravity on Earth in demonstrations. You can yeah.
Someone sent me this. Okay, so yeah. Hold on, yes. Okay, showing me that particles leaving Earth. Okay, so the reason why the Earth, the atmosphere exists is because of gravity. The gravity is holding the particles, around Earth. So that's why it's not flying off like you said.
If that
That's
is
the
the case,
container.
then if that's the case, then if you have on Earth, you have a container that is half filled with air and vacuum in the other half of the container, then if you remove the barrier, the air was on the bottom container, then you would then the air would not be able to fill the vacuum.
What? Wait, explain.
So imagine that you have two containers. Okay,
Okay.
they're two. It's a rectangle. Let's say there's a rectangle, and it is vertical, and there is partitioned in the middle, and on the bottom there's air. So you would say
What's on the middle?
Let's say it's a glass container, and there's a glass barrier in between the two parts of this rectangle, and in the lower part of the rectangle there is air. In the compartment above the barrier there is a vacuum.
Okay.
Now you're on Earth, gravity is in play. By your thinking, if we remove that barrier, then the air would just stay in that lower container because gravity's pulling it down. But that's not what we see. Demonstratively, you remove the barrier and the air fills the vacuum.
Okay. Do you know why air doesn't stay down?
Go on.
Because of temperature.
Tell us. Oh,
this explains the concept of wind. Why does wind exist? Can you explain why wind exists? Because it answers your question.
If I might.
Okay, continue.
All right. Okay, first of all, she doesn't have the question. Second of all, wind happens when there's a difference in air pressure, and those differences are all over the place. That's what makes wind, differences in air pressure. Do you think it's from Earth spin?
I think it's because of temperature.
Temperature.
Yes, temperature.
There's all sorts of factors, but there's differences in pressure, and the pressure differences are likely caused by differences in temperature, and those change all the time. What does this prove about Earth shape?
Okay, that answers her question about why does the air doesn't
No, it doesn't, because it can be a very small container that is in the same room temperature controlled. You can take that variable out of the equation. I'm not talking about a huge container. I'm not talking one that's like 10,000 miles tall. I'm talking about even 2 inches tall in the same room, in a room controlled environment. The only factor is that there's air in one part of the container separated by a partition. In the second container, there is a vacuum. The temperature is the same for every part of that. If you remove the barrier, the air will fill the vacuum, irregardless of temperature and irregardless of gravity. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
And real quick, is he paying attention to text chat? Because they're posting a lot of things that support everything you're saying.
Okay, so I don't confuse this. Do you guys believe in gravity or not?
Which
What's
one?
gravity?
I love
What's
that
gravity?
you even
Yeah,
said the
which
word
kind?
believe.
Which gravity?
And which gravity, and no, we don't believe in gravity.
Which gravity? You know that there's
Newtonian.
Yeah, no, Newtonian or Einsteinian.
Or
Because
specific.
one replaced the
Wait,
other.
what? Newtonian and Einsteinian? What are you talking about?
You don't know. Okay, let me explain.
That's what I
Newton.
said. He's new.
Well, it actually wasn't technically Newton. He'd be upset. But
No, I'm saying
people had
he's
said,
new. He's
listen,
new.
hey,
Can we start by pointing out the fact that he's asking us if we believe in something that he doesn't even know what is?
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to explain it to him, because for like 150 years ago, they said that gravity was mass attracting mass, and they have abandoned that in the early 1900s by Einstein's theories of relativity, which claims that gravity is a result, not a cause, of the curvature of space-time, the bending of space-time. Which one of those do you believe?
Well, they both support each other.
No, they don't. One superseded the other. There's actual quotes from physicists saying that Einstein theory superseded, that is to say, replaced the old theory that mass attracts mass. Your scientists on your side don't believe that mass attracts mass.
Okay, makes sense to me. Is that
Okay,
not true for you?
whatever. But the point is that whatever this is, since gravity is no longer a force, and this is absolutely their, ball earthers claim, scientists claim that gravity is not a force, it's an effect of the curvature of space-time. How does the curvature of space-time hold air around the Earth when gases without a container simply dissipate? Why doesn't that work on the air when it does work on every other gas we can monitor? How does gravity act as a container?
It pulls everything around it. What do you mean? Yeah, it pulls everything.
You're talking too fast. Slow down.
Yeah, it pulls everything around it.
What
pulls
pulls?
everything
Gravity
around
is not a
Earth.
force. Gravity is not a force. It's an effect.
Yeah, this effect pulls everything around it. This is why
Effects don't do things. They're the result of other things.
Okay, it appears that I'm ignorant. Explain to me.
Okay, cause and effect. Do you know the difference between those two terms?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the difference?
Effect is the outcome of cause.
Yes, not the cause. The cause and effect are two different things. There's a cause and it results in an effect. Okay, gravity is an effect, not a cause. Therefore, gravity can't do anything. It's the result of something else doing something. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay, so gravity is not a force that can contain anything. So your answer for why the atmosphere doesn't go anywhere is not gravity. We've already just ruled that out. So what could it be?
What could it be? I still don't. I don't get what you're talking about.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Croc? I'm only joining in Level Up because I know Ladies' Night is officially over. But Croc, if gravity's pulling things together to make this container and whatnot, one question for you: why is gravity not yanking the moon towards the surface of the Earth? Then why does sometimes it make things orbit and it doesn't pull on them?
Okay, so you're saying that why doesn't Earth pull the moon onto it?
No, why wouldn't gravity yank the moon down to the Earth if you're claiming it to be an actual thing?
Well, okay, so you have to understand that.
Like sometimes your gravity is containing air and pulling stuff together, and other times it's making things float around stuff and orbit it rather than pull it towards it. So that doesn't explain anything to me. It's a contradiction.
Okay, so do you know the concept of the ISS? Why doesn't the ISS fall on Earth?
Yeah, I know the ISS is supposed to be falling around the Earth. The ISS is bullshit, first off, Croc. The ISS is bullshit.
Okay, it's bullshit. Yeah, okay.
We got a bad echo.
It's
Somebody's
the same
mic
concept
something.
with the moon.
Level Up, did you finish what you were going over with him?
Well, I'm not sure how much good it's doing.
How do you have internet? Who was that? Who asked you that question?
What does the internet have to do
No,
with the
I'm
shape of
asking
the
him.
Earth?
I'm asking him a question. He said
Yeah, I know.
is fake. It's fucking bullshit. How do you explain?
Who said that?
Why do you need the internet to have the ISS? You're not making any sense.
Well,
you
okay,
got
so
internet, so there's got to be an ISS.
So
Do
I'm
you
just gonna mute you
disbelieve
for now.
disbelief
Just
satellites?
a second, Croc.
Why did you
You're gonna
mute
have
him,
a
bro?
conversation.
Let him
Level Up.
talk. Let him
You
speak.
can just ignore what Flatman Can was derailing
No, I
the
just
conversation
wanted
with,
to answer his
we're
question.
still gonna stay on the same topic of gas pressure.
Yeah, I know. I'll get back to it. I just wanted to ask him a question. Can you unmute him?
Sure. Keep it short.
Myself. There's nobody
Okay,
has to
so
unmute me.
you're muted. Okay, so you said ISS is a fucking lie. Do you also think satellites are a fucking lie too?
Yes, I do.
Then how do we have internet, 5G, or
Fiber
how
optic
can we call
cables.
each other? How can I call you through Discord?
Fiber optic cables and triangulation.
I don't see a cable
cell phone.
connecting.
I'm answering you. Can you listen? Cell phone towers and fiber optic cables. There, somebody just posted it. Drace just posted you a photo of how we have internet connections across international seas and waters. Thank you very much, Drace.
Okay. Who was talking to me about gas? Level up, yeah.
That
Okay,
would be
so
level up.
what were you saying?
What I was saying is that since gravity is not a force, we've already established that. It's been superseded for 150 years or something like that. Gravity is not a force. So what do you think, since it's not gravity, what do you think is keeping air escaping into a giant vacuum of space?
Well, the only explanation I can think of is gravity. Like, you told me gravity is not a force. You told me that still doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm sorry, but physicists on your side of the flat Earth debate are telling you for a long time now that gravity is an effect, and it's something called the curvature of space-time that they think is causing that, which is just moving the goalposts. But the thing is that gravity, what you can't even hardly define, is not holding gases in place. Everything we do shows that gases next to a vacuum disperse into the vacuum. They go up, they go down, they go sideways. Gravity is not a container, okay? But you want to make a special case for the atmosphere, that's a fallacy called special pleading, where you want to make a giant exception to the rule that holds to gases everywhere in every other situation. So as soon as you release a gas into a vacuum, that's what it does. It disperses. Why it doesn't happen with the Earth's atmosphere against space, you can't say without making a logical fallacy. There is no science that says that gravity is a container of gases.
Okay.
Are you
Well, okay.
watching the
So
live stream voice text
how
chat?
would you explain gravity on a flat Earth?
Before you ask that question, are you watching the live stream voice text chat?
No, I'm not reading text because 90% of them are memes and jokes.
Yeah, check the image I just posted in there.
Okay. Yeah. Breathing in and out.
Yeah. If gravity is acting as a container, you would not be able to exhale. So your idea is debunked.
Okay, then how would you explain gravity on a flat Earth?
Falsification is independent of replacement. I have no requirement to replace your ideas.
Why would it be any different? I mean, why would the laws of physics change just because the Earth is flat?
I can do it if you want me to, if you really want to know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Explain. Hello?
How about now?
Okay, so my question is, how would you explain?
No question to you. About tired of your questions. You got a demonstration.
Wait, what? He was muted. Okay.
Can you demonstrate gravity?
No, I'm asking the question. How would you explain gravity?
No. I'm tired of this question thing.
That's all.
Well, I'm the one here who's learning.
I'm answering your question. Okay. Gravity is not what you think it is. Go look at the etymology of the word. It just means weight, heaviness. You're just heavier than the air. Helium floats because it's lighter than the air. Clouds stay in the sky because they're lighter. Okay?
Okay.
You get to sit on the ground because you have weight. That's where we get velocity, and then things can fly like birds and planes because the air under them. Okay? Well, if they stop, their weight is going to catch up with them and they will fall, right? That's all. You're heavier than the air. That's it.
We should probably ask him to clarify. Are you trying to ask us why rocks fall down? Are you trying to ask us what would cause some objects to go up and some objects to go down in their medium? Is that what you're asking us? Are you asking us why rocks fall down? Is that what you're asking us?
No, okay, so what I'm asking is how would you explain the concept of gravity on a flat Earth? Because from my
Okay.
understanding,
Yeah. All right.
I don't.
Let's just do this
I don't
simply.
remember him asking. I don't remember him asking. The only thing that he was supposed to be demonstrating that gravity is the reason that we have an atmosphere. Gravity uh is another way that you can have gas pressure without containment. Then he said something about, well, do you know why the effect that we see for gas is the exact opposite of what I just said? Because of temperature. But the bottom line is, yeah, gases do the exact opposite of what you believe the atmosphere to be in the religion that is space with an earth inside of nothingness.
He also asked how gravity would work on a flat Earth, and I posted 46 minutes after the hour citations how Newtonian gravity would work on flat Earth and how Einsteinian gravity would work on flat Earth.
Okay, so based on my understanding is that
another question.
If I were okay, so if I were to demonstrate gravity on a flat Earth, let's say I was walking to the edge, I would feel a lot heavier.
That's not a demonstration of gravity. Sorry, that's just you imagining some stuff that has no relation to reality. No one's
What edge are you walking? What edge are you walking to? What edge?
It doesn't matter.
There's no edge.
Where's the geometric horizon?
Edge? Okay.
Where's the geometric
So let's very easily explain this to him. Croc, you can't have gas pressure without a container. So this means that there is no edge to the Earth. There would be an end where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. There's no cliff out there for you to fall off into the mystical, magical, non-existent vacuum of space. All right. There's no edge to fall off of. It'd be end. All right. So what we're asking you to do is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? You know how we have 14.7 psi at sea level, right? Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Croc?
Yes, I can
hear you. All right. So you know what the psi at sea level is? You know what that is? Pounds per square inch gas pressure. So it's 14.7 psi at sea level. So let me explain to you in a more clearly defined term what we're asking you to do. Can you take, for instance, at sea level, have 1 cubic foot of volume in front of between you and I, and have 20 psi consistent in that 1 cubic foot of volume, 20 pounds per square inch held in that 1 cubic foot due to gravity, and then have no solid barrier around it between that 1 cubic foot and the 14.7 psi outside that 1 cubic foot? Can you demonstrate that due to gravity?
No.
Okay, so you see, that's the problem. You see, if you could do that, which you can't, but if you could, then we would have a reason to believe in the vacuum of space existing above our heads, because that would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. But since you can't do that, we have no reason to believe that the vacuum of space exists above our heads. We have no reason to believe that gas pressure can exist anywhere without a container. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I mean, even with that, because I work on cars, and for my air tools to work, I need a container and build the pressure inside that container to 100 psi's in order for my gun to work, to take the nuts off the bolts. Without that, I couldn't get the nuts off the bolts. So you need a container.
You got to have the propane tank. If you want propane, you got to have the accessory.
No. You got to have a container to build up that pressure in order for things to work. So you can demonstrate it without that. I could take my tools and use it just in the air that I got. Are you catching the lingo? gas pressure.
Wait, you're talking to me?
What? Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're not listening.
Wait, I thought you were talking to him.
No, I'm talking to you.
Okay.
We all understand that the air is still here. We can breathe it.
Okay.
You're not understanding that the air is still here and you're breathing it with no problems. Can you demonstrate the air contained in one spot?
Wait, I don't understand anything, bro. Demonstrate
Can you
how air
fart
is
and
contained
contain it with gravity?
Huh?
Can you fart
guys, I think we're going over the same.
Your fart?
Maybe we should move it. I mean, he just already conceded he can't do what I just asked him to do.
Okay.
20 psi in 1 cubic foot at sea level. Can you contain that with gravity without a solid barrier? He said, no, you can't do that.
I posted a video.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay, now I understand.
Richard Feynman showing how gas will fill the available volume. So if he would turn this flask so the vacuum is up, do you believe that the gas would be contained by gravity?
Well, yeah, I do believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, try it and know that you cannot violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Size plays a part.
Size
plays a part. Yeah, like Earth is fucking huge.
There's no separate laws of physics for big and small things.
Yeah, unless you have a citation for that.
Well, that's why you have quantum physics.
So do you have a citation for this claim? You're making a claim now that the laws of physics change when you move from a small scale to a larger scale. Do you have any information, any citation to back up this? Do you have any source material to back up this claim?
I never said
Earth is huge, but somehow your side seems to be able to travel into outer space and take an entire photo of the entire Earth somehow. That's wild. But it's huge.
But they never done that. Remember, the only picture that they claimed was actually a photograph was proven fake.
Yeah, because
we know
on the way to the moon.
Sorry, Drace. Yeah, we know that. I'm just saying he probably thinks those photos from space of the Earth are actually real photos. So I'm just saying, it's huge, except when you get to space and photograph it.
What does photographing have to do with this? So you're saying Earth is small, or
nothing? Go ahead, Croc. Keep teaching us about gravity and how it works. We want to learn here.
Wait, no. Let's go back to what you said. Let's go back to what you said. What do you mean by that? Like, Earth is small, or what?
According to your people, NASA can go out to space and photograph the Earth. If it's so huge, how can they do that?
Okay, this is going a little to the pointless weeds part. Croc, so do you still think the Earth is a ball?
Yes, I think Earth is round. Yes.
Okay. Do you know of the radius value we were taught in school?
Yeah.
You know what the radius is of a ball?
I don't know the exact number. I don't know the exact radius of Earth, but yeah, I know I understand the concept, obviously. But yeah.
I'll just tell it to you. It's 3,959 miles. Right? So my question is to you: how did they come up with that number, that radius value of the globe Earth?
Well, yeah,
did they measure anything, perhaps, or?
Well, yeah, I would go back to the sun rays method, but you guys will obviously deny it and say it's historical lies.
So sticks and shadows, is that what you're going to go to, the Eratosthenes sticks and shadows?
That's one method. Yeah, that's one method to.
Well, come on, man. Here, hold on. Let's at least go this far. Do you think that's the method they used to come up with the 3959 number talking about?
Well, yeah,
do you think that's the method?
No. But that.
Okay, so what my question is simple. Wait, hold on. My question is simple. What was the method they used to come up with that 3959 number?
Well, yeah, they could use satellites. But you guys would obviously say it's fake, because.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Croc, is that they would need to have that radius value before they'd know how much rockets allegedly and to put them up in orbit around the Earth. What I'm saying is they'd have to know the radius value before they put anything up into space in order to know how much rocket fuel to put in the rocket. So it would have to be before the space age. They must have done it before the space age somehow, some way, right?
That's where trigonometry plays a role.
That's where trigonometry plays a role. Like you can use trigonometry to measure the scale of Earth.
I don't think you need trigonometry to measure the Earth. You just need to
Okay,
construct a straight line and show where the Earth is deviating down the straight line. Measure the straight line, measure the deviation. That's it.
Huh? Wait, what? Explain? I don't.
So if you're going to go with the whole sticks and shadows, or maybe some guy who's really smart with the satellite figured out, even though I don't know how he did that, then you're really just going off faith. You're not actually, using anything empirical or, tangible, anything that's reliable. What I'm talking about is something that's reliable. So a reliable way to know whether or not the Earth is flat or conforming to the shape of a sphere would be to measure it directly. And the only way you can really measure something directly like that is to construct a straight line and show where the Earth is deviating from it to measure an arc segment of this alleged globe Earth. So do you know of any time that anyone has ever done this and found curvature and measuring an arc segment of the Earth? They wouldn't have to measure the whole thing.
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah. He did that.
No, he didn't. Did Eratosthenes do what I just described? Did he measure an arc segment of the Earth?
Yeah, he measured the arc segment.
No. I'm just gonna stop there. No, he didn't. He just looked at a bunch of shadows on the fucking ground. Looking at a bunch of shadows on the fucking ground is not measuring an arc segment of the alleged globe Earth. Those are not the same thing.
He used the trigonometry. That's why. That's how he got the arc segment. He used this. He used what is it called? What is it called? What do you guys call it? The base angle. 7 point. He used the 7.2 angle, and he calculated the curvature at that point, and then he divided it by 360. That's how he got it. The curvature of Earth.
Yeah, that's great. A lot of presuppositions, a lot of fancy math, but not actually measuring the Earth.
Huh?
Just looking at shadows and making up stories about them. Pretty much. That's what it is.
Okay, so I don't think you looked at his calculations to make that claim.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a calculation. You're overcomplicating it, Croc. You don't need a calculation.
It would be inconvenient to measure it.
Hold on, Croc. Let me break this down to a more simple term. If you were to try and figure out if your dining room table is conforming to the shape of a sphere, the surface of it, the top of it, or if you wanted to figure out if your dining room table is flat, could you stick a yardstick against it? Could you hold it up against your dining room table and see if it's curved or flat? I mean, could you do that? You could do that, right?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
So my question is, why would you use any other method to figure out if the surface of the Earth is curved or not? Wouldn't constructing a straight line and measuring the deviation from the straight line, wouldn't that be the best way?
That would be inconvenient and expensive. Using math is much easier.
It's not a question of expensive. It's a question of reliability. It's not a question of what's cheapest or what's most expensive. It's a question of what's reliable. It's the only way that's reliable.
Okay.
Do you know how much NASA makes a year? You're going to sit here and talk about, oh, that's expensive. NASA makes billions a year to feed us lies, bruh.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Let's go back. Okay, so
Croc, you can't go with that expensive bullshit. That expensive excuse that doesn't work here. Okay.
Okay. Let's.
This is the year 2022, man. I think in the year 2022 we have enough technology to construct a straight line and show where the Earth was allegedly deviating from. I'm pretty sure we can do that today.
Yeah, man, I can afford to do that. It's not an issue.
Okay.
So yeah, Croc, can you do everybody a favor too? When someone's talking,
I can't talk to people are talking to me. I can't talk if 10 people are talking to me. Okay, let's take it slow. Okay, so what I'm saying is, why would I construct a straight line when I can use something as simple as math?
Because that's not reliable. Hey, wait, hold on. You said simple as math. Let me explain something to you, Croc. Sometimes math reflects reality, but sometimes math doesn't reflect reality. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand that.
Okay, I'll give you an example. So if I have 5 apples and you have 5 apples and you give me 5 apples, I have 10 apples. We can write down this exchange between you and I. We can write this down on paper, and it works on paper. 5 plus 5 equals 10. And in reality, I have 10 apples because you gave me 5 apples. Now, if I have 5 apples and I give you, or I write down on paper that I gave you 10 apples, which would be -5 apples, and I can write that down on paper, and it works on paper. 5 apples minus 10 apples equals -5 apples. But in the realm of physical objective reality, we cannot have -5 apples. Do you understand that?
Okay. So you're saying math is not reliable.
So what I'm more specifically saying is math can sometimes reflect reality, and at other times it cannot reflect reality. So using math to measure something isn't a measurement. It's just speculation. Math is just speculation. It's not a measurement.
Let me give you an example. For instance, you can imagine that Superman has powers, and you watch the animations of Superman, and through that you can assume and calculate how much force is required for him to fly at those speeds, and all those calculations are just based on this fantasy idea. None of that math is based in any reality. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So the idea that math sometimes doesn't base reality is new to me. So can you explain it more? Like
you cannot use math to guess.
Okay,
like you cannot use math to figure out what the surface.
Let me rephrase my question. Can you exactly point at what part at what part of the equation doesn't reflect reality? The equation of measuring this a certain angle, the curvature.
Can I interrupt?
Can you exactly point
Can I interrupt?
part is not?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So listen, I can make you a mathematical model. How much strength and density Superman needs
Let's focus on the measurement.
Bro, can you let me speak?
Don't
without
interrupt him,
me?
Croc. Let the gentleman speak.
I've been listening to you for hours. I've been listening to you for hours without interrupting you.
I want
Can you be
talk about the curvature.
So I don't have to mute you, sir? Right, now, I can make a mathematical story because math is a language and it's abstract about how dense Superman would have to be and how much power he would have to generate to leap over a building with a single bound. That has absolutely nothing to do with reality because math is a language. So I have something to read to you, right? And this isn't me, right? Because I'm just some idiot on the internet. But this is what it says, quote, mathematics is not a science in our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate. I'm about to post the link. So when you're talking about science and math, two totally different things. So here's another one.
Okay.
Hold on, bro. How long you been speaking? Haven't you heard yourself talk enough? You said you're here to learn. Shut your mouth and listen. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Max Planck. What's not an experiment?
What's
math? Is there any mathematical experience? Listen, is there any mathematical experience you can get in a science class? Yes, right? But do you get science credits when you complete a math course? No. Do you know why?
How is that fucking related?
How is math and science related?
School grades related to this?
I'll explain to you how math and science is related. Is sometimes there's math involved, right? You count things. But other than that, it's not really utilized in science at all. So is math science?
So if
is it natural science?
So if math is not science, why is
yes
it used
or no?
in science? Why is it used in science?
Okay,
so I can reply to your question.
Here's a scientific method thing for you, okay? A rock is more dense than water. When I drop the rock in water, there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up, right? Okay, so we can science this and try other things. Let's try a ping pong ball this time. Okay, the water holds it up. So what did I prove? I proved that there's a buoyant force with a scientific experiment between a rock and a ping pong ball. What did I manipulate? The relative density of the object, right? And what did I prove? I didn't use any math. That was all science.
But you can also calculate the buoyant force. So you can use math and science, right?
Yeah, you can also put it in a beaker. Does that mean that beakers are science? Because science sometimes utilizes
Okay.
beakers. Is
Okay. So
beakers
I
science?
still
Is
don't understand you.
beakers
Okay. So
are beakers science?
what do you mean? Are
Are
beakers science?
beakers science, or is a beaker something that a scientist sometimes uses?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a tool. Yes.
Right, it's a tool, just like mathematics is a tool, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay, but I can
how is that
calculate.
related
I can calculate your weight right now. You sound about 130, 140. Is that right?
to pound?
No, you sound about 140 pounds, right?
I don't use pounds.
Okay,
Okay. So how is this related to math not being viable? Oh, not being reliable.
because I just showed you. I just
Okay,
calculated
okay,
your
okay.
weight.
Let's go with you. Let's go with your weight.
I just calculated your
Math is
weight,
not
didn't I?
science. Let's.
It's not me. It was Richard Feynman who said it.
Okay, so let's go with his weight. Math is not
Okay.
science. Okay, so
Okay.
I want you to point at what parts of the equation that is used to calculate the Earth curvature through using a single angle. What part of this equation
8
is
inches
not
per mile
reliable?
squared.
Huh?
8 inches per mile squared is the mathematics they use to determine the Earth's curvature. That is given to us by your side.
I'm talking.
But this is geometry. This isn't math. This is geometry.
What?
Once again, you're in a category error. So do you know what geometry is? Measuring
Okay, so
the Earth.
someone said this
Geometry.
is not reliable. Eratosthenes' method is not reliable. Which part of it is not reliable? What is exactly wrong with this equation? Can you
all of
prove
it?
that? Not exactly. What do you mean? What do you mean? What makes it wrong? What makes it wrong?
The fact that they just made it up, that's what's wrong with it. They didn't measure anything to.
What do you mean made it up?
They did. If they measured the Earth and found an arc segment of the Earth and measured an arc segment and then presented this math after that measurement, then it would have meaning. But they didn't measure the Earth. They just gave us this math. You see the problem?
Okay. Do you have a ball in your house? Take that ball and take a small angle of the ball and calculate the curvature of that small. And then use his method.
Start over. I don't know what the hell you're asking me.
You'll get the curvature. Okay. So get a small ball. Okay.
Let's just go back to what I just said. Do you understand what I just said?
Let me use an example.
You need to give me an affirmative or a nay on what I just said. I just told you they didn't measure the Earth to find an arc segment of the Earth. They didn't measure an arc segment of the Earth to find curvature and then give us the math afterwards. As far as I know, they just gave us the math without any measurements to back up the math. Do you understand that?
Wait. Okay, so you're denying the math or denying the measurement?
Let's go back to the dining room table. All right. If I were to look at my dining room table, hold on. If I were to look at my dining room table and say, it's a ball, it's not flat, but it's a ball. All right. And I just look at it and I say that and make that claim. I don't actually hold any measuring devices up to it or anything. I don't touch it with my hands. I just say my dining room table's a ball. Okay. And I give you a bunch of math that supports the dining room table is a ball. It doesn't support, but that I give you the math that describes my dining room table as being a ball. Now, if I give you math that describes, or geometry or whatever, if I give you math that describes the Earth as being a ball, if I give you math that describes my dining room table as being a ball, does that mean that my dining room table is a ball? Yes or no?
Wait, repeat that question.
If I give you math that describes my dining room table as being a ball, does that mean that my dining room table is a ball?
Sure. Can you show me the math? Show me the math.
Wait. So you're saying it does? You're saying it does? You just said sure.
Okay. So show me the math that proves your table is a ball, and I'll see if through the math I can tell you.
The math doesn't prove anything. The measurement does. That's what he's trying to get the point across to you. So I just posted something else that you said was wrong, right? You said there's different laws for quantum mechanics. So the laws of physics are always quantum mechanics. No, do you have to interrupt me? Do you have to interrupt me?
Don't change the subject.
Bro, are you serious? I'm addressing what you said earlier, and you got away with it, right? And now you don't want to get away with it, do you? So, we do not have separate laws for big and small things. Professor Shankar, Yale Physics. So, you're wrong, bro. So what you got to do is you got to say, okay, I was wrong. There's not separate laws for big and small things. And the thing about the table, you measure the table. It doesn't matter what someone hands you, right? If they tell you the table is a sphere and you measure it, the surface, and it's perfectly flat, it doesn't matter what the math said. The math is wrong as long as the measurement is correct. So what you have is all of cosmology, all of astrology, and theoretical astrophysics has zero science. Deal with that.
It's also really funny that you asked for the math that describes the table as a ball, and that was actually one of your proofs earlier, or Aristophanes, so good luck with that.
Hey, I think old dude says there's a lady in the chat. Guys, I'd rather move on to talk to a lady. What we're doing now. What do you guys think? Is she still here, old dude?
Hey, nutritional alchemist, do you have control of your mic?
I vote we move on if we can.
I think her name's Good Night.
Oh, good night. Do you have control of your mic?
Yeah, I didn't ask a question though.
Hey.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What's up? What's your question?
I didn't have a question. I don't know why my light was lighting up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to have a question. You can just have a conversation, or how'd you come across finding out that people are talking about that the earth is flat?
I was here before. My old account, like, something happened and like I lost it, but like I'm just back in the server.
Oh, well, welcome back, I guess, is more appropriate. So, how long is, what's your opinion on
Hey, I'm the one that brought her. I brought her.
Huh?
Somebody
I'm the one that I showed her the server. I was like, hey, the earth is flat. You gotta check this.
I don't remember you. I completely don't remember you. Like, I was here since last year, but okay.
So,
do you mind telling us your old avatar?
Sorry, I'm thinking about somebody else. You just sound like her.
Oh, it's a no consequence. It's all good. So, where are you at on your search for what's true?
I'm a flat earther, but like I like to just read and like stay in the server and like learn how to debate using like flat earth and math and stuff.
Well, something I'm doing for myself and something I should have done probably a super long time ago. But, I work 40 hours a week and all that business, so there's only so many hours in the day. But I'm trying to, do some self-study on logical reasoning and starting with the basics, the different types of arguments and such like that.
Nice.
And then, eventually, probably not too far from now, I would imagine I'd become more familiar with logical fallacies and such.
Yeah, that's a good
In my
idea.
opinion, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
In my opinion, the best way to debate, or the best way to like talk to people that want to debate, is the air pressure, the second law of thermodynamics, because that just really kills the whole argument.
Yeah, that's definitely a game changer. But I'm one that would rather have a conversation and make progress than try and win a debate, which you really don't win a debate and not know anything, right? Have any proof? I mean, you can have a correct argument, or you could have a true argument, but it not be correct. So yeah, I'm trying what?
I just said, yeah, I was agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can tell, like, when somebody's trying to pull one over on me, but it would be more effective if I could articulate that. So, and then also, I mean, being able to fine tune your critical thinking skills and pass that on along to other people. That's how we're going to get somewhere, because people don't know how to critically think. People think what they got from school is all they need to know in life.
Apparently, some people don't know the common decency of after you ask a question, they're supposed to listen.
What? Oh my goodness. You know, it's going to happen when you interrupt and stuff on here, but, you know, yeah, I get it. Like, probably not that much effort was made to not do that. But anyway, I gave you the ladies' night tag. So you probably know this already, maybe, but every Friday night, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nice. I'll try to be there.
So you are more than welcome. If there's anything that you're looking into for yourself, please feel free to share that information with everybody. Everybody would love it. Or if you come across something from the news and you're like, what the? And you want to talk about it, if it's flat earth, bring it in. You know, if it's flat earth related. You know, if they talk about something stupid about space and thank God for Elon Musk BS, bring that in here.
Oh, got you.
So yeah, it can be kind of off topic, just as long as it's like, you know, somewhat related to flat earth, you know. So talking about space, that would definitely be within that category.
Oh yeah, just curious. Are other planets like also like Earth-ish, or are they like different from Earth? Like is it also like flat or like round? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, my understanding is you can't perceive any depth perception unless you have binocular telescopes.
Which the Vatican has, but they won't share the data with us. Excuse me, Jen, go ahead.
Right, and they don't even point that sucker straight up in the sky. They look across the land with that son of a bitch, don't they?
I don't know what they're doing with it. They won't share any information. They're totally stingy. And, you know, meanwhile, they're preaching redistribution of wealth, you know, but they can't share their, you know, Lucifer telescope, or the telescope formerly known as Lucifer. They can't share that with, you know, the main everyday person.
That's so weird.
Yeah, redistribution of wealth, their way of saying they'll throw some crumbs our way. Like, nice, thanks.
Yeah, the sun, moon, and stars are unknown to everyone as far as we know. But keep in mind that if there are lights on the other side of the container that gives us gas pressure, and we know there must be a container that contains us, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So if they happen to be on the other side of that container, and if we can never get to the other side of the container, which may be the case, then there's a good chance that no one will ever know what those lights in the sky are.
Well, there was a
Right, I want to
video
address
where
our
you could
question.
change. What was that? Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Good
Go
to hear
on.
from you.
Yeah, same here.
I was just saying, it looks like you can change the shape of the lights in the sky based off of the shape of your aperture. They were talking about how some of these UFOs that look like different shaped objects, you know, could have the shape of change simply by changing the shape of the hole in the camera. Like if you change it to a triangle, all of a sudden the lights in the sky were triangle shaped. So it makes you wonder whether they're even solid objects at all, if they're being shaped by the eye or the optic or whatever, because it looks like their shape kind of changes when you use a different aperture in some cases.
Okay, well, let me try to answer her question.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, just real quick. Yeah, just real quick. So what you did there, it's called a loaded question. It's kind of like asking me how long have I been beating my wife. So baked right into the question is the premise or the argument that I beat my wife. So when you say, is the Earth like the other planets, you got the premise or the argument built right into the question that the Earth is a planet, right? So if you look up the definition of planet, it means wandering star. So you're saying that the Earth is a wandering star, and I understand why you would ask that question, but it's kind of like asking this question. Since all balls are spheres, right? Baseball, basketball, football. Oh, wait a minute. Football's not a sphere, right? Because in America, our football is shaped like an egg almost. So your question, oh, it's an honest question that anybody would ask. It's just built off of faulty reasoning, and
I
that's
guess
one of the
the way
reasons
to
why.
ask what's that?
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
I was just saying, I guess the way to ask the question, though, in a less loaded way is, how are these things up in the sky solid if the shape of them changes based off of the shape of the aperture? A solid object wouldn't just change shape based off of the shape of the aperture, one would assume. If it had any sort of solidity or any sort of form, one would assume that the shape of the aperture would be irrelevant.
So as far as it goes about the planets, even in the heliocentric, belief system, there are no alien species like the ones that we have here on these here on Earth, because there's no symbiotic relationships. And what they found is something that allegedly came from Mars and landed on Earth. Well, if it landed on Earth, couldn't the microbes of Earth got inside the rock? And I don't know that that's true. How do I verify this rock came from, some other place like Mars, right? But there's no life on none of the planets. And the amount of life that we have here in the symbiotic relationships, like earlier, I believe somebody was talking about the giraffe had a sponge in its head to keep it from passing out when it bent over to get grass off the ground, and when it stood up to get grass off the tree. The woodpecker has a very similar thing going on where its tongue wraps around its brain to protect it. That way the impact of drilling out the wood from the tree doesn't damage the brain. And so you have, in the human body, T cells and helper T cells. None of that stuff exists on the other planets. So this place, I said it. Did you hear me say that? I just did it, didn't I? The thing that I was accusing her of doing, which, is an accident. So it's not a big deal. So we're not saying that she was dishonest, but I hope that answers your question.
True Seeker, that was to you, if you're still here. I'm not looking at the list, you guys. I'm on my piddly phone.
Well, if I had to, I hate to say it, speculate, going back to the star thing and what these stars are overhead, what, if anything, they are. I think we're seeing a very ephemeral, temporary manifestation of something that's very non-physical, whose shape appears to change even based off of the aperture or whatever that you're using. So I don't even know if they're solid or anything else other than a light manifestation. So as far as I can tell, they may not even be solid objects with a definitive shape at all.
I stand corrected. I meant to say not True Seeker. I meant to say Good Night. The girl that we were talking with a moment ago. Hank, that you answered her question.
My question was, do you guys think other planets are flat or also round? I mean,
yes. That's a good question. If we're asking, if there's some sort of cosmological principle that makes everything, say, form into a ball or form into flat or something like that. I don't know if we make any sort of cosmological question to ask how everything is constructed based off of this flat or round principle. We just say that the land appears to test and measure flat. What's happening with the other stuff up there is kind of irrelevant. We're only focused on the shape of the Earth. Now, if we want to step out and make some sort of cosmological statement like the Globers say and say, we think it's a ball, therefore everything's a ball, and, do something on our side saying, we think this is flat and everything's flat, that's a little extra. But at the very least, the land appears to test and measure flat, basically.
I wanted to add this caveat as well. We do not think we're a flat planet floating either.
Thank you.
Earth is not a flat and hanging in space, so...
Hey, I think to answer your question, good night. To answer your question, I think I might pose a question to you to ask yourself and ask anyone else in the future that asks you a similar question, like you just asked, which is, can you think of a single similarity that you can observe between the lights in the sky, whether it's sun, moon, or stars? Can you name one similarity that you observe between the lights in the sky and the ground?
Not really. I don't know. Not really. I could just say the moon seems like a rock.
Me neither.
And Earth seems like a hard surface. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry.
That's it. It's the best answer I've heard so far, really. I mean, you got pretty much the closest one anyone's gotten there. Yeah, the moon does. I agree. The moon does look a little bit like a rock, and there's rocks on the ground. But really, that's just about as far as it goes, really.
And if you think about it, the stuff up there appears to glow. I mean, the Earth doesn't appear to glow. At night, it's totally dark. So we're not even similar enough to what's up there to say that, they look quote unquote round or whatever, therefore we're round. We don't see any curvature. The horizon is flat and we appear to be a dark rock, especially at night when there's no light out, so we're not similar enough to what's up there to say, okay, they look a certain way, therefore we can just assume that we're similar.
Yeah, just so you know, the moon is a light source of its own. It's not reflecting sunlight.
During the day, it looks like a rock.
You know how your eyes perceive plants, as green, right? Most of them that are filled with chlorophyll, right? And it's because they're absorbing the ultraviolet light and then reflecting the green back to your eye. So what if, like, the moon is, absorbing, some of the different spectrum that we can't see and reflecting all the white light back into our eye, like the whole spectrum that we can see. And then what if it's also got its own glow and we see it glowing red when there's an eclipse? Or that's what I see. It glows like deep, dark blood red. If you ever seen blood in real life, like a pool of blood before it coagulates, it's like a deep, dark red, especially if it's a thick pool. And that's what the moon color looks like to me during an eclipse, where the moon's like a full moon and then it goes from being lit to dark and then lit again within like an hour or two.
And the moon's all sorts of funky colors. It's
Wait. Just a question. The moon glows because it has like a lot of hydrogen and certain like elements that make it glow. The stars glow because of that.
That's assumption.
Well, some people
it's just a story they made up.
Well, people point out that the moon appears to have a cold light. You can hold a magnifying glass up to sunlight and it makes a hot laser that will burn something and cause a fire. You try to do that with the moonlight, it's a cold light that yields no heat at any magnification. So it looks like the moon is giving off its own cooling light that is totally different from the sun.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that the hydrogen gas balls in a vacuum, what they tell us stars are, that violates the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure in reference to gas. So, you can know for sure that story is not true, but that doesn't tell you what the stars are still. We don't know what they are still.
And this is how we test a narrative or a story that we've been told for consistency. Most of the time, when we see gas, it expands and fills up the available space. Well, the vacuum of space supposedly is filled with nothing but available space, but gases like the sun don't seem to expand into, space. And contrary to what our everyday experience is, we could believe that on faith, sure, or just reject it based off of the inconsistency with our everyday experience.
Back to the Earth's not being not floating in space. What do you think space is?
Space, I go with a different conception probably than somebody else who's a flatty, or it depends on the person, but I go with the firmament dome
Nobody
covering our
knows.
world.
Nobody knows.
Well, let's be a little more hyper specific. So there is space between you and I. There's space between two objects. And,
Wait,
there's that
wasn't
type of space.
Lemon like in the
But
middle of his sentence? Wasn't Lemon like in the middle
Hold
of
on.
his
Whoa,
sentence?
whoa. You just interrupted Hank in the middle of a fucking sentence there, man.
So
I'm going to get some mod burn
was it?
soon and things are going to fucking change. Hank,
Let's
keep
just
going.
queue up. Let's just queue up and go one at a time. I guess I was there first, finishing my sentence. There's a solid sky firmament covering our world. The closest thing to space that we're going to get is the zone of space, quote unquote, under the firmament. But I don't think we've been past the firmament. That's what I would go with. Anybody else? That's the closest thing to space that.
Go ahead, Sasha. Sasha was next.
Well, yeah. So there's space,
Nobody
between
knows.
you and
We
I,
don't
but
know.
there's
Nobody knows.
Yeah, so
how
it's
did you
the
come to the
vacuum of
assumption
space. It's not just space. Remember, it's a claim. They claim that there's the vacuum of space above our heads. But what I'm trying to say to you is that, as far as I know, there is no such thing as the vacuum of space. That claim that they have of what's above our heads.
All right. So if we haven't been outside of Earth and we can't really say what's out there, can you really say that Earth is stationary?
We could say that based off of the Michelson-Morley experiments. I mean, basically, they said that they had light split. They took a beam of light and split it and sent it in two directions in these instruments called an interferometer. The light would be recombined at the end of the path, and the light would come back out of phase, which kind of implies that one or both of the light rays was, moving slower than the other one. And you'd get this light dark band pattern called an interference pattern that said basically something is moving. And so they said, based off of how thick the bands were, they could calculate the movement through, quote unquote, space, the substance of space. They basically thought that space, like around objects like you and me, was like a thick fudge or a thick treacle that was slowing down this light and causing an interference pattern. And they said, okay, I see 10 light bands, 10 dark bands that are this thick, and we're going basically this fast through space or whatever. They said, okay, if that's true, then we can calculate the speed that we should be going around the sun. We should get a light dark band interference pattern that basically works out to 30 kilometers per second of movement around the sun. Now, they did get a light dark pattern, so something was moving, but they didn't get enough to say that we're 30 kilometers per second of movement around the sun, which translates to about 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. So we have something that's moving, but we don't have quite enough movement to justify us moving around the sun. So we might need to drop the notion that the Earth is moving, or at least say that the Earth appears to be moving much more slowly than what we thought before. If you ask me, I say that the Earth is motionless. And the substance of space, what was known up until a century ago, the ether, is swirling over the motionless, unmoving Earth. But basically, if you want to prove that the Earth is moving, that appears to be the framework by which you would do it in the most, quote unquote, scientific physics sort of way.
Ether, what's that?
Okay.
The substance of space that you would use to prove that the Earth is moving in an interferometer, based off of the light dark band patterns that are showing up in the interferometer. Otherwise, if nothing is moving, then they don't have a framework to prove that we're moving.
What is
ether? What you talking about? You're talking about some sort of quantum film?
If you're not
that
listening
wasn't her
enough to hear my
question.
answer, then you can go look into the literature from a century ago to figure out what it is. Like I said again for the second time, it is the substance of space flowing around objects like you and me. Space being a substance called an ether instead of a nothing.
Well, let's claim something that we can do it, that somebody can catch for
So
that.
to answer her question about motion, the motion of the Earth? Anybody else? Her question?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, so we have this base axiom that we begin with. We observe the Earth is stationary, we observe the Earth is flat, and we only observe gas pressure existing inside a container. We don't observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. So there's no reason to think that we're not inside a container since we have gas pressure here. So since we observe the Earth is stationary, it ultimately boils down to just answering the question, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever measured or detected axial rotation of the Earth, proven that the sun is relatively stationary and the Earth is spinning on an axis?
Also, you have Aries failure. That was another observation that appeared to point to the Earth not moving. They basically said, we look at these stars through telescopes, and we know that something is moving. Something is moving because we have to tip the telescope slightly to get the light from the stars to come into the telescope at the right angle. They liken it in this analogy of showing that something is moving by saying, if the rain is coming down, from the sky straight down, you know that you're moving through the rain because you have to take out an umbrella and angle the umbrella a little bit to catch the rain, to keep it from falling into your face. And that would basically be like tilting the telescope to show that something is moving. The question, though, is the Earth moving or are the stars over the Earth moving? So the way that they tried to break the tie between the two propositions is they took a telescope and filled it with water. They reasoned that if you take a water-filled telescope and the Earth is moving, it would be like taking the umbrella and weighing it down with like a bunch of rocks or something. You'd have to tip the umbrella even more to compensate for that if you were the one moving with the umbrella or if the Earth was moving with the water-filled telescope. But the thing that they found, and this is why they call it Aries failure, was the dude who did the observation, Nathaniel Biddle-Airy. He took the telescope, filled it with water, and found he didn't have to tilt the telescope anymore. The light was coming from the stars at the right angle without any additional tilting, which implied to him that the Earth probably was at rest and not moving. Otherwise, you would have to tilt that water-filled telescope based off of the known laws of refraction of water this much to get the light to come through at the right angle if the Earth was moving with a water-filled telescope. So stuff like that makes people say, it looks like the Earth. Oh.
As observed and experienced, the Earth looks motionless, and the luminaries above our heads, like the sun, the moon, they look they're moving. So yeah, can go from there. The sun moves the moon.
The seasons and the solstice was like caused by the axis rotating. Or is it?
Are they actually moving though?
That's what we thought too.
It's the axis tilt. What we were taught in schools, it's the tilt of the axis. But again, you'd have to demonstrate that too. Like, how did they ever measure this or detect the axis tilt, the tilt of the axis of the Earth? Yet, you still have to find a measurement of curvature to prove it's a ball. You still have to find a measurement of axial rotation to prove it's spinning.
But even
on that tilt is being observed.
They're actually moving even on a flat Earth. Would they actually be moving?
Well, the sun, moon, and stars.
That's being observed. The movement is being observed of the heavens above, and that's what's moving. We can see that. It's pretty obvious.
Well, you mentioned the seasons, and on the flat conceptions that I've seen, the seasons are explained because the sun gets closer to the northern center and kind of goes further out toward the southern center and kind of goes between the tropics, closer to the north, further to the south throughout the year, and just goes back and forth in a sort of cycle, taking the seasons with it. The sun tends to stay between the tropics. The Tropic of Cancer is the northernmost circle of latitude the sun reaches before it goes back down south all the way to the Tropic of Capricorn. So it basically, as it goes between these two tropics, it takes summer and winter with it, causing the seasons. It looks like they just assumed a tilt without showing it in any of their fake NASA photos to show that there's some basis behind the supposed tilt. It looks like they supposed the tilt to explain their model, but didn't really show the goods, that there's actual evidence of a tilt, like, say, relative to some background object or whatever in their, photos.
Interesting. Gotcha.
So I would ask the young lady who just said interesting, do you understand the law of cause and effect?
The law of what?
The law of cause and effect. You know, some of the things that people might say when they're talking about this law is correlation isn't causation. Do you know what that means?
Kinda.
Okay, so shark attacks go up at the same time ice cream sales go up. One might say, oh, well, the sharks must like ice cream. It's like, no, just a correlation, not a causation. Sharks don't like ice cream. It's the fact that people are trying to cool off in the summertime, so some people choose to go swimming and some people get ice cream. So they're completely unrelated other than the heat index and the people's tolerance for that. So do you understand that you have to prove causation?
Yeah.
Right, you can't just go around and affirm the reason my car won't start is because it ain't got no gas in it. Right? What if it does have gas in it and it ain't got no keys in it? Right? That would be a totally different story, right?
Where are you going with this?
You have to use science to prove things. So how do you use science? Do you know? You know what the three things that you need?
I am using the scientific method.
Right. So how you do that is you have the observed natural phenomenon, which is your dependent variable, and the presumed cause, which is your independent variable. And it's independent because you're going to manipulate the cause only, one independent variable at a time, right? And then all the other variables are control variables. So you don't flip two switches to find out which light turns on which switch or which switch turns on which light. You do one at a time, right? If you're in a new hotel, don't you do one at a time until you figure out which light switch goes to which bulb?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so how do you do that in space? How do you manipulate the variables in space? You don't. You're here on Earth, right? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see if it proves the tide, because when you turn on the kitchen light, right, and then you see the light in the kitchen turn on, you basically proved it, right? That this light goes to the switch. So have we ever turned off the moon's gravity and proved that that was the cause of the tides? Like, no, we're just humans. We can't do that, right? So what I'm trying to explain to you is everything you ever heard about space and planets and stars, like all this to do with cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, it's all poetry. It has nothing to do with knowledge, which is the root meaning of science. It has nothing to do with natural science. Does that make sense?
Of course.
All right, so a lot of the stuff they've told you, right, they have no idea. It's based on calculations rather than measurements. It's based on theory rather than experiment. And by theory, I'm not talking about the scientific theory that's validated with experiment. I'm only talking about the colloquial man's theory. Like he has a theory that, John F. Kennedy was assassinated by, someone else. Like that would be a layman's theory.
Well, apparently he was shot by the dragon.
I know what you mean.
Right, so what I'm getting to is that there's a lot of things that we can't use the scientific method for, which is space, but we can use geometry to measure Earth, right? Because geo meaning Earth, metry meaning the measurement of. So would you like to go out and measure it yourself to find out, or would you rather not know if it's flat?
Honestly, the shape doesn't really matter to me. Like I have other things to do other than like going around and measuring it.
All right, so when you get the batteries changed in your fire alarms and you paid all your bills and done everything, would you like to go to the ocean and put your feet in the sand?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, while you're there, you just make some observations, right? And then you're going to look at the Earth curve calculator, which is something you can find on any search engine. And then you're going to see what you can see. And then the claim is that we can see too far. And they don't even argue that we can see too far. They acknowledge that we can see too far, but they have this reason as to why, right? Our reason, is because it's flat and it's not curving at the rate that they told us, but they have another reason. Would you like to know what it
is? Sure.
So just like I said earlier, if the village idiot said, well, it ain't got no gas in it, well, maybe you have to do a series of tests, right? Maybe there wasn't no keys in it, and that's why it wouldn't start. Maybe the battery wasn't hooked up. Maybe the starter was broken. There's all these other reasons why it wouldn't start, right? But you got all these people walking around like village idiots coming out of the colleges, and they're affirming all this stuff to be true. Like when you swear on the Bible, but you don't swear on the Bible, you just give an affirmation of the truth. So that's what they're doing. They're affirming that this is true and that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And they know it's a sphere, and that's when they claim that the light is bending around the curve of the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth, and that's why we can see too far. Now, which one sounds more likely? We can see too far because it's a flat surface, and you can't see through 6 stories humps of water caused by Earth curvature, their horizon that boats go over. Is it more likely we're seeing it because it's flat, or we're seeing it because light can have like this super crazy path where it bends around at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as Earth? Which one do you think?
I feel like it's because light can bend and like you can't see that far. You can see to a certain distance, like 3 miles or something.
Right, 3 miles is what they tell us, right? If you're a 6-foot observer, you can see about 3 miles, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But at 1-foot observation, I saw buildings that were 10 miles away in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I was literally... What's that?
You have great eyesight.
Actually, I don't.
That's a 20/20 vision.
No, I just saw the light of the buildings and the reflection of the buildings.
Nice.
I couldn't really make out a whole lot. But yeah, when I looked over there, I would see like white during the day. And then when you look at Ingleside of the Bay, next to Corpus Christi, like northeast of there, right next to the USS Lexington, North Beach, you can see, right, these buildings on Street View, Google Street View, and they're not 6 stories in the air. Like they're 3 stories, and they're kind of on the beach, like they're next to the beach. So you walk down like 50 feet, and then there's the water. Like you're not even like on a cliff or anything. So that would have been an impossible shot. It would be like trying to shoot a deer on the other side of a skyscraper that is 6 stories tall. Like how would I be able to see that deer on the other side of a skyscraper? So you're thinking there's a certain thing that light can do to make the deer that's behind the building appear in front of the building. That way I can shoot him with my camera. That's what you just said. When you invoke that kind of refraction, which it isn't technically refraction, but that's what you said. If you believe in the sphere, you believe that light can make an object, let's say a car that's parked behind a 6-story building in downtown Dallas, there's a certain amount of refraction that can happen to where the car appears parked in front of it, even though it's on the other side of you. See, that requires a great deal of faith that I don't possess. Like, I just trust my eyes. I trust my eyes every day because I drive for a living. So if I don't trust my eyes, I'll probably get in an accident and die. So it's real hard for me to say, yeah, I can't trust my eyes. That dude doesn't have a gun. He's not shooting at me. I don't trust my ears either. You know, I would obviously get cover like immediately and try to return fire or get to a safer spot. You know, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I don't trust my eyes. He's not really shooting at me. Those aren't bullet holes. I don't need, you know. So think about it logically. If you see too far, why? And that's the whole crux of the argument.
I just assume you have great eyesight if you can see too far. Other than that, things can be out of sight, so that's another reason we can't see that far.
I can show you my driver's license. I have to have glasses to drive.
Well,
So
I still think there's like a certain point you can look at, and then after that is like out of sight. Like no matter how good your eyesight is, you know.
Well, there's a lot of variables to that. So.
All right.
Yeah, she just mentioned angular size. So a basketball right in front of your face, it's really big. But on the other side of the football field, it's quite small, right? And that's what actually causes boats to disappear sometimes. Not the geometric horizon, the earth shape, right? Sometimes the boat just goes so far out, we can't pick it up with our eyesight anymore. And then if you're in live stream voice text, I'm sure somebody's posting videos of people pulling out a camera, zooming in an area where you can't see anything. Next thing you know, 83 zooms later, there's a boat. It didn't ever go over the horizon. It just went outside of your eyesight because you can't see forever. You don't have owl eyes. You have human eyes, which are really limited to about 3 miles.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Without the propane tank?
I got the propane tank. It's necessary for containment.
Yes. So, do you understand that you agree that the eyes have limitations? There's a limitation to how far we can see. So when we bring out a camera that has a bigger aperture and has a different limitation and can see further and can see the boat that was supposed to be hidden behind the Earth curve, that it wasn't any Earth curve, it was just optical.
Yeah. We're just out of sight for the human eyes.
Right. So it reaches the limitations of what you can see with your aperture. But with a bigger aperture, you can definitely bring it back. So then it's not out of sight anymore. The new aperture made you see further, right? So you get more light, more visual. But then it'll reach the limitation again of that aperture.
I get what you're saying. Like I already know this. I know this stuff, you know.
Right. So I'm glad.
Like, I'm not saying there's a curve. I'm not saying there's a curve.
There's other issue with the globe that they claim, and that's what I was telling Hank about the propane and propane accessories. I'm pretty sure he wants to fill you in on that.
Yeah, so they claim that there's this vacuum of space. If you go high enough, eventually there won't be any. Yeah, if you go high enough in altitude, eventually you won't be able to breathe like at the top of the mountain. Or if you keep going higher in a hot air balloon, eventually you won't be able to breathe. And they say eventually it gets so bad it's 10 to the 17. 10 to the. Wait. I can't even say it now. 10 to the 17 negative torr. So this is like barely any particles of matter at all, right? And there's no way to verify this. But the problem with this is that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Meaning that nature hates vacuums. They don't exist in nature. In fact, men have to make them. But they're claiming that there's a non-man made vacuum of space way up high. And there's no way to verify that, but we know that you can't have a vacuum sitting next to gas pressure. Because every time you do, and there's available volume, the available gas pressure will spread out and disperse in all directions until it fills that volume and reaches what we call an equilibrium. So an equilibrium is like if your tire goes flat at the beach, it doesn't ever go below 14.7 psi. It'll go from 33, 35, which is what most tires are filled up with, unless you got a motorcycle. I've seen those go as high as like 40. But yeah, it goes to 14.7. It never actually goes to zero. It goes to the equilibrium. So they're claiming that up high, Without a container, there's a vacuum. But we know that we can't create vacuums without a container. So it's like you got a propane tank, right? And you want to cook outside, for your mom's Mother's Day or whatever, her birthday, right? It's her special day, right? You got to have a container to contain that gas pressure. So how do we have gas pressure here on Earth without a container? How are you breathing right now if the Earth has all this, gas pressure that you're breathing in right now? How is that possible if there's no container and there's that extremely large, near infinite, near perfect vacuum of space? It doesn't make sense.
With Twitterty?
Yeah, so basically it doesn't work. Their model doesn't work in reality. It's a violation of natural law. Every time you have gas in a container, it has to be contained or you won't have a differential in gas pressure. And they're saying up there is a huge differential than down here, and there's no containment. So it's like having a tire, right? It blows out, and you take it to the shop and you say, look, I'll pay you for the tire next week. Can you just put the gas pressure back on the rim until I get paid on Friday? And they're going to look at you like you're crazy. And then you ask them, well, how does it work with the earth and space? And then they're going to look at each other like you're crazy. Did I kill the
Somebody,
server?
somebody see the
There
picture
goes
of
the
this.
name.
Somebody tried to put some picture of a semi, like like a gas tank semi, like toppled over on the interstate. Like, this does not prove anything. Whoever posted this does not prove anything. People don't understand things. People don't understand even how liquids and solids work.
I don't know what you're talking about with that, but so basically the three claims of the globe.
How rude.
all of these.
Boo. What happened? Am I missing something?
I don't hear anything. I guess people are done talking unless I'm missing something.
I've been talking for like a minute. I didn't know I was muted.
Nobody heard you.
Something weird's going on. Yeah.
I've done that before.
Intermission.
I was talking for like a minute. Okay, so I was saying that if you ask the ball earthers, how do you know if the earth is flat or if it's a sphere? How do you measure the curvature? They'll tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses. They'll tell you to walk in a straight line for 1,000 miles and take a left, and do another 1,000 miles and take a left, and do another 1,000 miles, and you end up in the same place. How do you walk in a straight line for 1,000 miles?
It's
Isn't there
impossible.
topography?
It's
Isn't
impossible.
there hills?
I was gonna say, wouldn't you need to like have
Forget
like
the
a
topography,
rope
Hank.
tied to the North Pole or
Most
something to
people,
make sure you were going in a straight line?
no, forget that, Hank Hill. Most people have one leg longer than the other, so just naturally they would start deviating from a straight line.
I was running.
Well, of course.
Yeah, those people need to go see a chiropractor. If one of your legs is longer than the other, you might need to get your hips adjusted.
I just went to church and got prayed for it. Fixed.
Ain't nothing wrong with having a little bit of faith, but I've seen chiropractors work miracles. Not on me. I've never been to one.
Can I switch subjects here? Truth Seeker here.
Sure, go
ahead. I'd like to hear what everybody thinks about the distance of the moon when you take into account one of the craters that is supposedly, I think it's 86 either miles or kilometers wide, and how if the moon was really the 200,000 plus miles away, we would not be able to see that with the unaided eye.
Right. So is the moon the distance they say it is? Is it, the shape they say it is? Right? How do we know these things? So I'm about to post something that's going to make you think. Okay. When there's a solar eclipse, the sun casts the shadow of the moon onto the earth, correct? Do we agree so far? All right, cool. So what's the diameter of the shadow?
73 miles. What's up, Hank?
73 miles. What's up, bro? So that's really weird because they say the moon is 1/4 the size of the earth and has 1/5 the gravity. So apparently it's not as dense as the earth. But if you look at it, right, what I just posted, this is going to be a really weird thing to consider because when they talk about Eratosthenes, they talk about light coming in at 90 degrees, parallel light rays from the sun 93 million miles away to the earth, right? And that's how they measure the size of the earth. So when you ask them about eclipses, now the light is not traveling at 90 degrees. Now the light is converging in all sorts of directions. And what they're claiming is that the moon is somehow, and I'm using this loosely to describe it, magnifying the shadow. Now that's really weird to think about. Now we've seen light getting magnified, but how does the moon magnify a shadow? And I'm about to post some things so that you can see what I'm talking about. The path of totality is actually very small. So look at the live stream voice text.
So basically, what
So
you're saying is a shadow can never be smaller than the object that casts it.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that the light can't travel in parallel lines, right, and be 90 degrees and converge at the same time. Either light is traveling straight or it's converging. It can't be doing both. So I like to ask Globers, do you want to keep the shape of the Earth or the size of your moon? Because you can't have both.
Well, I understand that argument. I was bringing up something a little different, not necessarily the shadow of the moon in eclipse, but I saw a video and can't remember where. It was the moon where on the NASA website it said that you can see with the naked eye a specific crater on the moon. I think it begins with the letter T, if I'm not mistaken, the name of the actual crater. The crater is X miles wide, and you can see it with the unaided eye. However, someone took that measurement and said, well, that's basically half the size of Long Island, for example. Now, you would not be able to see Long Island at all, even if there was no atmosphere or there's no, and you had a straight line of sight of it. You wouldn't be able to see physically resolved with your naked eye from 3,000 miles away that landmass that is the width of that crater. Yet, supposedly, we can see the crater here on Earth when it's the 200 plus 100,000 miles away. So I was wondering if anybody had any more research on that particular argument.
Yeah, I addressed it right away. How do you know the size of the moon? How do you know the distance? Like, we don't know these things, right? They're telling us that it's this size, right? And this crater or this lake or whatever is this size. And then we say, well, how is it that we can see that with our naked eye at 238,000 miles away on average, right? And the answer would be, you wouldn't be able to see that. So what if the moon's a lot closer? That would make a lot more sense. What if it was closer and smaller?
Well, has anyone done the calculation? So that particular calculation was done to prove that the moon was a lot closer, but it didn't have any other calculations to prove like how close or how big overall the moon actually was.
See, here's the thing. We can't really triangulate the accurate position of these bodies because if I were to, if I was a detective, right, and a convenience store got robbed, I'm going to look at security camera footage and there's the marking 5 foot, 6 foot on the door, right? Well, if that wasn't there, I could get some other known object like a 2-liter Coke bottle, and with photo forensics, I could stack the Coke bottle on top of each other and get a pretty accurate estimate of the man's height, right? But when you're looking at the bodies in heaven, do we know of any object size in heaven? When I'm talking about heaven, I mean looking up. I'm looking at the moon right now, and I have no effing clue how big that thing is. But every other body.
A Coke bottle is a known tangible quantity that you can use as a guide, but we don't have anything that is in that realm that we can compare it to that we have a known size for.
Well,
right?
I guess I'm asking, has anyone reverse engineered based on their own NASA's own measurements that a crater the size X, and
that's already a claim, though, a claim that can't be substantiated. So anything from that tree is poison fruit.
Well, to get the angular size that they're reverse engineering, you basically put it in your calculator, the tangent of however big it is angle wise equals the height of the object divided by the distance of the object, and then you solve for whatever you want, the height, the distance, or the angle to the object. So you could reverse engineer that based off of generalized trigonometry from that point. The height of the
But
object.
isn't angular size purely from the observer's perspective and not actual in any tangible way?
No, they just assume that it maps perfectly to geometry for these math formula. I mean, the height of the object divided by the distance to the object gives you the tangent of the angular size of the object, or half of it
Right,
if
but
you're going from
angular size is an observation. It's not a measurement.
right. It's an assumption, mathematical assumption.
But using their mathematical assumptions to even in that instance prove that it's false, because if they're saying it's X amount of size and this is the size of that crater, then visually, optically, you would not be able to see that from that distance that they're saying it is. So using their own measurements to.
Are you asking if we've debunked their observations using their own information?
Yes.
Numerous times. Pretty much every single time you actually put any scrutiny to their claims, it self-contradicts, and you don't even have to prove it wrong because their claims demolish their own other claims. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And that's why it helps to just simplify this stuff as much as possible so it's easy to investigate and easy to ferret out any BS just in case they're trying to confuse you or lead you astray. I mean, if something's like 45 degrees, of size or whatever, that's nice because it's an equal, height to an equal distance, because 45 degrees of the tangent of 45 degrees gives you 1. And so that's like the height divided by distance equals 1, or the same height, same distance. So, trying to look for ways to, peer through the BS and, test it.
Well, I'm also thinking of particular people I know who, they're enthusiasts of NASA and the moon, and to be able to say, well, let's take a look at your moon. Let's take a look at this measurement of this crater, and they're saying that it's X amount miles wide. But if you were to take landmass or that same crater here on Earth, would you be able to see it at 3,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away? And you wouldn't. So that would negate their own calculations and measurements.
They're just hoping that their teachers have thoroughly reduced your intellectual capacity to a point where you wouldn't even concern yourself with such questions.
Yeah.
Right. This is the part where they start gaslighting you and they say that you don't understand what you're talking about. Right. But I'm going to say I understand what you're talking about because the same thing goes along with the ISS. So they say the ISS is in between the size of a football field and a 747. So we know what a 747 looks like at 40,000 feet, right? You can barely see it. In fact, you can see more of the contrail than you can see the actual jet when it's at high altitude or cruising altitude, right?
Right.
So the problem with this is that that's 5 miles up, right? 5 or 6 miles up. Now, if you take into consideration that the ISS is an incredible 250 miles up. Wait, what? How are we going to see something that's a little bit bigger at a huge distance further? And it doesn't add up. So yeah, there's lots of contradictions that they make. And
Have you ever seen The Great Escape?
The what?
The Great Escape. It's a classic movie.
I did a long time ago. I did.
There's a scene in that movie where they're about to escape, and one of the guys that helped them pull it all together has gone blind, and they're not gonna let him go with them if they figure out that he's gone pretty much blind. And he's like 95% blind. So what he does is he hides a pin or a needle on the floor across the room. So when somebody comes to talk to him, be like, dude, can you even see? And he's like, I can see perfectly fine. Look, there's a pin on the floor right over there. And he goes and picks it up exactly where he put it down. And they let him go with them.
Right.
It's just a charlatan's trick to reaffirm something that they're hoping you're not shrewd enough to discern.
Right. Mind-boggling how, and I'm including myself in this, be, to fall for it all. But you just kind of go along with it, and until it starts creating a cognitive dissonance that you're like, wait a second.
Well, as a child, you're supposed to just absorb everything you can and take it at face value. But once you break out of childhood and become more of an independent, intelligent, and free-thinking individual, then you're supposed to go back over all the things you took for granted and reassess. And that's what most people never get around to doing in their lives.
But even as a kid, I had, because I loved the teacup ride at Disneyland. I loved anything that would go around really fast, this merry-go-rounds, or not really merry-go-rounds, but this really fast, I don't even know what you call it. I guess they are merry-go-rounds, but they're not like with the horse and everything, but they're in the play yard.
Merry-go-round within a merry-go-round.
Yeah, anything that would go around and spin really fast. And then I was like, wow, and then I think about the earth spinning and like why I wouldn't, fly off it.
Why wouldn't you weigh something different in the morning that you do at the night? Because when the velocities add up, because usually the velocities don't add up, but when you got a merry-go-round within a merry-go-round, those converging velocities, if you're sitting next to a fat man, he's going to squish you, right? You've read that ride before. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how come we don't have converging velocities with the centrifugal force and gravity? And then when this happens, because we're not like in a car going down the highway or like in an airplane, we're in like a car where there's like circles within circles within circles, because we're going around the sun. The sun's going around the galaxy.
When we're closer to the sun, we're accelerating as well. So there's all
the track itself is spinning also and moving.
And the moon is speeding up, and the moon is speeding down to keep pace as we orbit the sun. It's all craziness when you really, really scrutinize it.
At night, you should be going faster than you are at day, because you're spinning with the rotation of the Earth around the sun at night. So you're compounding your speed. But during the day, you're spinning the opposite direction, and therefore you should be slowing down compared to the orbit rate. And you're effectively changing like 1,600 miles an hour every 12 hours. Never once measured.
I don't know how you got that. Where did you hear that claim from? I don't understand. That's new to me. I never heard that argument.
Well, if you're on a thing that's circling the sun at 65,000 miles or whatever the hell it is, if that sphere is also spinning as it orbits, then on the night side or the far side from the sun, it's spinning faster relative to the sun and its orbit than it would be on the daylight side, the near side to the sun, because you're retrograding somewhat, a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I'm just ignorant. I don't get it. The whole relative thing screws with my head, so I don't get that argument. But
what about the argument? What about the argument that the moon phases would reverse in 6 months' time? Is that a valid argument, or is
what do you mean reverse?
Right, reverse. Is that a valid argument, or is that related to?
I don't think so, because the moon is always going the same direction around the Earth in the heliocentric model, so it wouldn't flip. And
That's what I thought.
So there's some arguments that are really good, like 8 inches per mile square, go measure it for yourself, or the black swan argument. And then there's some arguments that are really bad, like after 69 miles, you can see 1 degree of tilt. Like, I tilt next to the damn thing. So how am I going to see it at 69 miles away? I would have to have a tool to measure that tilt. And how am I going to measure it from a great distance? So I don't like that argument. To me, I think it's a bogus argument. And anytime I hear somebody say it, I usually call them out and say, don't make that argument. Like they used to say that when you flush the toilet, it spins counterclockwise and clockwise depending on what hemisphere you are
Oh, right.
in.
Yeah.
That's a bogus argument like that. Like Globers don't make that argument no more. So we shouldn't make the 69 degree per, or 1 degree per 69 miles. We shouldn't make that argument.
So back to the ISS for a second. Do people think that there's actually something that they've put in, with maybe with a helium balloon? So there's actually something physically
Something's
there,
up there.
or
Yeah.
nothing. There's
How do
nothing
you
there.
know it's what you see on NASA.tv or space.com, right? You don't know what's going on with the ladies with the hairspray, right?
As someone with long hair, I can totally see that's hairspray.
Hey, Truth Seeker, back to your 6 months and the was it the moon or was it the Earth's rotation?
Well, I've heard both things. I've heard that there's solar days and sidereal days, and that if we're just looking at solar days, then the heliocentric model wouldn't work because day and night would be reversed every 6 months. Or
Day and night would be reversed.
yeah, but
that's weird to think about.
Apparently with the sidereal, if you're looking at the rotation relative to the stars, the Earth is actually rotating an extra degree, which then like it over rotates to keep up with the to make so that it always catches up. I'm not quite clear on how that works, but it's it doesn't make total sense that would be work because of the elliptical. It seemed like that would be a variable, whether or not we're going 1 degree further.
I have a question.
Rotate. Yeah.
Is this all taking place in a vacuum of space?
Oh, well, I'm with you there with the no vacuum.
So we're talking about how clocks would work in Narnia.
I'm trying to think of arguments that are visual.
Well, I think there is a good 6 month argument, but it has more to do with you would see different stars in the sky because you're on the other side of the sun, if that makes more sense.
I can dig
you're spinning around, you're going around the sun, so on the other side of this long ellipse cycle, you're going to see different stars because you're way over there on the other side of the sun.
But we do see different stars 6 months from 6 months. Like Orion is finally at this time of night coming around at just past south towards southwest. But 5 months ago, it was at this time of night just barely peaking in the northeast. We see different stars every 6 months, but it repeats twice a year. Which wouldn't make sense on a 12-month cycle. It's a 6-month cycle, not a 12-month cycle. So why does it repeat twice a year if we only make 1 lap a year?
Interesting.
Is there any validity to some of the arguments that I've seen that there's occasional times where you can actually see a full moon? And I'm not talking about a crescent, I'm talking about a full moon with Venus in the sky at night?
I have seen similar observations, and I think the closest to midnight that I've ever seen was like 10:55 or something like that. But it should be physically impossible at 10:55 or midnight to see Venus in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a real winner.
It's my favorite. I have literally on my wall diagrams drawn to scale of this problem. So if I ever need to demonstrate it to somebody that I'm talking to, I can just point to the wall and be like, look, how could you see that from there? Ever.
Right. Well, also the picture from the moon, if they were actually on the moon in the Sea of Tranquility on the daylight side of the moon, where the Earth would be above their heads, and yet you can see a horizon of. You can see the the ship, the astronaut, see the curvature of the moon, and then the Earth.
That
all
photo
from,
is
the middle of the smack dab in the middle of Sea of Tranquility. Impossible.
But if you turn up the contrast on that photo in Photoshop, you can see the boxes around the individual components that they spliced together. It's a artificial image. It's a fraud.
I saw Rob Skiba do that, and then didn't they change it? Aren't they going through some of those NASA photos and like cleaning those up?
If they have half of a brain, they should be. I'm not aware that they're doing it, but I would think they'd be all hands on deck, panicking to reissue these images and go into Photoshop and clean them up and everything, because they never expected anybody to look twice at them. And they definitely didn't expect Photoshop to be free to download and have thousands of tools and things you can do to alter or manipulate an image.
Yeah.
Instantly, when they were doing it with razor blades and cellulose like slides overlaying images and stuff 70 years ago. Technology kind of bit them in the ass when it came to that, because all of the images and stuff that they put out back then are a matter of public record and so redundantly available that they can't sweep it under the rug. All they can do is
so many
put it back on the website.
I think someone calculated that there's so many photographs, at least from one of the missions, that I mean the astronauts would have had to been taking like a picture every 3 seconds.
Right.
They
and they
have
never
time
once
to do
looked
anything
with
else.
a viewfinder or focused it properly. Maybe that's why they took so many pictures, because most of them are blurry because they were just guessing when it came to focus and exposure time, because they were glued to their chest. You can't look through a Hasselblad camera when it's stuck to your chest.
And what is the explanation for the camera that there was a camera left back that was remote control to show them leaving the moon? That's what they said.
And
who was
it
controlling?
had
Were
this
the
magical
astronauts controlling
property
it?
where it would pan back and watch the ship go up. So it tilted. It was actuated and controlled from a distance or automated in some way.
And by whom?
That technology didn't exist for another 30 years.
So they're saying that was an automated pan and zoom or whatever.
They actually haven't really ever addressed it, to my knowledge, at least. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody else.
Well, they talked to the president from the ground level to the moon, maybe 5 seconds in between, or a 5-second delay. So, I mean, they're just going to write it off easy as like, oh, it's just remote controlled. Why are you questioning that?
Isn't it supposed to be 8 seconds, though? Not to mention all of the from in between when it left.
I don't know those details.
Wait, here's an even better question. What was powering the antenna that was broadcasting that call? 'Cause I know you could receive a signal on the moon theoretically, but how many watts was their transmitter to be able to go through the Van Allen belts and through the atmosphere and through the clouds and down to a big old radar dish? What's the power requirement for an antenna that will broadcast over 242,000 miles? Atmospheric and magnetic anomalies notwithstanding. The inverse square law would put that at like a couple thousand watts, but they only had 5 or 6 golf cart batteries to power the whole 21-day journey. If that doesn't boggle your mind and make you doubt the moon landings, just how much electricity did they use and bring with them? That should be case closed right there.
There's so many things that should be case closed about. I mean, the Van Allen belts now that we can't go through, but we could back then.
Exposed film went through it without being in a lead-lined box or anything.
Exactly. That they had that the suits they were wearing they won't even recommend for firemen to wear, but supposedly they can withstand temperatures of 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
And how are they airtight when they were sewn? If it's sewn, doesn't that mean there's tens of thousands of little holes in it?
Well, if there was a Glober here, they would say, "Don't you worry about that pudding. You just don't understand. You don't understand how holes work."
I thought it was really interesting. I think I was watching or listening to Mark Sargent, and he has a lot of different people from different engineering backgrounds call. And there's this guy who was talking about valves and on submarines, how they have to have a whole machine shop and you're doing constant maintenance for these valves. And, to keep a valve in proper condition, working order on a spaceship or ISS, and I think someone talked to an astronaut, I forget which one, is like, "Oh, what happens if you spring a leak or whatever?" And he's like, "Oh, like duct tape or something." I'm sure they have a procedure. I'm not sure what it is.
They probably have a plan to fix it in place.
Yeah.
That's the same guy who said that we had the technology to go there, but we lost it.
Oh, it's a painful process.
You put your thumb in the hole.
Or you just let the hole be there for a week, like they did on the ISS. No big deal. We'll get to it.
Well,
Calm down.
I was talking to my brother-in-law who is a fanboy, and he said no, because it did make him raise his eyebrow when I said, well, they've lost all of the original tapes, the technology, the telemetry data, and I was like, that took him aback. And he's like, well, they left that reflector up on the moon, and they can now bounce off. And
they were bouncing lasers off of the moon 6 years before the first Apollo mission. So, case closed on that.
Just from the surface of the moon, you don't have to have
the albedo of the regolith that is the moon's surface is, I believe, it's 71% reflective, which is extremely high. Like regular sand in the desert is like 52 or something like that. So it's already very reflective. And what makes you think you're even going to hit that little reflector that they put out if they did? You realize how hard it is to hit that moving target with a laser beam? Right? Have you ever used a laser pointer?
Oh, yeah.
So the closer you are to the thing you're pointing it at, you hold a pretty solid, tight, steady beam. But if you shoot it across the room at the wall, it's just shaking all over the place. And you're like, is my hand shaking? I didn't think so, but apparently it is. So imagine that over 242,000 miles. You're actually going to hit that one little spot.
I guess playing devil's advocate, you would say, oh, we program it in and it's, robotically or computer controlled AI or whatever to coordinate and adjust. And I
have
could
you ever
see
set
him
up
making
an
that
internet
kind of
router?
argument. What's that?
Have you ever set up an internet router? Or like in the 2000 teens, did you ever install a new printer and the drivers and stuff to your home computer?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you had an issue and you called the helpline, did they have any idea how to fix it either?
Well,
like what I'm basically saying is the human element. Like, even if we had the technology to be able to perfectly track, and there'd have to be fluid motion, micron by micron, slow, perfect panoramic motion to maintain a connection to it. But would the human beings be able to even operate that and set it up to track the right way? I doubt it. I doubt it all.
What's the excuse of using an observatory to zoom in on the surface of the moon to verify, the flag and the module and
something they haven't done? In 2004,
did they say that you can't do
Japan
it,
was
or is
supposed
it
to build.
just?
In 2004, Japan was supposed to build a telescope and deploy it, and it'd be able to zoom in and confirm the moon landings once and for all. But for some reason, all the money was sent. It was thrown into outer space, and they never bothered to even pretend to take those pictures. So, yeah, why can't you get the Hubble to look at it when it passes by? And already said and done. Because it's not real. If it was real, they'd be proving it 1,000 ways to Sunday. It'd be preposterous to persist with this notion that it's not real. But in fact, the opposite is true.
Wow, it's a burden knowing how much they're lying and what we're up against with people who really believe it. It's
gets worse. Just don't. If you're feeling like your plate is full, don't look into anything else at all.
I can't. I'm a truth seeker. It's no going back. No going back.
Well, don't go Thanksgiving on it. Like, you put yourself on a diet and process.
I have to say it's probably too late for that. I've been watching everything and everything.
Well, you actually probably shouldn't take my advice and keep doing what you're doing, because in, I don't know, a few minutes, maybe a few hours, maybe a few months, it's all going to be gone. You're not going to be able to research anything pretty soon.
That's the frightening part. Yeah.
You're going to have to be a receptacle of human knowledge because they deleted it all.
Well, is there anyone central, like crowd sourced archive?
They basically give away books these days, so you can just go to the Goodwill and be like, I'm going to take a whole bunch of books and I'm not going to pay for them. And they're going to be like, okay, because they're going to have to throw them out if you don't. You're just doing their job for them effectively. So go to the Goodwill and get old books.
Yeah.
I've been YouTubing like YouTube's going to be shut down for the last 15 years. I get the impulse. But they've already deleted most of the important shit that I've ever seen on YouTube from YouTube.
And no one's put it up elsewhere, like a Rumble or?
A good portion probably, but that's if they had backups and if they bothered to.
That is so outrageous. I can't even see straight.
How much information can a human brain hold? And I don't mean your retarded sister or something like that. Obviously not not everybody has the same capacity. But has there ever been
You just pull from the Akashic records. No big deal.
Has there ever been a brain that was like saying we need to free up iCloud data because we're out of storage? I don't think the human brain's ever been maxed out. It's just an opinion, not a scientific argument or anything.
I don't know. I'm sure. I know that people with the photographic memories, they don't seem to have limits. I actually had a friend who had that ability, and he said that he actually had to consciously erase his own memories. I don't know how he did that, but he would be filled up with useless information, and it just would
I know
bug
what he's
him.
talking about.
Oh, you do?
Yep. And I was just asking my wife the other day, because you brought up photographic memories. I said, what did they call people with photographic memories before photography? So like 300 years ago, what do you say to describe somebody who can pictographic memory? Like,
Really called computers, and they were the people that were in like special like buildings, and they computed everything, meaning like they stored everything, copied everything. And since they had a photographic memory, they only had to look at the page once and write for a few minutes, and then look at the next page and then write. So, yeah,
are you
I
talking
probably would
about
have called them
scribes?
computers. Well, yeah, they would have been called scribes. But yeah, there were people called computers back before computers were invented.
I'm
title
this
on the
close
job.
to believing you, but something is telling me that you might be being facetious. Are you 100%
No,
legit?
I'm being serious. I learned this like maybe 15 years ago, so I'm kind of dodgy on the recollection. But yeah, there were people called computers. It was a job title.
Wow,
I think that is
that's
correct.
really
Yeah.
cool. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Photo. I'm just wondering if there's another sense of the word that we've not adopted, like photographic, to describe photography. But maybe the etymology is in the Latin predates actual photos, because there is photosynthesis. So I'm thinking there might have been that might actually even been used for that phenomenon before.
Or what if they called photographs because it was finally a real thing? When you were talking about your friend's memory and how they can just see it and describe every detail, what if that was already called photographic? And then when you actually made one, be like, see, it's like this, but inside your head. And they just called it a photograph.
Right.
Like, chicken or the egg? Touche.
Well, no, it says that photograph, a picture obtained by any process of photography, originated and was coined in 1839.
That was very recent.
Y'all want to hear something funny? We've had satellites since the Civil War, because in the Civil War, we had a group of people that were using balloons and photographers. And this is no BS. I'm about to post it right now. I figured it out like last week, and I haven't done any more than just preliminary research.
Every
But I
old
found it to
picture
be,
of a city is from a balloon.
yeah. So there you go. I posted it. So
Well,
we've
this is
had
why I
satellites.
love this. This is why I love this subject so much. I mean, because I'm getting so much history and science and different concepts. It just is one giant learning curve, and it's very stimulating.
They should make elementary school kids listen to us.
Yeah. Have them call in. I'd love that.
I don't think the kids will understand what we're talking about half the time. We gotta tailor our rhetoric towards the children.
They might choose this over the shit that they're being told. That's
Well, you
making
go with
feel
the centrifugal
uncomfortable and
force.
strange. And what
Yeah.
now? And who are you? What do I call you?
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that the public schools have been systematically infiltrated by a distinct demographic, political or otherwise.
So apparently there's another term for photographic memory that was used, I guess, in Greek time. Not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but
You're really good at research. That was
eidetic
fast.
imagery.
Eidetic? Is that what you said?
Eidetic imagery, eidetic memory. Yes.
Yeah.
It's from the Greek word visible form.
Yes.
Visible form of memory.
Idio, right? Greek idio.
No, it's eidetic with EI. So that's how I'm pronouncing it, but I've never seen the word before.
No, you're saying it right.
Yeah.
I was talking about the root word in Greek.
Oh, okay. Okay. Eidos.
I'll tell you a story about a little girl with eidetic memory if you guys are curious.
Sure.
To know. So this little girl, I knew that she had eidetic memory because she was diagnosed with it by her doctor. Not diagnosed with it, but the doctor announced it.
Did he have a white coat?
Right. Yeah. But I remember she came to my house one day, and I lived in a trailer, and one vent had been moving to another place because the wooden vent on the bottom of the floor air conditioning vent of the trailer, it stuck up and caught our toes and made us fall down. So we moved it to the flat one in the bathroom, which you're not hauling ass walking through the bathroom, so you're less likely to stump your toe. And she came in and she was like, hey, this one used to be here and that one used to be there. And it was like years later. It's like, how do you remember something like that? But anyway, one day I asked her, I said, they tell you that the earth is a sphere in school, right? And she was like, yeah. I said, but what's the shape of it outside? And she said, outside? It's flat. I said, why do they tell you it's a sphere? And she said, I don't know. They're weird.
Plant seeds. Good job. You deserve a medal. You're saving the future. They don't even know it yet.
Did you know that I'm going down another rabbit hole here? They have memory championships.
That sounds like the most stressful thing you could possibly imagine to me.
This is where they're using these mind palaces, and there's mind palaces actually use a different form of memory. It has a large capacity. You're talking about capacity. So that's you can go into training for it. So 40 days of 30-minute training sessions. Participants
and then you
have
get free
memory
CrossFit
skills
with your
can double your memory. You can double your memory capacity.
I might sound insane, but I feel like I keep my brain organized and neat and tidy, and it's like my desktop computer. You know what I mean? I've got files with like objects in them, and it's all oriented as I see fit. So when I want to dig something up, I can be like, bam, I know exactly where it is. But I feel like a lot of people lack that, or they just don't even bother trying, and their minds are just a mess, and it takes them 10 minutes to think of anything, even if it's their bank account password or something like that. And by the way, what's your bank account password? Because I got your address here, and I want to open a new account and buy a condo in Florida.
I play keyboard piano, so for certain numbers I use muscle memory, where I'm actually, will use my fingers to memorize a number, and it's easier to recall doing it that way. So, but I never tried it for like other memories, like, imagining like a palace and like actually putting maybe a book on a shelf or something. I should probably experiment with that. Might be
Are you
interesting.
able to forget things at will?
I forget things all the time. Forgetting is not a problem for me.
No, at will.
At will? I don't think I've ever tried it.
Wow, you've had a really good life. If you've never tried to forget something on purpose?
There's certain things that I would like to forget. I just kind of, I have been really blessed with a good life, and it's not been problem free. It doesn't mean I don't suffer and have issues and all that stuff. But all
Not
in
a bad
all,
thing. Good for you.
well, I'm not quoting Keats correctly, but it's the gist of, it takes a world of sorrow to school a soul. So I think that, I learn from, either my own mistakes or tragedies in my own life. It helps to build empathy and understanding and, not necessarily character, but that's how I look at it. I think that you can, not that it's like the silver lining or I'm a Pollyanna or anything like that, but, I choose to
I
have a
forget who
positive
said it,
outlook.
but
Yeah.
greatness has never been achieved but through adversity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh shit, I remember who said that. Me, just now.
Oh, Harry, that's good.
I'm being a little bit precocious, and I need to relax.
I mean, if you look into Keats' life, he died like when he was really young, like 24 or something. I forget, but he was a genius
Thank
poet.
God he kept a journal. If he hadn't written anything down before he died, it would have all died with him.
The full quote is, "Do you not see how necessary a world of pains and troubles is to school an intelligence and make it a soul?" So I did the abridged version by misquoting him. But yeah.
You talk about adversity making things great. I'm reminded of a poet, and his mother died from this horrible disease where you just watch him deteriorate in front of you. And then his bride died of the exact same rare disease. And his name was Edgar Allan Poe. If you ever get a chance to read some of his poetry, I'm especially a fan of Annabel Lee. It's pretty good stuff, man. I'm not really the poet type.
I would tell you a tale, but I don't have the heart. Get it? Telltale heart.
Yeah, Telltale Heart. I knew it was there. I wasn't fast enough to
I
click.
started to get really self-conscious all of a sudden. I had to pull the ripcord on my own joke.
So with arguments or, convincing other people or just broaching the subject, like what's like you can't I don't know if you can really come out and just I haven't tried it. I mean, I've kind of talked to my mom about oh, I'm researching this, and she's like, what's that all about? And I'm like, well, this is their argument and whatever. It's kind of interesting. And, they have these. So that's kind of way that I've been approaching the subject with other people to kind of feel them out, see how they're receptive. Is there any way that people have a technique for sort of broaching the subject with
Don't challenge them. Don't directly address it. Plant little seeds and leave more questions in their head than when they started talking about it. Don't give them any answers whatsoever. Give them all the reason that they can possibly have to pursue it in their own time. Pick up Google and type it in for yourself. And nobody looking over their shoulder, metaphorically. You know what I mean?
Right.
they'll feel safe and comfortable enough to actually, hopefully, have a fair and honest internal dialogue with themselves. And that's the best way to catch fish, is you wait for them to bite the hook. You don't shove the hook in their face.
I got two
Yeah,
answers
I've
to that
always
question.
been.
Sorry, just fast. If they're very scientifically minded, I would start with expelled. If they're not, I would skip expelled. If they're more religious minded, then I would probably go with Scientism Exposed, a film by Robbie Davidson.
Oh, okay.
Robbie Davidson.
Scientism exposed. Let me write that down. Or let me put that in
Yeah,
my
when you
mind.
search that on YouTube, it should have like a mad scientist looking fella in a white lab coat with some crazy goggles, and I think it says Scientism Exposed in blue. Maybe a blue
Okay.
background.
It really is a belief system, though.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Sometimes the easiest way to like approach someone, it's not even mention flat Earth. It's just kind of gauge to see where their mind is at, because most people are like completely like NPC mode, where they don't even care about conspiracies or ever heard of a conspiracy being true or fact. They don't even care. They're just like living their daily like life, where they go to work, they'll watch a little bit of Kim Kardashian at night and the drama with Kanye. Like, there's those type of people, and they have no inquisitive minds. So like my goal when I meet people, I look to see if they're even inquisitive about anything. Because some people are not. Like, I don't even drop flat Earth. I'll first drop like something simple, like, "Oh, what do you think about 9/11, man? Do you think that shit really went down?" And I don't even act like I believe it. 9/11 was an inside job, or if it wasn't, I'm just kind of like, I try to be unbiased. Like, I think it's a little strange, like, I try to bring it up in that way. If I see that
No answers, just
if I see that the conversation starts to progress, then I start adding a little bit more and adding more until I finally see where they're at. But to be honest, I've been trying to talk to people about just like anything, just to get them kind of thinking of stuff. And at least like 80% of the people I talk to are super not interested in the conversations at all. So it's a very difficult thing to like talk to people about. And I don't want to be like a fucking Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness, like just like, hey, I got this thing that I want to talk to you about all the time. So it's kind of like I kind of give enough to where people know that I have an inquisitive mind about those things. And if something ever comes up, hopefully they come and look for me, right?
And you should promote other people to be more inquisitive in their own minds.
Well, that's kind of been a little bit of my instinct. Yeah, I do have a friend. She's a substitute teacher, and she's like politically completely on the opposite end, but she's very respectful, and I said, I was just thinking the other day, like, when a helicopter goes up and the earth is spinning, like, why doesn't they just stay up in the air until the earth comes to them and then they set down? Have you ever thought about something like that? And just like, kind of like did a double take. It never really occurred to her to think that way. So I'm kind of like testing the waters with different people with that kind of stuff. But I don't know what the best kinds of things to like prod people. It's like, maybe the vacuum of space is a good one, because everyone has pretty much heard, a nature abhors a vacuum. That's an idiom that people know. Maybe they don't really understand the science behind it, but they know that. I'm like, well, interesting how space can be a vacuum, and yet it doesn't rip the Earth's atmosphere away.
I think you're both right, but if you combined your Legos together, you'd make a much cooler Lego toy. In that, I mean, how do I say this? Okay, now I'm completely losing my train of thought.
Or do like,
I'm just imagining Legos dinosaurs fight each other. I lost it. All slipped out of my hand. I'm sorry.
Well, this was, you mentioned dinosaurs. I just think this is hilarious. I'm like agnostic on the whole dinosaur thing, but it really shocked me that no dinosaurs were discovered until like the 1850s.
Until
so I've
somebody
been
was paying money for them.
By two guys.
and there's a
By two
whole
guys,
factory
yeah.
in China that makes them. So
Yeah.
I just said that to a family member. I said, when do you think they've discovered the first dinosaur bone? Even just a bone, not a full skeleton. And she said, oh, probably like caveman times. I'm like, no, 1800s.
Yeah, it was during the Bone Wars. Did you ever look into that? The Bone Wars? That's what they dubbed
I
it.
heard all of
Yeah.
it. I think Eric Dubé had a couple of very recent videos on that. Oh my God. I'm like, wow, I don't know that I can take that on along with the flat earth right now, but
I can even go a step further and go into history. Like if you look at who came up with the history, it all traces back to a guy. I think his name is something Skellinger, I think, or
something that sounded like bones, right?
Yeah, that guy, like if you go into our history, like everything, this one man, like pretty much compiled like what is being taught right now in schools and shit like that. And I forget his name. I think something Skellinger. I know something.
I saw a
Yeah.
picture of him and he had the crazy eyes. He had crazy eyes.
But at the end of the day, just because all the bones are fake doesn't mean there was no such thing as dinosaurs. But that also doesn't mean that dinosaurs were real either. We're just back to square one, and we should trust like myth and legend more than, which is a form of historical record, more than a bunch of people making up a bunch of shit for the last 200 years because, oh, I'm a paleontologist and I'm on Joe Rogan now and I'm wearing a hockey jersey and I'm super cool. No, you're fat and you're stupid and you're 8 years old in your head still because you
And they're
believe in
probably an
vaccines.
atheist.
Do you know who I was talking about?
Yes, I saw that. I thought, wow, he really had a knip shit over that. So this is Richard. I didn't find the other guy you were talking about. The guy's whose last name began with an S, but this is Richard Richard Owen. Look at those crazy eyes.
You seriously need to update your LinkedIn account to be expert researcher really fast. I'm fucking amazing at my job. Hire me and I'll work at your news organization and get $250,000 a year because you're really good at what you do.
Oh,
you're
thanks.
very fast.
I've sort of been the go-to person, like either at the companies I work or for family members. I'm like the designated IT person, and people will I used to have colleagues that would call me I was in marketing, and they would be on their sales and marketing were a team, and they'd be like, I need to take my client out to this kind of restaurant, but they have these allergies and blah blah blah, and it's got to be 5 miles from such and such, and
You sound like a very, very capable woman. I'm impressed by you.
Thanks. Well, I'm very confident in my resourcefulness. That is one of the things one of my pros, I guess. But gosh, this is I was like, wow, I'm just getting my mind wrapped around the whole flat earth thing, and then the dinosaurs. I'm like, what? Wow. But for a while I was exploring the whole expanding earth theory because I guess some scientists were saying how dinosaurs really would have collapsed under their own weight. There's a limit to why we have the largest land mammals. Because
that's how they explain
their
the
weight.
Brachiosaurus, right?
Yeah.
Because it was determined functionally. Once we had supercomputers and stuff, we were able to calculate that what we had made up before in 1870 is completely ridiculous. I mean, just put it into any computer and it tells you no. Oh, but what if we put it in water, even though it wasn't a water dinosaur and its bones are always found far away from water?
You talked about the expanding Earth theory and Pangea. If I was them and I was going to double down on the lie, I would say that, the Earth used to be, right, this big, but it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger because We keep getting hit by all these asteroids and comets, and they just burn up in the atmosphere, but they still, become ash and dirt and earth and particles.
The ocean was 2 feet deep, but everywhere.
Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how I actually got onto the whole expanding Earth thing. I don't know if you've seen the Neil Adams videos. He's does the comic. He does comics. So he's an artist. He did an artist rendering of the expanding Earth, and I was like, well, that really makes much more sense than this Pangea and all these continents like slamming up against each other. So it's kind of interesting to me, though, how, if we are to believe in a Pangea, a one continent at one time, how that would look out on a flat Earth, and how that would work on a flat Earth model with the plate tectonics, if we believe in plate tectonics. Because I mean, as a child, I was like, when we were talking about Pangea in elementary school, and I'm like, what? You can totally see that like, South America would fit up against Africa, and
I'd like to say something.
Uh-huh.
It basically all comes down to, was the idea that you're thinking of and holding to be true shoved down your throat relentlessly? Or did you arrive at it by your own logic and your own reason? If somebody took a lot of time and effort to make you believe something, it's probably not true. It wouldn't take so much effort to make you believe it if it was true. Kind of like the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident.
Well, I'm considering that. I mean, I don't think that I can see a purposeful theory of some people, maybe an elite cabal, if you would, steering society in a certain way to think. But in terms of actually,
are we talking about the cabal tonight?
Is that a no-no?
No,
We're
that's
talking
a
about
yes.
the cabal every
Please
night.
go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear it.
Well, okay, so let's say there is a cabal, and they're steering everyone like sheep to be herded in a certain one way of thinking for control and all that. But they've done psychological experiments that not everybody has to be in on the deception, to be able to get it to be self-perpetuating. So like the educational system itself, it's not all purposeful. So in terms of if someone's went to all that trouble, I don't know who is making up the original lie. Is it that Machiavellian and really thought out, or is it just
all right? We got to go back.
Is it just one lie?
You're assuming that the
teachers
know what they're doing. You're assuming that the teachers know what they're doing. Their whole job description is tell me what to say to these kids. And they receive a folder, and that's their curriculum. And whether or not they stick to that or make it worse because there's some unspoken stuff that, I mean, we're not allowed to make you do it, but you should probably do it. Who knows what's going on in any individual classroom? That being said, like, it's not like they have any actual agency, but when they do invoke it, it's always bad.
I just want to say something real quick. So leftists, they don't like to have kids. They just want to indoctrinate your kids, and that's how they perpetuate this, neo-Marxism.
Amen, Hank.
Each side, I see like carports on each side. I'm on the. Okay, I'll park at the handicap spot.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
What if the cripple needs to park?
Did I hear someone's getting tacos? Well, yeah, it's very interesting to
Please
think
continue.
about. Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Why don't you belch into your mic again? Who did that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to be on hot mic. I meant to mute. My bad. So when we say the cabal, are we talking Illuminati or what?
Oh, I definitely think it's well, evil people. I mean, whether or not it's actual devil worshippers, I don't know, but evil controlling people who want power first and foremost, and money, because I think when you have the power, the money follows. And
There's two groups of
so at
people.
least sociopathic. I mean, so even if you don't believe in evil, it's sociopathic.
There's one group of people that says, I'm concerned with what you're doing and I want to control it. And another group of people that say, I don't know what you're doing and I don't give a shit as long as you leave me alone.
Yeah.
Half of the people want to control you, and the other half just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
And the ones that like to do the controlling, their theme song is One Way or Another. I think Blondie sung that.
We're inclusive unless you go against us, and we're gonna destroy you.
We're tolerant.
Unless.
Sadly,
You just
the guy
have to
that brought
laugh.
that up
It's
left.
just
He was a hollow
so.
earther.
It's ridiculous.
You know what I love? What I really,
hold on. I want to hear what
love.
Dre said. What'd you say?
The guy who just left, who brought the previous topic up, was a hollow earther according to his tags. But we also have King KMY in here. Maybe if he wants to have a conversation.
I kind of was really drawn to the whole expanding Earth thing, and then like made the whole dinosaur thing fit, and I thought, oh, that's something cool, and so this is when I believed, in the whole heliocentric thing, or at least not necessarily heliocentric, but in a globe that, if the universe is expanding, then why